The National Kendo Championship opens in a massive arena, and the floor already feels doomed, because this is where nobody expected a monster like Ye Shiho to matter yet. Then the masked fighter starts carving through opponents so fast the judges freeze, and some poor challenger gets deleted before he can even admire the blade. The next exchange only gets uglier, with another victim eating a clean, humiliating hit. While Ye Shiho keeps swinging like the rulebook personally offended him, bodies drop across the court, and the crowd's laughter dies into stunned silence until the last opponent is left collapsed, looking like he got speedran by arrogance, and the announcer finally loses it, praising Ye Shiho for clearing every round in 20 seconds, because apparently this masked prodigy has already surpassed every so-called limit. Even the narration sounds stunned, as this masked monster feels almost unreal. Ye Shiho stands calm, shinai lowered, like the arena already belongs to him. 3 years pass, and the legend only grows darker under storm-red skies. At the ZUS venue, the atmosphere turns ugly, because something vicious has arrived. Suit-clad killers gather around Ye Shiho, underestimating him exactly once, as expected. The lights flicker, bodies scatter, and the whole floor becomes a humiliation tour. Even their leader pauses, wondering if deleting him was ever actually possible. Their so-called plan of attacking from every side sounds smart, until it isn't. Then Ye Shiho answers with one clean, crimson slash, no wasted motion, and just like that, every round is erased, while the crowd finally panics. 3 years later, Ye Shiho's legend cuts through storm-red silence, and even the countdown feels helpless before his cold focus, while suit-clad killers rush in, already regretting their bravado, because his eyes promise a massacre, and they're suddenly the prey. Then the first swing lands, turning their smart ambush into comedy. As bodies drop and blood paints the floor like a warning, their leader finally freezes, realizing this kid was never deletable. So the next attack comes from every side, and fails instantly. Ye Shiho answers with one crimson slash, clean enough to humiliate, and the whole round vanishes, leaving the crowd terrified. Ye Shiho's shinai gets locked in a brutal split-second struggle, then the first crimson cut ruins the ambush like cheap theater. Bodies fold under his pace, and the floor turns into proof. The suit-clad leader stalls out, suddenly learning fear has teeth. Around Club Zeus, the whole round collapses under that name. His silence alone is louder than the killer's pathetic confidence. One fallen thug coughs out panic, asking who this monster is, while Ye Shiho only stands there, calm enough to look unfair. Another slash tears through the darkness, leaving the survivors speechless, and the crowd calls it deadly, because understatement would be embarrassing. Ye Shiho's stare cuts through the dark, colder than the championship lights. The suit-clad leader still begs for teamwork, but earns only contempt and blame. Now the real target is clear, and the broken man gets named anyway. Me. Ye Shiho's grip on the shinai stays steady, as if fear is amateur hour. That smug killer finally looks human, and the arrogance melts straight into panic. The verdict lands hard, because somebody here has to die. Obviously not Ye Shiho. Then the story snaps backward, to Gangneung 2 years earlier in the rain. A funeral promise hangs over the house, where the mother's death still echoes. Even the window light feels miserable, boxed in by weather and regret, and suddenly the whole tragedy connects to the economy's collapse, hitting one man directly. Souls, dojos, and side businesses are collapsing, and nobody's laughing now, because the news rolls on to predatory robberies, as if poverty needed help. In Gangneung, a lone hand answers the phone, dragging in bad news. Then the quiet house fills with funeral weight, and that lovely little thing called regret. While rain pounds, the windows and the family's losses start looking organized, as the dark-haired young man enters a trophy room, already carrying ghosts, and notices a prize shelf packed with prestige. Like success can erase disaster, but the gold trophy in his hands suddenly matters more than the pose, because he kneels to pack away the reminders, treating grief like inventory, and the whole scene lands as a family tragedy nobody can conveniently outfight. Gangneung's quiet is shattered by a phone call, and bad news strolls in, while the family asks if he quit Kendo, like that wasn't adorable delusion, because Ye Shiho's master status now comes with trophy box humiliation, and the young man admits he needs a job, not another tragic hobby. So the offer lands. Join the dojo as an instructor, if he's buying it. He answers with polite restraint, then explains he only deserves kind words, while the reality bites harder. A gukbap restaurant means 12-hour suffering, and he still has to pack, leaving trophies and memories to stare back. Then a photo of his family turns the room into a grave with furniture, as he silently sorts the papers, grief becoming his newest and ugliest inheritance. A family snapshot turns the yard into a museum of vanished warmth. Then another photo shows the kid clutching a golden trophy, while the apartment table quietly exposes his trophies, phone, and grief, because those smiling faces belong to a life that's already been buried, and his stare says he knows it, with zero appetite for comfort, as the older woman's smile freezes the room harder than any funeral. Then the picture of classmates and the bright schoolyard gets dragged back up, except now the legs, shoes, and silence scream how small everything feels, because Hanjin University and his old people collide in one merciless reminder. And even her teasing about his expression lands like a funeral bell. His sister starts by roasting him mercilessly, calling his love life pathetic, then needles him about surviving sole alone, like that's some grand achievement, while he downplays the move and keeps acting like worry is optional. But their mother cuts through the chatter, quietly warning that trouble can still strike. So the sister, suddenly less smug, clings to a bizarre infinity sign code, and the black-haired student just stares, looking calm enough to annoy everyone, until the scene snaps dark and that battered schoolboy looks painfully wrecked, with a worried girl checking on him, only to hear him insist he is fine. Then comes the gut punch, her grief demanding why he didn't escape, and his answer lands coldly, because caring about her was always infinite. Under the blue campus sky, Kim Chi studies a lucky clover like trouble is cute, while the upside-down 8 joke lands, and his confidence barely twitches, ridiculous, because the family around him keeps acting untouchable, as if fate takes appointments. Then Sion pivots in, immediately clocking Swa's dramatic presence, and the reunion gets louder, with Mom casually revealing Swa's plan to move out, while the others stare, stunned, before the family photo gets passed around, trapping everyone in one suspiciously perfect memory, and the picture finally clicks into place, with everyone grinning like nothing ever broke. But Kim Chi's attention shifts as the phone starts slipping, another disaster entering. Then the cup gets yanked aside, and the device hits the floor, like Mercy died, leaving him standing over the wreckage, calm as ever, which is honestly terrifying. The blackout and rain hit like a warning, and the whole apartment feels cursed. Kim Chi sits there, half-lidded, as if bad news is his hobby now. That message from Sion lands, and suddenly the mystery turns personal, fast. He lifts the phone close, listening harder, because subtlety clearly died tonight. Then the line goes dead, naturally, because even the signal wants out. Down below, the phone slips near the broken snack mess, just pathetic timing. Outside, the building broods in the storm, looking way too dramatic for peace. Inside, the corridors stay quiet, which is never a good sign anyway. The rain keeps pounding the windows, while everyone waits for the next disaster. Then a strange creak crawls through the room, and calm finally collapses. The apartment's weird little music cue starts the night off, suspiciously cheerful, while the door creaks open like it already regrets letting trouble in, and the hooded intruder peeks through, calling the whole setup easy, naturally, then notices the same nonsense repeated everywhere, which is somehow even worse, because the others are already whispering that she's crazy. Yet the calls keep coming, so they snatch the important notebook and bolt, acting brave for about 2 seconds, but the hallway slam says the place is shutting them out now, and beneath that pressure, a body hangs there, turning confidence into comedy, before the scene drops into a memorial photo of the smiling woman, ominously cherished, with incense smoke rising like the dead are the only ones making sense. A memorial wall blooms with flowers, smiling through grief like a cruel joke. Inside the apartment, 3 intruders kneel, already looking far less fearless. The suited leader starts backpedaling, because suddenly bravery feels optional. Then the young mourner appears, cool and unreadable, clutching a chain purse. The black-haired observer watches from the side, giving off pure funeral tension. Incense smoke hangs over the altar, where the dead seem more organized. The leader offers a bowl, and the mourner basically declines life itself. Asked about his mother, he points to the memorial, and that lands hard. He begs them not to follow, promising hell handle the damage alone. Side by side, they stand before the wreaths, both already drowning in history. The memorial scene opens with a brown-haired mourner, all quiet nerves and black fabric, framed by wreaths, screaming grief louder than any family ever could, while Kim Chi stares at the altar like he already knows the ending, and the black-suited leader suddenly looks like courage filed for divorce. Then the brown-haired mourner finally speaks up, dragging him outside to talk, because even a paper cup of coffee can't soften this funeral-level tension, and the seated stranger nearby keeps pretending he is not part of the mess, until the question about his mother lands, and the whole atmosphere hardens. So the mourner points toward the memorial and asks for no more chasing, and the two of them stand there, boxed in by old tragedy. The mourner pokes at his numbness, calling out his bizarre calm. The suit-clad clown gets dragged for Ye Shiho's brutal, emotional wrecking. Her panic spikes, demanding why he still refuses to flee, And his reply is pure restraint, because caring apparently wins here. That soft answer floors her, while his hand finally steadies her. As the room goes dead silent, even the intruder senses danger. Then the coffee cup becomes a trap, and grief gets weaponized. He shuts it down, saying mourning leaves no room for chatter. So the brown-haired mourner decides this dead-end conversation is over, and the lonely cup stays behind, mocking everyone's broken timing. The suit-clad loser enters the Kendo hall, and nobody buys the swagger, because even his face says he already regrets showing up here. Then Ye Shiho's funeral wreath flexes louder than any apology, and 3 days later, the apartment sits there like bad news, where Kimchi studies a notebook, pretending grief is just another assignment, until that tiny reaction hits, because the next number is absurd, 1,000,001, apparently, which makes this whole scene feel criminally disrespectful. Then the room turns cosmetic chaos, and Kimchi gets dragged into outfit duty, while clothes line up like witnesses, helping him pick a cleaner identity. And that blue box in front says the mess is only getting started. A pink notebook waits there, pretending this whole story is harmless, while Kimchi studies the page, and that blue box announces fresh chaos, because a smiling couple photo suddenly drags in buried family grief, and his face goes stone cold, like memories just kicked the door in. Then the paper flips, and the flash hits like a funeral wound, where the dark-haired young man resurfaces beside the people he lost, and that single eye widening says the past is still not finished. With Hanjin University looming ahead, bright and clueless as ever, while hooded strangers circle him on the bench, looking painfully confident, and the whispers hit, "Who is he?" because nobody there knows him. The hooded brat finally reaches the campus edge, looking annoyingly certain, until Sion cuts in, dragging his swagger straight into awkward silence, and her stare basically demands an explanation for this shady little visit, so he flashes a photo like evidence, acting smug for once. But the brown-haired woman fires back that it was taken at the club, which makes his answer land like a knife, because it was not, and her expression cracks instantly, proving the secret just got uglier, while the scene snaps to Morden Bar Flash, where the mess began. Then the elevator ride turns claustrophobic, with Sua and Sion trapped together, both now staring at phones, as if the next disaster is already calling. A filthy sales text lands like a jump scare, and the elevator crew instantly roasts the sender's creepy confidence, while he keeps pushing the pitch, pretending copy-paste charm is genius, right until the staff-only sign reminds everyone this stunt is illegal. Then the changing room chaos starts, with outfits, side-eyes, and one woman leaning into the mirror, selling beauty like she owns it, before the camera comes out, because apparently embarrassment loves souvenirs, and that's when Morden Bar Flash enters the evidence chain, with a storefront memory hinting Shion and I were never just customers. We work at a bar, and that photo just buried the lie. So this is the kind of bar they meant, and the awkward truth lands, because the owner is the condolence flower guy, who sits nearby and overshares. Meanwhile, the hooded creep circles the topic, acting bold while looking professionally terrified, and the woman's face says he just remembered how badly this ends. Of course, it's not some shady den, just a part-time cover for tuition, which makes the silence sting harder, since the whole setup was already suspicious. Then the conversation turns ugly, and Shion becomes the one question nobody escapes, while the brown-haired mourner freezes, pretending confusion is a legal defense. Even the intruder turns rigid, because that tiny reaction screams guilty as hell, and the flashback behind it all shows why this family still bleeds. The room goes dead silent, and her panic lands first. Ugly. The hooded creep keeps circling, bold on the outside, terrified underneath. Then the whole apartment gets casually exposed as a tuition side hustle, which makes his smug act look even cheaper, and far more pathetic. The conversation snaps toward Sion, and the mourner locks up instantly. That tiny hesitation practically screams guilt, while the intruder starts sweating. Outside, the building sits calm, hiding a gangneung wound from 2 years back. Inside, the door gets battered open, because subtlety clearly left the chat, and the black-hooded kid finally notices the blood-stained notebook on the floor. So much for confidence. Now everybody looks like they just remembered consequences. Blood-soaked knuckles tell the whole story. This place already tasted panic, and the hooded kid's grip tightens like he's finally found leverage, because this isn't just a hunch, it's a suicide note twist. Or at least that's the pathetic excuse the killer tries to sell, while the police station exterior sits there, calmly hiding a family disaster, and inside, the investigation desk turns into a glorified confession booth, as the sister clue gets weaponized and the room starts sweating, because she never told him about the bar job, so she wrote it down, meaning the missing infinity text was really just a notebook message, and that smug little loophole leaves everyone cornered at last. Inside the station, Ye Shiho's silence lands harder than the gossip, while the killer leader flails about cremation, excuses, and forensic panic, and the family tragedy surfaces, dragging Gangneung grief back into daylight. Because without an autopsy, that whole suicide story is just lazy theater. Then the hooded witness pushes the sister at bar Clue into the open, forcing everyone to face the apartment case like adults for once. But the investigator still tries acting tough, even with Ye Shiho staring, and that emotionless answer on the chair makes the room feel colder, until the pressure snaps, and they demand something actually concrete, leaving the whole crew to swallow it. Understood. Finally. Period. In this office, somebody's mocking the new detective wannabes, while the hooded kid coldly rejects the nonsense, ruining the mood. Then he walks out, and Samseong-do flashes across the screen like a clue. The city night swallows him next, all neon and unresolved trouble. Outside the bar district, he studies his phone like the whole case already bent. Down the alley, the address glows red, dragging him straight to the target. At Morden Bar, the entrance looks innocent, which is hilarious. The silent figure at the doorway says nothing, but knows everything. Inside, the tension spikes the second he arrives. And the question turns nasty, because now they want to know if he came alone. Cute little mistake. At the entrance, the boss tests him, and the newcomer plays innocent, then follows the guide inside like he owns the place, which is absurdly bold. A bored phone call gets answered with silence, because nobody trusts smiles here, and the suited host keeps moving while the hooded outsider leaves him shaken. From above, the bar finally reveals its ugly little maze of rooms, and even the staff sounds casual. While secretly measuring every dangerous step, the newcomer stands there like a ghost, already reading the room better than them. Then the floor plan drops. Basement below, counter ahead, male owner on watch. With one entrance outside and private rooms everywhere, this place screams trap, so he sits down, cool as ice, while everyone else sweats. The hostess flirts smoothly, then casually sizes him up like fresh bait, because this bar runs on rotation seating, no touching, just dangerous small talk. So the hooded stranger cuts straight to CN, watching every reaction, and she drops the name Arumi, claiming that girl already quit. Her smile stays on, but the stiffness screams she knows more, while he narrows his eyes, reading the room like a loaded map. Yep, they know something, and that little secret is practically sweating. Then he orders a drink, waves in the others, and stays colder than them. Across the room, the suited host keeps grinning at his phone, smug as ever, until the real target lands. He's here hunting Arumi, not casually browsing. So the man finally blurts out he means Sion, and the smug act cracks, while the hooded outsider claims it's his first visit, then gets guided in. The bar owner plays polite, but everyone can smell the nervous damage, because the detective's phone call lands, and the whole room tightens up. Now the question shifts to Arumi, and that name hits like a confession, so the owner shuts it down, saying the kids should forget Sion entirely. Then he admits Arumi quit after whatever mess dragged her away, and he warns the others to stay quiet, like ignorance fixes trauma. But the hooded stranger keeps probing, asking if anyone knows Arumi, and the young woman finally confirms she's only worked here 2 days. Freshly transferred, she swears she knows nothing, and that's already suspicious, because the second question hits harder, dragging a name she barely recognizes. Then she snaps back, denying Arumi with all the confidence of a cornered liar, while the bar owner sits boxed in behind the bottles, pretending this tension is normal. But the hooded outsider keeps pushing for Arumi, like subtlety is for amateurs, and the red-haired woman tries to escape the heat by announcing the bill, only for the owner to toss back payment options, cash or card. Very classy, yet the hooded kid covers it, promising the receipt can wait, which is adorable, and the owner's face says it all. Nobody found anything. Shocking, absolutely no one. Then the clock drops 1:30 a.m., and the whole thing finally clicks. Inside this pink-lit office, the suit boys start getting nervous, because Ye Shiho's stare says wandering off was their dumbest idea. Down the stairs, the rotation crew keeps smiling through the awkward fallout, while the hooded outsider prowls the neon street, still hunting Arumi. Then the camera drifts to his face, all quiet pressure and zero patience. By the curb, another man stands alone with scattered flyers, already sounding haunted, and that blank little pause from the hooded kid says he noticed the trap, with shoe prints and wall ads turning the alley into a crime scrapbook, until the faceless look he gives back makes the whole room feel colder. Then more bodies appear nearby, proving this normal night is already over. 3 street heavies clog the neon lane, trying hard to look relevant, while the hooded outsider keeps drifting ahead, calm as a bad omen. The whole crew trails behind him, and suddenly the confidence turns expensive. His sneaker lands by the curb, like the night itself just got audited. Then that cold side glance says he already spotted their little trap. With the alley, flyers, and wiring turning this block into a failure collage, he drops by the pole, crouched like someone refusing cheap theatrics, and the closer look at his face makes the gang regret volunteering, because now the watchers see him trapped in plain sight, and still unfazed. So the smug pack just grins harder, as if that ever helped. Yahello stands half-hidden, while the gang's confidence starts bleeding out. One careless sneaker scrape and the ambush suddenly feels professionally stupid. That calm tilt of his head says he already read their whole setup. And the hooded leader, already broken, keeps hauling himself through the humiliation. The outsider's stare finally cuts back, asking nothing, fearing even less. So the crew points him onward, pretending this street theater was always their plan. Behind them, the watchers trail like unpaid escorts for a bad decision. Above, the wiring and alley clutter expose the trap's ugly plumbing. Yet the hooded kid stays locked in place, making panic look expensive. And the whole pack just keeps staring, because fear finally forgot them. The hooded outsider stands boxed in, while three clowns try acting expensive. His silence lands harder than their threat, and that's already humiliating them. The crew studies the alley, counting bodies and realizing this trap is cramped. Then their leader panics, dragging out a gamble that already sounds pathetic. He spots the kid and instantly remembers the bar inquiry about a roomie. So the bravado evaporates, replaced by desperate demands and fake killer confidence. One thug suggests breaking legs, because apparently stupidity loves company. The leader leans in, trying to charge for survival like a crooked toll booth. The hooded kid just adjusts his cap, making their nonsense feel microscopic. And with that calm stare, the street kings look ready to bankrupt themselves. In this alley, the hooded kid stands calm, loaded, and wildly underestimating them. Then the crew mocks his weapon, because apparently paper is terrifying now. He answers with a cold warning, and their confidence starts rotting instantly. The bald clown keeps laughing, while the leader snaps and orders the hustle. That's when the kid steps forward, and the whole mood gets deleted. His stare alone shuts them up, like he's already decided their outcome. Cut to the boss elsewhere, casually wondering whether the problem's been buried already. Back in the office, the suit guy hears the update and goes pale. So he bolts for CCTV, because panic always loves a camera when reality bites. And naturally, he slips into staff only, chasing evidence like it owes him money. The suit rat slips into the office, already acting innocent, while the desk below screams panic with scattered proof everywhere, and the camera room shows him yanking on his sleeve, glued to surveillance feeds like the truth might still be optional. Then the boss snorts at the delay, demanding results, not excuses. So the poor errand boy goes stiff. Hearing how badly he failed, his face practically crumples, because confidence just got evicted, and outside, the hooded outsider keeps advancing with that little knife, which is hilarious, since the crew finally notices he's armed, meaning their easy job just turned into a funeral preview. He finally puts the cocky crew on notice, and they still smile. Then the first swing lands so hard their whole plan shatters. The hooded outsider looks bored while their leader starts panicking, and suddenly that tough guy swagger collapses into pure street trash. Bodies drop in the alley, making the others realize Hez ridiculous. One bald idiot still lunges, only to get folded with ease. The outsider steps through the chaos like he owns the night, while the leader stares at him, horrified by the cheap little tool, because that harmless-looking paper tube is apparently packed with something nasty, and now the whole crew understands they picked the wrong victim. The loudmouth starts whining first, blaming the whole mess on his own ego, then struts out with a knife like that somehow makes him less pathetic. But the hooded outsider just stares back, bored as a king at a circus, and the alley answers with a brutal hit that folds the swagger instantly. Now the bat is out. The outsider advances, and panic starts spreading fast, because the leader's face says it all. This suddenly looks very wrong. While Yahello keeps that dead-eyed calm, red fury pooling around his shadow, the boss finally admits it. This fight already feels cursed and irreversible. Then the paper tube swings down, and the leader's confidence gets erased, leaving nothing but crimson shock, and a crew that finally met reality. Inside the monitor room, someone watches disaster unfold across every camera feed, and the same swaggering boss is already sitting there, looking painfully outclassed. Then Yahello's dropped money roll lands like a joke nobody can laugh off, because one stomp later, the whole threat gets flattened into embarrassing street trash. Even the alley clown in a hoodie freezes, suddenly aware this went horribly wrong, while the skyline shakes with pursuit, and the chase turns from bold to desperate. The bandaged outsider adjusts his cap, acting like this rain-soaked city owes him, as bodies stay scattered behind him, proof the crew folded faster than excuses. Now the cameras capture total humiliation, and the leader's face asks for mercy, but Yahello just stares back, making everyone wonder what kind of monster this is. A quiet room turns lethal as the leader senses someone behind him, and it's ugly. Now he's on the phone, ordering a hunt for that bastard, because restraint died fast. His panic spikes into a frantic demand for answers, but he only sounds smaller. Outside, the building looms in silence, like it already knows this crew is doomed. Then the flashback cuts in, and the family photo pulls old grief back to the surface. Kimchi and the hooded outsider share a stiff farewell, while Sua's secret hangs over everything. Back in the cafe, the hooded young man broods over blood on his wrapped hand, still unfazed. He stands, leaving his untouched tray behind, because apparently even lunch is beneath him. The alley view widens, and he sits alone while the city pretends it can stop him. Above that stare, the killer's frozen face says it all. He's already lost. Sua's name lands like a warning, and the room goes ice cold. Then Kimchi stares outside, where the street already feels compromised. The question is obvious now. Somebody's been tailing Sua this whole time. And those punks weren't random either, just more bad luck with faces. He falls silent, reading the city reflection like a threat report. Clearly, Sua knows something, and that makes her far more dangerous. So he keeps digging, even if it drags him deeper into trouble. Meanwhile, the apartment block sits there, smug and completely unhelpful. A sleepy hand finds the ringing phone, because Peace clearly hates this guy, and the groan says it all. This mess just dragged him back again. A shirtless caller picks up, already hearing the mess about Aruma's brother, and the update lands that Yahello is staying in her old studio, while his mother apparently collapsed after hearing the daughter's situation, so the whole just organize things and leave plan has gone nowhere, because this guy is a Kendo champion, not some random pretty face roommate, and when someone mutters Kendo, he looks like he just offended physics, then the punchline hits harder. The man might actually bury opponents alive, so Detective Lim orders everyone to stay low and wait. Yet the phone keeps ringing, because apparently Peace is allergic to this family. And now Yahello stands there, looking annoyingly calm about the chaos. Yahello's name is already flooding searches, and that's embarrassing enough, because this shirtless legend checks the phone like public fame is a nuisance. Then comes the fake wisdom about Kendo being obscure, which is adorable, as if a few article snippets could explain that monster's reputation. The next second, the phone hits the bed, and so does the mood, because leaving him alone sounds dangerous, especially for everyone else, while the room goes quiet, like even the air is bracing itself, and Yahello's stare turns colder, sweat betraying the calm face. The tension keeps dripping downward, as if disaster is now inevitable. Then he snaps into a savage upside-down posture, ready to bury egos. Yahello hangs inverted now, sweat betraying that cold, unreadable monster, while the family photo memory keeps pressing into this already fragile room. The girl's headache complaint lands, and his hand stays absurdly gentle. Then he guides her out like this chaos was just another errand. His own name gets questioned, and the silence turns hilariously ominous. So he suggests infinity, because apparently even numbers deserve intimidation, and the hallway outside reveals wrecked bodies. Proof the cleanup was vicious. With his blade still drawn, he leaves no room for theatrics, except Arumi beside him, collapsing, as he steadies her through the mess, and that stunned look says the legend just woke up for real. Her panic hangs there as a hand enters, absurdly gentle beneath the chaos, because he promises to handle everything, and somehow that sounds terrifyingly believable. Then the reveal lands hard. That calm voice belongs to the shirtless monster, Yahello, the name they just said, like it explains the whole nightmare, and his body alone screams why the room suddenly forgot how to breathe, while the old loudmouth goes stiff, still trying to act important, adorable, really, as if one bruised ego can compete with the guy who erased the rush. Then the whole conversation shifts to yesterday's customer, and the tension gets personal, with Aruma's old studio, the landlord, and her moving out finally exposed, and Yahello just stands there, silent, because the real cleanup is unfinished. Ah, I see. The calm voice already smells like a nightmare, because the condolence money list hides 1,000,000 won under flash, and that smug contribution question lands like a tiny public execution. Then the brown-suited guy hears Sion, and starts sweating nostalgia, since she was popular enough to attract scouts everywhere, apparently, but even he admits 10 Pro snatched her like a trophy, while Yahello's silence turns the room colder than his coffee, and the final boss speech tries to sound impressive, bless him, until talk drifts to her humiliating incident and possible suicide. leaving everyone staring at that hand clasp like the truth hurts. Ye Shiho's half-lidded stare already feels like a verdict. The suit-clad loser apologizes, practically folding under his own shame, while the room turns into a lie detector with clenched hands. Ye Shiho cuts through it instantly, because yeah, it's obvious. Then the guy drags in a new detail, and everyone stiffens. Ye Shiho takes the paper, his sincerity hitting like a blade, until the name Sion lands and old wounds reopen fast, because the story behind her isn't disappearance, it's murder. The suit rat blurts disbelief, as if panic makes him smarter. Then the funeral twist drops. No body. Autopsy requested. Absurdly. The body and autopsy are delayed till tomorrow, and the room freezes, because Ye Shiho treats that news like a cheap bluff, not grief, while the suit-clad fool suddenly offers help, as if sincerity appeared overnight, and Ye Shiho accepts it with polite coldness. Then ends the meeting, leaving the man to stride out toward his car, already rattled, because he still cannot tell whether Ye Shiho is bluffing or hiding the same unreadable expression he has worn all along, and that tiny doubt keeps chewing at him as he reaches the ignition, while the possibility of murder hangs over everything, nasty and unresolved, with the apartment block looming ahead, ready for the next ugly reveal. Inside the car, the suit-clad clown orders a nighttime burial, bold as ever, then immediately checks whether murdering Ye Shiho is really happening tonight, because cleanup matters. Apparently, when your brilliant plan already smells like failure, and the crew is reminded he wants numbers, not heroes. Since Kendo's ruined him, Ye Shiho answers with that dead calm that makes panic look embarrassing, then dismisses the meeting, leaving the man staring at his own useless reflection. The silence stretches while he exits, suddenly unsure if bluffing was the trap, or if Ye Shiho is still one step ahead, as usual, and even the bathroom tools feel ominous now, like evidence waiting to happen, because the apartment block ahead is still standing, quietly inviting the next disaster. The apartment block waits in silence, while headlights cut the dark. Doors swing open and the crew spills out, all swagger, no plan. Hooded Trash talks about killing siblings, because subtlety died here. His partner snorts that money talks, so morals can stay cheap. Ye Shiho stays absurdly calm, pushing them toward the entrance instead. The gang finally follows, grinning like losers who already bought trouble. Inside, the spare room looks neat, until the bathroom tools appear. Ye Shiho studies the space, turning cramped geometry into a death trap. 5 pyong, 2 attackers, and walls that make overconfidence look stupid. Then the door seals shut, and the whole hunt turns claustrophobic. In the dark doorway, Ye Shiho hears the password question and smirks, unfazed, while the suit-clad fool babbles about Arumi, then CN Studio, conveniently confused. Ye Shiho answers with silence, yanking the shirt like a verdict. Not a threat. And that tiny pause says the room already belongs to him, because the apartment is empty now. Too neat to be innocent, too quiet. While the caller panics over an autopsy rumor, begging for deniable cleanup, then he frets about the scent kids, realizing bluffing got expensive fast, and admits the whole mess was engineered, because obviously he sent them, so he asks for help again, insisting the police stay blind if it's clean. Then Ye Shiho takes the bill, coldly treating murder logistics like a tab. Morning calls already sound smug, but Ye Shiho treats timing like paperwork, then casually confirms the whole routine, like sleep schedules owe him obedience, while the door clicks shut, and the crew starts realizing this isn't normal, because the hooded leader arrives grinning, thinking menace still equals control, only to find the hallway packed, his little ambush looking embarrassingly crowded. Ye Shiho just stares, and that tiny reaction somehow makes everyone freeze when the leader panics about a missing man, suddenly sounding way less vicious, and the answer comes back coldly. Nobody left, because they already checked, leaving the intruders staring at each other, like the plan evaporated on contact. Then someone complains about the light, proving these idiots can't even lurk properly. The hallway crackles with tension, while the ambush starts looking way too cramped, and the hooded clown tries swagger, but Ye Shiho's calm already poisons it. Then that idiot demands answers, meeting a stare that says absolutely nothing good, so his crew starts fretting, deciding speed matters more than dignity, for once, but Ye Shiho shuts down the theft angle, leaving their confidence embarrassingly empty, because the hooded brat keeps smiling, until the room answers him with silence, and Ye Shiho's profile sharpens, one glance turning the whole gang strangely obedient, while the intruders spread out, pretending a locked door equals actual control. Then they threaten his exit, acting like furniture with attitude somehow wins, but Ye Shiho casually reveals martial arts, and his mercy sounds far scarier. 3 intruders grin at Ye Shiho, begging for a chance, But his flat stare shuts down their little power fantasy instantly. Their leader laughs anyway. Bloodied pride hiding behind cheap bravado, until Yahello tells him to back off, ice cold and unimpressed. Then the hooded brute reaches for a blade, pretending courage exists, while his partner raises a weapon and vows to finish things fast. Yahello answers with restraint, calling out their weakness like a verdict, and then he grips the bamboo sword, ready to erase the whole squad. One strike crashes through their confidence, leaving the leader screaming for backup, but even then he still babbles about killing Yahello, desperate and pathetic. Inside the apartment, Yahello turns the ambush into a precision massacre, and the crew's confidence evaporates the second his bamboo sword starts carving space. Even the loudmouth's face freezes, because swagger dies fast when steel starts flying. The hooded idiot keeps hurling insults, but fear is doing all the talking now. Then Yahello snaps the weapon line apart, like he's correcting a child, and the intruder's blade gets ruined so cleanly, it feels embarrassingly educational. With the ceiling light glaring down, the clown's hooded face collapses into panic, while Yahello stands there like a verdict, calm enough to insult the weather, and when the dust settles, the leader is literally sprawled out, completely cooked, before the scene cuts to the station, where the consequences finally start breathing. Inside the station, the suspects sit frozen while Yahello owns the room. The officer's first challenge lands on him, trying to sound official and smug. He answers flatly, because panic always gets louder when it meets confidence. Then the excuse game starts, with clean records somehow becoming their favorite shield. Yes, Stare says their little life threat story was never impressive anyway. So the clerk presses for proof, demanding something real instead of drama, and Yi shuts that down instantly, because without evidence, swagger is just noise. Now the officer twists the knife, calling the attackers trespassers and escalating the charge. Yes, reaction barely changes, which is exactly what makes the threat feel worse. Then the verdict drops hard: weapon use, hospital damage, and deeper trouble. At the desk, the rattled suspect begs for hospital time and gets shut down. Yahello stays stone cold, unreadable, as the excuses start piling up. That blank stare says he does not buy any of it. Then the suspect insists it was self-defense, and even the police report. Yahello dismisses the lawyering, because Korea does not reward amateur theater. The detective hits back, reminding him he is a suspect now. And when the aggravated assault charge drops, the whole bluff looks pathetic. Soon the officers escort both men through the station, like a bad joke. At the cell gate, Yahello watches the prisoner lose his swagger. Then the lock clicks shut, and the arrogance finally dies. Yahello sits wordless behind bars, already reading the room. The police slap on a Gangneung vagrant label, then move him. Their little legal lecture lands like cardboard, and he just listens. From behind, the cell corridor looks sterile, but reeks of nonsense. The green-jacketed snitch needles him, then asks why he is there. Yahello barely shifts, because panic would be for amateurs. The whole station keeps walking him past the cage like a lesson. Then a smug voice links the bastard to Director Yu's dirty favor. Yahello finally tilts his head, and that silence gets dangerous. Now the cover-up stinks loud enough for everyone to hear. Yahello stays unreadable, while the station air turns painfully tense, and the first offer to rescue him comes wrapped in nerve and gossip, because the black-clad interrogator digs up their old family connection, then casually brands Director Yu's favorite crony as a disgrace. He barely reacts, which somehow makes the whole room look weaker, while the green-jacket informant on the rooftop finally exposes the cover-up, since he can't keep shielding anyone and says so without blinking. Then he orders the other side to stop making things messier, and that's when the smug pressure starts cracking into real fear, because the truth is out, and the deal suddenly looks fragile. Behind the bars, the smug courtroom routine starts looking embarrassingly thin, because Yahello keeps that dead calm stare while the captain's confidence collapses, and the lie gets called out so cleanly it almost sounds offended, which leaves the loudmouth leader clutching his pride like a bad investment, as the ordinary person excuse dies right there in front of the prison bars, while the rooftop informant finally tears open Director Yu's little arrangement, forcing the captive to admit normal people can't move like that anyway, and the threat of law-breaking lands with all the grace of a brick. Yet Yi only narrows his eyes, still unreadable as ever, before the whole mess is dragged toward that suspicious hidden side of things. Do Kyunggu starts the pitch, pretending this karaoke bar routine is harmless. Then he casually brands himself a thug, like that admission deserves applause. Kimchi isn't impressed at all, calling out the gangster act with cold accuracy, and Kyunggu tries to flex his old organization ties, laughing off the accusation, while Yahello stays behind bars, explaining this mess comes from false charges. And the real punchline is Director Yu's crew weaponizing illegal business reports, meaning Kyunggu keeps getting arrested, cleared, and recycled like a broken joke. So Kimchi drags the conversation to the bigger monster behind Yu, revealing a blood-soaked power grab by Representative Yoon, who crushed rivals, leaving Ye Shiho staring quietly as the ugly truth finally finishes surfacing. Representative Yoon gets mocked as scary, while the smug man keeps acting casual, and Kimchi answers with icy respect, politely exposing the gangster routine anyway. Then the detention block and cell 2 frame Ye Shiho behind bars, unmoved, while Kimchi senses the hidden rot and points at the sister's death, dragging Representative Yoon into it. Like this cursed pattern is a favorite hobby, until the captive finally blinks, realizing there's someone bigger, pulling strings, and the laughter dies as the ugly network starts closing in around him, because the truth behind the cover-up lands, loud enough to shatter his swagger. Then Ye Shiho's stare hardens, remembering the buried Gangnoang tragedy, while the real monster stays off-screen, and that somehow makes it worse. Inside detention, Ye Shiho sits there like a man already bored of prison, while the slick lawyer starts offering disaster as if it were legal advice. The whole cell feels rigged, and the smug routine is barely hiding rot, because this genius casually warns of prison, murder, then pretends that helps. Ye Shiho just stares through it all, like the threat barely qualifies as noise. Outside the bars, the escort finally drags in fresh trouble, and the cell shifts, because Du Kyunggu gets called out, turning this visit into a lineup. And the lawyer, of course, claims he can drag Yi out too. How generous. By morning, the station exterior looks clean enough to mock the ugliness inside. Yet Ye Shiho strolls out with the lawyer, and even the air feels suspicious. Ye Shiho stare says thanks, like this whole circus barely merits breathing space, and the lawyer smugly explains why detention means nothing, because corruption always needs a costume. Then the phone case gets flipped open, revealing Du Kyunggu's name. Surprise, the system leaks. So the lawyer offers drinks and fake kindness, a painfully transparent bribe dressed as generosity, while he jokes about food and money, proving desperation is just his favorite sales pitch. Ye Shiho answers with cash instead. Cool as ever. No theatrics, just pure disrespect. The bills change hands, and the lawyer acts like he's some benevolent wizard. Then he strolls off, declaring the payment sufficient, as if exit fees make him noble. Outside, the station facade gleams like a polished lie, all glass and corporate innocence, and that shiny building leads straight to Director Yu's territory, which explains everything. Ye Shiho stands shirtless and terrifyingly calm, bottle in hand, like discipline itself got bored. Across the room, the suit guy keeps sweating through his expensive humiliation, and it's deserved. The phone case flips open, leaking Du Kyunggu's name, so the secret finally trips. The lawyer tries fake kindness, offering drinks like bribery, suddenly became a personality. Ye Shiho answers with cash instead, because dignity apparently charges by the bill. At any moment, the whole room feels one breath from snapping, and he knows it. The lawyer's face tightens like a man realizing his trap just got laughed at. Then the bare foot lands, turning the floor into a reminder of who owns fear. The next threat lands harder, promising he can crush them to death, charming as ever. And the lawyer just sits there sweating, while the power dynamic finishes burying him. The room goes silent, as that smug challenge finally lands, and the outsider answers by slipping out Du Kyunggu's card, while Ye Shiho stays ice calm, buying the whole scene with cash. Because this little circus is one breath from exploding, and even the lawyer's grin starts cracking under the pressure. When barefooted confidence turns the floor into his warning label, then a fresh threat arrives, claiming he can crush them alive, leaving the lawyer sweating like his big plan just got buried. Outside, another message says Detective Lim is already maxed out, so the real lesson begins, since failure was the problem all along. Ye Shiho's courtroom smirk era starts, and the lawyer's bluff instantly looks cheap, because he starts worrying about exposure, which is hilarious after all that confidence. CEO Yoon Sang-tae gets name-dropped next, and the whole office suddenly shrinks, while Ye Shiho keeps lounging like danger itself, forcing the answer out of everyone, and the lawyer finally caves, suggesting Lim Han-soo and a tidy payoff. Then the house in Gangneung gets mentioned, and the smoking gun practically waves hello, as the mother is confirmed hospitalized, which makes the whole plan look even nastier. So the empty house idea comes up, with kids and fire risk attached. Genius, apparently. Ye Shiho cuts through the nonsense, making the arson logic sound embarrassingly obvious. Then the threat turns savage, targeting Mom. And the room realizes this plan is rotten. The room freezes when Ye Shiho's stare lands, and panic starts leaking out, while the suit-clad clown gets cornered on debts, because apparently she works cheap and clean. Then the real advice turns monstrous, using mom as collateral like that's business, and when he pretends to process it, Yahello exposes the stupidity instantly. So yeah, he keeps pressing, dragging up the family house and the hospital excuse. Nothing subtle, then he flat out mocks their logic, calling the arson plan embarrassingly obvious. As the leader's composure collapses under that dead-eyed glare, and the whole crew wobbles. While the phone gets grabbed, the conversation shifts, and the blood-draining job starts. Then the report comes back brutal, 4 targets still breathing, which really annoys them, so the last question hangs there, whether surviving anyone was ever part of the plan. Yahello drops the mercy act, and the room gets icy fast. The phone line crackles like a funeral bell, with slaughter as the verdict. The receiver gets snatched, and the whole ransom scheme starts sweating. His stare alone ruins the leader's swagger, because confidence is expensive and fake. Then the leader finally folds, begging for Gangnyeong cleanup like a pathetic errand. But Yahello already knows the trick, and the cigar-clutching excuse sounds embarrassingly thin. The panic spreads as one suit bolts, abandoning pride and furniture alike. Inside the hideout, the other side of the mess hears the bad news and freezes. On the road, the crew pushes the driver harder while the target count stays grimly low, and that last demand lands clean, because surviving them was never the plan. The ransom boss is still barking like control means anything anymore, while the getaway car tears downhill and everybody starts tasting panic. Then the scene slams into Gangnyeong General, where the real damage waits. A lonely hospital room holds the battered mother, quiet as bad news, and that face says she's been surviving on worry, not food. When lunch arrives, it feels less like kindness than a lifeline, but starvation has already hollowed her out, along with every hopeful question, because even her son's silence has dragged on far too long. Then a sharp knock ushers in a suited visitor with unsettling timing, and he casually claims Yahello while mentioning her hospitalized mother. The mother lies wrecked in bed, sounding helpless, barely holding herself together, while the hospital room answers with silence, and nobody looks remotely optimistic. Then the visitor slides in with fruit and fake courtesy, buying access like a pro, and he pretends this is just a quick message, not a trap-dressed, polite. The exhausted woman can only stare, because speech is apparently a luxury now, so he pivots and heads for the door, acting way too confident for comfort. That smug little exit only sharpens the pressure, as if timing were a weapon, because the mother finally looks up, fragile but still painfully aware of everything, and the visitor's face hardens, making the hallway feel like an extortion runway. Then he drops the real reason. Your daughter owes me money, contract in hand. That paper lands like a verdict, and her face folds instantly. Then the visitor smugly weaponizes Yahello's name and debt. The bedridden woman can barely stammer, already drowning in shame, and he scoffs at her weakness, treating sympathy like a joke. This is supposedly a room salon contract, wrapped in fake politeness. But the real punchline hits harder. Her daughter supposedly sold herself. The man leans in, demanding repayment while the woman trembles uselessly. The whole room echoes with panic, like the bill just grew teeth. Then the son finally snaps, demanding answers with icy disgust. And that family photo whispers the worst part. This mess started long before, so now she can finally talk. The bastard sneers over her shame, while the sick woman scrambles to deny everything, clearly drowning already. Then his hand clamps down, pinning her answer like cheap furniture, and he doubles down, branding her exactly the kind of girl. But she still tries to protect Yeon, trembling through the denial, so he laughs and spits the cruelest rumor, calling her a whore, and that's when the son's neck tightens, fury boiling past restraint, because the tears, the family photo, and this lie all connect to a tragedy nobody in that room can fake away anymore, and the whole scene freezes on grief, guilt, and ugly truth. The visitor's smug confusion hangs there, and the room instantly curdles, because his hand clamps her down like furniture, silencing every excuse. Then he presses harder, while she still tries shielding Yeon's dignity, until his next slur lands, and the whole bedside turns toxic, with the family photo, the tears, and Gangyung's tragedy all surfacing, while another thread jumps back to the apartment clue, now nightfall, where a phone card suddenly exposes director Yoo and Do Kyung-gu, and Kim Chi, painfully unimpressed, rejects gangster theatrics without blinking. Then the question shifts to Seon, dragging his glare into the past, and that final turn leaves him gripping his phone, ready to crack. The hospital call drops in cold, and Yahello answers from the bedside, already sounding cornered, while the staff asks after Soon-Yun Lee's guardian, his face tightening close to the phone, because this mess was never simple. Then the story slams backward to a highway nightscape near Dahanson and Seoul, where the truth gets uglier. His mother died, and the killer keeps digging, admitting he only threatened her, with that cowardly little detail somehow making it worse, because she was shaking alone before dying. And the debt gets shoved onto the older brother, while a polished boss voice shifts to the house, casually assigning cleanup like trash duty, and the whole thing finally points back to the phone, where his boss is already gone, leaving Yahello gripping the line, trapped between shame, grief, and revenge. In the car, his panic finally cracks, and he starts asking what to do. Then the conversation drifts toward Director Choi, that conveniently cursed neighborhood option, and suddenly the other guy is grinning like a salesman, betting it could work, while a funeral portrait hangs over everything, because grief loves ruining timing, with the black-suited mourner kneeling beside the memorial, still swallowing shame, until the visitor arrives, politely loaded with menace and questions nobody wanted, and the dead-eyed young man answers like a wall, offering nothing but chill, while the older woman stands there, saying almost nothing, which somehow says everything. Then both drop low before the altar, because respect is easier than explanations. So when he asks about the deceased, the answer lands cold. He was the caregiver. The room opens on a polite invitation to eat, with grief already poisoning the table, and the mourning woman sits frozen before the spread, looking too tired to pretend, because every dish on that table feels like a mercy nobody asked for. Then the suited visitor strolls in, smug enough to treat tragedy like networking, while the woman admits, with painful hesitation, that someone came that day, and the man plays clueless for a second, as if confusion is a personality. Before the real sting lands, he was sent through an agency, just to talk privately, so the mourner slips away, leaving the two men to face the awkward theater, and the visitor's expression twists, as the atmosphere turns colder than his suit. Finally, even the bravado collapses, because he can only beg for distance now. The neat hospital visitor already smelled wrong, yet outside he looked gangster polished, and dangerous. Then the muffled shouting from the room made the whole hallway feel haunted. Honestly, because his face finally cracked when the accusation hit, all swagger turning to panic, and even the woman behind him could see the act collapsing into pure embarrassment. The confession kept getting uglier, since he only vanished for 10 minutes. Enough, apparently, for her body to fail. While he returned to a scene he still couldn't explain, then the black-suited mourner sat trapped under questions, while the polite visitor drained the room, and the funeral security vibe vanished fast, replaced by pure noise, shame, and cowardice, as the crowd ordered everyone out, while spitting venom over a dead mother's grief, leaving the once confident suit to beg for mercy, because even he knew he was finished. The room freezes as the intruders loom in, and the smug air starts collapsing, because their barking only drags the black-suited kid into a vicious crossfire, while the blonde boss keeps prying, trying to swagger through someone else's disaster, and his joke lands horribly when he targets the dead woman as a mother, leaving the black-haired kid stone-faced, which somehow makes the bully look even dumber, as the warning about disrespect finally cuts through that macho noise, and the surrounding crew starts panicking, realizing this kid isn't flinching at all. Then the blonde man drops the real bomb, naming Ye Xian like a loaded weapon, with the debt detail turning the whole memorial into a filthy extortion scene, and the black-haired kid finally cracks, muttering disbelief at that disgusting confession. Inside the memorial, the floral jacket finally meets Ye Shiho's frozen stare, and the swaggering boss realizes his prey is not panicking at all, so he doubles down with that smug disbelief, only to get corrected, as Ye Shiho casually drags his sister into the mess and the room stiffens, because the dead woman's embarrassment becomes his excuse for extortion. How classy. Then the debt comes out, tied to a house like some filthy auction item, and Kimchi just stands there, still as a corpse, while the clown explains everything, including how the home burned down moments ago, erasing the only leverage, which leaves the boss spiraling, staring at a face that refuses to crack, and now everyone knows the quiet kid is the one thing fear cannot move. Ye Shiho cuts through the panic, and the extortionist starts exposing himself, bragging about cash in the safe like greed is somehow strategy. Then he demands the location, proving arrogance really can wear a clown nose, but Ye Shiho stays ice cold, and the man's confidence gets grabbed by the throat, because the coffin talk turns uglier, with funeral money suddenly becoming leverage, until Ye Shiho sets a deadline before midnight, making the whole crew sweat. The business card slips free, and Kimchi remains unreadable under the spotlight, while Choi Young-cheol's name on it finally poisons the room, and the blonde thug's smug face collapses as the pressure finally lands, leaving the whole backroom staring at Ye Shiho, who already owns the board. Kimchi's back faces the lobby, calm as a knife and waiting, while the station clock screams 11:50, and nobody's relaxed. Outside, The hooded outsider stands in rain like bad news. Then those footsteps hit the soaked pavement, closing the distance fast. Choi gang distribution looms ahead. Basically, a neon welcome mat for trouble. As he lowers the cap, ready to trade patience for pressure, the baton comes out next, because subtlety clearly died tonight, and even his face says the suspects just picked the wrong game. Inside, the leader's smugness is melting off in real time, because Ye Shiho already has him cornered, and begging looks pathetic. 11:59 p.m. And the funeral home gets hit with another awful interruption, because the door's locked, the place is dark, and nobody's expecting mercy. While the floral shirt brute starts improvising threats like that ever helped anyone, and the staff member immediately kills the fantasy, pointing out the obvious closure. Upstairs, the room turns into a smug little circus of seated thugs, until their loudmouth realizes the real target may never even show. Genius. Then a phone flies up, dragging everybody's attention toward the incoming call, and the big talking blonde suddenly claims intimidation works better when he's inside, except the hooded outsider has already arrived, turning the hallway ice cold. With his phone ringing too, like bad news just picked the perfect entrance. The hooded caller breaks the silence first, cool as ice. Then, casually says Japan and a funeral tomorrow, like scheduling chaos is normal. Inside that empty hallway, the whole situation already feels way too late, and the reply lands awkwardly, because denial looks pathetic on him. Then the blonde swordsman doubles down, thanking them while keeping that blade ready, while a woman checks the clock, and midnight starts sounding like a joke. The smug crowd wonders if he bailed, as if that would save them, but the funeral home crew admits they lost him, with panic doing all the talking. Their flustered apology only makes the room uglier, because confidence evaporated fast, and now the next call hits President Yu at Flash Bar. Perfect timing. President Yu gets the bad news. The target skipped out, and that's embarrassing. The funeral home angle makes it uglier, because cameras were already everywhere, and greed. Ye Shiho smugly proves the turf was cleaned, then casually asks for cash. In the office, the crew stiffens up, because confidence is doing a disappearing act. The call ends on his terms, like everyone else is simply background noise. Even the hulking lookout gets reduced to silence, while Ye Shiho barely blinks. Then the door swings open, and the hooded outsider finally walks in. Bat in hand, he looks less like a guest and more like a warning. The biggest thug tries to stare him down, but that energy is paper thin. By the end, the whole room surrounds him, and he still owns it. Ye Shiho shrugs off the ambush, then starts asking for cash anyway. The hooded outsider answers with zero fear, all mystery and no bluff, and Ye Shiho laughs at that vagueness, pressing harder like Hez bored, because who's backing you sounds brave until the answer stays hidden. While the leader's smug stare cracks, and his crew turns twitchy, then the office gang circles up, itching to prove their fake toughness, but their boots rush in like a cheap mob scene, not confidence. The hooded man holds center stage, and the thugs suddenly feel tiny. Bat ready, he gets boxed in anyway, like they forgot who froze first. Yet Ye Shiho keeps mocking from behind the desk, still smiling like this is fun. The hooded outsider settles in silence, and the room instantly feels cornered, because the leader starts talking big, then panics when escape is denied. That bat grip says everything. As the cheap gang realizes this went sideways, meanwhile the championship arena waits, dressed up like a shrine to ego. Then the judges finally admit it. Ye Shiho cleared every round in 20 seconds, and there he stands in full Kendo armor, looking absurdly untouchable, while the mask's stare stays cold, treating their fear like background noise. The next thug finally snaps, screaming nonsense and lunging with borrowed courage, but that arrogance lasts one breath, before Ye Shiho shuts it down, because the blade and body move first, and the bully learns humility. The hooded outsider's bat cuts in, and the first thug eats the warning. That wrecked bruiser folds instantly, clutching himself like bravery was never real. One look later, the next fool's grin dies under Ye Shiho's stare. The whole crew crowds in, realizing their ambush aged like garbage. Then the hood comes up, and Ye Shiho looks annoyingly untouchable. Their biggest bruiser lunges, swinging hope like it might buy respect. Ye Shiho answers with one clean strike, and the bully drops hard. Feet slide, bodies twist, and the gang's confidence evaporates on contact. More swings come flying, but every attack gets erased in rhythm. By the end, the street kingmakers are kneeling, thoroughly humbled. The hooded outsider catches the opener cold, and the ambush already looks pathetic. One furious swing gets answered instantly, leaving the first brute's face shattered. The room erupts as the bat comes down, and courage starts evaporating. Another thug rushes in screaming, only to eat a brutal counter. The hooded fighter keeps folding bodies with embarrassingly clean precision. Bald Rex panic, stumbling back while his whole crew loses timing. More attacks fly in, but every strike gets erased on contact. The survivors stare at the wreckage, while Yeshiho's calm makes them sweat. Then the blonde in the floral jacket arrives, and the room gets colder. By the end, the kingmakers are scattered, bent, and completely humbled. Yeshiho's glare says the room just invited a disaster, and he's smiling, while the hooded blade user stands there like mercy already got buried. Then the crew starts screaming for blood, proving bravado is a hilarious dying hobby, but the bad answer lands wrong, because the outsider is absurdly cleaner. His cold stare barely changes as another thug gets folded for trying, and the survivors scramble, realizing their ambush turned into public humiliation. Outside, the rain hammers down like the whole city wants no witnesses. Then the blonde jacket arrives at the bar, and even the walls tense up. The sign flickers under the storm, as panic keeps leaking through the windows, and one more crash sends a thug tumbling, because this gang is finished. The bat drops, and the first thug pays in blood under rain. Another clown charges, but the outsider deletes him with surgical ease. Inside the office, bodies are already folding, and nobody's bravado looks expensive now. The hooded monster stands over the wreckage while the bar goes dead silent. Then the floral jacket blonde shows up, and the room instantly remembers fear. The outsider barely turns, while the ambush boss starts hearing ghosts. His panic gets louder, which is adorable considering he built this disaster. The counterfeit blade comes down, and the desk guy finally breaks. Then the hooded stranger asks for answers, and the bravest liar starts sweating. Even the bond scam collapses, because greed just got audited by violence. In the office, someone's panic asks who this counterfeit king even is, and the answer is uglier. Hez in Seoul, haunting bars. The crew freezes over family photo rumors, because that mystery finally has teeth. Then the hooded stranger starts moving, and confidence immediately looks overpriced. He chooses his exit, while the room's toughest clown starts unraveling. The leader hears that answer and acts shocked, which is somehow embarrassing. Yeshiho casually stands there, making everyone else feel underqualified. The door lock gets handled, and the escape plan dies politely. Steel clashes next, but the hooded fighter folds the ambush with ease. Even the blade gets launched away, while the boss loses his dignity. Inside the training grounds, Yeshiho's ambush answer makes the crew freeze. Then the hooded clown learns confidence was overpriced, and very briefly, delusional. One clean strike sends the whole rush into panic, while the leader starts cracking. The funeral home appears next, dragging that family tragedy back into the spotlight. At Incense Altar 2, the suit-clad visitor stands there like bad news in premium fabric, and even his cold stare can't hide the fact he's completely outmatched, because the memorial photo turns grief into evidence, and nobody can laugh now. Yeshiho reads the room, sharp and silent, while the phone confession lands hard. The message about funeral money and failed contact ties the whole mess together. So when that guy mutters disbelief, it's official, Yeshiho is a monster. Outside again room, the hoodie-clad visitor slips in like trouble. Yeshiho stays unreadable, because arrogance only survives until he arrives. The entrance turns tense as footsteps announce nobody's backing down now. Then the business card lands, and Do Kyunggu suddenly becomes the problem. Yeshiho glances back, cold and confident, like this is already finished. Inside the cramped room, the whole setup feels cheap, suspicious, and doomed. The door swings open, and even the hallway starts acting nervous. The bar owner greets him, already sounding like he knows more than he should. The visitor claims he only came for that promised drink, smooth as ever. And the owner, grinning, points him toward the prettiest one. Yeshiho sits there, calm as ever, while the booth feels trapped. The owner questions his early arrival, acting like this place runs on patience. But Shiho waves off the girls, here for a different favor entirely. For me, he teases, and the guy starts pouring like this is routine. Then comes the real pitch. He wants work, not a flirty freebie. The owner snaps back that staffing is tight, because apparently chaos needs scheduling. Shiho still insists he only needs food, sleep, and zero salary. The silence afterward says enough, as the request lands absurdly hard. Even the owner can't hide it, admitting something's off with this kid. Yet helping him feels risky, so the drink keeps sitting there untouched. At that moment, he drags up the old warning, all smug confidence, and the cop's face says exactly what everyone else is thinking. Because the answer was never romance, just a power play gone feral, with the hooded kid looking like yesterday's loser who somehow learned leverage. Then comes the laughable twist, as the older guy buys his act, and casually promises backup against Director Yu, like that fixes corruption, which is adorable. since the visitor just wants a drink, not a manifesto. Still, the quiet Hyungnim lands like a warning, not respect, and the skeptic nearly chokes on his drink, realizing this kid is serious, while the hooded figure sinks lower, because even swagger needs witnesses. The officer shuts down the trespasser, acting like this place owns his soul, while the hoodie kid just broods at the counter, sipping like he pays rent. Then that dead-eyed profile says everything, because arrogance is suddenly missing, and the bottle disappears fast. As if whiskey owes him money, the room gets darker, the stare gets uglier, and everybody senses trouble, while the women in the blur start questioning him like he drank a river. The kid barely reacts, blinking through the haze like a guy above consequences. Then the blonde face cuts in, soft and bright, like a memory with teeth, and when she names Xian, the poor fool finally realizes who's there. That hand to her cheek says it all, and the lie just collapsed. The blonde woman is still reeling, while his hand confirms the impossible. In that cramped room, the black-haired kid stays flatlined on the couch, and that dead-eyed stare says he's already past pretending to care. Then he rises from the cushions, all nerve and no apology, as the glasses guy probes for answers, trying to sound casual, but the room reads him instantly, because smug authority looks pathetic now, and his apology lands awkwardly, exposing how badly he misread this kid, while the silence stretches, colder than the tiles, and nobody interrupts, until he decides the whole scene is over, standing to leave, and that final hint about his mother turns the room into a funeral. Yi Shiho sits there like death's own messenger, already past surprise, while director Yu offers condolences, as if polish could hide rot. Then the truth drops hard, and he admits they killed her, with the funeral disgrace following right behind, every word poisoning the room, because Ye Shiho turns slowly, and suddenly the suit guy looks terrified. Then his fist tightens, proving grief can hit harder than steel. Director Yu keeps staring, but that composure is a cracked mask now. Ye Shiho finally slips on the cap, like ending the conversation himself, and the apology comes last, thin and useless, before he heads out, until one final stop keeps the door half open, because this isn't finished. Inside the hideout, the rattled boss finally brands him a troublemaker, then offers him a place to crash. Since apparently rock bottom has hospitality, the manager even sweetens it with work, and a couch from the old crackdowns. That word lands hard, because this isn't just business, it's buried history, so the answer comes flat and final, yes, but who told you Xian? While the dartboard wall and pricey gear quietly flex their ridiculous priorities, and the warning follows, don't wander into Yoon Sangtae's turf acting smart, because this guy is just the store manager, not the puppet master, yet the newcomer still knows Xian's name, which makes everyone freeze, and the room goes dead silent, because that little detail wrecks the whole lie. The cap-wearing stranger catches the name Xion, and the room tightens, because he calmly confirms hes Xian, while the lobby already smells suspicious. Then the brown-haired girl tries to play innocent, smiling through pure panic, and the black-suited man admits yesterday's drinking led to one embarrassing mistake, so she instantly assumes some ex-girlfriend chaos, which is adorable and reckless, while he apologizes with that cold, careful tone, looking way too composed. Her confidence detonates next, arms crossed as she shudders at his old-fashioned speech, and he just stares at the laptop, asking what exactly is happening. She fires back that his words feel ancient, practically museum piece behavior, and the black-suited man lowers his head, silently taking the hit like a pro. Yesung walks in at 23, looking harmless, which is always a terrible sign. The room dares to mock his age, and he rewards them with silence. His warning lands clean. Weaklings get eaten here, so naturally she tests him. She praises his old-fashioned vibe, then acts shocked when he accepts it calmly. Time cuts forward, and the lobby starts its formal circus of introductions. With a new assistant manager announced, everyone suddenly remembers manners exist. First comes Waiter Hoon, all smiles and zero suspicion. Like that helps. Then Waiter Cheol follows, cool as ever, while Ryan keeps the spotlight. The manager smugly admires Ryan's face, because apparently professionalism died today. Xian Chuang Sujong finally appears, proving panic can still look polished. Aaron wastes no time, grilling the manager's age, all bold and smug, while Yoonji swoons over his looks, because subtlety apparently quit today. Dohee stays cool on the sidelines, and the lobby finally feels official, with Yanwoo greeting him politely, as if this circus needed manners. Then the glasses-wearing supervisor pokes at his real name, fishing for drama, but everyone gets shut down fast when manager Kim Shiho is established, and the room loosens up into gossip, admiration, and reckless flirting, while the black-haired manager just takes it, looking annoyingly composed. 1 month later, He's on the phone while paperwork piles up around him, and the new assistant answers obediently, proving the hierarchy finally stuck. The manager walks into the mess mid-closure, and the room instantly stiffens, while the pink-clad staffer turns, realizing today's awkwardness came early, because the black-suited boss already looks like he knows every ugly secret, and the supervisor smugly explains the fake report routine like it's tradition, meaning corrupt calls, counterfeit accusations, and jail threats are all standard now. But the manager only smirks, because this circus clearly picked the wrong fall guy. Then the staff start pressing him on whether operations can survive without the boss, and the answer is a bleak little masterpiece of fear, sabotage, and protection money, as the glasses-wearing woman gently warns this is his first manager's mess, while the blonde coworker steps in, trying to end the drama before it gets worse. At this karaoke bar, even leaving is a luxury these smug regulars question, yet the black-haired manager just stands there, saying nothing, which is terrifying, because outside, the place already wears that dead-eyed, after-hours look, and the sign keeps glowing like it knows trouble is about to return, as the crowd drifts off with their usual cheap bravado and tomorrow promises, leaving the entrance looking abandoned, almost offended by how ordinary this mess is, until the neon sign flashes again, like the building itself heard the warning. Then the silence cracks, and the whole hallway feels suddenly hunted, because that manager's stare turns colder, sharper, and way too confident for comfort, meaning somebody's about to learn this bar closes people down, not out. Inside the dim hall, that suited manager arrives like bad news with hardware, while the bar's neon sign still burns, mocking everyone's fake calm tonight, and the staff panics because the door stayed open, which is hilarious. Then Do Kyung-goo's detention status gets questioned, proving somebody already lied, as the caller stiffens, realizing this headache has a name now. Great. And the locked handle gets checked like trust issues finally learned manners. From the surveillance room, the place looks sterile, secretive, and thoroughly guilty. Before the door swings and the whole setup starts smelling like trouble, then the urgent report lands, because the sign's light is still on, and the smug lounge crook gets shut down for thinking phones fix anything. Hess already regretting handing the business to Director Yu, and wow, what a surprise. When the whole crew starts panicking over a locked door and fresh lies, Sua's excuse gets buried fast, as the family tragedy rumors come clawing back, and the missing Gangnam guy becomes the new nightmare nobody can dodge, because one look at the bar boss is enough to remind everyone who vanished. While the staff keeps gossiping about Do Kyung-gu like secrecy is a group project, then the obnoxious supervisors finally snap, sending Tae-chong in to clean chaos, only to get a nervous yes from the office, proving confidence is optional, as the manager pieces together Yoon Song-tae's brutality and the cover-up, and the command lands hard. Send Tae-chong over, because subtlety died first. Kim Shiho clocks Tae-chang's overkill, because subtlety already died, while the black-clad manager sits like this mess is his favorite hobby. Then the street bosses start squirming, realizing swagger won't save them, as the convoy rolls in, turning one quiet alley into a siege. Tae-chong arrives first, all hard edges and borrowed authority, naturally, and the smaller crew freezes. Because confidence looks hilarious up close, the whole squad piles out next, fanning around the vans like amateurs, but the manager already mapped the brutality and the cover-up together, so he orders Tae-chang over, making the cleanup sound embarrassingly official, and that's when everyone remembers, bad plans still need bodies. The street crew crowds the lane, bats ready, and confidence already smells fake. Then the convoy rumbles in, turning one alley into a public execution. Tae-chang's arrival lands like paperwork for violence, which is embarrassing, honestly, and the smaller thugs instantly shrink. Because swagger is useless in close-up, the bald captain steps forward, trying to look dangerous instead of cornered, but even his face says the bravado is cracking under pressure, while the leader gets boxed in by his own men in panic. From behind, the whole setup reads like amateurs pretending to run a siege. Then even the boss chewing gum looks calmer than his expression, because everybody suddenly realizes these quiet people were never quiet at all. Tae-chang's arrival makes this whole raid feel professionally pathetic, and the first goons instantly fold, because bravado hates paperwork. The bald boss tries to look composed, but his face betrays him, while his men stand there, realizing their weapons solved absolutely nothing. Then the crew spots a fresh stranger, and panic gets interesting. The black-haired newcomer stays unreadable, giving them pure silence instead, which somehow sounds more threatening than their own cheap intimidation. So the tougher thug laughs it off, pretending he still controls this, but even he starts doubting the new guy story, which is adorable, because nobody here notices they're already losing before the real fight starts. The bald boss acts tough, demanding they teach him a lesson, but that swagger drops fast once the first weapon lands uselessly, and suddenly the whole crew crowds the entrance, baseball bats ready. Then one hand alone catches the pipe, freezing their confidence dead, because the so-called leader is already sweating behind that fragile glare, while the black-haired newcomer stands there, silent enough to feel illegal, and that silence gets worse as the light flicks on nearby, revealing a manager-level menace who looks way too calm for this mess, making the whole thing feel like a corrupt relationship built on fear, and the door finally opens, as if panic itself got invited in. Once that kind of relationship forms, reversal gets laughably impossible, and the bald enforcer's dead-eyed grip on the pipe proves it, because today's order is simple: seal the entrance and smother escape, while one careful hand clicks the door shut, like sealing a coffin, so the whole corridor turns into a staged ambush for the crowd, until Yahello stands there with bat and pole, absurdly calm, which makes the crew's bravado collapse into nervous little footwork, and the leader's face twists as he starts calling everyone trapped, only for Yahello to dismiss them as rats who walked in willingly. Then the bald thug's stunned protest lands, and the trap laughs back. Yahello's eye narrows, and the arena finally realizes who walked in. The Kendo hall locks into place, like a coffin with better lighting. Even his stare feels lethal, and the trash talk starts aging badly. Two swords rise, but he's already treating them like tomorrow's firewood. 4 years back, the dojo crowd looked tougher, until reality checked them. University Kendo finally announces Yahello's entrance, and everybody braces. Then comes the legend comparison, because apparently Hez built to embarrass prodigies. The challengers swing hard, but their pride gets shattered on contact. Yahello's two-style technique tears through their guard, proving the gap is obscene. And just to seal the humiliation, Yuta Shinsuke still isn't in his league. Nito Ryu hits like a cheat code, and Yahello looks bored already, because this style is built for mobs, turning crowds into scrap, and the dojo flashback proves it worked years ago, before anyone got cute. Now the University Kendo stage finally gets his entrance, plus the Yuta comparison, which is hilarious, since legends only exist to make prodigies feel average. Then the first rush dies instantly, their pride shattered on contact, as two-sword pressure tears through the formation, leaving the tough guys panicking. Yahello keeps the defense clean, then snaps a wrist with Shoto, while Chudansei slams the front line flat, and the leader spirals, because the real horror is simple. He's already attacking the man behind him. The ambush starts breaking apart, and Yahello's face says this is already over, while the leader's pathetic taunts land like wet paper, because nobody's impressed anymore. Then the first wave gets launched across the hall, their courage evaporating on contact, and the floor turns into a graveyard of suits, bats, and bruised pride. As Yahello shifts cleanly into the next angle, calm enough to look insulting, while the remaining fools panic, realizing their numbers were never the advantage. Then the real monster appears in profile, silent, unreadable, and absurdly fast, and the whole formation collapses as Yahello changes position mid-chaos, leaving even the spectators stunned that Kendo can move this violently, because by the end, the entire crew is down, and the legend barely blinked. Boss-level panic, because the so-called cleanup was never finished. And now the bald mercenary looks wrecked, still clutching his bat like hope, while the black-clad challenger just stares, saying everything with that silence, forcing the leader to spit out excuses, which honestly lands like a plea. Then Yahello snaps in, reads the opening, and buries the first counter, leaving the bald thug sweating through his confidence, which is frankly overdue. As the pole and baton clash, his whole crew starts folding embarrassingly, and the idiots finally realize they are not fighting some random rookie, because that glare says the angle changed, and the next hit is coming. So when the leader raises his weapon again, he is already cooked. The feint lands cleanly, dragging his focus exactly where they wanted, and that single mistake gives Yahello the opening nobody else deserved. The bald brute eats the first strike, then starts leaking regret and blood, while the leader watches, stunned, as his big plan turns into a collapse. Yahello stays cold, and the room finally notices who is really dangerous. One more hit sends the weapon dropping, and the thug folds at his feet. The black-clad fighter barely turns, already making the rest look amateurish. In the brighter hall, the aftermath is ugly, with bodies scattered everywhere. Even the survivors can only stare, because their confidence got buried first. And just like that, the room erupts in applause for the monster they mocked. Inside the arena, Yahello's stillness turns applause into nervous worship, while the suit-clad leader just stares, realizing his swagger aged terribly, because the black-clad fighter barely breathes, then makes the hallway feel expensive, and that tiny twitch of his mouth says the whole room got outplayed. With weapon lowered, Ye Shiho stands over wreckage, like a bored executioner, leaving mercenaries scattered everywhere, proving the big plan was clown makeup. Cut to the city skyline, where the aftermath already feels historic, as Kim Chi sits coldly, absorbing the fallout like he predicted it, and the station whispers that Tae Chang's crew got flattened, surprisingly elegant, because Do Kyunga's side dragged in mercenaries, and the cover-up starts cracking. Mercenaries? Yeah, that's the problem nobody wanted to name. While Kim Chi sits there, cool as ice, pretending this circus is normal, the hidden crew finally snaps, deciding rebellion sounds smarter than hiding, and the table math gets ugly fast, because charging in is exactly the trap. The black-haired strategist calmly warns them, as if their genius needed subtitles, then immediately gets the board, obviously, representative treatment from the room, so he resets, says they need to assess the situation first, and doubles down with a fist-tight promise that the words will travel. Outside, the karaoke alley sits in smug silence, like nothing just exploded, but the glasses-wearing boss already knows the cover-up is starting to rot. The manager's cold answer lands, and Juan's story suddenly looks shaky, because the room already knows he hid behind orders, not brains, but Ye Shiho just tilts the pressure back, exposing every excuse, then calmly reminds him, he's only the store manager, nothing bigger, and the broken leader can only mutter obedience, looking smaller by the second, while Shiho shrugs, finally understanding the cleanup was the real battlefield, since most of the store survived, and the damage was barely worth bragging about, meaning the real point was never the furniture, it was control, so the manager takes the phone, treats the whole mess like inventory, and Juan's ego keeps sinking beside the broom, absolutely priceless. That shattered phone says enough, so now the payout becomes damage control, and the message lands hard. It belongs to Shion, so quit pretending, because the scarred-haired manager warns a war is coming, and nobody laughs, not even the dark-haired skeptic, who hears it and instantly regrets asking, since the whole disaster traces back to the manager's order, conveniently humble, while the room becomes a storage closet of leftovers, not some epic showdown, and the black-haired guy just sits there, soaking up the fallout like genius. Then the account, card, and phone get handed over like a tax on obedience, with every charge tied to his name, plus the be grateful treatment, and finally he kicks everyone out, proving this battlefield was paperwork. Ye Shiho's calm little pardon lands like a blade in the silence, while the report from Director Yu's side sounds like desperate bribery, but the leader learns, painfully, he can't even hand over Ye Shiho, because keeping him around would just hand enemies a convenient excuse, and now the room watches that genius excuse crumble into pure embarrassment. So Ye Shiho flips the script. There's another way, and it's colder. The broken man can only stare, because his bluff died before dinner, as Ye Shiho declares any future contact will be answered with force, then sits there like a judge, exhausted by idiots pretending they matter. And just like that, the so-called war becomes paperwork with a body count. The pressure spikes as Ye Shiho mocks the leader's logic. And the hallway answer stays cold. Maybe, maybe not, but good luck proving it. Then the boast gets absurd, because somebody's top-tier history enters the chat, like a mountain summit lecture aimed at amateurs pretending to be dangerous. The suit-clad clown keeps looking tougher than his arguments, which is adorable, until Ye Shiho frames the whole gap like Kendo versus street trivia. And yes, the lesson lands. These errant escape targets, their problems, while the leader hangs his head, realizing his bravado aged terribly, because the real answer is simple, and Ye Shiho already accepted it, so now the room gets the final warning, and nobody's laughing. Until recently, Seoul split cleanly between Chanyi and Donghae factions, then Chanyi's chairman vanished, and the succession circus started immediately. Do Hyun's push cost Woo Damon his life, and the room remembered, with his daughter inheriting the shares, while the surviving factions pretended mercy. Gangnam then got carved up, and the new order smelled suspiciously convenient, because Ji-hee rejected gangster logic, tried handing everything to Jong Pyong-wook, yet Pyong-wook only cared about Ji-hee's safety, not the paperwork drama. 17 subgroups stayed untouched, until Gold Trading Company became the problem, the place Ye Shiho once worked, now lurking behind this ugly mess, and all director-looking confidence could do was sigh into a paper cup. In the hideout, the crack of confidence finally fractures, and the Snoop spots trouble, because this all ties back to Yoon Sang-tae's involvement, buried in that nightmare, where the crew first gathered at Gold Trading Company, acting like owners already, until one loudmouth claimed Seoul was just a piggy bank for expansion, conveniently ignoring reality. Then another questioned whether handing power to Jung Pyong-wook meant simply inviting Do Hyun's takeover, But the answer stayed brutally simple. Keep feeding Jung Pyungwook, then seize Seoul next. And when someone called that fantasy out, the smug boss nearly short-circuited. Rookie indeed. Because the dark-haired planner never blinked, just stared through the whole delusion, while the room got ordered to stop whining and manage the businesses properly, and Director Yu sat there, looking unbothered, like corruption was just office work. Even Kim Gunwoo shows up preaching obedience, gold-trading smug, second in command, and the room gets reminded he once outranked Yoon Song-tae, which is cute, because the real monster just sits there, calling them cowards with surgical calm, while their best reply is panic, like confidence evaporated on contact. Then the whole board flips as bodies drop, and the fool keeps babbling about Director Yu's little nerves trick, as if that somehow makes him safe, but the assault's already dead, and the boss starts losing his mind, because that night, the screams begin tearing through the neighborhood, non-stop, until one stunned witness steps outside, watching the masked killer stand over chaos, and the pathetic question lands last, because yes, Hez the one. The corridor's packed with hooded thugs, while their target stays annoyingly composed. Then one reckless challenger gets launched away, and the room instantly regrets volunteering. Another charge turns into a blur of steel and panic, because subtlety died immediately. That same bruised brute still lunges, only to eat a brutal counter and fold. Even when he spits threats at the black-haired fighter, the answer is pure humiliation. His confidence collapses on the floor, with pathetic wheezing doing all the talking. Now the blonde manager stands over the wreckage, making the leader's face go dead, and the smirk vanishes as another clean strike drops the next loudmouth, proving nothing was ever close. Cut to the station, where officers casually explain Yoon Sang-tae's takeover and Gunwoo's fallout, so the new guy hears the obvious truth. Somebody above the president still runs everything. Jung Pyung-wook's empire is collapsing fast, and Yoon Song-tae already owns 14 branches, so the room immediately wonders when this outsider got attached to him, because that answer is ugly, just the day after the boss died. And the real humiliation is hearing which 3 organizations still resist takeover, only for the sharp glasses elite to ask why that even matters, while the black-haired monster insists they should unite first, as if respect was optional, which obviously fails, since the smug veteran calls it nonsense and tells him to get lost. Yet that same silence in his stare says the room is already losing. Then the manager notices the business card clue, and the whole mood shifts instantly, because the second he turns, even the cocky elder realizes he's been outplayed. Back in the apartment, the brown-haired girl freezes over her pink phone, because the damage sent her spiraling, and the whole place feels awkward already. Then Kim Chi coolly offers compensation, like this mess is just paperwork, and she leans in, testing whether Appa will actually pay up, only for him to admit he bought that thing 3 days ago. So now the apology lands hard, with his face saying, "Fair enough," but she still demands a note, because trust apparently needs documentation, while he cuts her off, insisting there's no time and they must move. From the couch, the complaint turns frantic, since those guys ignore everything, and just like that, the room learns they already ran away. The report lands first, and yes, they escaped before anyone could grab them. Then Do Kyung-gu is brought up, already turning apologies into a formal headache, while the blonde manager just listens like this mess is still manageable, and the answer is simple: push forward, because hesitation only feeds cowards. In the apartment hallway, the brown-haired woman corners Kim Chi over the broken phone, so he offers compensation on the spot, even drafting a promissory note, which she immediately inspects, acting offended while obviously loving the leverage, but he snaps the whole exchange shut, refusing to waste another second. Then she notices the shaky, hidden layers underneath his cold stare, and now even her curiosity looks small beside the grief sitting behind him. The apartment joke lands like a trap, and she laughs first, smugly, while Kim Chi sits there looking bored enough to file a complaint. Then the compensation card appears, and suddenly her little victory evaporates, because he is apparently serious, and that ruins her whole teasing routine. She doubles back with fake curiosity, poking at his plans and whereabouts, but he shuts it down so cleanly the room feels professionally embarrassed. Behind the noise, the supervisor keeps hurrying them along, desperate for order, and the labor crew explanation only makes the whole setup sound more ridiculous. She still reaches for answers, but his stare says this conversation is over. Then he sends her away, promising explanations later, like a man with receipts. Inside Gangnam Job Agency, Kim Gunwoo studies his phone, calm as a shark. The brunette corners him, and his cold profile makes her curiosity wobble. He casually claims the workers are coming soon, and her confidence instantly cracks. She turns, stunned, while he gives her that silent, dauntest me stare. Behind the desk, The glasses supervisor keeps this circus moving with corporate swagger. The office phone chat lands. And even the desk sounds busier than the people. Kim Gunwoo answers like the boss, because apparently embarrassment works in management. Outside, the building line screams construction and move in, showing the territory spread. Then the warning drops. That guy sounds familiar, so now there's a problem. And just like that, the teasing ends, because receipts beat attitude every time. The supervisor starts smoothing the mess over, promising it'll be handled soon, but the gossip keeps spreading, and even his own answer sounds shaky, because Ye Shiho is already cutting through the nonsense with brotherly suspicion, while the corporate middleman clings to the window like this is normal business. Then Yoon Song-tae's massive alliance gets dragged into the conversation, and suddenly, everyone remembers size matters less when a monster is quietly taking notes, so the suit-clad leader panics about payback, betraying his whole tough guy act, and the glasses supervisor casually tells him to slow down, as if fear's optional, because Ye Shiho has already decided to see what kind of guy he is, and now the poor fool has to answer, while the trap closes in. The boss already smelled disaster, because Yoon Song-tae's name means annihilation. So he plans to bait him, while pretending this nightmare is manageable. 20 minutes earlier, the office already knew who was coming. That alone turned Side Gangnam Employment Agency into a very expensive panic room. Then the manager arrives, all black-clad calm and zero apology. Naturally. And the suit-clad leader starts babbling about not destroying everything, how brave. Ye Shiho just stares him down, making the coward sweat through his bravado. Meanwhile, the stairwell echoes with incoming footsteps, like doom on schedule. Inside, the whole room of cronies watches their fearless boss melt in real time, and the first question lands, polite on the surface, lethal underneath. Ye Shiho's entrance hits like a silent threat, and the room goes still. The golf bag sits there like a joke nobody dares laugh at now. Even the employment agency feels smaller when he says he wants work. The phone rings, and Panic starts wearing a suit in broad daylight. The boss answers like a man trying to pretend the floor isn't collapsing, but the new manager calmly shuts him down. All icy control and zero mercy. Then he casually mentions escaping again, proving this wasn't luck, just habit. The bald thug freaks out, because apparently catching Kim Tae-chong was the headline. That smug little crew suddenly sounds desperate, begging him to wait a second. And just like that, the hunters look hunted, which is frankly embarrassing. The phone clicks alive, and the office immediately starts sweating. Panic spreads fast, while the bald boss pretends delay is still power. Then Ye Shiho shuts that fantasy down, calm as ever, and unbearable. Even the wait excuse cracks when the brother finally gets named. Across town, the smug office watcher is already enjoying the collapse. Ye Shiho keeps swinging through the building, turning doors into confetti. The noise reaches the seated suit, and his confidence visibly evaporates. By the time the stairwell answer arrives, everyone sounds ridiculous. He keeps climbing anyway, like this place was built for his entrance. And downstairs, the boss finally panics, realizing the disaster is upstairs. The suit clown finally realizes Ye Shiho is not bluffing, and that's when the crowbar sermon turns his whole crew into furniture, because the black-clad monster stays standing, bleeding, and annoyingly composed, while the leader's bravado gets shredded across a bloody hallway. Then the office gambler panics as the stronger man gets named, and every noisy little thump downstairs suddenly sounds like doom arriving. Since Ye Shiho keeps advancing, treating their hideout like his own runway, leaving the bald idiot on the floor to regret every bad life choice, until the order finally comes to drag him in, and the captain caves, because upstairs is no longer tense, it's a full-blown execution schedule. Ye Shiho coolly waits at the manager's desk, phone in hand, unsettling everyone. Then the cowardly boss keeps asking why he still hasn't shown up, because apparently this genius thought delay would save his territory. Cute. One look from Ye Shiho wipes that confidence clean off his face. Outside, the rumor of Site Gangnam hits harder than any warning ever could, and now the whole crew freezes, realizing the monster is already inside. The leader's hand starts shaking, because bravado died the second Ye Shiho arrived. Rain pounds overhead while the hallway fills with that funeral-level silence. Every single shoe step sounds heavier, like judgment walking in formation. And in the reflection, even his glasses can't hide the fact he's finished. Rain hammers the yard while Ye Shiho stands above the frozen crew, and one stunned mutter about Lee Sung-cheol lands like a bad omen. The leader's grin is already cracking, because old family tricks fail here, and the whole crowd wants an explanation for this ridiculous disaster. Then comes the warning about Chang Su, Site Gangnam's president, arriving. But the irony is hilarious, because plenty more reinforcements already surround him, and the swaggering boss suddenly looks like he ate a reality check. Since this is nothing like the rumor mill he was bragging about. So the easy push-aside plan sounds cute, until the thug math collapses. And Do Kyung-goo's name seals it, while Kim Gun-woo's side starts falling. Ye Shiho's warning lands hard, quietly boosting Yoon Song-tae's rise. Which is hilarious, because the easy takeover plan is already rotting. Then the pressure shifts, and the bluffing boss starts sounding desperate, with Do Kyung-goo's name circling the room like a death sentence. Meanwhile, the blood-stained hideout proves somebody already got thoroughly folded, and the room's first reaction is pure disbelief, not courage. The next confession admits mercenaries were expected, then grossly misread, because 40 to 50 people are already moving in there. So the smug genius gets reduced to just bait. Brilliant strategy, truly. And the final question exposes why he never ran. That's the look of a man realizing the room already knows, and in this hideout, nobody's impressed by his little power pose. They keep circling old respect, but the mood turns embarrassingly desperate, because his rank meant nothing once the fear started leaking out. Then the flashback cuts in, and the grief hits harder than any threat, a quiet memory of family loss. All warm smiles and broken leftovers. Back in the room, even the manager's businesslike calm feels like a flex, while the hooded boss finally snaps, cursing like that changes anything. The next blow lands without mercy, and the entrance gets erased. So yeah, the bluff ended here, and the weak link got exposed. The hallway erupts as suit-wearing thugs flood in, all swagger and zero survival instinct, but their charge collapses when the first bodies stagger back, posture already ruined. Even the fallen glasses sell the joke, because intimidation just hit the floor, and there stands Do Kyung-gu, boxed in yet colder than their entire crew, while the ringleader starts panicking, mocking survival like his bluff still matters, because Kyung-gu answers with pure, calm, sounding busy with life and unfinished business. That tone drives the leader feral, snapping insults as if tantrums equal power. Then Kyung-gu moves, and the room finally remembers who brought the blade. The gang gets launched backward like trash, their confidence scattered across the corridor, and outside, the storm keeps raging, fitting for a crew this thoroughly humiliated. Under the storm, one glance says the fight already went sideways, and the runner's escape through the tower lobby looks pathetic now, because inside, the bald crew watches their brave act collapse into silence, while Kim Gun-woo panics over Yoon Song-tae, suddenly remembering consequences. Then he starts whining about betrayal and money, like that excuse is weakness, and the bald chief looks genuinely stunned, as if courage ever helped him. The phone keeps trembling, carrying Kim Gun-woo's name straight into the humiliation, because every excuse dies the moment that furious face finally hardens, and the ceiling shakes with tension, not courage, as everyone freezes, leaving the whole room trapped under one ugly truth: they're already owned. Ye Shiho's fist lands first, and the room instantly remembers fear, while the next blow folds another brute like cheap paper. The bald-backed crew watches their confidence evaporate, which is embarrassing, because their big plan was apparently to bully the one guy built different, and now the whole mob is collapsing around him in perfect humiliation, each counter-strike snapping through their line before they can even blink, as another suit-clad idiot swings wild and gets shut down hard. Then Ye Shiho keeps moving, untouchable, turning their charge into a massacre. The leader finally starts screaming about consequences, which is hilarious now, because the only thing left standing is his regret and their wreckage. One startled glance later, the whole room realizes trouble just found Ye Shiho, because his first strike cuts clean through their courage, and then the next, and the suit-clad idiots keep charging like speed would save stupidity, which it never does. So he twists through their line, drops one man hard, and leaves another gasping, while the bald-backed crew panics. Swinging bats like that suddenly makes them dangerous, except Ye Shiho keeps carving forward. And their loudest leader starts sounding hilarious, since every attempted grab, guard, and cheap shot gets erased at the doorway, and the corridor turns into a neat little funeral for their confidence, one body at a time. Even the final blast leaves a blood-smeared thug folded under his own bad judgment, because the mob came to bully a target, and got introduced to humiliation instead. The corridor is already a massacre, and Ye Shiho keeps landing the first ugly truth, while the suit-clad clown shrieks insults from above, pretending confidence still exists. But every hand on the rail gets checked, because speed keeps humiliating them, and their smug leader finally raises his bat like that changes anything. Then the whole crew blurs into panic, all motion and zero control, as one thug folds hard, face first into the floor, confidence leaking everywhere. Another gets smashed so cleanly the hallway sounds like a cheap victory bell, and the leader is left clutching his face, realizing bravery was rented, while Ye Shiho plants one boot on the wreckage, calm as a tax audit. Then the manager reveal lands with a phone box, making this humiliation official. One filthy hit drops the arrogant crew, and the room goes silent. Their leader panics, barking nonsense, as Ye Shiho keeps advancing anyway. Then another brute folds, proving swagger means nothing against speed. The whole hallway becomes a disaster zone, and dignity dies with it. Memory cuts to Gangneung, where grief still hangs over one family. Ye Shiho blurs through attackers, while the old loss keeps echoing. Back at the apartment, the Hyungtalk turns into awkward recognition. Ye Shiho casually offers food and shelter, refusing payment like it's charity. The funeral accusation lands next, exposing how badly someone shattered them. Then the suit-clad coward threatens Yoon Song-tae, because fear is his only skill. For years, Ye Shiho sat above everyone, smug as a mountain king, and now he's promising to drag those losers into submission, because in his world, weak trash isn't challenged. It's corrected. Then the hallway becomes a slaughterhouse, his speed humiliating every thug, while the so-called leaders fold like paper, their confidence instantly evaporating. One especially shocked bastard realizes this fighter is pure nightmare fuel, and suddenly the whole crew understands they picked the wrong monster. Because Ye Shiho isn't playing in their pathetic little league, so he heads toward that again room, making the place sweat, and every step screams that their territory just got claimed. Rainy streets drown under umbrellas, hiding Ye Shiho's takeover from coward eyes, yet his expression stays dead calm, like he already owns the district. Inside, the wrecked leader stares up at him, freshly humbled and useless, while the hallway serves up bodies, proving his control was a joke. The CEO sign flashes next, reminding everyone who really funds this circus. Then Kim Gunwoo steps in, stylish as ever, clutching that premium phone. Hearing the name Kim Gunwoo flips his smug little grin into alarm, because that name suddenly drags old memories and betrayal into daylight. His side starts panicking about. Again, and Yoon managers, men flooding in, and Ye Shiho just smirks, making fear answer every single call. Ye Shiho treats the wrecked hallway like his personal lobby, letting the battered crew live, while demanding compensation for Again's damage. And that smug little speech just lands harder on their pride, because apparently, the man casually stacks bodies, then keeps talking like a cleanup invoice, until Kim Gunwoo shows up, and the leader's confidence collapses on contact, since that name drags up betrayal, old fear, and the Irium split he ran from, so now has panicking about Yoon's people, and that ugly takeover coming back, while Ye Shiho reminds him Irium still isn't conquered, and still doesn't fear him. Then he coolly orders the remodeling costs prepared, like this chaos is routine, and ends the call with one brutal message. The new manager runs everything. The boss wants Lee Song-cheol crippled, and everyone's suddenly auditioning for cruelty, but Ye Shiho shuts that nonsense down, because panic always sounds stupid in daylight. He acts like Lee Song-cheol is harmless, which is adorable coming from cowards. Then the logic gets uglier, since Yoon Song-tae's name can still freeze rooms, so Ye Shiho obliterates him first, turning the furniture into proof of dominance. The whole thing is over in flashes, and the leader's body just folds under impact. By the time the dust settles, Ye Shiho is still standing there, annoyingly calm. He starts calling it strategy, explaining why the detention center and Taechong failed. Do Gyeonggu was too obedient to matter, so he got shoved aside like clutter. Then Kim Gunwoo appears, and the crushed crew realizes the takeover is already here. So now they're whispering that Kim Gunwoo engineered this whole mess, and the Paranoid Genius Act only proves someone's absolutely terrified of betrayal, while Gunwoo lounges there like he owns the room, which is irritatingly smug, because the so-called new manager answer lands with zero panic and even less respect. Then Ye Shiho drops the whole "I had nowhere else to go" excuse, casually confirming he came back, and that half the crew already folded without trying, which somehow impresses him more than their survival, as if cowardice counts. Then he coolly asks if they cleared the place alone, sipping like this is a briefing, and the real dagger lands when he links Yoon Sang-tae to the family slaughter, leaving the leader stunned, because even his intimidation just got buried. Ye Shiho steps in like the hallway already belongs to him, boots loud, and that grudge-filled suit brother realizes the old swagger is suddenly expensive, because the handshake comes with zero fear, just cold deal-making, while Ye Shiho floats the Yoon Song-tae hunt like it's a group project, and even the room's kingpin can only lock in and accept it. Then the scene jumps outside to K Entertainment, all glass and money, where Ye Shiho has already settled into the manager's chair with that staff, turning a simple office visit into a takeover nobody can loudly resist, until the CEO finally arrives, and the door opens on pure tension, and Ye Shiho casually orders the seating, because of course he does. In K Entertainment's glossy war room, Ye Shiho plants himself like the new boss, while the nervous executive caves instantly, inviting him closer to bargain. and Kim Gunwoo sits there pretending this isn't already Ye Shiho's room because Ye Shiho calmly demands the full Sight Gangnam rundown, no sugarcoating, so the embarrassed suit finally admits the whole mess started with one intruder who smashed the place, forced to clean up, and dragged their timing into ruin. Then the conversation turns to Kim Gunwoo's gang, already beaten outside, since they returned after realizing Ye Shiho had reached the scene first, and Ye Shiho just keeps looming there, staff in hand, until the name drops, Chang-soo, and suddenly the room feels even more trapped than before. Ye Shiho flatly accepts the CEO label, and the room tenses, while the suit blames himself, admitting he's 45, not 55, then the outsider needles director Yu's age gap, just to sting harder, and the suit, sweating through his dignity, scrambles to reject that title, but Ye Shiho leans in anyway, dragging out the humiliating question, making the boss look like a chair-bound hostage in his own office, because the same brat already crushed Kim Gunwoo's crew outside, so now even the staff know Ye Shiho owns the room, and the hostage gets forced to choose between dying here or obeying Chang-soo. He caves in fast, promising to obey, because the room already belongs to Shiho, and outside, the whole building feels like a stage for another humiliating takeover. Then the crew reaches room 507, where the manager is waiting like trouble, inviting them in with that smug calm, as if he owns the apocalypse. And there stands Ye Shiho, same cold face, same effortless pressure, dragging the truth out, that this place isn't ordinary, since doctors here quietly sell people out, so the patients become targets, the wounds become evidence, and the staff just watch, before the bedridden man gets told to stay down, because even resistance looks pathetic now, and when he finally asks what happened, the answer is simple. Chang-soo got cornered, so manager Won Chang-soo apparently tipped them off, and that's already suspicious, because even his betrayal still leaves him weirdly nostalgic for old family business, which is exactly why he starts talking about switching sides like it's a rescue plan, while that black-suited kid just stares back, silent, as if this mess is obvious. Then the story jumps outside to the tower, where the takeover feels absurdly organized, and the suited runner gets cornered by pedestrians, looking like a man made of bad decisions, with every sweaty excuse collapsing under that one brutal glare, pure humiliation, so the new arrangement becomes simple. Kim Gunwoo will cooperate, then help arrange Namyangju, and the leader's priceless what, says everything, because Chang-soo's already been boxed in. Ye Shiho's staff snaps down, and the room's confidence with it. The suit-clad boss freezes, sweating like bravery just filed for bankruptcy. Then the demand lands. Use him to cut off Kim Gunwoo. The black-clad kid barely reacts, because this power play is obvious. Next comes the order to call outside, framing suspicion as defection. Nice plan, really, if humiliation were a formal business strategy, and when the staff rises again, the warning gets painfully simple. Try anything funny, and the answer will be violence on receipt. By the end, even the leader's face says he's already been owned. At first, the boss is already sweating through his courage, and for good reason, because Ye Shiho's voice turns that power grab into a survival lesson. Then the order lands to use him against Kim Gunwoo, conveniently disguised as strategy, while the call-out about defection proves this crew loves cowardice with paperwork, and when the black-haired newcomer answers, the mystery finally gets a name. Chang-soo is pulled into the spotlight, asked to play traitor for their little circus, but Ye Shiho just smirks, because threats only matter when they actually work. The suit-clad leader looks wrecked, realizing this welcome is really a takeover, and the whole room gets the message, obey now, or get folded immediately. The call opens with rank games, and Iram's name gets dragged into the mess, but the answer comes out obedient. Because this crew loves cowardice with paperwork, then Ye Shiho takes over the line, tossing in CEO Yoon like a loaded gun, while lounging in that oversized office seat. He makes disrespect look expensive, and with one lazy smirk, he practically invites the pressure to keep coming. Because if CEO Yoon is calling, Ye Shiho's already one step ahead. Outside, the city skyline screams power, the kind built on old grudges, and in the elevator, he casually warns that some team made a tiny mistake. The doors start closing, the whole floor feeling the squeeze of that mistake. Then comes the final insult, a mockery of reconciliation, like betrayal has manners. Ye Shiho casually throws out 100 million, like pocket change, then listens on the phone, expression unreadable, as pressure backfires, while the room freezes at that tiny number, realizing he's mocking them, and the office opens up like a stage, everyone watching the flex, so the old boss raises the stakes with 300 million in cash, but Ye Shiho barely blinks, asking if that absurd pile is all. Then he sweetens the insult by offering bonds or collateral instead, because apparently he'll deliver the money himself, like this is routine. The leader laughs through clenched nerves, promising the location later, and Ye Shiho seals it for 3 days, at 7. No nonsense. The call dies mid-flex, and the room starts measuring Ye Shiho's calm, because the ridiculous office game now looks like his playground, not theirs. Then the suit-clad boss gets dragged into obeying Wan Chang-su, while Ye Shiho casually seals the date, 3 days later at 7, and the hidden caller passes the message like a corporate threat. CEO Yoon's busy, he implies, so they'd better stop posturing now. Meanwhile, the office turns theatrical, with furniture getting moved on command, and Ye Shiho grins like extortion just became a scheduling problem, as the station side quietly shifts into cleanup mode. Very embarrassing, because even Chang-su's name surfaces, and nobody's acting tough anymore. In this polished office, the brown-haired woman starts demanding the president, all attitude and zero patience, but the black-haired manager blocks her, claiming temporary control because the real boss is injured. Then she coldly pushes a 3-day shutdown, basically billing him for the inconvenience. How generous, while he stares her down from the desk, realizing this business talk is actually extortion with nicer lighting, and she leans in, smirking at his panic like this is some adorable little negotiation game, because now even his stiff expression cracks, as if confidence just got evicted from the building. She keeps twisting the knife, asking for compensation, and he admits he has nothing, tragically broke and dramatic, so she flips the whole script and demands a date instead, leaving him visibly confused. Poor guy. Then the moving store order lands too, and he just takes it, because obedience suddenly sounds safer. By nightfall, the city skyline watches the whole power shift turn into humiliating corporate cleanup. Really, deferring to him, lands, and the office suddenly feels less polite. He says Yoon Songtas busy in 3 days, Namyanggu conveniently becoming the escape window. Then he admits a deal is involved, because apparently extortion now wears a tie. The so-called business move comes with a grin, and trust gets treated like a joke. Yoon Sang-tae gets labeled a snake, so resistance turns into desperate logistics. He calmly promises enough force, while the old man keeps sipping like this is harmless. Then he adds Sun Minhyuk and Sun Jinsik, casually expanding the disaster roster. Chang-su enters the equation too, described as a friend stronger than him. That only makes the question uglier, because this friend seems tied to family revenge, and the old man finally gets it, realizing the target is drowning in private hell. He's the kind of man who survives purely out of spite, sipping tea like death itself already filed for overtime. And then the verdict lands. The target isn't living, just enduring, trapped in eternal agony, while plotting revenge on Yoon Song-tae. Meanwhile, the whole scene shifts to a ridiculous pink restaurant, where a smiling waitress sells the meal like it's a miracle, and the poor guy beside her can only crumble under the pressure, because the dessert act keeps getting sweeter, which is honestly sinister, as the woman insists sacrifice might be necessary, with that cheerful horror, since he's got nothing left to protect, only pain to lose. Fate hangs in the dark, and the bitter verdict lands first. Then the city strolls on, pretending this awkward little reunion is normal, while Kim Chi and the brown-haired woman keep dragging the tension forward, because his phone call about distribution lands like a bossy little ultimatum, and the word brother flips the whole sidewalk into a family ambush, as the smiling woman keeps pushing tomorrow like this is some romance special, only for him to stall, stunned that she wants all 3 days. Seriously. Then the memory snaps to the back of another man, swallowed by grief, where brother becomes a cry, not a comfort, across 2 timelines, and the final reveal names, Du Kyunggu, just to twist the knife. Outside the campus gate, the shy brunette keeps closing the distance, all soft smiles and trouble, while the black-haired guy stays stiff, because her clingy arm act is doing the most. Then the crowd shift reveals the school entrance, and their awkward little reunion circus, and he casually pats her head, like her teasing somehow earned a victory lap. By evening, the izakaya date energy is in full swing, and she wants every minute, but he stops dead at her 3-day demand, because that is one bold little ambush. Then the memory cuts to another dark-haired man, carrying Gangnong grief like a funeral weight, where a family photo and a warm smile turn into the coldest punchline. Back at the bar, he rejects the wrong target instantly, leaving her blinking in shock, and the glowing sign above them hangs there, because this nightmare now has a name. At the school entrance, their awkward reunion circus keeps drawing every stare, and one simple hand clasp already turns her teasing into a dangerous little victory lap. Then they drift off together, as if the evening date script wrote itself, onto the park bench, where she keeps pushing for more time, more answers, and he sits there like a statue, until the mood finally cracks open, because he drops the bombshell that he killed someone, and suddenly she's frozen, blinking like the universe just slapped her for assuming this was romance. Then he swings harder, blaming a man for insulting his dead mother, and the real gut punch lands when he ties that bastard to his sister's death. So now has hunting the ruiners, and willing to turn himself in too. The bench date turns lethal fast, and the mystery woman is left reeling, because Kim Chi sits there like a calm disaster, wearing pure deadpan confidence. Then he unloads the first ugly truth, saying the guilty deserve death, and casually frames himself as someone whole snitch. Because apparently romance is dead, she tries to summarize the mess like a bad confession recipe, and misses the trap, while he flatly rejects her assumption, insisting she only knows half the nightmare. Then she gets embarrassingly hopeful about liking him, which is adorable and tragic. But he swats it down, clarifying this is not hate, just a worse problem, so she pokes one last time, and he answers with that chilling little pause. She smiles anyway, because the emotional damage is clearly not finished yet. My future looks bleak, so he decides the present deserves the violence. Sitting there like a loser philosopher, while silence does the heavy lifting, and then she unloads a confession so awkward it almost becomes comedy, promising devotion. While he coldly admits affection is not even on the menu, she falls against him anyway, because rejection apparently just fuels her delusion, but he keeps her close with one hand, treating this disaster like a chore. Then 3 days later, the crew arrives in matching suits, all menace and no charm, and their target finally notices trouble, right as the room turns expensive and ugly, because the one who steps forward is Ye Shiho, the new manager, of course, and the whole place instantly remembers why his name makes idiots backpedal. A whole battlefield of suits forms up, and the tension gets expensive fast. Then Ye Shiho enters that lineup like the management nightmare nobody can stop. The first suit mouth dares to sneer, instantly aging into a joke, because his excuse about Kim Gunwoo backing him sounds painfully pathetic, and the next complaint only makes him look greedier, like a discount mob boss, while Ye Shiho just stares back, cold enough to freeze the whole parking lot. Then the loudmouth gets told he is useless, so leave already, as the crew calmly turns his bluff into a full-on tactical deployment, and the order lands clean, with everyone snapping to attention at once, because this is no random visitor, this is the manager walking in. The smug suit thought this was his moment, but the grin already looked pathetic, because his weak little excuse about Kim Gunwoo backing him sounded painfully desperate, and Ye Shiho answered with that cold stare, the kind that kills ego on sight, while the crew spread out like a trap closing, suddenly treating the parking lot like a takeover. Then the loudmouth got dismissed as useless, which is hilarious coming from a guy acting like a king, because the backup arrives with a car, headlights blasting through the garage like a warning, and the grounded crew realizes their joke of a plan just became Ye Shiho's entrance, as the vehicle screeches in, and the whole room snaps toward him, stunned into silence. The black-haired outsider steps out like he owns the air, and the punks finally understand why, because he came alone, just as promised. Only this many clowns were waiting for him. That smug elder tries a fake apology, already sweating suspicion. Ye Shiho answers with that razor stare, and ego evaporates instantly. Then the money question lands, because greed always exposes the loudest frauds. The parking lot story follows, first basement empty, second packed with hidden wolves. So his little trap theory dies, because the ambush was obvious from above. Ye Shiho already shut the escape route, and their formation freezes hard. The suit-clad boss rises in panic, looking less like a leader now. Ye Shiho smiles through the darkness, promising to take his head today. The idiot finally breaks. Hurling insults like that helps when you're cornered. Then comes the order to attack, as the whole crew lunges too late. Namyangju's lot turns into a graveyard of bats, and Ye Shiho owns the center, while suit-wrapped thugs flood in. Convinced numbers make them look brave, which is adorable. Then the backup plan shows up from the road, because the trap was never subtle, and the whole crew realizes Ye Shiho already sealed the exits. So much for genius. Inside the van, the leader is sweating through his ego, suddenly remembering consequences. Ye Shiho's stare says the ambush is finished, and somebody's head is next. The backup driver whines about timing, blaming distractions like that fixes humiliation. Then the lonely family question lands, and Kim Chi admits he's alone for now. That answer hangs over the headlights, while the road keeps dragging them forward, and the driver's mirror shows one thing clearly. This nightmare is just beginning. Ye Shiho crashes the gate rush, and the crew's courage evaporates instantly. One bald thug eats a brutal counter, proving size still means nothing. The patterned shirt guy mutters, "Hell, handle this bastard himself." Adorable confidence. Then Ye Shiho answers with a diving strike, and that ego folds cleanly. The first attacker is launched upside down, A textbook lesson in humiliation. The wounded leader coughs out a broken insult, still pretending he has control, but the blonde monster keeps advancing, while the others freeze in disbelief. Kimchi's fist drives through the panic, and the beautiful chaos sharpens. Another thug screams as his chin gets erased, because restraint is dead. By the end, Ye Shiho stands over the wreckage, and nobody's laughing. The patterned shirt thug chose violence, then met Ye Shiho's terrifying drop, and the first punk gets launched, upside down, like trash with ambition. Meanwhile, the leader stares in disbelief, already losing his swagger by inches, because the blonde monster keeps pressing forward, and panic starts rent-free. Ye Shiho kneels into the charge, coolly claiming the path like it's obvious, then orders everyone to follow, which is hilarious coming from the guy. As his bootwork flashes, another attacker gets erased. Mid-step, no mercy. The whole line starts collapsing under that speed, their pride evaporating fast. By the final slam, the suit-clad leader is sprawled, completely broken, and the crowd finally realizes this bastard just ended the whole room. The ambush starts cracking instantly, and the suit-clad boss already feels his swagger leak, because that blonde menace keeps carving through the rush, turning confidence into public grief. Ye Shiho slides into the opening, claiming the whole lane like it belongs to him, then flips the script with a casual command. As if these thugs are his staff. One attacker begs for mercy, while the joke lands harder than any punch could. Another tries to recover, only to get erased by that ridiculous burst of speed. The leader's face collapses next, his panic finally showing through the expensive intimidation. Then comes the chokehold, and suddenly the man is pleading like a cornered dog. One brutal slam later, his body folds into the floor, pride absolutely demolished, and the whole room learns the same lesson. Ye Shiho was never the prey. Ye Shiho towers over the wreckage, still looking annoyingly unbothered, while the first thug faceplants, proving intimidation lasts exactly 1 second, then another hand twitches in panic, because speed just erased confidence, and the blonde brute's stare sharpens, like the room finally understands danger. As the leader gets launched flat, his dignity leaking right alongside him, he can barely breathe now, which is hilarious after all that posturing, and the remaining dogs start wondering if the whole operation is cooked, because Ye Shiho casually turns their ultimatum into his own, making the poor sucker agree with trembling obedience, then ordering the paperwork and cleanup, like this trash was hired help. The room turns icy as Ye Shiho demands the next volunteer after Manager Yu, and Hwang Jin-hak answers with swagger, then instantly gets exposed as the next clown, because Ye Shiho cuts him down so fast the whole crew loses its nerve, while the suit-clad fool folds in the car, clutching humiliation like it's valuable, and the remaining trash stare at the paperwork, realizing their big takeover was a joke, as Ye Shiho's expression says this ambush is already dead on arrival. Then one driver reaches for escape. But that panic only invites more punishment, because the attack snaps through the crew's hands and leaves their plans bleeding, and Ye Shiho smiles through the mess, like breaking them was barely effort, while the last survivor slumps with a shattered face, finally understanding who's boss. Ye Shiho charges the car ambush, and their confidence starts dying instantly. Then the trapped passenger gets the first brutal proof, courtesy of him. His face says everything. This whole takeover was already pathetic. The evidence lands next, and the paperwork becomes a humiliation trophy. Now the crew sees the documents. Realizing their grand move was garbage, the driver panics, asking for escape, while Ye Shiho barely cares, but that cowardice only invites harder punishment, and the vehicle keeps rattling. Jin-hak stares out, looking less like a boss, more like a warning sign. The surrender speech sounds big, until Ye Shiho has them cornered. Then the staff snaps down hard, and boss status changes hands completely. The whole crew stands frozen, clutching bats like props in a bad tragedy, and then the outsider's identity lands, turning their tough guy routine into comedy, because the leader's face says it all. This takeover already smelled embarrassing. The next reveal slaps harder, exposing the paperwork as a humiliation trophy, so the gang's grand ambush dissolves while the driver starts begging for escape, but panic only feeds the punishment, and the getaway plan keeps falling apart. Jin-hak now looks less like a boss and more like a warning label. As the command lands, the crew scatters, and the parking lot becomes a joke. Inside the car, the passengers sweat under the headlights, outclassed and exposed, and that final reaction says everything. The manager title just got stolen. Headlights carve the forest road apart, and the ambush convoy looks ridiculous already, because the smug suit at the door is Ye Shiho, calm as a funeral invoice, while the crew's front line freezes, realizing their little flex just drove straight into a wall. Then Baek Songhwa starts threatening Kim Gun-woo, and that genius-level timing backfires instantly. Inside the car, the driver is sweating through his pride, trapped in full panic mode, as the passenger mutters excuses about Chairman 1, which is adorable for a losing side, but Ye Shiho drops into a fighting stance and erases the room's confidence anyway, leaving the suited man sprawled on the floor, proof that courage was never the issue, while the stairway lookout stalls, staring at the emergency exit like it owes him money, and the screaming for the door says it all. The manager title just got stolen. Hwang Jin-hak's confidence cracks, because that smug stare finally meets reality, and his crew's momentum gets erased in one clean, humiliating blur, while the suited thug folds under Ye Shiho's pressure, like cheap paper. Proving courage was never the problem, just a spectacular lack of talent. As the stairway lookout freezes, watching the emergency exit become his worst idea, and the driver in the car panics, sweating through every inch of his pride, with the passenger still mumbling Chairman 1 excuses, which is adorable nonsense now, because Ye Shiho's stance alone wrecks the room's confidence, no speech needed, and Kim Gun-woo keeps his cool. Turning the ambush into their embarrassment, then the real plan lands. Trap Yoon Sang-tae here, and crush escape routes. The smug crew's grins already look pathetic in this cramped stairwell, because Ye Shiho ends the whole argument before they can breathe. Even the emergency exit feels cursed tonight, while his blade stays calm, and the first thug folds like cheap paper under that single strike. So the rooftop bunch watches their fearless act become a full humiliation, while the white-shirted enforcer calmly stares, making panic spread everywhere. Behind him, the others keep backing up, already regretting this nonsense. Then one idiot finally screams for movement, proving leadership was fiction. Ye Shiho glances back, colder than the night itself, and unmoved, because the trash talk is over, and the one-on-one finally begins. A knife versus a fist, and the cowardice already feels hilarious. The smug office type still thinks this ugly little ambush has rules, but Ye Shiho answers with speed, not speeches, and pure disrespect. The white-shirted attacker lunges first, then instantly regrets everything, so the fight turns into a blur, and his confidence evaporates. One ugly hit lands, and the loudmouth makes that pathetic choking sound. Even the others freeze, because bravado dies fast under real pressure. Ye Shiho keeps moving, like this is a routine cleanup job. The knife man finally realizes he picked the wrong monster tonight, and the ground gets one more body, just for talking big. Ye Shiho's footing lands like a verdict, and the whole night tightens up. Then that white-shirted fool eats the first strike and instantly loses dignity. His mouth keeps opening, but the confidence dies faster than his balance, while the others stare, realizing their big talk just became a funeral, and the knife man's grin melts when Ye Shiho closes the gap, rude as hell. Because this fight is now a one-sided lesson in public humiliation, so the crew finally charges, screaming courage they should brought earlier. But Ye Shiho answers with another brutal burst, and the center folds. The emergency exit waits in cold silence as bodies clog the stairwell, and the remaining punks learn too late that bravado is not armor. Even the toughest thug freezes, mocking this stance like it's a bad joke. Then Ye Shiho yanks the staff free, and the confidence starts leaking out, while Hwang Jin-hak panics, realizing run was the only smart option, but his crew barges in anyway, because stupidity loves backup and bad timing, and the corridor turns into a clown show as Ye Shiho closes the gap, with the stairwell becoming a battlefield where even standing still looks dangerous, while the blonde manager keeps carving through the chaos like it owes him money, until the so-called leader screams for death, which is adorable considering the odds. Then the staff snaps through his guard, and every last thug feels the pressure, and the whole stairwell realizes too late, this monster is just warming up. The staff swing lands first, and Jin-hak's bravado cracks instantly. Then Ye Shiho drives straight through him, splitting confidence like cheap glass. One thug folds backward in panic, looking every bit the aftermath, while the tie-clad target gets rocked, because one-on-one suddenly became a joke. The crew finally notices Ye Shiho isn't some random hallway nuisance. They swarm in anyway, which is exactly how bad ideas breed disaster, and Ye Shiho answers with chilling composure, telling them backing off is still possible, except he keeps the pressure on, so naturally nobody takes that blessing. Jin-hak tries to recover face with a crooked grin, but it's pathetic, because the stairwell already knows this blonde manager is just getting started. The stairwell turns into a slaughterhouse, and Ye Shiho owns the center, while Jin-hak's crew hears the order to dogpile him. Brilliant plan as always, because the blonde manager answers with humiliating speed, and the first thug folds. Then the tie-clad target gets launched, turning their clean one-on-one into comedy, Every newcomer finally realizes this new manager is the nightmare they mocked, yet they keep rushing in. As if numbers ever helped against precision, Jinhak tries to act fearless, but his face sells pure panic, and Ye Shiho keeps carving through bodies like the stairwell is his, leaving the crew stunned, bruised, and very aware they misread everything, because the blonde guy isn't backing off, he's just warming up. In the stairwell, the first thug already crumples, and nobody's laughing now. His crew stares ahead, sweating hard, while their confidence leaks out dramatically. Ye Shiho keeps that cold profile, like this mess is barely exercise. The stairwell fills with smoke, as the next wave realizes, too late. One more suit gets launched, and the tough guy routine turns pathetic. Then another starts screaming, proving fear travels faster than bravado ever did. Bodies keep dropping across the steps, and the crew's pride gets buried. Even the smug faces end up sprawled out, looking embarrassingly finished. Ye Shiho stands above the wreckage, quiet, composed, and annoyingly unfazed. So he just calls them jumpy, as if this was all routine. Smoke floods the stairwell, and the whole crew realizes trouble far too late. While Ye Shiho's cold profile says this chaos is basically warm-up nonsense, another attacker's face fills the frame, smugness evaporating behind that flawless stare. Then the wooden staff hangs there like a warning. Because danger looks very expensive, one clean strike sends blood and pride flying, and his boredom stays insulting. Even the frightened protests sound pathetic. Like anyone could stop this disaster, Hwang Jinhak starts sweating through that tough guy mask, which is honestly adorable. Ye Shiho's eye sharpens as if the entire stairwell just bored him. The staff slams down again, and the floor becomes a courtroom for losers. So Hwang finally throws up his hands and surrenders, disgracefully and loudly. Soul glitters below, while another power transfer quietly starts. A crowded ride crawls forward, packed tight with nervous momentum. Then the headquarters rises ahead, all glass, lights, and bad intentions. Inside, the old hierarchy whines about bowing to worthless talent. And there he is, Ye Shiho, smiling like the complaint already lost. The manager's plaque waits nearby, making the whole room look ridiculous. While the suited men sit there, pretending this office still has rules, the camera drifts past towers and windows, selling pure corporate intimidation. Then the nameplate lands like a verdict, clean and unavoidable, and everyone present knows the new manager just took the building. Jung Pyung-wook stands there like the building already signed his name, while the headlights below frame Ye Shiho's arrival, very quietly, very illegally. Then the dark-suited outsider steps out, looking way too unbothered, because apparently fear is for amateurs. And this guy prefers paperwork. The headquarters looms over him like a smug monument to corporate nonsense. Inside, a woman waits at the doorway as he enters, uninvited, and the whole room freezes when he crosses in like he owns payroll. The representative finally asks for the documents, sounding less in charge already. So the manager hands them over, turning a simple transfer into a takeover, and just like that, the new boss is officially impossible to ignore. In the glassy office, the paperwork lands first, and so does the tension. Because the dark-suited outsider stands there like manners are for lesser mortals, the room's smug hierarchy starts wobbling as the documents change hands, and the bossy stare across the table suddenly looks a lot less bossy. Then the memories slam backward to Gangneung, where grief was already waiting. With a smiling family photo hiding the tragedy behind its perfect little frame, the night explodes into motion as the attacker clears distance absurdly fast, leaving the knife-wielding brute crouched over a helpless target in disbelief. Another desperate charge follows, and he gets launched like recycled trash, while the crew freezes, realizing this outsider is erasing their pride. What's this? The smug leader finally notices trouble, and his grin cracks, because the outsider is already moving like a blur. No dramatic warning, no mercy. One lucky kick sends the first punk flying, and that ego evaporates on impact. Then the next fool gets folded so hard it looks professionally embarrassing. Even the crew's boss starts sweating, realizing confidence was never a combat skill. Behind him, the trees swallow the scene as the hunt keeps tightening, painfully. Another desperate rush ends in a brutal launch, like trash with bad manners, and now the driver is screaming for speed, because bravery is officially cancelled. The wounded leader stares in horror at the mystery man. Finally understanding the problem, he apologizes like his life depends on it, which, honestly, it does. The road goes dead quiet, and Kim Gun-woo feels the pressure closing in, as the SUV skids up and the escort crew instantly loses its swagger, because those street punks just got launched like disposable props, while the office side keeps pretending this is all under control, painfully. Gun-woo studies the red-smeared papers, and finally notices the disaster. then asks if President Park really handed over full authority, shocking him, and the reply is a smug yes, which somehow makes the room colder, because the ink is Park's seal, splattered everywhere like a corporate threat, so Gunwoo's glare hardens. But even he can taste the intimidation, and the swagger collapses into a reluctant bow. For now, Ye Shiho stands there like a nightmare in a purple suit, already owning the room, while Hwang Jinhak smiles through the panic, looking painfully aware he lost, and now the office starts fishing for dirt on CEO Yoon, hoping gossip saves them, but Kim Gunwoo hears the takeover rumor, and suddenly sounds a lot less cocky, because the whole room understands this is bigger than one humiliation, and now, Ye Shiho dismisses the accusation as ridiculous small talk, wearing that smug, calm, then reminds them the line is already drawn, and crossing it was their mistake, so Gunwoo swallows hard as the warning turns into a promise of punishment, with Do Hyun supposedly waiting to handle the consequences, which is hilarious, and Ye Shiho just stands there, untouched, while everybody else folds. That smug grin says somebody just walked in owning the whole room, and the office starts praising Do Hyun's work like that settles everything, naturally, but the bald-faced fear on Gunwoo's face says otherwise, because rumor of CEO Yoon's takeover is spreading, and suddenly his arrogance feels microscopic, while Ye Shiho cuts through the nonsense, coolly reminding them the line's already crossed, then hands the whole mess over to punishment, which apparently Do Hyun will handle, so the suited man escorts the papers out, looking about as threatening as paperwork, and Gunwoo's little confidence act crumbles when everyone sees he's shaking, because even his attempt at mocking fear just makes him sound more doomed, and Ye Shiho stays untouched, while the entire room kneels under pressure. So now the office tyrant is complaining, because even hiring Do Hyun feels wrong. Gunwoo mutters compliance, but his posture screams fear louder than any excuse. Then the scene widens, and his little throne suddenly looks ridiculously fragile. Hez still turned away, but that stiff silence already smells like defeat. Meanwhile, the wolf in a suit lecture lands, because pretending to be harmless never works. And outside, the getaway car tears forward like trouble with a license plate. Then that long-haired bruised soul fills the frame, masking grief behind dead calm. His grin says lineage means nothing now, just power and a higher target. So one incoming call from Hwang Jinhak turns the whole game colder, and suddenly everyone remembers who's truly cornered, because fear picked the wrong man. Inside the car, Ye Shiho answers like the calmest problem alive, while Hwang's crew hovers nearby, thinking attitude counts as backup. Ye Shiho shuts the first challenge down instantly, because drama needs permission, then keeps talking through the phone, like has already won the room. The idiot on the other end starts puffing up, acting untouchable, but Ye Shiho casually promises to block everything, which is basically a funeral notice, and that smug little threat finally reaches Hwang Jinhak, who should have stayed quiet, because the comeback lands hard, making his confidence look embarrassingly expired. Even the surrounding thugs freeze up, realizing this isn't intimidation anymore, it's Ye Shiho turning the whole ambush into a one-man humiliation reel. The ceiling projector glows cold, setting up another corporate autopsy, and Yoon Sang-tae's old name gets dragged back like a bad scar, because at 20 he hit national judo, then killed a junior, spent 4 years locked up, and walked out at 25. Charming, really. After renaming himself, fighting professionally, and getting exposed anyway, then a year later he resurfaced at Gold Corporation as chief enforcer, while rumors of betrayal and quiet expansion kept spreading through the city, leaving the boardroom staring at a woman calmly weighing Soyang's new asset, who wraps the briefing as Choi Hyun-jung, with all the warmth of a tax audit, and everyone realizes hiring that monster must have been painfully irritating. The boardroom is already judging Yoon Sang-tae, because gifting him power sounds suicidal, and his own brother, annoyingly calm, treats that warning like common sense. Then the briefing shifts to the woman's sharp stare, all corporate frost and zero mercy, as she clears her throat, because even bad news deserves polished delivery. The room decides Yoon is too dangerous for Seo Young, so naturally, they want him vanished. While internal chaos keeps spreading, with Tae Chong and Lee Song-chul barely holding on, Kim Tae-chang's injuries make the whole operation wobble, which is almost embarrassing now. Then the mood turns eerie, because that mystery man is clearly becoming a problem, and the safest plan, according to everyone, is for him to disappear quietly. But that face in the background says this mess is nowhere near finished. Ye Shiho makes lower ranks sweat, because subtlety was never their strong suit, while Kim Gun-woo coolly says the situation stays watched. Naturally, then the chairman grants on-site authority, like handing over a loaded knife, and Ye Shiho answers with that icy stare, already 3 steps ahead, before the Suyong sign and Kim In Byum's title make the hierarchy painfully official, so the boardroom treats him like chairman. While his confidence stays obnoxiously intact, cut to a gen room, where the whole operation is basically limping, with staff whispering normalcy like that'll magically fix the chaos. Then the president is mentioned, only for everyone to learn he's already out, and Choi Hyun-jung calmly redirects it all toward that important conversation over there. The hallway stays dead quiet, like the building already knows trouble is coming, because behind that polished wall, the whole territory shuffle is already underway, and Ye Shiho stands there in black, looking annoyingly untouchable as usual, while the room below scrambles around Hwang Jin-hak's collapsing ego, since the name rights and sales rights are getting transferred, not begged for, and even Hwang finally realizes his threat got reduced to corporate weather, while Ye Shiho keeps calling Yoon Sang-tae cautious, which is hilarious, because everyone else is sweating over a man who might not even move. Then the briefing pivots to President Won Chang-soo, and the room stiffens, because the real verdict is simple. It was probably just a threat anyway. The divorce bomb lands flat, and the room barely pretends to care, while the second guy politely asks to weigh in, like this is normal. Then the real lecture starts, with Seoul's underworld reduced to Do-hyun's machine, split among 12 board members, because apparently crime now needs spreadsheets, and Jung Pyung-wook's giant slice gets the smug little spotlight, naturally. From there, the logic gets uglier, since Yoon Sang-tae is boxed in, with only 2 transfer routes left, which is corporate chess, not courage, and even the black-haired listener starts realizing the board is shrinking fast. Because if Yoon moves, the pressure slides to Namyanggu or Pongyo next, meaning Do-hyun's blockade only delays the takeover, not the idiot ambition. That's just crazy talk, and the room already knows it, because Namyangju and Panjo are next. If Seoul blinks even once, another genius starts sweating, realizing the board isn't infinite, since Do-hyun is the dam holding Yoon Sang-tae's hunger back, and the plan gets uglier, freezing sub-organizations and choking cash flow, while Ye Shiho turns a dart into a humiliation report, perfect as always, because taking Yoon Sang-tae down is easy to say, and stupid to attempt, until the manager gets called brother, detonating the room's awkward little secret. Then the tense faction leader is told to raise his hand for the madness, and the newcomer just stands there, making everyone else look late. The first panic hits hard, and Hwang Jin-hak starts folding in real time, because this ugly board means war with Yoon Sang-tae, not bravado, and the room's genius realizes Do-hyun is the dam blocking that appetite, which makes the cash flow freeze sound less like strategy and more like a funeral. Then Ye Shiho keeps smiling through the chaos, basically turning humiliation into a profession, while the talk about fighting Yoon Sang-tae sounds heroic only to idiots, until the manager gets called brother, and the whole room suddenly remembers manners, so the hand stack turns awkward, and the supposed leaders look embarrassingly late. Then the skyline and locked doors scream corporate power, not freedom, and the newcomer just stands there, making everybody else look like background noise. The office is so tense even small talk sounds like a threat, and the newcomer sits there, acting way too calm for Seoul, while the skyline below him makes his silence look terrifyingly expensive. Then the desk phone lights up, as if the city itself is calling, and he answers with that lazy confidence, casually asking what the problem is. The reply lands clean. Kim Gun-woo is inside, so of course things get messy, because now the room knows this isn't a random visit, it's hierarchy, and the manager just smirks, hearing the desperate report like cheap entertainment, since their takeover already stalled at President Park's side, and the bar refused, which means Kim Gun-woo's been trapped in there, and that's hilarious. High above Seoul, the ownership question lands like a polite threat, because Gun-woo's old shares got liquidated. Yet again, Bar still clings stubbornly, and the manager just laughs it off, saying leave it be, then coldly orders a trade. Release Hwang Jin-hak, keep the mess contained, so the caller obeys, while Hwang looks increasingly like a man already buried, and in the car, Kim Gun-woo's crew starts sweating over the legal chessboard, since Baek Sang-hwa's failure went unpunished, meaning Yoon Sang-tae barely cares, which is exactly why Ye Shiho expects outside help to come. When everyone gathers, Hell finally get the excuse to kill them all, and the whole board points toward Namyanggu, where the next slaughter waits. The night market opens wide, and Ye Shiho strides in with authority, while the supervisor already looks proud of this shady little detour. Then the crew piles into a narrow alley, all secrecy and bad posture, because apparently legitimacy now lives behind a sketchy building. How classy. The manager gives the nod, and they finally push inside, where the agency door hangs under a name that screams corporate nonsense, and the staff room suddenly fills with expectant faces, as if politics is a hobby. The bald boss looks cornered, demanding to know why these pests arrived. Then the glasses man smugly asks for the owner, pretending this is routine, but the whole room already knows the real power just walked in. A terminal clicks alive, and the room already smells like cheap legitimacy. The boss calls in ultra karaoke, then casually doubles the head count. Now the whole bar is packed. With everyone pretending this is normal, the black-suited newcomer turns heads, while the blonde girl flirts shamelessly. His face stays unreadable, because apparently charisma is for amateurs. The furious manager warns strangers off, but looks like bad paperwork now. The polished spokesman insists they came for business, not drama. Then he mocks the karaoke bar claim, as if that wasn't the whole joke, and the real message lands hard: choose alliance or enemy, no middle ground. Because they did not come to sing, they came to expand Sinzadong influence. The room freezes as Hwang Jinhak finally registers the nightmare, and his bravado starts leaking. Then the black-suited manager keeps that deadpan edge. While the nuisance at his side panics, the thugs try acting tough, but Ye Shiho makes intimidation look embarrassingly obsolete. Hwang Jinhak doubles down, demanding a choice between quiet surrender and noisy collapse. Ye Shiho simply confirms the obvious, as if clowning on them is part of payroll. Hwang Jinhak breaks into helpless laughter, because that threat just walks straight into his ego. But the blonde newcomer refuses to budge, and the gap in power gets hilarious. The crew closes in, yet Ye Shiho stands there like their worst business decision. In the middle of that circle, his stare alone says, "Nobody here is the predator." Outside, the night hangs cold, because this takeover already belongs to him. The alley explodes into chaos, and the first thug pays for swagger, another follows, crashing down so hard his pride beats him to the pavement. Then the bald wreck is left whining in the car like a broken horn. Hwang Jinhak keeps posing, but that confidence is already sweating through the seams, because the blonde newcomer finally steps into view, calm as a nightmare with receipts, and the whole room forgets how intimidation works when his stare lands. The smug crew stumbles through their own fear, suddenly asking questions they can't afford. While the backroom politics keep spinning, with men in suits pretending this is normal, the hidden power structure shifts again, and the door opens on another mess, as the so-called muscle realizes, too late, that Ye Shiho already owns the room. A packed backroom stares down the newcomers, and nobody's feeling friendly. The first report lands like a wet fart, naming the boss's guests. Oh Ji-hyun gets tagged as some rookie leader, which is adorable, because He's really here begging for an alliance, all swagger and no spine. Then the glasses guy coolly briefs him, pretending this circus is professional, saying they're just a tiny bar in Sinsadong, as if that helps. But the black-haired kid kills the fantasy instantly, calling it something else, while the tangent-suited hotshot freezes, suddenly realizing intimidation is not a personality. The bespectacled fixer starts sweating through his smug face. And that's priceless, because whatever this was, it definitely wasn't an alliance, just damage control. The room freezes under that raised hand, and the smug suits stay silent, because Oh Ji-hyun came here begging for respect, not realizing he's the joke. Then the black-haired fixer cuts through the ego, calling it a recommendation, which is corporate code for submit now. And wow, that swagger collapses fast, as Namyangju's Oh Ji-hyun gets named and ordered to kneel, while the tangent-suited tough guy starts looking less like a leader, more like furniture, because alliances take time, sure, but this crew prefers instant humiliation, and the room answers with grins, proving these monsters really do live wild. So the next move is simple. Bring everyone under control and move, before this bar turns into another graveyard for fake confidence. The neon sign for again hangs over a bar that already smells like trouble, and the door swings open like someone's about to ruin the night, because the so-called welcome is all politeness hiding a loaded warning. Then the manager's stare lands hard, exposing how fast egos start cracking, while he treats this showdown like a routine appointment, not a disaster, and the lone visitor in shades shows up claiming he came to talk, which the bar owner allows, with the tiny print rule of no touching. Then the smug part-timer drops the real punchline, choosing him over women, as the manager smirks like he already knows who was lying, and who panicked. While the whole room quietly realizes this conversation is the start of surrender. He storms into the polished hallway like the place already belongs to him, then settles into that maroon throne, cool enough to annoy everybody, as the guest in shades appears by the curtain, acting casually, and the room's no-touching rule turns that brave talk into a leash, because he's not here for drama, just to say he joined Gold Corporation, while his grin says the real story is all the bosses stacked above him, and that ancient order everyone worshipped is suddenly looking embarrassingly fragile. Then the ceiling cracks politically, because Do-yoon takes the Western throne, leaving even the scarred old-timer staring blankly, like the punch finally landed. So yeah, Down here, everybody keeps bowing to the new masters. The room's smug challenge hangs there, and the silence only sharpens his grin, while the grandstanding suit starts tilting backward, already losing his nerve, because the kid in shades isn't chasing power, Hez casually announcing ambition, and that ridiculous dream of ruling everything sounds dangerous, not delusional, so the veteran warns him, like being greedy in this world gets you killed, but the answer just swings higher, naming bigger monsters as if they're benchmarks, and the old man finally feels the room shift, seeing the crown get rejected, because this kid wants the top so badly it borders on insulting, leaving the rest of them sweating while his confidence keeps cutting cleaner, and now even Seowol's throne looks like a future problem for everyone else. He treats danger like a resume, betting his life for the crown. The veteran questions that madness, and the room starts reconsidering him. Instead of backing off, he casually asks the doubters to join. That answer lands so hard it leaves the older man blinking. Then he ups the insanity, promising to build a new world together. Even seated sideways, he looks annoyingly certain of the whole plan. The rebuttal calls him a traitor, but he barely flinches at all. He shrugs it off as only the long process of conquest. And when bloodless world domination gets mocked, he calls it nonsense. Because ambition, in his eyes, should never bow to other people. Hwang Jin-hak gets called a traitor, and that label hits like a hammer, while Ye Shiho smiles like violence is just another bad habit. The room dismisses the whole showdown as ridiculous, until the warning lands, because threats only matter when the speaker actually has power, and Hwang Jin-hak freezes in his suit, suddenly looking painfully replaceable. Then the apartment chaos shifts. As Sua's message finally gets answered, her shocked stare says the isolation plan is already blowing up beautifully. Ye Shiho steps into the doorway, turning her panic into instant awkwardness, and that smug silhouette makes the whole hall feel smaller, meaner, because now quitting the job sounds less like advice and more survival. Sua's apartment panic gets interrupted, and the hallway already feels doomed. Her face tightens fast, because this little independent stunt is collapsing. Meanwhile, the ruined crew is still choking on Ye Shiho's damage. Hwang Jin-hak lies there looking expensive, useless, and completely outclassed. Then the new manager arrives, and suddenly everyone remembers fear. Even Kim Chi stays frozen. While the smug atmosphere dies on contact, Ye Shiho's stare says the whole room is paperwork, not people. Jin-hak finally realizes his swagger was never a shield, just decoration. So the only smart move left is obedience, delivered without dignity. One bow later, the hierarchy is settled, and the ego is buried. Ye Shiho makes hierarchy simple here, and Jin-hak instantly learns obedience. Even the glasses guy looks trapped, because confidence got kneecapped already. Then the contract comes out, and the room pretends this is normal. Except fear only works briefly, and Ye Shiho knows it's cheap leverage. He turns control into accounting, reminding them the gap is obscene. Jin-hak finally snaps, dragging Yoon Song-tae into this disaster comparison. Ye Shiho just stares back, and that tiny reaction says everything. Outside, the car closes in, like consequences arriving with headlights. Inside the ride, the driver and passenger look cooked before impact. By the end, even silence obeys. And that's the ugly truth. A cold apology hangs over the car, and the new manager owns it, while the glasses guy asks what mess could possibly justify that tone. Then Ye Shiho calmly explains the earlier tension made him think, and the driver finally exhales, because this is somehow his lucky break, but headlights cut across Seoul as the next crew closes in fast. Inside the car, the hierarchy lecture starts, and everyone pretends it's normal, because Lee Sang-chan was just a thug, crushed by overwhelming precision. Hyun Tae-chul was another country bumpkin, handed a ridiculous Seoul assignment, with Yoon Jae-sik smiling like a villain who calls sabotage management, and that one-month karaoke trap proves the joke was never mercy. That karaoke building used to belong to Hwanggang, until outsiders snatched it cleanly, leaving Yoon Jae-sik's side with scraps, a fifth-floor shell barely hanging on, while Hyun Tae-chul's crew casually reclassified 6 bumpkins into Donghae's new management, and Ye Shiho, smug as ever, says he only handed over the place in rent, because the black-haired passenger just sits there, trying not to look impressed, while Donghae's rulebook gets spelled out: win people first, then earn their trust, defend only when struck, never start the fight, and somehow still embarrass rivals, because even with monstrous power, Donghae kept respect as its real weapon. So when Ye Shiho asks if they understand, the car turns awkwardly silent, and the answer from that frozen face is basically, "Pardon, what did I just hear?" Power here is sold as trust, not brute force, which is almost funny, because this whole lecture is aimed at revenge-obsessed Yoon Song-tae. Naturally, while the silent passenger just stares, pretending none of this is hitting, and the rulebook gets uglier. Protect first, retaliate second, never posture, because yay she-host people wins before fists nonsense is somehow the real flex. Then the scene cuts to a gen room, where the awkward silence hangs thick, and the black-haired listener finally blinks like, what exactly did I walk into? After hearing Yoon Song-tae's name dragged through the conversation again, while Ye Shiho calmly insists he won't be used for anyone's revenge, because he knows his opponent well, and that alone changes everything. That mysterious guy act is already cracking, and Hwang Jin-hak hates it, because Ye Shiho's visit looks less like business and more like setup bait, while the room quietly admits Yoon Song-tae probably moves later, not now, and Kim Chi just sits there, staring through the whole awkward sermon, until the black-haired listener clocks the real problem, a trap, not some random stunt, but Yoon Ju-hong baiting Nam Young-gu for leverage, with the so-called false move already spotted, so the crowd leans in, because traps only matter if the opponent bites, and these idiots usually do, but even they know Yoon Song-tae wouldn't lure nobodies like them for sport, so the punchline lands cold. Not them, just the bigger prey waiting nearby. Other groups are already lining up to collaborate, and that's the twist. Yoon Song-tae's visit is pure pressure, so everyone starts alliance shopping. Even the old guard hesitates, because this boss is no random tourist. The plan, of course, is to move first before getting swallowed whole. It's a calculated grab for everything, and the room finally gets it. So the question shifts to timing, not whether the trap exists anymore. Once President Park is handled, the last two pieces get exposed. Gwanga Hungsa and Cheonma Construction are the real prizes behind the curtain. Those two already read the threat and built their own partnership. So reaching out there first gets rejected, because the bigger game already began. Yi Shiho freezes the room, insisting they tie everything together first, because Yoon Song-tae would crush them, so the outsider stays patient, and the whole table turns into a blueprint session for survival, buying 1 or 2 weeks while building allies around Seoul's outskirts, then selling Yoon Song-tae as irrelevant, just to bait the mark, after which the plan pivots, asking what comes next, all business, and the answer is ugly. Use Yoon's attack to back Gwangaheongsa and Cheonma Construction, because that's power, not some amateur flex, while Kim Chi just stares like this whole war is personal, and the final silence says the trap is already locked in. Inside the boardroom, Kim Gun-woo turns power into trust, not brute force, and the kid beside him echoes that influence only grows by winning hearts, while the camera widens to Gwangaheongsa's glass tower, all shine and ego, because nothing screams serious business like a pristine building trying too hard. Then the president's office door appears, where manager suddenly stops sounding casual, and Lee Ha-min storms in, apologizing like a queen forced into small talk, but the conversation snaps back to grief, with a father's photo and trust, while 2 suited goons sit there getting schooled, looking painfully obsolete, until Lee Ha-min fully steps forward, all steel, style, and shaky feelings, and that family picture lands the real hit, because trust is inherited. Her trust question lands like a knife, and nobody dodges it, because the rumors already say Yoon Song-tae crushed President Park, conveniently, and now they're choking on 3 houses, 1 car, 1 nightmare, so the next move sounds adorable. Just go take him down, except the room is packed with 2 suits looking painfully irrelevant, and then the chairman's logic gets served cold, as if sexism were strategy, because he treats a woman's help like an organizational disease, which makes her fury explode, and the chair almost becomes collateral, while she drips contempt at a country apparently diverse only in sexism, and still, they insist Yoon Sang-tae's rise is just ragtag noise. Lee Ha-min snaps the ma, Tutti Sate, recording buys Jung Pyung-wook's silence. Then the lecture follows. Bad manners and jurisdiction wrapped in cowardly corporate worship, she blows up over their useless manpower, demanding mercenaries and a real strike first. The bald suit finally blurts Kim Jeon-woo's name. Like that explains the disaster, because Yoon Song-tae, apparently, has left Kim Jeon-woo untouched, which is terrifyingly suspicious. And now the rumor spread says Kim Jeon-woo hired monsters, so the cowards start sweating. Her glare hardens at the name, Kim Jeon-woo sounding less like a target, more warning. She orders an immediate call, furious that whoever he is just changed the board. Cut outside, and Means glows peacefully while the whole underworld catches fire. Inside, even the cafe banter turns into a summon. 2 udon bowls for the uncle. Kim Gun-woo hears the threat, and his stare turns razor clean, while the cafe guy freezes, suddenly needing answers instead of noodles, because Ye Shiho's name lands hard, and the legend gets invoked, with everyone side-eyeing the leniency, like spare change in a casino, Then the history lesson drops. 3 days ago versus this madness. And the room remembers he wanted a first strike, not mercy, but the beige shirt veteran shuts that down, calling the logic unchanged, then scoffs that Yoon Song-tae still sounds like a revenge puppet. And the suited watcher wonders why anyone keeps buying that act, because coming alone just means he trusted himself. Annoyingly enough, Yi Shiho's confidence lands first, because cowardice never fooled anyone here, and the veteran admits it took guts, even if it was calculated, while the glasses guy just blinks at that logic, like wow, shocking. Then the food arrives, nicely pretending this isn't a hierarchy autopsy, and the bowl looks too peaceful for all this underworld theater, because Yoon Song-tae was pressuring him, naturally, like a cheap threat salesman. Yet the response is cold. He won't crawl to Gwanggwaeongsa or Cheonma, and even the skeptic pauses, realizing the outsider doesn't need backup, since the whole same side speech is just survival math dressed up, and everyone finally sees Yoon Song-tae's justification routine for what it is. That question lands like a knife, because Yoon Song-tae's cruelty is finally exposed, and the smug strategy sermon starts. Outsiders first, then backup, classic coward math. But the bespectacled skeptic keeps poking, asking who even decides that timing, while the older guy shuts it down, warning alliances will fail and somebody gets sacrificed, because following Shiho's prediction would split everything apart, which is almost poetic, and the skeptic's panic just gets roasted further, since he cannot trust that outcome. Meanwhile, the food keeps steaming like nothing's wrong, which is honestly hilarious, until the chopsticks move and the explanation gets colder, sharper, and more final. That tiny eye twitch says he's realizing the outsider is not bluffing at all, and suddenly Yoon Song-tae's whole blame-shifting routine looks embarrassingly cheap. That's the moment the slick strategist starts treating Ye Shiho like a weapon, while the skeptic behind those glasses keeps sweating over timing and sacrifice. Outside, the whole setup screams luxury, but the title on the building says, again, and inside, the manager handoff turns into a smug little corporate pageant, with the black-clad observer staying silent, already looking one step ahead, while the apartment doorway opens on another awkward reveal nobody asked for. Then the chairman hears lunch requested with manager Shiho, and that alone changes everything, because even the skeptical suit can only stare and mutter, who exactly decides this, as the seated woman gets boxed in by guards and social pressure, and the room realizes Shiho is no pet project, he's the whole problem. She casually drops the family bomb, naming Lee Gwang-hung like it's nothing, and suddenly the whole Gwanggwaeongsa CEO reveal stops feeling like gossip, while the black-clad man keeps it polite, asking why she came here, only to get bulldozed by her reminder that Yoon Song-tae's move comes next Wednesday, which leaves Kim Gun-woo staring like the room just got slapped awake, and the glasses-wearing supervisor whining that the timing is way too early. So she starts unpacking the 4 morning ministers like some ancient warning, where one swing would have ended it, but hesitation turned victory into collapse. And now even the suited loudmouth is sweating, begging her to back off, while the random history lesson detonates in her head like a curse. The red heels hit first, announcing trouble before her face even lands, and the hallway answers with that smug little tap of corporate confidence, because Lee Ha-man strolls in like a CEO, rewriting someone else's funeral, while the polished suit crowd braces, knowing she did not come to negotiate. Kim Gun-woo keeps watching the room shrink, as if competence finally arrived, and the old frontman still insists there are no mercenaries, which is adorable, since her challenge to prove it leaves his bluff hanging by a thread. Then she drops the chairman Cheon bomb, exposing the gender ego tantrum underneath, and the next warning lands harder, because Yoon Song-tae is the real deadline. Even the veterans look drained now, realizing this empire runs on fear and cowardice. Lee Ha-min cuts the room open, acting like backup should always be welcome, but the answer is pathetic fear dressed up as survival, and everybody hears it, because even the smug suits flinch when she turns that confidence into ridicule. And outside, the corporate tower looms like proof this game has winners, while her phone flashes the next move, pinning Kim Gun-woo in the aftermath. Then she drops the Gwanggwaeongsa deadline, making the schedule look merciless, and Kim Gun-woo stays unreadable, which is exactly what scared people do. As the hand on the console clicks, the whole hierarchy sounds far too fragile. Next Tuesday becomes the order, and the poor guys are expected to assemble, so he answers cleanly, because arguing now would just make him look stupid. Inside a sleek office, the black-haired broker coolly answers another high-stakes call, and Yoon's voice cuts in, asking about that swordsman he mentioned earlier, because the woman arrived today through a smuggling route. Naturally, as shady as it sounds, and now she's headed to Seoul, with Watanabe-ri, and her long sword officially named. So of course someone asks if she can be tested, like this is a hobby, and the reply gets smug fast, mocking the verification talk while praising Yoon's confidence. Then the room goes quiet, because even the boss stare starts looking a little less smug, as the meaning of verification gets challenged, and the phone suddenly feels like a weapon. Next comes the order to head to Namyangju, which sounds polite only if you're delusional, and the neon again room sign waits below, like trouble never left. Next Wednesday, the smug briefing turns to Yoon Song-tae, and nobody laughs now. The goateed boss gets corrected fast, since he clearly loves rules until they bite. Kim Chi pushes back, warning that changing the story overnight is pointless and risky. Then the room shifts into pure business mode, as if violence has a receipt. The goateed man flinches, because even his confidence just got checked by reality. Kim Chi stays unreadable, standing there like the least impressed man in the building. Namyang-gu comes up next, and suddenly the whole operation sounds like a bad itinerary. Then the swordswoman appears, calm and lethal, which is always unfortunate for amateurs. Some fool asks about Japanese, then panics at the sight of the sword, so the crew decides she's expendable, because insecurity always calls itself strategy. The new swordswoman coolly draws steel, and the room already feels doomed. Then her blade flashes down so fast the floor can barely keep up. She lifts that absurdly long sword overhead, turning panic into a spectator sport. One coward finally notices the nightmare and freaks out, as expected, because staring into her eyes clearly beats any brainless tough guy routine. The blade keeps spinning through faces and pride, leaving both equally ruined. Now everyone's realizing the crew picked the wrong target. How embarrassing. The building outside still says bar and massage, but inside it's carnage. Bodies scatter like cheap props while the corridor erupts into screams, and, by the end, the room looks like a massacre that outsourced mercy. The swordswoman stands spotless in attitude, while blood stains her immaculate confidence, and the floor below her reads like a memorial to everyone's bad decisions. The whole building groans under that impact, because apparently dignity died first. Then Park Sang-hoon gets introduced like this is a meeting, not a disaster. Beside him, Kwon Mo proves the hierarchy is real by simply existing. One look at them and the bald fear spreads, because confidence just got mugged. The swordswoman keeps carving through the room, and arrogance keeps leaking out, until even the survivors realize they've been handed a brutal lesson, not a fight. Outside, the again room sign sits there pretending this place still has rules, while the black-haired kid watches the fallout, and the whole city keeps tightening. The office goes dead quiet, because some poor soul just called President One urgently, and naturally, Kim Gunwoo gets slammed with a bottle for being inconveniently composed. The exit gets challenged fast, and the room realizes nobody's sneaking out clean. Even his cold stare says this mess is already beneath his patience, while the manager's expression turns sharper, like his tired of babysitting amateurs. Then comes the whining about empty tables, as if chaos should also pay rent. Aaron gets spotted as the would-be escape route, and that plan dies instantly. The sink and cigarette smoke make the whole place feel gloriously pathetic, so the woman in the back starts packing, because dignity clearly left first. Then the supervisor corners Arin's chaos, and business suddenly gets ugly again. The supervisor's syrupy family pitch lands first, and instantly smells fake. Then the blonde manager hears the rent request and nearly chokes on it, because this cheerful little apartment talk just turned into a money shakedown, and the demand doubles down so fast. Even the room feels secondhand embarrassment. The black-haired woman cuts in with a bored verdict, while the man behind her looks ready to bully common sense back into the conversation, which is adorable, because the brunette has already decided this setup is a terrible investment, and she says as much, barely hiding her contempt for the club fantasy, while the bespectacled guy stays stone-faced, like has seen richer nonsense collapse. Then the final pitch lands harder, promising VIP dreams and investor cash, as if that fixes reality. So now Yoon Sang-tae's club empire is real, and the ego gets worse, while the apartment farewell turns into a money bribe farce nobody respects. The black-haired woman shrugs off the drama, and the whole room stays awkward. Then the woman outside answers politely, but absolutely does not buy the pitch, because she wants money first, not some fantasy membership and delicious future promises. And with that, she exits like the offer offended her personally. Honestly fair, leaving the doorway empty, except for the lingering smell of desperate hustle. Then the real question lands. How do you even earn $500 a day? So the answer comes in the form of a car tearing through the night. As the chase escalates, because apparently peace was never on the menu, the driver finally admits the speed is getting ridiculous, and that's adorable, because the passenger instantly wants to know who leaked the Namyangju contact, while the road keeps shrinking under headlights like the night itself is snitching, and the driver goes quiet, because apparently nobody trustworthy is left anymore. Then the report lands that Namyangju got wiped clean, which hits like bad prophecy, leaving the once confident crew staring in silence, their bravado collapsing embarrassingly, as the hidden boss gets challenged for thinking betrayal could still be forgiven, and his smug little pause says the answer is no, obviously no. Then the ambush turns ugly, with bats crashing down and confidence shattering, while the last sweat-soaked face realizes this whole operation just got outplayed. Kim Gun-woo's side is the assignment, just a lovely little betrayal rehearsal. First comes the fake surrender. Because loyalty here is apparently a costume, the poor target freezes, hearing the trap, while everyone else pretends this is normal. Then Baek Songhwa gets named as the stage prop, and the courage drops. Questions? Sure. Only the kind that make you regret volunteering for survival, because masters love distraction, and this one's designed to waste your pride twice. Meanwhile, the car tears through the night, headlights slicing like the plan still matters. Inside, the driver's confidence is gone, replaced by panic and expensive breathing. Even the tough guy starts whining about his own sloppy survival routine, and the real question hangs there: how far this scam has already gone. Inside the car, one terrified man already feels the ambush closing in, and the backseat skeptic just stares, realizing bad plans age instantly, because Baek Songhwa was never a legend, just the knife-shaped distraction. While the first strike lands, and that brave little scheme starts bleeding confidence, the driver's face twists next, proving panic is louder than any engine. Then the passenger starts flailing, like survival suddenly became an inconvenience. The road outside becomes a blur, but the fear inside is even faster, and the SUV keeps carving through the dark, refusing to slow for excuses. The screaming coward begs for his life now, which is adorable, really, because this chase already belongs to the stronger side, and everyone knows it. The SUV slams through the night, and somebody finally runs out of bravado, because that first impact already turned their smug little scheme into scrap. Inside, the driver's panic spikes, proving fear always outpaces horsepower, and the passenger starts unraveling too. Like manners were his last protection, the vehicle keeps tearing over the road, but control is clearly gone. Then the wounded man staggers out, half furious, half impressed by chaos, while the driver inside folds under pressure, clutching at a vanishing plan. The passenger looks ready to brake, which is honestly the most honest thing here. The car finally jolts to a stop, and the losing side knows it, because the man outside is already offering help, and that's game over. Inside the van, panic starts outperforming horsepower, and that's embarrassing. Ye Shiho coldly reads the fear, offering mercy with a knife-edge grin. The driver's confidence collapses next, because bravado hates being cornered. Even the passenger caves, proving loyalty is just fear with better manners. Then Shiho's shameless offer lands, and the tough guy suddenly wants help. The vehicle slams to a halt, like the whole escape plan got evicted. Now the surrender sounds almost noble, which is hilarious considering the damage. He admits survival was the only goal, and that's the saddest flex. Still, he hands over the next move, kicking the delay to Tuesday, and the final excuse is corporate nonsense, because Gwangahungsa moved first. The boss stares in disbelief, because Ye Shiho's answer is already ruining his dignity. That warning about another hit lands hard, and his confidence starts leaking fast. Then the getaway car loses traction. As if panic itself grabbed the wheel, he sputters in outrage. But Ye Shiho's calm presence makes it look pathetic. One touch later, the arrogant brute is folding, all swagger reduced to static. The vehicle flips into retreat, while Shiho sits there like he owns gravity. From behind, the survivors watch the whole escape collapse without a shred of control, and when the delay gets kicked to next Tuesday, that excuse sounds embarrassingly corporate. The car finally slams down, turning their grand getaway into a disaster report, leaving only silence, crushed pride, and a very dead-looking Hwang Jin-hak. That blast rips the night open, and someone's plan just got cremated. The poor guy is left choking on it, looking like confidence got mugged. Welcome to Sinsadong, where the streets stay rich and absolutely vicious. A black sedan slides in, as if panic itself finally learned parking. The tower swallows it whole, because subtlety clearly died here tonight. Inside the garage, the getaway feels less like escape, more like surrender. Then the black-dressed woman appears, cool enough to mock the whole mess. Even the cramped standoff can't shake her, while Shiho keeps the pressure on. She gets called out as Aaron, and suddenly the mystery has a name. She answers yes, and just like that, the bluff collapses cleanly. A slick woman with sunglasses cuts in, ordering the newcomer to follow, and the whole place feels less like a mansion, more like a trap, while the black-dressed outsider quietly clocks the weirdness and stays wary, because this hallway is dripping with expensive menace and zero hospitality. Then the guide finally reveals the house's rules. With that smug little grin, customers here work hard. And apparently she's here to babysit them, except the next answer lands uglier. Admitting the contract is basically a cage. Once signed, nobody just walks out, because freedom clearly costs extra here, and the dead-eyed statues make the warning feel even more disgusting. With every word, the newcomer realizes this luxury den is a polished nightmare. Inside this glossy nightmare, the first bombshell sounds almost casual, but isn't. Someone brings up the girl pushed toward suicide. And yeah, that's haunting. The black-haired outsider stiffens, because this place already feels rotten to the bone. Then the guide smirks through the statues, acting like nothing here is wrong, and of course the mansion's name drops next, as if branding excuses predation. She shrugs off the danger, promising the surface story will only come later, then casually reduces Yoon Sangtae to a mere signboard, not a king. While the newcomer absorbs the scale of this den, deep, vast, and corrupt, the money question lands next, and the outsider finally realizes the trap's price, because 500 a day is the starting line, if she can perform. Inside this mansion, the hostess starts with a smug little warning, then calmly confirms the rookie is trapped under her rules, because leaking anything outside would earn a very expensive ending, and the punishment pitch gets delivered like casual business. How charming. Her face says this place eats weak people for breakfast. While the hallway statues watch like silent proof she means it, then she marks the B room, as if ownership were adorable, but even she flinches when the newcomer's stare hardens, because that door finally opens, spilling light like a bad omen, and the mansion's queen gets exposed, still shielding herself from judgment. The ladies' waiting room opens like a velvet trap, and she owns it, smiling like the mansion's rules were written for weaker people to choke on. Then Club B gets announced, because subtlety clearly died here first, and Madame Catherine finally steps out, all glamour and poisoned confidence, which makes the outsider pause, since even the doorway sounds offended. But the warning keeps coming, cold enough to turn bravado into ash, because President One's name lands next, and nobody laughs anymore, as the whole setup is exposed as Yoon Sangtae's sick little theater, where next Tuesday becomes a deadline, not a promise. And here too, the black-haired kid just stares, already knowing somebody's about to fold. Tuesday's shutdown drops like a threat, and everybody suddenly remembers fear, because the door is closing, the retreat plan is set, and composure evaporates. Then a Namyangju visitor gets announced, and the room instantly stiffens, while the counter gets assignment orders, and Kyunggu is dragged along. Inside that hallway standoff, the black-haired newcomer stands dead center, hearing Gwangahungsa, next Tuesday, and Yoon Sangtae like a death sentence. Then the again room waits outside, where everyone pretends this is normal, but the suited pair knows better, because the boss atmosphere is suffocating, and the roadside crew gathers like amateurs, already regretting their courage, before the awkward bow says everything, and the whole ambush folds inward. A smug reunion opens with that casual little long time no see. Then he skips the pageantry and nails the manager title before anyone can breathe. The handshake lands, the car becomes the conference room, and dignity gets dropped on the roadside. The city backdrop hangs there like a stage prop, while the new power shift quietly hardens. Even the arriving car looks like trouble, rolling in with that expensive, ominous confidence. And inside, he acts grateful, like he's not the one humiliating the room. Then comes the nerve, reminding them he once saved a life, as if that settles taxes, before he explains that the director dragged him here, but he already knew the whole setup. The listener's face collapses into pure alarm, because this isn't gossip, it's a buried operation, so naturally he asks for details, and the whole mess suddenly feels much darker. But the bodies were a mess, with only neck stabs standing out, so the man in front brushed it off, calling the details unnecessary, while the hallway showed about 10 heads already rolling across the floor, and the remaining limbs lay twisted like someone lost a bet with gravity. Yet the clean crisscross cuts screamed knife work, not a chaotic brawl, which made the listener blink at the clue, like that somehow narrows murder down, because yes, it was a knife. The long-kind gangsters love showing off, and the cabin suddenly felt like a briefing room, thanks to Kwan Mo. As the grisly cleanup story kept going, bodies spread under that stained ceiling, but sashimi cuts stay jagged and twisted, unlike civilized lies. A brutal one-stroke cut hangs in the air, absurdly precise, almost polite. And the cleanup looks tidy enough to offend every sloppy gangster in town, because those slash marks scream trained steel, not some drunk street brawl, while the captain nearby tries to process that one body did this, and the goateed observer quietly guesses Kendo, which is honestly a terrifying answer. Then the bald passenger confirms it was one person, like that helps anyone, as Gunwoo immediately questions whether such a person even belongs under Yoon Sang-tae, because mercenaries should not be showing up from nowhere like budget nightmares, and the goateed man starts muttering that something about this whole setup stinks, while Gunwoo sits there, sweating only enough to prove he's not impressed. Yoon Sang-tae just got flagged as a heavyweight, and that's already ugly, because this shady again-room facade sits on a much nastier power grid, while the manager briefing makes the whole staff lineup feel absurdly tense, as the long-haired woman brushes off the schedule chaos with pure attitude, and the black-haired pair keep trading that familiar, suspicious silence. Then the glasses-wearing supervisor pushes the no-nonsense work shutdown like a dictator, which sends the brown-haired staffer into another dramatic little meltdown, naturally, while the black-clad observer just keeps that icy, unreadable face. Then the locker room turns into a full-on hostage zone of awkward exits, and the girl with the pink phone quietly realizes this job is a circus. At 2:30 a.m., the pink phone pings, and trouble starts. She stares at the message, already sensing work's next disaster. The cramped staff room looks like a hostage situation with payroll. Even the manager lineup feels like a joke nobody's laughing at. The brunette finally gets cornered by silence and schedules. Then the black-haired guy refuses the exit like he owns gravity. She fires back with a grin, pretending this circus is normal. He answers with her real name, casually detonating the tension. She freaks out over the name slip, demanding the proper formality, and he still won't use it, which is honestly ruthless. Sujong peeks in, already looking annoyed by this whole circus. Then her face blanks. Because something in there clearly startled her, her phone practically announces Arin's invite. Like the timing loves violence, and the close-up says she is absolutely not enjoying this reunion. Beyond that doorway sits a mansion so extra it feels criminal, while one ridiculously tense entrance starts the walk into their hidden rules. One thug gets manhandled by consequences, and honestly, good, because the sharp-eyed woman keeps handling her phone like she owns the room. Then Sujong texts Arin about moving in, acting casual over a disaster, and Arin replies with a Tuesday invite, sealing the awkward trap. Inside the mansion, the polished hostess keeps scrolling, pretending this circus is classy, because her message about Madam's contact lands like a velvet trap with a timestamp. Then the invite gets saved, and the whole setup screams, "Welcome to the scam," as her fingertip seals the deal on a face that should have stayed hidden. Nearby, the staff lineup looks cheerful enough to sell poison with a smile, while the hostess decides the newcomer is acceptable, which is adorable nonsense. And the first day disaster starts when she casually crushes the overconfident idiot. Outside, the palace-like roofline proves this place is absurdly rich and dangerously fake. Beneath it, two men lean over the edge, weighing the violence like accountants, and the final verdict is simple. If knives matter here, somebody's specialty just became lethal. That was ages ago, when he still wore the sword like a memory, and even now, the veteran swears that blade was never ordinary, because the old path was abandoned, yet the steel still calls. Now that call drags him straight into a Gen's liquor warehouse, where he coolly admits the question sounds arrogant, then answers anyway. Yoon Sang-tae's next move is announced like a corporate funeral, while 70 gathered men make the whole thing look disturbingly doable, so the target becomes the empty base, and the risk feels almost rude. But the warning lands hard. Nothing changes unless somebody finally moves, and that leaves him staring down the choice to wait or strike. The shiny corporate tower looks peaceful, which is always suspicious, until Kim Gunwoo's call drops the ugly news through the office. Yoon Sang-tae's attack moved up a day, and everyone panics, except the woman in red, who calmly pivots into fake alibis, splitting the crew by floors like some bargain bin war strategy, because the third and fifth floors will hit together, brilliantly, allegedly, while the outsiders below get handed Kim Chanyeol as backup, and the two suited men react like they've just seen a miracle, since this is finally the chance to delete Yoon Sang-tae. But the sunset over the tower warns, somebody's getting burned. Seoul's glass tower glows at dusk, while the hunt quietly shifts. Inside the cafe, one watcher keeps the line buzzing and clean. The young man stays unreadable, still carrying that stubborn, bandaged distance, and the phone report lands. Hwang Jin-hak's crew slip through, apparently, which is just corporate panic, dressed up as normal behavior, because Ryu Hisu cuts in with that smug little apology, then keeps talking, naming the Soyang deputy, and making the whole cover story look shameless. Then he says Jung Pyong-wook owns this land, so don't poke the bear, unless you want Seo Yang spying on you, which would be hilarious, and deadly. So everyone agrees to back off right before the next problem walks in. The sky's still pretending to be calm over the glass tower, but Seoul's already getting drenched in bad news, naturally, because the warning lands. Hwang Jin-hak's crew slip through anyway, and that's corporate panic wearing rain like a cheap disguise. Inside, the office queen studies the photo while the clock spits out 6, then the black-suited newcomer returns, looking calm enough to insult everyone, while the staircase crowd and umbrella army quietly start closing ranks, as if surrounding the target somehow counts as strategy. Cute. And the whole tower turns into one giant storm-soaked trap, with the next move waiting below like a very expensive mistake. The gallery opens like a luxury prison, and the welcome feels suspiciously polite, because the brown-haired visitor is already being measured like fresh prey, while the sunglasses queen cuts through the room, all polish and hidden teeth, then casually confirms she's the one in charge, which is adorable and threatening, as the marble hallway stretches out with those creepy headless statues, basically screaming contract nonsense, and the rule dump lands hard. Sign here, stay here, good luck escaping. Then the silent black-haired kid gets the real horror story, about a boy lost too soon, so his confused reaction just hangs there. While everyone pretends this family damage is normal, then the smug host plants the final hook, making it clear this place owns you, and even the softest step forward sounds like the start of a very expensive mistake. Madam Catherine cuts the room with that smug, polished, "Why?" and the anxious newcomer instantly asks if retreat is still allowed. But the contract trap lands hard, because once inside, leaving is luxury, then comes the cheerful lie about freedom, which is almost insulting, while the brown-haired girl freezes, realizing this place eats hesitation, before Catherine turns that smile sharper and invites her onward, and the hallway opens up like a trophy case for bad decisions, leaving the girl visibly rattled, like the rules already own her. Outside, the corporate tower looms in the rain, all cold power, and the convoy rolls in, bringing the next disaster to the door. Rain pounds the K-enter set, and the new manager looks ridiculously unfazed, while the convoy fans out like a tiny army pretending this is normal. The truck banner screams apologies for the commotion. As if that helps, then the crew panics over boss, because Siho has vanished mid-job, his name gets repeated like a bad omen, and everyone realizes he was there. The answer lands cold. He ran off to attack Gwangahuong under Yoon's orders, which means the real problem isn't the house, it's the vanished wolf, since they only came to rob an empty place, not babysit ego, but the hierarchy still matters, so they'll punish him later here. For now, the boss just stares through the rain, already done joking. Yeshiho's face says it all, that quiet menace under the salon polish, while the office man beside him already regrets opening his mouth. Naturally, shies because outside, the whole mob rushes in like rent-a-thugs on payroll, and Yeshiho answers by turning their confidence into expensive confetti. Even the suited desk jockey freaks out, finally remembering consequences exist. Then the charging crew meets him at the entrance, and instantly loses momentum. Panic hits the room as evacuation orders fly. Too late for these geniuses, his strike keeps carving through them, so the lobby becomes a demolition site. Bodies scatter across the polished floor, and the crew looks embarrassingly disposable. By the end, only wreckage remains, proving their swagger was never worth anything. Inside the gleaming lobby, the goateed boss snaps the takeover order, and nobody blinks. A polished manager answers from the doorway. While the room already feels conquered, his assistant stiffens in the hall, because this place loves hierarchy more than oxygen. She gets told to head home, as if her panic needed permission to exist. The man turns, and her shocked little what sells the whole humiliation. He doubles down, ice cold, like basic courtesy was apparently optional today. Outside, the staff scramble to obey, waving yeses around like surrender flags. Then the woman finally realizes this isn't negotiation, just eviction with manners. Meanwhile, the baton crew floods the elevator corridor, swaggering straight into disaster. But the lobby king still owns the exit, and their bravado collapses immediately. Inside the office, the tension spikes the second Yeshiho owns the doorway, while the shaken staff whisper for rescue, as if panic needs approval, but he answers with brutal math, calling the hall too narrow for heroes, then ordering the frightened woman under the desk, because discretion suddenly matters, and that icy stare from the manager makes the whole room remember who's in charge. The next complaint hits about Gwanghung's attack, only to get brushed aside, with the smug declaration that this place was basically empty house shopping, so skipping the main fight becomes a God-given opportunity, naturally, which leaves the watchers stunned, because arrogance just got professionally folded, and the rushing crew outside collapses, realizing their grand entrance was a joke. Yeshiho's office lesson opens ugly for the rush crew, and fast, because one clean strike already turns their confidence into expensive embarrassment. Hwang Jin-hok's panic spreads next, like his brain finally noticed reality, and the room learns too late that bravado is not armor. While Shiho keeps carving through them, making the whole attack look amateur. The leaders above him stare down, realizing their plan was comedy. One desperate grab for the railing only buys another humiliating launch. Then the floor becomes a wrecking yard for every black-suited clown, with faces split, bodies crumpling, and courage officially refunded to zero, and the so-called invaders end up as proof Shiho owns the room. Hwang Jin-hak's panic finally cracks open, and that smug certainty starts leaking out. The corridor turns into a blood-red slaughterhouse, while bodies drop like bad investment picks. The onlookers freeze between fear and disbelief, because Ye Shiho is the real problem here, and the surviving goons realize their grand ambush was basically a donation to humiliation, as Shiho stands over the wreckage and casually vows to wipe out everyone left. The last ones staring up at him don't see a man anymore, just a nightmare. Even Hwang Jin-hak's eyes say it loud now. This guy is not human, and the idiot courage from earlier is gone, replaced by pure survival instinct. Outside, rain lashes the building like the universe is mocking their collapse, while the gang regroups in misery, with Shiho's shadow already owning the whole night. The rain-soaked hotel looms like a jackpot for somebody's bad night, and inside, the windows glow while the trap gets quietly staged, because the long-haired woman is already watching through those binoculars, with her red phone ready, like this whole ambush is a business call. Then the intruder answers, and she greets him with icy confidence, while explaining she left the door open, nice and sloppy on purpose, and, surprise, Yoon Sang-tae is nowhere to be seen, shocking nobody, so she coolly says he's coming now. As if doom runs on schedule. Below, the black cars roll in, and the street crew freezes. Then the suited woman stands over them, looking brutally unbothered. From the luxury room above, the watcher spots a stranger, not Yoon Sang-tae, and panics. So the polished woman below keeps the calm act, box in hand, absolutely shameless. Outside, the building face turns ugly as the first impact turns the wall into splatter. Then the hidden blades keep singing, and the rush crew's bravado gets erased. Instantly, one hand clamps the pole, but that only makes the violence look even sillier. Bodies collapse across the tile, all that tough guy posturing reduced to expensive-looking scrap. Now the leader's face says everything. Pure regret, sweat, and zero remaining swagger. And the new manager steps in, ordering everyone aside like they're furniture. He stays stone-faced, gripping the blade, because panic is for amateurs. Then he cuts the macho sacrifice speech short, proposing one clean one-on-one. One-on-one? Yeah, the room just got that much more expensive. Then Ye Shiho stands there like a ruined statue, still somehow terrifying. Hwang Jin-hak's little victory speech collapses instantly, and wow, shocking nobody. That whole rush crew gets sliced apart, their bravado turning into floor decorations. The leader starts babbling about losses, because courage always leaves first. Ye Shiho answers with a blade and a look that says enough already. Another thug lunges, and gets folded so fast it's basically comedy. The manager call lands next. Opening the door like this was ever fair. Even the smug spectators freeze, realizing the decoy was the trap. So yeah, the ambush dies here, and Ye Shiho keeps smiling. Hwang Jin-hak's bravado cracks first, and the room smells panic already, because Ye Shiho's blade kisses through the rush crew like bad karma. The so-called leader stumbles into excuses, while his men fold embarrassingly fast, and the dark-haired brute gets pinned beneath a grin that feels criminally unfair. Another thug charges in, only to be dropped like a cheap joke, right as the manager call lands, turning this massacre into official business, and even the toughest spectators finally stop pretending this was a decoy, because the bald-headed sucker in front is learning humility through his face, while the others watch the black-haired target get toyed with, completely helpless. So yeah, the ambush is dead, and Ye Shiho owns the aftermath. One thug's face is now a floor ornament, and reality looks embarrassed. Another idiot folds hard, landing like he just lost a bad bet. The room freezes as the crew realizes this wasn't bravado, it was slaughter. Then the backup rush stalls mid-stride, because confidence dies faster than pride. The whole pack starts scattering, while Ye Shiho keeps the hallway on a leash. One desperate clown still insists it's only one opponent, which is adorable. But the black-haired target finally admits the obvious, and stops pretending. He sees the sword work, remembers the old scars, and decides to witness it himself. Then the steel lands with frightening calm, dragging everyone back into that dead sword world. And when somebody mutters Kendo, the answer is brutal history, not nostalgia. He swore off the sacred sword, yet the old path still calls, and now even bare hands can't hide how serious this got. Because one promised drink of blood turns arrogance into panic, and the smug grin says he already picked the winner, while the target can only brace, learning this monster fights empty-handed. Then the blade drops into frame, and the legend finally speaks, like some forgotten champion reminding fools why pride gets buried. Outside, rain hammers the building as the ambush keeps widening, and the getaway cars choke at the curb, boxed in by pressure, because this mess just escalated from street trouble into a full extermination. Rain slams the curb as a taxi carries the first warning toward Gwangahung, and the blonde newcomer keeps that dead-eyed calm, like trouble already paid him, while the building groans with screams, proving the ambush is officially a disaster. Then he steps under the umbrella, looking less like a guest, more like judgment, because Gwangahung's windows are packed with suits, all pretending this is normal, and the auditorium doors open on a crowd that definitely did not come to pray. When the glasses-wearing woman coolly takes command, every thug suddenly forgets bravery, and the swordswoman snaps the room in half, blade low, confidence disgustingly intact. So the idiots shout for Beck, demanding answers after meeting the wrong woman, but she just calls them bait and asks who lured them here on purpose. The ambush looks overcooked already, and the bait finally notices, because this trap was packed, not padded, with smiling murder machines, and the so-called negotiator keeps smirking like disaster was his hobby, while the black-suited crowd realizes survival now costs actual courage. Then the glasses-wearing woman takes over, and the room instantly shrinks, as her sword and stare split every ounce of remaining arrogance, leaving the cocky idiots scrambling for backup, then hiding behind excuses. But the blonde manager just mocks their panic, unimpressed by numbers, because their prized enforcer is folding, and the whole raid collapses. Now the only question left is who survives this embarrassment. The smug manager starts grinning, already tasting victory before the room answers. Then the chase shifts to polished footsteps, and everyone suddenly remembers fear. The panicked enforcer tries to interrupt, but even he sounds outmatched, while the bald-faced menace demands answers about Yoon's name. Like that matters now. The dark-haired challenger finally turns, and his glare says the joke is over, because the manager's not really attitude lands harder than any threat. The broken enforcer loses it completely, screaming that impossible things are happening, and the loyalty talk gets dragged out as if betrayal suddenly had standards. Then survival becomes the only priority, so he reaches for a blade, stupidly late, but the polished strategist closes in, and the floor loses another fool. Steel flashes in the first clash, and the room already regrets breathing. The next lunge gets answered instantly, one clean strike erasing confidence. Blood and panic spray out, because arrogance really is fragile, little armor. Then comes the smug little warning, delivered with terrifying, icy control. The traitor's face twists, as the blade work keeps humiliating him. The ceiling gets painted by another failure, ugly proof of perfect timing. Another fool charges in, only to meet a brutal, unfinished answer. Even the cocky bastard looks rattled now, which is honestly adorable. Kendo theory follows, because apparently distance is just another body count. The lesson lands hard. Once the gap closes, his range means nothing. High stance turns the reach monstrous, and Yahello teaches distance mercy. The first attacker blinks too late, then gets folded by clean timing. Hwang Jin-hak clutches his pride, but that only makes the hit worse. Another swing kisses the floor, because speed keeps making him look amateur, and now he's gasping. Realizing this blonde manager is a nightmare, Shiho barely moves, yet still leaves the room begging for instructions. Hwang finally screams for backup, which is adorable considering the slaughter. Everyone panics about judo speed, while his face says has doomed. Then the grip breaks cleanly, as if arrogance had no bones at all. And President Won's strike is the cruel little punchline that ends it. His high stance suddenly feels flimsy, so he panics and readjusts. And that tiny hesitation lets the room watch Hwang Jin-hak stumble, because the first clash already proves this blonde manager is absurdly fast, while the thug keeps charging like bad decisions are a fighting style. Then the staff catches his weapon hand, and arrogance starts leaking. His face folds under pressure, as Yahello closes in without mercy. The next hit turns the whole attack into a humiliating overhead crash, and Hwang's groan says the damage hit his pride even harder, because Yahello mocks the so-called national representative with pure contempt, leaving the wannabe boss barking for more, which is embarrassingly brave. The air cracks first, and even the bald bruisers start realizing, uh-oh, their little ambush is turning into a group therapy session for embarrassment, because Yahello keeps that calm grin while Hwang keeps offering slaughter like a clown, and somehow the whole crew goes stiff when the manager's staff stays perfectly composed. Then Hwang finally understands he is not the predator here, just unpaid background noise, so he chokes out for his boss while still tasting the floor's humiliation. But the black-haired holdout proves this mess is bigger than one foolish raid, since he sees the trap closing, the escape route shrinking, and Yahello still relentless, while the wounded thug babbles that if the shield drops, everybody gets cooked. And the last plea lands like a confession. Run now, unless you want history repeating. Huang's crew finally cracks, screaming for retreat, and that's embarrassing, because the hallway is already swallowing them whole as doors fly open. The black-haired holdout still looks wrecked, but he keeps measuring the threat, while Ye Shiho calmly reminds everyone that power decides who gets to talk. And the battered thug gets reduced to a puddle of excuses, not courage. With Ye Shiho's grip staying effortless, smug little kings suddenly look disposable, then the escape route buckles, and the whole squad bolts for the elevator, as the lone dark-haired witness watches. Realizing this raid was dead on arrival, the building floor turns into a stampede, and panic spreads faster than loyalty. So when one scared idiot asks what is happening, the answer is simple. Everything collapsed. The raid cracks open fast, and Ye Shiho's warning sends cowards scrambling, while Huang Jinhak starts panicking about the boss, because apparently bravery was optional, and the entire crew bolts for the elevator, trying to outrun their own stupidity, as the dark-haired witness freezes, silently clocking how hopeless this disaster really is. Then the office aftermath settles in, leaving the room wrecked and embarrassingly empty, with the battered thug flattened on the floor, finally meeting reality instead of bravado, while the wary woman peeks over cover, looking 1 second from screaming herself, and another suited woman breaks into panic, legs flying as the exit plan dies, so the two women end up collapsed in shock, realizing the trap was never theirs, and the shadowy figure at the door confirms it. This whole attack was doomed. Under the table, the raid turns into pure humiliation, and Ye Shiho keeps it clean, because Huang Jinhak's crew gets folded so hard, even his bravado starts leaking out, while the women nearby buckle and beg for mercy, realizing muscle alone was never the plan, and the dark-haired witness watches that mess with the face of someone already done caring. Then the shaken pair hit the floor, staring at each other like the trap signed them both, as Ye Shiho's cold answer makes it obvious. Yes, they saw everything, and no, the boss finally starts pleading too, which is adorable considering he led this disaster, because the whole crew is already collapsing, spilling panic across the room like cheap paint, so the last survivor freezes under that filthy hand, asking how this is even handled, and outside, the storm keeps hammering the building, like the verdict was never in doubt. Blood and broken pride flood the hall as Huang Jinhak realizes he's cooked, while the glasses-wearing swordswoman stands over a massacre, looking annoyingly unbothered, and the last idiot watching from the side finally understands she did this alone, because her blade turns the room into a highlight reel of humiliation, leaving the boss face twitching as if fear just slapped him personally. Then the ponytailed mastermind casually orders one survivor kept breathing for bait, which makes the woman's stare sharpen. Like even his plan is already embarrassing, and he doubles down, demanding the captive stay alive just a little longer, as the bodyguard in the room freezes beside that vertical blade, realizing the power gap, because now Yi Ha-min is the prize, and this trap just got personal. Ye Shiho's patience cracks, and he'd rather die than entertain this circus, because his first strike sends the hallway thugs into embarrassing chaos, then one stunned look catches the blade work, as if reality blinked, and the so-called elites fold hard, coughing up smoke and pride, while the remaining crew bolts from the doorway like rents do, leaving the entrance framed by a lone figure they cannot touch. That dark-haired stranger stands calm, making their bravado look microscopic, and one terrified thug instantly whines about clearing everyone upstairs, but the new face only makes them sweat, because nobody knows him, so the real question lands, where is Yoon Sang-tae, anyway? The order lands like a panic bell, and the raid finally stops pretending, because the glasses-wearing swordswoman is already inside their reach, entirely unbothered. Then steel flashes so fast the front line forgets how bravery works, and the first thug's weapon gets stolen mid-swing like he donated it. The black-haired boy watches, stunned, while her blade keeps rewriting the room. With each slash, the swaggering crew loses more pride than flesh, honestly worse. Now the survivors freeze, as if their knees filed for retirement, while the woman turns that calm stare into a full-on humiliation lecture. Even the cocky instigator can only gape, realizing this was never a fight, it was a cleanup, and they were the trash bags. Inside this tense hallway, the crew realizes the wrong woman showed up, and she does not bother posturing, just grips her sword like bad news, while the black-haired listener sizes up the situation, already 3 moves ahead, and when she needles him about his steps, he coolly cuts that nonsense down, with a bland Kendo answer that only makes her smirk harder, because charming. Then she leans in like a predator testing manners, and the room gets colder, because threatening him should have worked, except his stare stays disgustingly calm, and the blade suddenly snaps into motion, kissing his face with lethal confidence, but he refuses the panic they wanted, standing there like the problem itself. While her final strike screams through the frame, proving this was never close. The ceiling still feels like it got personally bullied, and the room, where that sharp woman keeps cutting through the air with ridiculous confidence, while the black-haired kid answers with a staff and zero fear, because his stare stays annoyingly calm, like panic is beneath him. Then the glasses woman finally notices something off, and surprise, her confidence starts leaking out as the blade keeps owning the space, because even his timing is rude, snapping the staff into position, while she watches, suddenly suspicious, like the room's rules just changed, and the next exchange lands with that ugly little sound of impact, proving the flashy threat was all style, and almost no survival. Inside the office battlefield, the swordswoman freezes everyone with one razor command, but the smug blade clown insists he's helping, because narcissists adore disaster. She cuts the tension harder, declaring the fight hers, and nobody else matters, while that lunatic actually wonders if she's disrespecting him, adorable delusion. Then the black-haired kid rockets past, proving speed beats empty threats every time, and the swordsman gets launched through glass like office furniture with feelings, before the escape route opens, as he flees into the rain, disarmed, leaving the crew screaming for backup, finally realizing their boss is cooked, because the opponent beside him is now asking about the guy over there, and the so-called Japanese woman is clearly the one running this massacre. The staircase was already turning into a slaughterhouse, and the suits kept climbing, while she stood above the chaos like a professor grading idiots from hell. Then the woman with glasses casually trashed their whole idea of Japan, as if humble bragging required a funeral. Behind her, the black-haired kid stayed ice cold. The rare type bosses hate, because his limitations were obvious, and she made sure everyone heard it. So she drew the real blade, promising a lesson the sports crowd never gets, and his stare finally sharpened, like he'd seen this exact nonsense before. 1 year earlier, that same building just looked like a school with secrets, where he sat in silence with a book and a staff, pretending grief was armor, but the corridor now says otherwise, because the hidden monster in him never left. Past 11, the instructor catches the rule breaker, still lingering, and the smugness starts cracking, while the black-haired kid shrugs off suspicion by hiding behind Kendo studies, which is hilarious, because he already sounds like a chronic overachiever in denial. Then the teacher pushes into Japanese Kendo, and the boy clutches his book like homework, calmly explaining there are plenty of schools, because apparently being useful is his hobby, and yes, people even show up armed, which makes this whole tournament scene gloriously unhinged. So when the instructor asks what he's staring at, the answer is pure martial obsession, a strange longsword school with ridiculous reach, and a body problem he's already analyzing. Then comes the real flex, with a command to stand up, like this is no debate, and the staff snaps down as the kid silently proves the monster never left. Inside the dojo, the dark-haired brute studies a staff like it owes him money, while the newcomer casually treats identical reach like a long sword, amazing everyone. Then that practice swing detonates through the room, and the arrogant fool panics, because the hit lands so clean his confidence evaporates before the echo finishes. The challenger tries to keep barking orders, pretending this is still manageable, but the white-clad Prodigy answers with that maddening calm, like he's babysitting, and the complaint about that unusual weapon sounds hilarious now, given the damage. Since it was just practice, the smug explanation lands like a second insult, so the staff comes back around, sharper and colder, as the reset begins, and the room learns, again, that Yahello never quit being terrifying. The staff clash snaps tight, and Yahello's lesson starts looking expensive. His defense hijacks the attacker's balance, turning pressure into embarrassing control. Then the wrist gets punished instantly. Because subtlety clearly died here, the opponent's next swing gets smothered, while Shiho stays annoyingly composed. Now the brute finally realizes his whole read was a comedy routine, because Shiho's reflexes answer first, like panic never even existed. The man tries saving face with excuses, pretending that chaos was deliberate, but Shiho's blank stare says the opposite. He's not impressed at all. Even the complaint about the fight sounds pathetic beside those clean counters, and the room gets the message. This joke was always Shiho's trap. A black-haired youth fills the frame, and the room already feels threatened, because that calm stare belongs to Shiho, the manager nobody laughed at twice. Then Jinhak lunges in with a desperate shout, and instantly regrets the confidence, as Shiho's staff snaps the attack apart, making that rush look embarrassingly expensive. The gap closes fast, with Jinhak's whole formation collapsing under pure humiliation, while Shiho keeps carving through him, so cleanly it feels unfairly scripted. Even the opponent's logic starts whining, since brute force clearly met a superior method, and the blonde ace answers with effortless footwork, turning resistance into floor decoration. Then the bespectacled watcher finally remembers everything, staring at that blade like fate, because now the whole buried truth comes back, and Shiho was never ordinary. The black-clad newcomer stands coldly, staff ready, and absolutely unbothered. Then comes the blunt revelation that he replaced Yuta in this lineup, while the old legend's 7-win streak gets dragged into the spotlight, and Seoul's crowd realizes they imported Ye Shiho instead, which is hilarious, because the bespectacled watcher finally clocks the masked nuisance. All sharp suspicion, and that single word lands like a trapdoor. As recognition goes feral, then the arena hears another sword saint rumor, and Shiho becomes mythology, while rain smears the hotel exterior, turning the building into a gloomy stage. Above that, the binoculars woman keeps spying, looking way too pleased with herself, and below, the target bolts through the courtyard, already late to the humiliation. Rain batters the tower, while Ye Shiho dashes out and rewrites the script. Inside, the red-suited caller panics, because reality just kicked her ego. Outside, the failed runner keeps fleeing, proving the grand ambush was embarrassing garbage. Then the staff warns him to stay hidden, as the weather turns theatrical, but the red phone woman mocks the excuse, demanding the truth behind the disaster, and the report lands hard. Their plan shattered, with a female mercenary ahead. Worse, the 3rd and 5th floor squeeze failed, so the whole board collapsed. Nearby, the glasses-wearing watcher freezes, sensing the long sword problem instantly, while the woman upstairs asks about Kim Chon-gil, like she already knows the damage, and the final order is brutal. Everyone's dead, so stay put, morons. The whole rooftop fiasco starts with a cold promise to call back later, while the rain-soaked crew scrambles, proving their grand ambush was garbage. One panicked runner begs for a pause, but the boss is already melting, because the report is brutal. The plan shattered, and Ye Shiho is ahead. Even the hidden watcher stiffens at the long sword threat, suddenly very humble. Then the corridor goes quiet as the blonde manager keeps walking, unreadable, and the hooded leader pretends he owns the dark corner. Charmingly stupid, before the phone flashes again, exposing how desperate the retreat really is. As the backup crew closes in, carrying clubs like that somehow fixes failure, and the final taunt lands. Over there, as panic keeps spreading. Rain lashes the shattered tower, where blood stains the window and the ambush starts collapsing, and the mysterious swordswoman finally squares up, smugly sure her blade changes everything, but the black-haired fighter just watches, calm as a funeral, with zero respect, because dojo swagger means nothing when real violence walks in, and she knows it, so she leans in. Already admitting, drag this out and I lose, shocking nobody, while he narrows his gaze, quietly betting on one brutal opening instead of theatrics. Then the whole floor erupts as she lunges, and the poor timing brigade panics, her tears through the air, proving elegance is still terrifying when aimed right. His staff meets steel with a blinding crack, turning confidence into expensive noise, and the rooftop becomes a blur of clashes, with her snarling and him still unreadable. The rain hits the rooftop like a death sentence, and the blade snaps cleanly. Below, the walls of the building look helpless, as the ambush keeps rotting. The blonde manager stands calm in the storm, while one lookout starts sweating. That same fool is already realizing swagger never mattered against real monsters. The hooded pest reaches for the phone, and makes the situation look pathetic. His crew clusters around him like backup, only to sound increasingly disposable. Then the call lands, and the owner check comes with humiliating clarity. The answer is even worse, because they tossed it here and bolted away. Hwang Jin-hak hears that and completely loses his composure, which is adorable. So the blonde manager just keeps smiling, because the phone is already his. The rain-soaked alley erupts in panic, and Hwang Jin-hak suddenly looks pathetic. His whole crew is scattered below, charging like amateurs with zero control. Ye Shiho catches the phone, judges the mess, and offers mercy anyway. The warning lands hard, because snitches in this game usually vanish fast. The blonde manager barely reacts, letting the coward swallow his pride alone. Then the first attack comes, but the fight dies before the glasses hit. Ye Shiho folds the blade assault with absurd speed, shocking the rooftop crew. Steel cracks apart, and that smug confidence turns into expensive embarrassment. Hwang Jin-hak trembles, while the mysterious woman keeps carving through his hopes. By the end, the boss is done, and Ye Shiho owns the whole storm. A rooftop ambush starts ugly, and the first blade rush is already doomed, because Ye Shiho erases distance so fast the whole crew looks stuck in slow motion. The long-haired attacker gets in a clean stab, then instantly pays for the confidence, as he pivots once and leaves her attack shattered. Like her ego needed backup, She comes back swinging harder. But Ye Shiho answers with cold, effortless control, and the result is a brutal wall of steel and swagger. With his stare unreadable, the woman's panic finally breaks through, because her genius plan makes no sense. While Ye Shiho keeps reading her like a cheap script, totally unimpressed, then the clash detonates again, and her scream sells the humiliation better than words, leaving the building sign outside to frame the mess, because this disaster just began. Rain-soaked thugs box the exits, whining about cowards who bolted behind closed doors, then a lookout spots movement in the back, and the whole crew stiffens, as Ye Shiho steps in cold and blank, with everybody watching like prey. One smug bastard jokes he expected a runaway, not this icy arrival, so he starts sneering about being traded away for the rights to again, and Ye Shiho answers with pure dismissal, basically telling them to save the drama, because he is not in the mood, and he would happily make this a massacre, which leaves the loudmouth looking ridiculous, still talking like he controls anything, until Ye Shiho's stare turns absolute, and the confidence around him fractures, while shattered steel on the floor proves the ambush just got deleted. Ye Shiho's hand closes around steel, and the whole ambush starts looking doomed, while their first victim crumples hard, proving the tough guy routine was pure cosplay. Her shaken face says everything, because confidence just got bottomed, and Ye Shiho stays ice cold, the kind of stare that ruins reputations. Then the rain-soaked building frames the next move as he leaves with his prize. His arrival feels less like rescue and more like a corporate kidnapping with style. The driver tries acting casual, but Ye Shiho's reputation makes that pointless, because even the question hanging in the rain gets answered by sheer presence. He drags the woman along, dismissing the nonsense like it's beneath him, and the loudmouth's complaint only confirms it. She matters, and they're finished. Rain turns the newcomer into a silent omen, and nobody likes that stare, because outside the building, the getaway van already screams bad timing. Then the first punk gets folded mid-rush, proving courage is expensive, and another suit gets smashed sideways, like the plan never mattered. Ye Shiho stands there untouched, looking annoyingly expensive for a so-called manager, while a second body hits the floor, ruining whatever dignity was left. Hwang Jin-hak's face finally caves in, and panic starts paying rent. Then Ye Shiho carves through the formation, casually deleting their confidence. The street crew freezes in the rain, realizing they backed the wrong monster, so he sends the humiliating verdict, leave today, because they already lost. The first scream cracks the silence, and Hwang Jin-hak already knows the rush is collapsing fast, because competence just turned into humiliation. Ye Shiho's strike lands clean, and arrogance gets folded like cheap paper, hands drop uselessly, rain soaking the scene while his confidence bleeds out. Hwang Jin-hak stares blankly, finally understanding he picked the wrong monster. Then Ye Shiho's verdict lands colder than the storm. Get lost. The crew behind him starts panicking, suddenly very committed to surviving, as armored headlights cut through the rain, dragging the night toward chaos. Outside, the mansion sits soaked and silent, hiding its own ugly secrets. Inside, the brown-haired woman slumps apart, because fear always collects interest. The manager breaks first, soaked in panic and sweat, while the call goes out for a patient, and help finally drags upstairs. The black-haired listener and red-suited caller keep the crisis moving, with translator jokes and anime bragging making the whole room even more embarrassing. Then the wounded woman starts begging for death, which is honestly absurdly dramatic, but the suit-clad tormentor refuses mercy, demanding every secret before anything else. The poor fool tries laughing it off, like courage can be improvised. Then the ultimatum sharpens, because even dying has to wait in this house. A drawer opens, and the hammer says the conversation has turned physical, and the predator leans in, promising no one dies until the truth spills. Under that cold stare, Ye Shiho answers the call without blinking, and the whole room waits while the manager's presence lands like a verdict. Then the phone lights up with Cian's emergency, because of course disaster sends text messages, and he snaps back so fast even the little vibration sounds intimidated. With Sujeong's name finally surfacing, the family tension gets even more awkward, as he promises the situation will be handled. No drama, no panic, no mercy. Then the call ends, and the blonde manager just stands there, unreadable and annoyingly composed, while the rest of the house feels the warning hit like a hidden blade, and the woman in white is left staring at him, realizing the rules just changed, because his next move is already loaded, and nobody gets a softer treatment. Inside this mansion, the butler gets a mask, because subtlety died. The brown-haired woman watches, already realizing this place runs on cruelty. Then a finger hits the door, and the house starts pretending innocence, but the panels swing open like a trap, welcoming another mistake inside. The woman steps through, nervous but determined, into pure polished menace, and the welcome line lands like a smug threat, as if she's disposable. Outside, the stormy estate keeps brooding while the hidden rules close in. Inside, a bedridden woman lies wired up, grief turned into furniture. Then the knife comes out behind a bald old coward, and suddenly bravery evaporates. Because this mansion doesn't host guests, it hunts them. Yahello stands there like the room already belongs to him, while the axe-wielding woman prods for the mastermind, dripping confidence and blood, and the wounded girl glares back, realizing arrogance is suddenly very expensive, because this lunatic starts talking about taking an eye or an arm, casually, only for the bald witness to stare like his glasses just failed him. As the battered girl keeps listening, furious and cornered, but still breathing, then the woman smugly decides talking is boring, so maybe maiming sounds smarter, and the bald man, somehow still the adult in the room, chooses restraint, while a hand grips the kitchen knife with embarrassingly calm finality, because in this house, mercy is optional, and survival is the punchline. She's cornered now. Screaming for death like that somehow helps, because this woman already learned cruelty from a childhood that never blinked, and yes, she even boasts about a murdered man from 8 years old, but the black-haired kid behind her stays calm, already tired of theatrics, so she swings from confession to insults, demanding permission to be monstrous, while he answers with annoying composure, admitting he understands a little, and suddenly the mansion feels less like luxury, more like a predator's den, with their wounded guest trapped between polished furniture and cheap human ugliness, as the room settles into that awful silence before the next betrayal. And the biggest joke is that politics, family, and murder all share one address. The mansion already feels smug, and Yahello answers their surprise with calm contempt, while the hostess turns decadence into doctrine, acting like luxury excuses everything. Naturally, then she admits her rotten little world runs on pleasure, status, and old crimes, but the brown-haired guest only blinks, realizing this room is a polished trap because she keeps whining about falling out of favor, as if corruption needs sympathy. Then she drags up the capture of gang leader Lee Song-chan, proudly naming her role. Yahello doesn't flinch, and that just feeds her ego, so she boasts harder, until the woman's confidence finally cracks into a wary stare, sensing he's still unreadable, and the man's cold face says it all. He's not impressed by her history, because in this house, even murder gets dressed up like class, then gets mocked. Your naive little question lands badly, and the room answers with smug, velvet menace. Then he cuts through the posturing, wanting a partner, not a manipulative pretender. The bar's polished silence follows, as if the whole place is auditioning for secrecy, and the owner keeps staring, suddenly less amused, more curious, maybe even cornered, because the next joke is his, and it is gloriously deadpan over that drink. While she's left blinking at his nerve, the kind that ruins arrogant plans instantly, his smile says the whole room is already solved, glass in hand, unbothered. Outside, the no outsiders sign guards the entrance like a very expensive insult. Inside the control room, monitors and staff turn the operation into cold theater, and the REC stamp catches him relaxed, as if the trap belongs to him. The deal starts dirty, with Kim Jong-han suddenly sounding recruitable, and the new girl getting absurd luck, because this woman still thinks men always fold for charm, then casually announces her Korea trip like a power flex. But the pause after that says the real prize is still off-screen, and she knows exactly how this game works. Meanwhile, the black-haired observer gets dragged into the Gao Linji question, like nobody trusts the full lineup, only for her to brush it off, promising Gao Linji later, and acting like order itself owes her loyalty. Then she sweet-talks Xiaoman with that smug little grin, the kind that makes manipulation look polished. Cut to the room where a chair gets seized, and suddenly the mood drops from fancy to fatal, because the black-clad interrogator starts testing loyalty, mocking the idea that mercenaries survive without masters, but the wounded woman fires back with pure stubborn pride, basically daring them to pull her IV, and that's when the joke lands, because he's asking what kind of honor could possibly survive this mess. Bloodied and furious, the hidden woman stares down the chaos, riding out the ambush, while the manager glides in by car, calmly proving Namyangju still doubts him, and the suit and glasses response is annoyingly simple, meaning, yeah, he gets it, because this whole honor speech is really just a trap dressed up as respect. But the battered woman laughs at that logic, mocking pain like it's beneath her, then doubles down with sword-wielding pride, promising a clean cut instead of mercy, only for her to lean into the insult, calling his mercy a joke, while the black-haired observer lowers his head, already sensing the bigger machine. Since Yoon Song-tae never appears directly, only through intermediaries and discarded tales, and that tiny silence in the room says the real war just started. Hez telling them to cut the intermediary first, and Yoon Sang-tae gets isolated, because that's when the real monster might finally turn its teeth on them, but the answer is colder than that, since proximity already means death, and shortcuts don't matter when he's choosing the fastest route through hell. Then the battered woman, half-broken and fully smug, still sells that death path. Grinning through blood like pain owes her money, which is honestly embarrassing. Outside, the corporate tower rises like polished camouflage for dirty hierarchy games. Inside, the manager's desk and silent suit stare say the machine is moving. While the bodies are cleaned, the deaths get filed as accidents. But one prosecutor starts poking holes, and now the cover-up is sweating. The room freezes on that careless who, and the mystery starts smelling expensive. Because Cha Soo-yeon is apparently the stubborn prosecutor everyone loves to underestimate, while the cigar guy clocks her instantly, then needles her like he owns the verdict, and Hwang Jin-hak's already wrecked face proves Do Kyung-gu hit him hard again. The insult gets uglier fast, because Hwang Jin-hak is treated like complete dead weight. Then the question comes back, dumb and blunt, as if nobody heard the beating, until the answer lands with a shrug, because this loser can't handle anything anymore. Next up is Lee Ha-min, and now the tension shifts to corporate trouble, while the black-haired guy in front stays cold, letting the silence do the bullying, and then Gyeongsa finally speaks up, like that somehow makes this mess cleaner. The Namyangju trail's already gone cold, and that panic says plenty, because even the bowed lapdog can only confirm, Do Kyung-gu now, while Kim Gun-woo's body gets treated like missing cargo, not a man, and the answer is to send it back, because subtlety died hours ago. Naturally, one sweaty suit guy panics at that simple demand, while the black-haired watcher keeps the room icy, letting silence bully everyone, until Gyeongsa finally stammers soul like it's a cursed jackpot, and the whole mess shifts from hide-and-seek to a dead-serious city map. Then the quiet house and evening shadows make the next move feel loaded, because Lee Ha-min is already there, acting like the next problem owns her. The board wants the intermediary behind Yoon Sang-tae, and Lee Ha-min hears everything, smiling thinly. Then she tells them to dig deeper, because gossip without action is just expensive noise, while the black-haired lookout stays bowed over the sink, soaking in the fallout like a hostage, and everyone admits Kim Gun-woo's body is basically missing cargo, not a man, so the answer becomes sending him back, even if that plan reeks of desperation, and the room immediately splits, one suit guy panicking while the pressure keeps tightening, as the quiet listener freezes the atmosphere, making every coward in the house look smaller, until Gyeongsa finally spills Seoul's name, and the whole mess turns into city-sized stakes. Then sunset drags the scene outside, where the retreat looks dark, reckless, and inevitable, and Lee Ha-min casually follows, proving she's already chosen the next battlefield. Night settles over the again room, where the takeover already smells expensive, and Kim Gun-woo's body gets treated like missing cargo, not a person, so the funeral-grade guilt gets waved aside, because the family deserves a proper send-off, while Ye Shiho stares them down and asks what more they could possibly want. Then the answer lands brutal and lazy: ship him back, or call it again, because if Kim Jeon-woo buys those rights, every worker gets dragged under succession, and the whole room finally speaks one honest language, greed dressed as business, with signatures teased across the hood of the car, and excuses instantly rejected, as the direct Yoon Sang-tae deal gets demanded, not the middleman clown, and Hwang Jin-hak's last excuse collapses, since that bastard was supposedly under him. Do Kyung-gu's stare turns the whole car into a pressure cooker, and that one chance warning lands like a death sentence for Yoon Sang-tae, while the weakling beside him suddenly decides to hold back. How heroic. How convenient. Then the suited crew freezes around the van as the territory game gets real, because the black-clad outsider already looks like the answer nobody wanted, and the funeral house tension hangs over everything, from the memorial wall to the idolized dead, while the city's shady VIP hallway pretends this is all just another elegant business, but the goateed veteran keeps smiling like he knows who's actually dangerous, and the bruised office rival looks down like he's already been replaced, right before the altar of flowers reminds everyone who got left behind. Inside the funeral hall, they finally hear the sword drop from another's warehouse, and the brother gets the job nobody sane would volunteer for, naturally, because hell handled the aftermath while the memorial keeps staring back. Outside, the convoy stacks up like a mob cosplay of professionalism, then the operator reports everything is ready, except the CCTV problem, which should worry someone, but arrogance loves pretending cameras are decorative, so the order gets uglier fast, telling them to wipe the place clean, and the driver takes that nonsense with a stiff, terrified yes sir, as the man in back realizes this farewell is actually a departure, and the black vans roll out, sealing the hall's coming bloodbath. The same cursed bar street waits again, quieter than a crime scene. But the locked entrance already screams somebody's bad night is beginning. Inside the car, the first message lands and ruins everyone's confidence. Because the obituary belongs to the deceased, and the hall is named, then the blonde manager appears, calm enough to irritate a saint, while the funeral building looms nearby, like it knows the ending already. Outside, the yellow convoy stacks up as if subtlety died on arrival, and the lead car slides toward the hospital with surgical, ugly purpose. Back inside, the operators pound keys, hunting CCTV like amateurs with access. Then the whole machine gets pushed forward, because mercy was never the plan. Somewhere in the surveillance room, the whole plan starts snapping into focus, as the blonde manager stays icy, looking annoyingly untouchable, naturally, while the dark-haired operator lounges in the chair, waiting on orders. Then the call lands, and his smooth voice makes the line feel cursed, because the CCTV's already handled, so the sunrise deadline sounds laughable. He calmly confirms the mercenary's done, then casually demands another one, like disposable violence is just a normal shopping list item for him, and the smug logic gets darker. With Kim Ji-woo dead, threat supposedly gone. The grin only sharpens when he decides the next move without hesitation, turning the phone into a weapon as the operation gets sealed shut. A phone cracks the silence, and the whole job starts breathing again, because CCTV's supposedly handled, so that sunrise deadline feels painfully optimistic. Then the operator casually upgrades the violence, as if mercenaries were coupons, and with Kim Ji-woo already dead, the smug talk gets uglier fast. Inside the moving car, the blonde manager keeps calm, looking annoyingly unbothered, while the driver and woman absorb orders like this disaster is routine. Then he cuts in, delaying the stop with a cold, unshakable pause, as the convoy reaches the building and the outside help rushes into place, because the plan's moving now, and nobody here can afford hesitation. So Ye Shiho steps out, looking like the comeback everyone underestimated. The shady again room finally comes into view, and the tension is already chewing the air, because some clueless thug spots Ye Shiho and instantly starts sweating through his bravado, then recognizes that ancient warehouse sword, the same one President Kim Jong-woo used before, and the poor guy admits he saw the obituary message too, which is hilarious timing, since Ye Shiho keeps moving like leaving now is the only sensible option, while the escort beside him carries that sword everywhere, apparently allergic to subtlety, and the woman in the car snaps at the obvious weapon problem, like rules matter here, as the funeral hall looms outside, cold and spotless, draped in grief and pressure, where black-suited mourners stand frozen under the flowers, quietly drowning in bad memories. And then the brother appears with that blade, turning the whole funeral into a warning. Ye Shiho takes the sword back, casual as ever, like danger is his hobby. The blade's old-school grip proving this room still worships violence over manners, and suddenly the funeral altar outside feels even colder, packed with grief and bad timing. His face stays unreadable while the memorial watches, because apparently he plans funerals and exits the same way. Then the tension cracks, as Hwang Jin-hak realizes his staring at the wrong monster again, his confusion practically hanging in the air, which is adorable. Considering he already lost the fight, Ye Shiho stands there in black, making the whole room feel smaller than his reputation, while the broken rival hisses useless rage, finally remembering who ruined his little power fantasy, and the polite request to leave lands like a knife, because Ye Shiho is done entertaining clowns, so he offers one last humiliating bow, then exits like the manager everybody else should feared. His clenched hand says enough, and the manager's patience is already gone. Ye Shiho keeps that cold profile, making the room feel embarrassingly small. Hwang Jin-hak tries posturing again, but gets corrected like bad bookkeeping. Ye Shiho answers with ruthless calm, and the betrayal excuse dies there. The whole hall watches, while his reputation keeps collapsing in public. Even the memorial behind him feels like it's judging everyone involved. Then the denial gets nastier, but it only makes him sound pathetic. At the funeral hall, Ye Shiho refuses to entertain this circus longer. The woman beside him looks rattled, realizing this mess already backfired. And the final shutdown lands clean, because he needs no help. Midnight drops over the parking lot, and the convoy rolls in like trouble. Black vans fanning out while bat-wielding goons spill out, ready to posture. The whole squad forms a neat little menace display, as if numbers fix stupidity. Then their boss steps down like a bargain bin king, cigarette dangling and confidence leaking. The surrounding crew freezes under that cold stare, suddenly remembering manners and fear, because Ye Shiho is already done indulging them. So the march forward starts. Inside the break room, the red-suited woman keeps the mood painfully professional, while the black-haired observer just watches, still refusing the bait and theatrics. She offers a drink and checks whether he is leaving, but gets no drama. Instead, she shuts him down cleanly, telling him to return when he is calmer. Black-haired and stone-cold, he lounges with a can, already bored of the circus, while the red-suited fixer sells unity, as if teaming up somehow cures weakness. The dark-haired observer brushes her off, proving he's not some disposable extra, so her patience cracks immediately. Because control is cute until nobody cares, then the room pivots to pay respects. And he keeps serving silence instead. When a noise rises upstairs, she snaps to attention, finally smelling real trouble. VIP, she mutters, staring past the glass, where power is already gathering. Inside VIP 1. The hall is packed with suits, guards, and territorial tension, and suddenly the deal becomes a Yun Sang-tae problem. So of course it's bigger, but he still smiles like a menace, claiming he's only here to pay respects. The dark-haired observer barely blinks, already reading everyone like amateurs, and the room's big shot orders the family tossed out. How charmingly pathetic. Ye Shiho blocks the exit, asking if they really planned innocent bloodshed. While the brown-haired woman panics, and he answers with icy dismissal, Jinhak spirals harder, whining about everyone dying, because fear finally found him. Then the pair reaches the elevator, with the red-suited manager trailing behind, except the doors stay shut with that lovely little thud of failure, and the staff explains the elevator's dead, just to embarrass his grand escape. So Ye Shiho turns toward the stairs, dragging the atmosphere with him, because when silence does more damage than threats, the loser is already finished. A stairwell full of hired muscle freezes as Ye Shiho cuts the panic dead, while the manager checks the floors, and the VIP level suddenly sounds impossible. Ye Shiho orders the brown-haired woman behind him, because subtlety clearly died today. Then the manager admits the 5th floor is the target, with backup making things slower. And Ye Shiho answers with a flat yes before launching into the swarm like a nightmare. Blades, flash, bodies fold, and those confident goons discover gravity has opinions too. One lucky fool manages a desperate scream, while Hwang Jinhak completely loses his dignity. Ye Shiho keeps swinging upward, turning every landing into a public execution of pride. The remaining thugs stumble back as he snaps the line open, cold and unamused. Now the emergency exit is the only route left, and family protection sounds personal. Ye Shiho coolly asks what they think they can do, boxing them in. Then the sword comes alive in his hands, and the room instantly regrets existing. One thug only stares, sweating, because panic is apparently his only talent, while the blade answers first, shredding confidence before anyone even blinks. The smug crew starts blabbering about a real sword, and that joke lands badly, because Ye Shiho just smiles like their fear is the cutest thing tonight. Then one attacker finds out too late that yelling means nothing against him. As the grip slips, the staircase becomes a tutorial in humiliation. Another fool realizes the point, but only after Ye Shiho has already won, and the whole mob collapses into silence, with escape looking extremely generous. Hwang Jinhak's crew instantly starts regretting this corridor, because panic. Ye Shiho answers with absurd speed, and the first smug face gets wrecked. The stairwell turns into a humiliation parade, with another thug still staring, while Ye Shiho barely looks bothered, as if this embarrassment is scheduled. The cocky backup tries to play it cool, but that joke dies instantly, because the blade keeps landing. And now even their brave talk sounds pathetic. One man realizes the nightmare too late, right as the impact folds him. Another finally understands escape was the smarter option. If only he had it. Hwang Jinhak is left screaming into the dark, with courage completely gone, and the formal hallway behind them feels like a funeral for his pride. The stairwell is already a graveyard for pride, and Ye Shiho's closing in. Hwang Jinhak gets folded upside down, proving swagger collapses embarrassingly fast. The black-haired listener just stares, already sensing this disaster was personal. Kimchi keeps that blank face, while the whole room smells like panic. Then Ye Shiho steps through the smoke, looking less human than consequence. The hooded fool finally recognizes him, and that brave attitude evaporates. Flashback time. The black-haired man digs for the truth behind the ambush. His target pretends innocence, which is hilarious considering the blood trail. Then comes the real wound, the question about whether they killed his brother. And the reply lands smugly, because of course the villain wants a reaction. A single warning cuts the room, and the tension backs off for Ye Shiho, leaving Hwang Jinhak boxed in by 6 suits and 0 dignity, while those blades point at him like the world's worst housekeeping service. Then the smug story about his brother lands, because apparently tragedy is casual gossip. Kimchi stays silent, and that blank stare says he already knows this gets worse. As the culprit mocks the truth, acting untouchable behind that greasy little smile, Then the accusation snaps back at him, daring him to explain the missing brother, but the black-haired listener just watches, filing every lie away in silence, until the conversation slides toward the hidden death, and the smirk finally twitches, because now even his clever little cover story looks ready to collapse. Yi Shiho's cold stare says the bluffing crowd already picked the wrong victim, and Hwang Jin-hak starts confessing that fear killed a mother and daughter. Disgusting work. But the real problem is the black-haired listener, who never flinches, as Jin-hak keeps prodding him like raw nerves aren't already exposed. Yet Ye Shiho answers with a flat death sentence, because subtlety is for amateurs, while the surrounding goons close in, grinning like this mess is somehow theirs. Then the question about family hits, and the back of Ye Shiho's head gives nothing, so the idiots try one last taunt, pretending confidence will save them, but the sword grip tightens, and that warning says moving now is suicide, as the whole room realizes the smug crew just walked into a massacre. What are you saying, Lands? And the smug crowd already looks cooked, while Ye Shiho just bends into the storm, calm enough to insult them. Then the sword starts singing, and their confidence gets sliced to pieces, because the grinning extras suddenly realize this isn't posturing, it's punishment. Their panic spreads fast, as the order to attack sounds hilariously late, and the idiot leading them keeps yelling like volume can replace courage, yet Ye Shiho's face stays empty, like has already picked the coffin. Then steel drops through flesh, and the room turns into instant screaming, that leaves the would-be tough guy staring at the bloodbath in disbelief, while the real message hits loud: keep rushing, and you get erased. Ye Shiho's first cut lands, and Hwang Jin-hak starts choking on reality. That steel pipe whips through the air, turning bravado into red confetti. The front man gets flattened instantly, while the black-haired watcher stays eerily calm. And now Hwang Jin-hak realizes this isn't a blade, it's humiliation. His crew freezes in the aisle, because the manager is standing alone like a verdict. Then the survivors start screaming for somebody, anybody, to rush in and help, but the sharp-eyed observer barely reacts, as if this mess was always inevitable, and the two goons below him look less like enforcers, more like inventory. Another brutal hit snaps the leader's face sideways, ending his courage for good. So when Hwang Jin-hak finally looks back, all that's left is terror and denial. A single opening finally cracks the room, and Shiho's crew lunges in, only to get folded instantly, while the black-haired watcher stays ice-cold. Boots scramble everywhere as the aisle turns into a very expensive panic, and the suited blockers below him brace their swords like props for humiliation. Hwang Jin-hak's face caves under the hit, because confidence clearly quit early. The black-haired kid at the edge doesn't flinch, watching this circus-like fate. Then the scene cuts to Janggrisik Hospital, where old wounds still breathe, and a lonely parking lot waits outside, as if something ugly is arriving. Inside the car, the blonde woman questions the whole 20-minute delay, while the driver says that wait is fine, just long enough for damage. The woman on the line treats the fire like paperwork, and everyone buys it. Meanwhile, the hideout turns into shattered luxury, with a family photo burned into the mess. Smoke hangs over the fallen thugs, because Ye Shiho cleared them out embarrassingly fast. Hwang Jin-hak keeps talking tough, while his gang stares at the blade wall. VIP signage flashes overhead as the boss realizes his territory just got insulted. Ye Shiho stands there unchanged, making every armed idiot look professionally irrelevant. The entire crew crowds in, but their confidence is already leaking out. One unlucky fool gets skewered, and the room finally remembers consequences. The woman panics and orders them to stop, which is hilarious timing now. Ye Shiho keeps his cold stare, while their whole plan collapses around him. Do Gyung's capture becomes the opening flex, and the room instantly feels foolish, because the black-haired strategist beside him keeps that dead-eyed calm, all while the aftershock lands when Ye Shiho mocks the challenge and dares the crowd to test him. With his expression so flat it practically humiliates the whole security team for breathing. Then the sword finally shifts in his grip, and every thug's courage starts leaking out, until the loudmouth boss loses it and demands they drag the bastard over here, but Ye Shiho answers with nothing but blood-stained silence, standing over the collapsed crew, while the bruised man gets folded into the gathering like a warning label, barely upright, and even the smug watcher has to question whether that weapon is actually Kim Gunwoo's, because one clean clash later, the blade wins, and arrogance loses its teeth. The smug boss already smells failure, still barking over that steel pipe, but Ye Shiho answers with pure contempt, like the tool is already useless. Then the black-suited monster drops in, and the room instantly forgets courage. The loudmouth crew starts celebrating, proving arrogance really is a brain disease. Meanwhile, Ye Shiho kneels like a predator resting, not a victim waiting. One rush hits, then another, and both get erased in humiliating silence. The boss keeps posturing, demanding obedience, while still gripping that blade. Yet Yahello slips inside every attack, and the first cut lands clean. The bravado finally cracks, because even his sneer can't stop the charge, and with one brutal finish, the whole room learns who owns fear. Yahello's first strike folds the loudmouth back, blood and pride both spilling. Then the next thug charges in, only to get folded mid-swing. Another brute lunges with a pole, and Yahello answers with punishment. The so-called winner staggers on his knees, looking ridiculous under those bars. Hwang Jin-hak, still grinning like a clown, thinks he finally caught prey. Instead, he gets pressed into the floor, sword still useless in his own hand. He keeps barking threats about fate, while Yahello quietly closes distance. The remaining crew rushes in, but the room just turns into a slaughterhouse. Every angle collapses at once, and the manager keeps cutting through them. By the end, even their hands freeze, because fear has officially changed owners. Hwang Jin-hak's face says everything, because confidence is dying on impact. Yahello answers the grab with a brutal, effortless shoulder check, and that's that. The swordless loser still reaches for control, only to eat another crushing blow. His crew freezes as their big, intimidating rush turns into public humiliation. The floor takes another thug, while Yahello barely looks bothered, which is rude. Du Kyunggu stays planted like a trophy, forcing everyone to admit who won. Hwang Jin-hak's apology energy finally surfaces, buried under blood and embarrassment. The surrounding mob panics, screaming at the collapse of their precious momentum. More bodies fold in around Yahello, and the room becomes their problem. Hwang Jin-hak is left shrieking vengeance, which is adorable, considering the damage. The room's worst bruisers stare down Yahello, already regretting the audition. Their swagger crumbles as the others register just how badly this is going. But the black-clad swordsman keeps the pressure on, snapping another weapon line, while Hwang Jin-hak's confidence melts into that pathetic little yes of defeat. Then the blade flashes, and his crew's loud revenge speech turns into a scream. Yahello barely budges, dragging the fight deeper into their own embarrassment. One more grip clash follows, and the loser's hands fail him beautifully, so Hwang tries bullying the moment back, only to get mocked on sight. With that smug grin, he thinks the fear will return, but it won't come out. Yahello just stares back coldly, proving the room already belongs to him. The grip tightens hard, and Yahello stays absurdly calm. Then the other hand fumbles, like confidence was never real. Hwang Jin-hak finally drops his swagger, staring up in shock. The sword locks in, and his panic starts leaking everywhere. Steel flashes past his face, turning bravado into pure embarrassment. Even his frozen stare says he cannot believe this disaster. The blade slams down again, cutting through his last resistance. Yahello keeps that cold look, like the room already surrendered. Hwang Jin-hak yells for speed, but only sounds desperate. His smug backup just watches, realizing their boss is finished. The room watches Hwang Jin-hak's confidence crack, and that's ugly. Yahello's sword keeps the tempo, while Jin-hak gets flung like trash. Blood-splashed shock hits next, proving bravado was his only talent. His own stare turns vacant, like reality finally slapped him awake. Around him, the crew freezes, because their fearless boss is finished. Yahello coolly shifts the blade, as if this was just warm-up. Every desperate thought Jin-hak has gets crushed under that pressure. The surrounding attackers advance, but the monster already chose its target. Steel glows in the dark, and Yahello stands absolutely untouchable. Jin-hak folds under the humiliation, while the others drag in behind him. Hwang Jin-hak charges in cocky, and Yahello answers with brutal precision. 1 slash later, that swagger bleeds out, along with his dignity. His face twists into pure panic, because the boss act is over, and Yahello just stands there, cool as ice, ridiculously untouchable. Another swing flashes past, but the blade owner keeps rewriting the room, leaving every attacker staring at him like prey that missed the memo. While Jin-hak screams in humiliation, the crew starts losing all nerve, because everyone's running now, and Yahello already smelled that fear. The remaining thugs crumble beside their leader, soaking up the shame, and Jin-hak's face says it all. He got deleted by reality. The room is drenched in blood-red silence, and Hwang Jin-hak is already broken, while Yahello keeps that cold, manager-level stare like this mess is beneath him. The chaos keeps spitting out pain, but the proud rush is dying on the floor, and Jin-hak's swollen face says everything. His authority got laughed out of existence. The bald crew just freezes there, watching their plan rot beside their collapsing boss, because the hall itself looks conquered now, all floral decor and stained walls. From the doorway, the next witness catches that nightmare glow, and instantly regrets it. Then the blade flashes again, neat, merciless, and outrageously faster than panic. leaving Jinhak wide-eyed and sweating, like he finally met his ceiling. And the last thug learns the hard way that fear spreads faster than courage. Blood drips in perfect silence, and his face barely flinches. Then the blade carves down, while the thug's bravado gets erased. One look from that blood-smeared profile, and Jinhak starts unraveling. Even he realizes this monster is holding a real sword. The boss is still screaming, but dignity already left the room. Another slash follows, and the body count keeps folding inward. Just one person was enough to turn this ambush into panic. His stare says the verdict plainly: nobody in here is safe. The hallway becomes a graveyard, with bodies scattered like cheap trash. And the final step lands, cool as death, before the whole crowd. A brown-suited thug freezes the line cold, begging everyone stay back. But the goons only surge louder, because subtlety already died here, and Jinhak's face twists when he realizes this is spiraling fast. Then the black-clad monster in the center answers with terrifying silence. One clean step later, the boss's swagger gets sliced into panic, because that bloodied blade makes his whole gang sound pathetic. The first punk folds instantly, and the others lose their rhythm, while the last survivor learns the expensive lesson. This opponent is a machine. Another hit crashes through his defenses, and his confidence shatters completely, leaving Jinhak bowed in terror as the ambush collapses around him. Jinhak's scream cracks the memorial hall, and his crew finally starts panicking, because that blade answer lands instantly, snapping his weapon like cheap cardboard. Then the wounded boss tries bargaining for his life, acting like authority still matters, while Ye Shiho cuts in coldly, promising the truth about Jinhak's brother, and Du Kyung-gu just stares, that dead-eyed silence doing more damage than yelling, as Jinhak begs toward Yoon Sang-tae, suddenly remembering who really owns him. But the sword comes up again, and his next excuse gets pinned to the floor, leaving him babbling that killing him now would be stupid, which is adorable, because Ye Shiho grabs his sleeve, twisting the thread into pure humiliation, and with one last blow, Jinhak's whole delusion shatters into screaming blood. Hwang Jinhak's apology lands like ash, with suicide rumors already circling him. Then Ye Shiho answers with a blade-speed rebuttal, and panic turns cinematic, as Hwang Jinhak gasps for Yoon Sang-tae, that boss energy evaporating on contact, while the mysterious calm girl just smiles, proving mercy is officially cancelled. Ye Shiho steps in hard, and the weak excuse gets folded like paper. Hwang Jinhak keeps whining for air, somehow still auditioning for innocence. Behind him, Du Kyung-gu stays dead still, which is somehow worse. Then Ye Shiho drags the humiliation lower, stripping away every last excuse. The next slash catches Hwang Jinhak's face, and his confidence finally dies, leaving nothing but blood, shaking, and the beautiful collapse of his ego. Ye Shiho's blade tears through him, and the room instantly panics. That trembling face keeps dropping, like dignity got budget cuts too. Du Kyung-gu stays ice cold, because apparently mercy is for amateurs. Meanwhile, a blonde woman studies the scene, calm as ever. Her phone lights up the car. As the chase finally locks in, the yellow getaway ride races on, but disaster is already chasing. He grips the blade tighter, while the passenger side goes dead silent. Then the hidden blast hits, and the whole setup erupts spectacularly. Jinhak's face returns, ruined and sweating, like a busted villain resume. Around him, the banquet hall becomes a graveyard of shattered pride. The red-suited woman bursts in with a warning, but the trap already snapped. Then, the black-clad blade monster answers, and Jinhak's dignity gets ripped apart. The whole lobby shakes under that strike, like his reputation just exploded. He staggers out, broken and dripping, proving trash talk is not armor. The woman keeps leaning in, smugly acting like she still owns the room. Even Ye Shiho's ally is caught off guard, checking whether he survived, and she casually redirects the chaos toward the second floor. All business. Jinhak somehow complains about her skirt, because humiliation clearly wasn't enough. She just smiles back, treating his panic like a personal comedy show. By the end, he's left silent, sweating, and utterly conquered. The funeral home strike tears through the lobby, and her reputation detonates with it. The black-clad attacker still looks absurdly calm, even after shattering everything behind him. That red blazer woman keeps her smug grip on the chaos, like she planned this, while the battered witness beside her stares in disbelief, realizing nobody here is safe. Then the flames spread wider, and the whole building turns into a public disaster, dragging the black-clad man upward through the smoke like some nightmare headline machine. By the time the fire consumes the facade, the city itself starts whispering funeral home. News reports flatten the tragedy into statistics, because apparently 7 casualties sounds cleaner. The screen cuts to a mourning figure, proof this mess has real blood underneath. while police announce an investigation, conveniently arriving after the damage already happened. Yi Shiho's office gets the first panicked ring, and the whole mess starts blinking. He answers like a man already expecting damage control, demanding the line be connected. Then the report lands ugly, with casualties and CEO Yoon catching the blame. The toll keeps climbing, and suddenly this isn't a rumor anymore. It's a body count. When Do Kyung-gu gets named, the room's confidence starts collapsing in real time. The building supposedly held them in, yet he still punched through glass and escaped. That escape comes with a brutal admission, because the wrong enemy survived the night. So Ye Shiho promises cleanup with zero excuses, sounding way too calm for this carnage. His fingers tap out judgment like a warning shot, and nobody dares interrupt, because he's already decided he'll win big later, no matter who complains. Ye Shiho opens direct contact, already grinning like trouble knows his number. Black water gets named, and suddenly the room sounds less confident, more terrified. Even the rank excuse crumbles fast, because that kind of pressure never stays polite. The warning lands clean, suggesting CEO Yoon might not survive this level of power. Then the smug face twitches, because Ye Shiho is not bluffing this time. Risking his life becomes his philosophy. And honestly, it sounds annoyingly legitimate. He starts talking like promotion belongs to survivors, while doubters stay trapped below. From the city view, that logic looks brutal, but somehow perfectly correct. The office phone stays on the desk, carrying the whole mess like evidence. And the final answer is cold, ruthless, and absolutely impossible to stop. The luxury hallway screams power, and nobody here looks underdressed. Even the cage-like bathroom reeks of someone's filthy, careless authority. Then the giant just lies there, like humiliation is his default setting. The doors swing wide, and the whole room starts panicking anyway. The woman smugly blames the disaster, acting shocked by her own mess. He barely reacts, because of course the monster thinks this is entertaining. Now he stands up looking less human, more like a walking threat. She dares him to find something fun, and he actually welcomes it. Her smile hardens, because somehow this lunatic is still smiling back. And when he reaches for the towel, the whole power shift seals. A silver phone skids across the mansion floor, and the tension wakes up. Inside that screen, the black-haired listener watches in dead silence, already calculating. The red blazer woman boasts that black water will be handled through meetings. Then the phone catches, the blonde managers stare, and the room gets smaller. He coolly promises 30 seconds, like arrogance was never a risky hobby. The hallway opens into aristocratic chaos, where two arrivals and one complaint collide. Her partner finally notices him, and that expression says, trouble just got promoted. The masked woman freezes, because the supposedly harmless manager is standing there. He turns, shoulder first, dragging the whole room into his orbit without trying. And that smug grin says the power shift already ended, for everybody. In this gilded room, a newcomer's face already makes the veterans nervous, while the red blazer woman coolly treats Kim Jong-un's nomination like business inventory, because apparently unlimited club access is the reward for cleaning up disasters, and the long-haired brute beside her plays casual, as if power were a hobby. Then his stare locks onto the blonde manager, and the smugness starts leaking fast. Elsewhere, the mansion atmosphere stays expensive and fake, with authority walking in, as the red blazer host unveils the hideout and invites everyone to pretend calmly, but the stern newcomer presses for answers, prodding whether the target is recovered, only to hear the ugly truth that the wild animal crew already dragged her off. And even the fake passport joke lands harder, because everyone knows the name Ri. The bruised hitter freezes, because this meeting smells like a setup, and the red blazer strategist maps the hierarchy, with Yoon Sang-tae hidden behind mediocrity, while the black-haired listener absorbs it all, acting smugly above the panic. Then the concern for wounds gets brushed off with hilariously careless confidence, and the battered man stares back, clearly realizing that optimism is dying here. So the laptop gets dragged out, because apparently paperwork is how criminals cosplay competence, as the code screen proves the only usable channel was the chat plus. What a masterpiece. And the whole scheme crystallizes into a 2-day station pickup, neat and terrifying. While the seated trio digest the plan, the room turning into a funeral for excuses. By the end, the target just gets the order, van first, questions never. Inside the VIP room, Ye Shiho's bruised calm cuts through the panic, while the red blazer woman reels, and the black-suited watcher stays smug. The listener says nothing, and that silence somehow sounds smarter than everyone else. Then the cold command lands. The pickup happens the day after tomorrow. Outside, the VIP sign and parked car sell the whole operations, fake professionalism. Nearby, the scarred man keeps his guard up, already expecting betrayal. The smug caller on the street looks like he owns the night, naturally, until the elevator opens, and the suited pair steps out like consequences. Below them, the door waits at B1, because drama apparently needs floor numbers. Behind that, a corridor full of black suits turns the plan into a funeral. The lobby's little bouncers try acting brave, but that sign kills the mood instantly, because the CEO's summons arrives anyway, and suddenly this becomes a corporate ambush, while the front man pretends innocence, claiming he heard nothing about the opening. Then the back row panics as Ye Shiho's strike rewrites everyone's confidence, brutally, and Hwang Jin-hak crumples under it, proving intimidation is not a survival skill. As the room stares upward, realizing the real Blade is calmer than all of them, so the order is simple: shut the door, because control matters more than noise. And that hand on B1 tells the elevator exactly where this humiliation belongs. Before the doors seal, the whole hallway shakes like a bad omen in designer shoes, leaving everybody trapped with the new manager, and zero dignity left to spare. The hallway is already choking on tension, and the suits are sweating. Then Ye Shiho drops in like a nightmare, flattening confidence in seconds. The back row freaks out, because nobody likes watching their tough guy get cooked, and Hwang Jin-hak folds so hard, intimidation suddenly looks stupid, while Ye Shiho takes the call like this mess is just office routine. That calm answer lands clean, because the new manager already owns the room, so he gets welcomed inside, with the long-haired handler pretending this is civilized. Except Ye Shiho closes the distance and manhandles the next loudmouth anyway, leaving the whole entrance trashed, with bodies down and dignity missing. Then the door seals, and the quiet mastermind just keeps the pressure rolling. Under the moonlit luxury, the black-haired negotiator toys with whiskey, already bored, and the crew's first insult lands like cheap perfume, loud, ugly, and desperate, because he apparently wasn't worth a face-to-face meeting. What a fascinating humiliation, yet that smug little smirk says the real problem is just getting started, while the others stare in disbelief, realizing their trash talk picked the wrong monster. Then the scene cuts outside, where the mansion waits like a rich man's trap, with two figures posted on the balcony, acting tough as if the night answers to them, but cigarette butts hit the floor next, and suddenly all that bravado looks rented. One boot stomps through the mess, turning their intimidation into ash, and the bandaged outsider finally stands face-to-face with the smug pressure squad, unbothered. Under the mansion's glare, Ye Shiho finally gets his face-to-face recognition, and the opener lands like a rude little timeout for everyone watching, while the balcony tension turns into a smug little interrogation about smoking, and the dark-haired swordsman answers with that annoying, stargazing composure. Then he twists the mood toward grief, casually mentioning family stars, before flashing that dangerous smile that says he's enjoying this too much, as Ye Shiho calls out the weird face and gets a deadpan yes, and the other man admits the first meeting already screamed psychopath, while the whole scene keeps drifting between gallows, humor, and quiet menace, leaving both of them locked in a duel of manners and murder. On the balcony, Ye Shiho needles him about losing control over Yu In-sung, and the poor guy admits his temper snapped. The second mother got dragged in, then Ye Shiho inspects the sword, calling it absurdly solid and top tier, before circling into that creepy little sermon about ownership and murder, while Du Kyunggu flatly confirms he has never killed anyone before, which only makes Ye Shiho look more amused, not less concerned, because the confession lands like he's casually grading somebody's first execution, and the whole mood sharpens as he talks about abandoning humanity. Then he turns his head, weighing the silence like a final warning, before asking if there is anything left, or if they should go inside. Under the moonlit balcony, Ye Shiho looks like calm trouble, as always, while that smug little speech about Yoon Sang-tae's justice gets dissected for fun, because the real question isn't mercy, it's what comes after the wreckage, and the next answer lands coldly. Every price gets collected, no exceptions. Then the challenge turns nastier, since surrender was expected from the start, naturally, and the whole revenge pitch gets wrapped around Yoon Sang-tae's eventual downfall. Ye Shiho only smiles at that, like this nightmare is business as usual, because this isn't some noble power struggle, just plain revenge, dressed fancy, and the threat gets twisted into a question about wanting Yoon's position, before the silence admits it all, and the stairs keep creaking toward takeover. Ye Shiho opens coldly, offering a final gift before surrender, like mercy's a joke, and that smug stare says he already owns the room, not the scared loser beside him, while Hwang Jin-hak just sits there looking spiritually taxed, which is honestly generous, because Ye Shiho's half-lidded glare makes it clear this chat is a trap. Then the black-haired listener clocks the danger, realizing this man is no ordinary manager. As old grief hangs overhead, the star talk turning family loss into something heavier, and even the balcony silence gets meaner, because nobody believes this ends nicely, until a glass hits the table, sharp enough to sound like a warning shot. Then Yahello mockingly rejects the meetup, acting disappointed they sent an assassin, and the suit-side boss spells it out: pass the test, or stay unworthy. So now everybody's whispering if that monster is really that strong, because his rank alone says he's probably stacked bodies by the hundreds, and Yahello just stares back, calling this a test with murder attached. While the old corporate dogs explain Huksu only backed Yoon's representative after the takeover, prompting a very fair question about whether they literally raised him for war, since Yahello is chasing the bigger picture and refusing to let Yoon slip away, which sounds suspiciously like a chess move, not a rescue plan, until the rule gets twisted into obedience, where the weak get managed like pawns, and Yahello mocks the idea of being a puppet in somebody's equalizer fantasy, before the smug top brass calmly admits, yeah, that's exactly the point. Even the hostage wants the brawl already, because Yahello keeps stalling. His stare stays ice cold, basically announcing the room's about to regret existing. Then the swaggering threat gets checked, reminded he barely knows his own rank. So the brute pivots to execution talk, hiding cowardice behind theatrical murder. Nobody laughs, because Yahello's name alone makes the sports die fantasy pathetic. Instead, the black-clad realist offers a drink. Smiling like this is casual. The suit beside him plays along, calling it mercy with insulting politeness. Then the bottle lifts, and the room hears the first real warning. The suited man pauses, suddenly realizing this isn't business as usual, and the dark-haired smoker finally admits Huksu didn't raise him. He did. Yahello drains his drink, treating the countdown like a joke, then decides that Guy's clock is dead, and everyone knows it. The first hit lands so clean it turns swagger into panic, and the target's smug mask shatters, proving talent beats volume. Now the hallway becomes a blur of speed, footwork, and humiliation. As the poor bastard eats another strike and looks properly owned, he still tries that fake tough routine, which is adorable, really, but Yahello folds him up like an unpaid bill, leaving only one eye wide enough to understand the damage, because the second he reached for control, Yahello already had it. The first blow lands like a cruel joke, and swagger turns into screaming panic. Hwang Jin-hak's face says everything, because confidence just got evicted from the room. Yahello keeps standing there, looking bored while the damage keeps piling up. The poor bastard's tough guy act collapses, which is almost embarrassing enough already. Then the manager's gaze cools the whole hallway, like this was never a contest. That lazy mercy talk only makes it worse, because Yahello already owns the pace. Hwang gets folded again, while the room watches his dignity leak onto the floor. Even his tantrum looks pathetic now, and the sarcasm hits harder than the fists. With one final glare, Yahello questions the noise, as if stunned by the audacity. Then comes the verdict, and the man is reduced to a punching bag with a pulse. In this hallway, Yahello keeps the upper hand, while Hwang's courage starts leaking. Hwang tries to claim the space, and somehow that delusion still has a pulse. Yahello answers like the manager already owns the building, casually dismissive. The suit behind him only sharpens the mood, because competence has entered the chat. Hwang's rage detonates into a useless scream, truly championship-level embarrassment. Yahello barely reacts, and that silence hits harder than any finishing blow. Elsewhere, the night outside turns tense as a black vehicle rolls in. It glides up to the mansion, like trouble arriving with perfect timing. A dark-haired woman steps out, calm enough to make alarms look amateur. From above, the watcher studies her arrival, because this game just escalated. Midnight settles over the mansion, and the old patriarch watches from above. While the parlor below sits staged like a luxury trap with expensive boredom, the tea arrives in silk-soft motion, because even the sugar gets ceremonial here, and the blonde kid smirks as he already knows who's pretending to matter. At the table, the dark-haired woman plays hostess, as the elder keeps sipping, and the chatter about raising him, plus that prosthetic eye, lands like family gossip with teeth. They test whether he can field work, but control is the real joke here, because she coolly admits skill isn't the issue, just who gets to pull the strings. The old man finally cuts in, confused by the room's shifting mood and circus politics, while the watcher behind her smirks about that uncontrollable dog causing chaos again. She's already plotting his disappearance, after he dares return, and the elder dryly warns that would only invite worse trouble, because Xiaoman's arrival is still pending, which shifts every Kachan, and the tea table confidently labels the next name as Kaolin, leaving the old man blinking over that supposedly obvious monster, while the room mocks Kaolin as wild, yet absurdly useful, with the real threat looking like a bruised thug trapped in silence. So the suggestion is simple, just hand the whole mess to Kaolin, but the hostess insists timing matters, since later routes get sealed off, and the old man finally concedes, grudgingly. That means trouble. The room opens on Osaka plans, and the old man already looks cornered, while the caller leans in with that smug, manager-level calm, casually dropping bad news, because a longsword monster has entered the board. And now everyone's suddenly respectful, except the woman who smugly connects him to that girl's brother, like it's obvious. Then comes the ugly part. She's dead, and the cover-up smells even worse, since her brother turned revenge into a career, apparently graduating from Kendo to carnage, which makes bringing Yuta sound dangerous, but maybe also painfully unnecessary, yet the code for Ri lands cleanly, and her status stays frustratingly unresolved. So the old man agrees to check everything on the Osaka route, because sure, why not? Then he thanks Lyota, and the whole house feels one step closer to trouble. The VIP front already screams trouble, because this arena loves expensive drama. Then Ye Shiho answers the ambush with one clean, humiliating grab, and before the thug can recover, the strike lands like a public apology. Even the loudmouth's face twists, realizing talent just walked in laughing. The handshake after that looks polite, but it's really ownership being transferred. Naturally, the bully demands release, as if panic can still negotiate. Ye Shiho just mocks that standard, making the man's pride collapse harder. The suit-wearing spectator keeps the grip steady, quietly backing the stronger side. Meanwhile, the thug starts thrashing like a cornered animal, which is adorable. By the end, Ye Shiho still stands calm, and everyone else looks rented. The first hit lands clean, and the big talk instantly turns ugly. His face collapses next, because talent just served him reality. Then the grip tightens like ownership, and the room loses its swagger. He still demands mercy, as if panic suddenly became a strategy. But Ye Shiho keeps smiling, making that bravado look painfully rented, while the suit-backed watcher calmly refuses to let the escape happen. The thug thrashes harder now, which is hilarious when you think about it, until Ye Shiho clamps him by the head, ending the act. Another violent drop follows, and the boastful fool stops pretending, leaving the last stare sweating hard, finally understanding who owns this floor. Ye Shiho keeps the bastard pinned, and the floor finally starts collecting his excuses. Then that smug glare sells the whole joke. Like strength was ever his lane, the broken thug still flinches, while Ye Shiho's stare says the verdict is obvious, because the gap between them is brutal, and arrogance is suddenly looking homeless. Now comes the proof, with Ye Shiho dragging the truth up from under the noise, and the loser's collapse is so complete, even standing there feels like overacting. Outside, the getaway ride waits in silence, already smelling like a retreat. Inside, the hidden evidence gets tapped out, and the smug plan starts bleeding. Then the car door opens for the next move, because the trap is already closed, while the woman in back sits calmly, letting the music drown the panic. In the dim car interior, a woman answers like this is already hers, then her face tightens, because that call reeks of trouble and distance. Outside, the black SUV waits on the road, perfectly useless and ominous, while inside, she coolly keeps talking, steering the chaos with one hand. The overseas caller gets studied fast, and the clues scream, no local tie, so she starts mapping the next 5 days like a business problem, and the answer lands bluntly, because waiting would just waste leverage. Her expression hardens as the plan clicks, slick, and annoyingly controlled. Then the passenger side tension spikes when the target finally loses his nerve, and the outburst hits like panic, proving the trap has already closed. The roadside now feels like a trap, and Ye Shiho answers with smug dominance, while the caller orders a change in plans, telling the chaos to back off and recruit Yuta, and the silver-haired kid just accepts it, because resisting him would be embarrassing. As the SUV waits below and the whole road glows with that ominous, useless tension, the woman in the car studies the situation and wonders whether he's villain material. Then his aura snaps into something feral, the kind of pressure that makes bravado look silly. Cut to the house, where a brown-haired woman keeps poking at the silence with her laptop, and the black-haired man finally takes the bait, treating her panic like a minor inconvenience, because contact is now forbidden, which immediately makes her suspect the plan has drifted off course, and the waiting turns awkward fast, proving everybody's strategy was mostly panic in a suit. A smug voice cuts in, fishing for a favor while everyone waits. Then the conversation snaps to Chianma Construction, because apparently chaos loves mergers, and the answer lands with ruthless confidence, turning Gwangahungsa into a takeover joke. As the shares get questioned, with the room quietly realizing nobody here is bluffing, Ye Shiho shrugs at the offer, acting like half the prize is just a warm-up, and he keeps talking foundation, like rebuilding empires is a casual side hustle. But the other man starts sweating, calling it too much and sounding painfully small, so the counteroffer drops to 1/3. And suddenly the greedy ones look generous, before the final nod admits half is acceptable, which is adorable when it's extortion. Then the apartment explodes into accusations, and Ye Shiho's face gets blamed for everything. The airport air hums with arrivals, and Ye Shiho's presence already feels inconveniently important, while the departure board turns the whole place into a noisy little chessboard. Below it, passengers drift around luggage and nerves, all pretending this isn't a handoff. Then the polished official spots the dark-suited manager, and suddenly the room leans in, because Xiaomin lands like a code word, not a name, and everyone starts behaving. The greeting gets answered with cool authority, the kind that makes subordinates instantly shave off the attitude, and when he finally identifies himself, the smug confidence is almost offensive. The escort is already moving him through the terminal, because of course they are. A black sedan waits outside like this was planned 3 moves ago. And the door opens without drama. Above the whole scene, the plane climbs on, carrying the next problem somewhere far away. A silent sedan waits below the brick walls, like trouble on standby, while inside, the manager casually chews through lunch as if destiny is lunch. Then the phone buzzes, music still playing, because even emergencies get ignored first, and his answer lands coldly, ditching the old target for Park Pyong-chon. The caller panics over the switch, mentioning Jung Pyong-wook like that somehow fixes anything. Then comes the real mess. A board revolt and chairman pressure turning business into roulette, yet the manager stays brutally precise, warning intervention only matters for Jung Pyong-wook. The voice on the line agrees, and the windshield just reflects more bad news. As the phone drops back into place, the car becomes a moving coffin of calm, because the storm is already here, and everybody else is just late to notice. Younger sister? Lands like a baited hook, dragging Ye Shiho's family tension into focus. The B-Club observation room looks sealed off, all authority and zero mercy, while the staff stare at glowing monitors, pretending this isn't already a disaster waiting to happen, because yes, Yoon Song-tae crossed the line, and now everyone wants damage control, but staying still was the real move. Since rushing only exposed how fragile his pride was, the black-haired woman flinches as the call hits, realizing the cover-up is uglier than expected. Then the smug veteran starts spelling out the blade rumor, and that confidence suddenly looks expensive, because the funeral home fire only hid butchered bodies, not the knife work beneath it, so the plan becomes simple: let the revenge play out, and let it end the mess. Because he is a Kendo champion, and yes, this is for his younger sister. Yoon Song-tae dragged her into hell, then treated her like disposable evidence, and the veteran calmly warns the target should die after the job, because if the truth surfaced, even Madam would look equally guilty. So the icy handler smirks, suggesting cleanup matters more than innocence, while the room quietly accepts Yoon Song-tae might actually win this mess. And then comes the cold math. If 2 fight, the survivor gets erased, leaving only 1 useful victim, which is ridiculous, but very on-brand. Then the black-haired witness names Yuta Shinsuke, already briefed on Lyota, and that tiny reaction says the revenge plan has finally locked in, because the smiling manager knows exactly who is coming for Yoon Song-tae. The smug negotiator finally smells a clean opening and calls it perfect. Then the wine comes out, because apparently every shady deal needs luxury theater. The room gets the first pitch. A customer in room 7 wants words. Of course, the veteran turns, stunned, as if this random call is sacred. Now the real twist lands. The talker is Chinese, fluent, and loaded. The offer sounds simple, yet the counterpunch is cold. 1 billion won just to talk. Safety gets promised in the club, which is adorable, considering the masks. The negotiator hesitates, the back-turned witness already hearing revenge in the silence. Then 2 masked figures square off, and the whole operation suddenly feels lethal. Even so, the newcomer smiles through the metal, acting like help was destiny. Inside the masked office, one smug voice drops a political bomb, and the gold-faced listener just stares, clearly not loving the surprise. Then the room hears Kim Jong-han's name. So much for mystery. While the masked supporter plays loyal and dredges up party humiliation, the older man goes silent, sweating through the usual power game nonsense. Because every gangster excuse gets dragged back to Lee Sang-chan's shadow. Even the tough guy freezes when the accusation lands too cleanly. Since survival here now depends on Lee Sang-chul's favor, apparently, the question of identity hangs there, and the mask only smirks, as this fervent supporter keeps blocking thug exploitation with cruel ease. In the masked war room, the agenda turns filthy, with Do-hyun on the chopping block, and the blunt-faced host watches Ye Shiho like he's already won the room, while the briefcase and B-marked evidence get set down like a tiny ambush, because somebody brought notes, not muscle, and that is somehow scarier. The funding talk starts sounding like a political trap, dressed up as paperwork, and Ye Shiho coolly explains it should pass as legal, political support, except the room immediately kills that fantasy, since Indonesia's development plan blocks the loophole, so he flips to a fresh B-labeled business plan, acting annoyingly unbothered. Then he needles them to move beyond page 1 and form a delegation, because if a National Assembly member can flex this hard, the presidency starts looking available. Cheon Sejan studies the room, and that tiny HM already smells dangerous, because the whole Cheonma site feels frozen, like a fortress holding its breath, while the vice president lounges in silence, acting calm about corporate wreckage. Then Cheon Sajan asks about Yoon Song-tae, and nobody sounds brave anymore, since the captain admits the management region is changing, so things get quiet, and the vice president flatly says Gwanga Hungsa is dead, which is corporate poetry for collapse. But Su Yongso cuts through the gloom, warning that waiting for Yoon Sang-tae is stupidity. Then she swings the room toward offense, pushing the first move like a knife, while the side-profile boss finally flinches, realizing hesitation is getting expensive, because once Yoon Sang-tae reorganizes, they're the next target, not the audience. The driver freezes under pressure, sweating like the whole scheme is already collapsing, while the boss calmly sells dinner plans, because nothing says criminal respect like catering. Outside, the night operation rolls on, all headlights, shadows, and terrible life choices, and the older woman keeps scanning ahead, dragging 2 passengers into another bad decision. When the eye patch bruiser starts worrying about numbers, the rear seat immediately gets funnier, because they've clearly brought 4, and apparently that's the final genius inventory, yet the black-haired lookout questions CCTV, exposing how illegal this whole mess really is, only for the driver to mock him. Since no cameras means no witnesses and no mercy, then the convoy reaches the target, the crew spills out, and the trap finally breathes, with the woman grinning through the seatbelt, giving the order like a queen of nonsense. The convoy tears through the night, headlights painting another bad decision, while the driver and passenger keep edging closer to trouble, still pretending this is normal. The front seat starts arguing numbers, and the rear instantly exposes the crew's weak math, because 4 passengers was apparently their brilliant plan, which is hilarious in the worst way. Then the nervous lookout pokes at the cameras, basically asking how illegal this gets, and the driver brushes it off, smugly betting on darkness, silence, and nobody surviving the paperwork. Soon enough, they hit the target, and the whole setup snaps open. Steel nerves and bad luck everywhere, with the seatbelt queen smirking through the chaos, ordering the strike like she owns disaster. Inside, the crew finally notices the trap, and panic spreads faster than the headlights. Outside, the ambush closes in, because tonight's genius plan is getting humiliated in public. Under the cold van lights, the crew's bravado already smells like bad math, and the masked passenger crawls out first, while the rest pretend this is tactical, except the street setup is laughing at them, because the ambush is already planted, and the black-haired enforcer waits there like a grave mistake in designer clothes. Meanwhile, Ye Shiho drops the paperwork on the table, turning management into a weapon, and the stunned buyer practically begs for mercy, realizing the deal got hijacked. Then the masked strategist starts threading politics through the chaos, cold as a blade, because even his pen gets treated like leverage, not stationary, which is honestly embarrassing. He promises the cushy promotion anyway, with that smug little tone that says collapse later, and the suited listener finally understands this whole offer is really a trap. He opens with a smug toast, acting like the whole room belongs to him. Then Ye Shiho's fingers tap the table, already turning paperwork into a guillotine, and the poison glass joke lands next, because this trap is getting theatrical, while his smile stays annoyingly calm, like he owns every exit in the building. He doubles down on bigger ambitions, pushing the room into nervous silence, then seals the deal with fake reassurance, the kind that screams collateral damage. Ye Shiho finally commits, and that tiny token in his shirt says yes. Outside, the ambush erupts at once, proving the setup was never subtle. The first attacker gets carved through, completely outclassed before he can breathe, and the black-clad monster finishes the lesson, leaving everyone else to panic. Hwang Jin-hak's face says everything. This swagger already smells expensive, and then the whole crew gets folded like cheap receipts. One after another, the cocky frontman freezes, as Ye Shiho's glare turns the air hostile, because this is the same man who makes brawls look embarrassingly unpaid, and suddenly that braided-haired menace lunges in, betting everything on brute force. But Ye Shiho slips inside the attack, breaking the rhythm with cruel precision. The hit lands clean, and the would-be boss realizes he brought padding for nothing, while the black-haired striker keeps raining judgment, turning confidence into noise. Hwang Jin-hak is left doubled over, staring at the worst career choice of his life, and Ye Shiho just stands there, calmly finishing the lesson nobody asked for. The polished lobby already feels cursed, with her panic leaking through the silence, because the smug operator thinks this is still a clean little shakedown until the fragile setup explodes and the whole plan starts shattering. And the first to get rattled is the woman in maroon, suddenly looking very mortal, as blood and shock prove her backup was decorative at best. Then she hollers for the grab, trying to sound powerful after the fact, but the surrounding crew only freeze harder, like idiots caught mid-heist, because the big tough line about stopping her lands with all the dignity of a wet sock, and the black-suited muscle just stares, realizing this ambush is already dead, while she keeps swinging a leg through the frame, daring anyone to be useful. Under the night sky, Ye Shiho and Lee Hamin arrive like trouble with style, while nearby bruised muscle watches him square up, already regretting his life choices. Then Lee Hamin hears the name Lee Hamin and turns the whole mood icy, because mocking a woman's strength was a brilliant plan for these clowns. So she stomps one thug flat, and calmly announces Gwangahungza's takeover, sending the other idiot running, which is always impressive for an ambush crew. Her men boast about bringing support, like numbers ever saved bad confidence, but she shuts that down and orders the target released. Smiling through the threat, the crowd goes quiet, realizing her stare hits harder than their whole squad, and when she tells them to stand aside, even the tough guys fold. In the parking lot, Lee Hamin calmly marks one victim for Ye Shiho, and the room instantly realizes she's not here to negotiate, because Hwang Jin-hak is already sweating over her ridiculous demand, as she dares him to gamble Gwangahungza against her control. Then the smug idiot keeps talking, still convinced numbers mean bravery, while Ye Shiho answers with that lethal little smile, offering any punishment, and the entire crew stiffens, because his stare says he enjoys this. Meanwhile, their backup line folds in on itself, batons looking pathetic. Ye Shiho's eyes stay ice cold, like the outcome was decided earlier. Then he moves, and the ambush starts dying before it even breathes. The road already feels cursed, because Ye Shiho is coming in hot, and the first swing turns that whole ambush into decorative trash, while the city tower looms overhead, pretending this mess is normal. Then the doors burst open, and the supposedly guarded headquarters forgets confidence. Inside, the manager's desk looks sacred, but Ye Shiho treats it like ownership, and the room folds instantly, because even the floor reads his pressure, since Gwangahungza just landed a direct hit on Cheonma. Naturally, Hwang Jin-hak finally learns his big reveal is just a name drop. Ye Shiho already knows the Kendo monster, and orders him to stay. So Do Kyunggu answers like a loyal weapon, and the whole scheme survives. The city tower hums above this mess, and the deal is already looming, because Black Sea's muscle would be a problem, so someone wants him erased. But the room skips that idea, betting the ambush will fail on its own, while Ye Shiho just stands there, looking expensive, calm, and annoyingly untouchable. Then the first thug eats a brutal hit, and suddenly he's speaking through pain. The next bruiser folds beside the wrecked car, realizing swagger is not strategy. With a pole weapon planted like a joke, the crew's confidence collapses. As bodies fly past his legs, Ye Shiho barely moves. Pure pressure and contempt. Hwang Jin-hak keeps breaking apart, watching his big intimidation act get dismantled, and by the end, even his panic looks embarrassed, which is honestly deserved. In this cramped office, the polished woman nudges everyone toward action, but the answer comes back with a face full of doubt, because Yoon Song-ta is organizing everything, and nobody wants suicide. The room admits there's no clean option, not when he's this monstrous. Then the scene snaps to Ye Shiho, bleeding calm into every shadow, and the ambush crew learns confidence is adorable right before it dies. As thugs collapse around him, Hwang Jin-hak's big talk keeps shrinking, until Shiho points that cold hand like a verdict nobody can dodge. Outside, the operation already feels doomed, with bodies and vans everywhere, and below that chaos, the whole crowd waits for the next humiliation. Lee Hamin smiles through the setup, treating threats like office gossip, while Kim Gunwoo gets warned not to touch anything unless ordered. And the irony is delicious, because she still claims him as partner. Then the room snorts at his skirts problem, as if manners matter now. He answers with that icy formal charm, making her sound oddly amused. But the joke's on everyone else. Since this little meeting is a trap, Hwang Jin-hak sits there looking tired, then more tired, then embarrassed, as the blue-suited strategist folds his hands and calmly questions everyone, admitting Yoon Song-tae is the real nightmare, and nobody's eager to test him. Even Do-hyun's territory folds back, because Jung Pyung-wook owns the map. She coolly admits it too, standing there like the trap's already sprung, because Yoon Song-tae is a natural demon, And honestly, everyone knows it, so the room mutters back at her. As if that changes anything now, while the blue-suited boss lounges in, making the whole meeting feel staged. Then she points out the friend behind him, and the tension gets uglier, because that blonde-haired fixer looks calm enough to ruin somebody's day, and the verdict lands hard. He's the demon built to catch Yoon Song-tae, which she treats like good news, grinning as if chaos is a compliment. So even the manager vibes with it, ready to join forces without blinking, until she asks where Wang Soo-young is, and the ambush gets meaner. The room's already aimed at Yoon Sang-tae, and nobody's pretending otherwise. Then Lee Human casually confirms it. Like naming prey as strategy, she calls him a planted spy, and the boardroom suddenly tastes poisoned, because Yoon Sang-tae loves using disposable pawns, which is almost charmingly pathetic, so she swings the suspicion toward Wang Soo-young, smiling like sabotage is etiquette, and Ye Shiho answers with that cold confidence, backing his friend as real steel, while Do Kyung-gu stands there like a quiet disaster, making fists obsolete. As the doors crack open, the whole house shifts. Nerves already folding, the maid greets the returning boss, and the estate bows on cue. Then Sua announces her solo escape, while Mom acts unsurprised, naturally. The call reaches a polished room, and the mood turns instantly poisonous. While the woman pushes suspicion over the dead weight of a spy rumor, then Ye Shiho answers like a man annoyed by amateur theatrics, not fear, saying he's too busy to play detective and clean up everybody's paranoia, because anyone trailing him would just expose their own pathetic obsession, and when she needles him about skipping B Club, he keeps it icy, treating the club like a tool, not a home, and customers come first. Then the conversation gets uglier, as legal trouble starts sounding inevitable, with threats of removing inconvenient evidence, because subtlety clearly died here, and Ye Shiho just mocks the panic, asking what kind of proof they expected. Ye Shiho's already on the phone, wearing that same ice-cold patience, while the caller pushes a melodramatic erasure threat, because subtlety died ugly, and he basically shrugs it off, denying the obvious like a pro. Then the desk call turns operational, with a taken care of promise hanging there, but his stare sharpens, because he knows this isn't gossip anymore, and when they insist on moving ahead, he gives the green light anyway. Somewhere off-screen, Hwang Soo-jong keeps the reservation chaos moving, her finger dropping the switch like the whole city's about to reroute. Politics stays ridiculous, and she still sounds calmer than everyone else. Then the name hits. Kim Jong. Han gets released from special reservation. Inside that gilded hall, everyone's posing while tension quietly pays the bill. And Kim Jong-han's special reservation gets lifted, because subtlety clearly died here. The brown-haired girl freezes up, her face turning all suspicion and no comfort, while Ye Shiho stands there like this mess was always part of the plan. Then he coolly accepts the order, acting like panic is for amateurs only, and the tray of medicine gets shoved forward, all business and zero mercy. The stairs split their distance as he closes in, impossible to read as ever. Then comes the warning to take painkillers before meeting some new client. The bottle gets offered, and the masked woman immediately questions the suspicious handoff, because nothing says trust like medicine, masks, and a room full of liars. Ye Shiho keeps the pitch icy, warning the next customer won't like the flavor. Then the tiny painkiller arrives in his palm, looking harmless as a loaded joke, while the brown-haired girl freezes, her suspicion already louder than any comfort, and the authorized only door hammers home how exclusive this trap really is. In the control room, the dark-haired woman worries about the girl's status, and gets the smug answer that the medicine's already been handed over. Yes. Outside, the house and vehicles frame the operation like a clean little kidnapping, so she drops the classy act and orders them to take her out, with the building standing there like a silent witness to the mess. As the door slides open and the whole scheme finally starts moving, in the office cave, the board game crew circles their next ugly move, while Madame Catherine frames Yoon Song-tae as the hostage nobody can mention, and the maroon-suited woman pushes the logic, because secrecy beats heroics here, as Ye Shiho calmly plays the manager card, which is honestly rude in the best way, while Hwang Jin-hak sits there looking like he got personally bullied by gravity. Then the plan sharpens. Ye Shiho and Lee Guanyong slip out to contact Wang Soo-young, so the surrender deal gets spelled out, with Gwang Ge-hungza treated like a disposable pawn, and Madame Catherine coolly wonders who can escape. As if this is debate club, Ye Shiho gets asked whether he's the lure, and the answer lands with terrifying ease, because apparently the woman will handle it better, which is a brutal insult to everyone else. He wants the lure set far outside city center, where trouble stays hidden, and the red-suited woman repeats the warehouse idea like it's brilliant, because orchards surround the place, making escape look embarrassingly inconvenient, while the concrete shell stays sealed tight, so nobody strolls out smiling. Inside, the sprawl is massive, packed with materials, machines, and ambush bait, and now she's practically drooling over finally reaching Yoon Song-tae. Then the blue-suited strategist smirks that no extra contact is needed, as the black-haired listener stays icy, quietly absorbing the whole mess. Because Yoon is smart, so the only answer is a trap, and if he falls, every thug under him gets wiped too. She wants to split the prize 3 ways, smugly buying time, while the others freeze, because that confidence is already turning into panic, and the room starts sniffing blood, wondering if she's just naive. But then they aim the spotlight at Lee Ha-min, like she's dinner, because Osaka enters the chat, and suddenly the whole scheme feels bigger, with the old vet watching the street like a man guarding a buried lie, and the bucket-hatted boss confirming the target somewhere in Korea, then greeting an old contact with that long-time no-see nonsense, before admitting the trail still isn't found, which is humiliatingly bad news. But the final answer is clear. They know the location, just not where. They want you to move to Korea, and already sound disturbingly casual, because Kawatomi Gumi needs a deal, not a miracle. To pull it off, Takahashi's trip is set, yet Yuta's speed could wreck the timing, so they start treating Utsuwa like the real prize, which is adorable. One side promises to handle Utsuwa and guard Kawatomi's expansion, while demanding Yuta leave no traces behind in Korea either. The old veteran just accepts it, because panic would be beneath him. Then comes the cold reminder that if they're coming, plans must move, and the question lands hard. Is Yuta even necessary for this whole mess? Because apparently he's the archipelago's best weapon, and everyone knows it. Someone's already size-checking the problem, using one phone to screen the mystery fighter, because in Korea, they swear nobody can stop him, which is hilarious optimism at best, and the old veteran answers that bravado with a neat little cutoff, like business is business, revealing Theo as the name attached to the face everyone's now politely underestimating, while the night opens over a traditional estate, where the real weapon sits waiting. Inside, a swordsman holds the line with terrifying calm, making the whole room feel smaller. Then the first slash lands, and the loudmouth starts screaming through blind panic. The barrier gets carved apart so cleanly it looks embarrassing. Honestly, and the blindfolded hunter is already trapped behind the wreckage, realizing too late, because that monster just turned the whole operation into a massacre with one breath. Blindfolded and calm, Ye Shiho looks like trouble already solved. Across the dojo, the black-haired witness just keeps absorbing the pressure. Even the question lands sideways, because Ye Shiho's identity is already terrifying. Then the sword comes out, and the room remembers manners real fast. The blinded veteran doesn't flinch, just keeps that cold, cutting profile. Now the other man starts bragging about swordsmen like that changes anything. Ye Shiho answers with that tiny stare, basically saying try harder. The kill order hits the air, and the smirk finally gets uglier. Steel collides, the blade gets seized, and panic starts losing badly. By the end, even the side angle says it all. Ye Shiho wins. Steel flashes awake, and the kendo grip tightens like trouble already. Then the blade snaps forward, carving through the air with arrogant speed. The dark-clad veteran answers coldly, as if this mess is routine, and the smug posturing around swords instantly looks embarrassing. Honestly, because Yuta Shinsuke gets named, and the room remembers its limits, while the convoy keeps rolling, with suits running after a taxi, the shouted taxi request lands hard, desperate, and a little pathetic, and the yellow cab peels away, leaving the pursuers eating dust. Inside the vehicle, the sharp-eyed woman watches everything with zero panic. Then the whole setup tightens, because this hunt was never fair. Inside the taxi, the standoff starts with one very desperate police detour, while the woman on the phone stays cool, like panic is beneath her. Outside, the tower looms overhead, all glass and corporate menace, and that meeting request hits the desk. Because the CEO wants answers now, then the manager enters, reading the room like everyone else is already late, and the new staff lineup follows, with cold faces pretending this is normal, until Su Yongso's name gets dropped, proving she was the real target, but the manager just eyes the report and asks how she escaped, which leaves the shaken woman confirming it, as if that changes the danger, because now the whole operation has a name, and it smells like trouble. While pretending to help Lee Ha-min, she's already playing for time. That one deadly stare says the interrogator bought none of her act. Her torn shirt becomes the whole scandal, because subtlety is dead. She blames the scramble that ripped it, and nobody sounds impressed. He keeps pressing, calm as surgery, while the room gets uglier. She admits she rushed in here, because apparently panic was the plan. Now the accusation shifts to her, as if she's the one under trial. Then comes the report. Cool and ruthless, like business over blood. President Cheonma bends towards CEO Yoon just to save his rights. And the final plea begs for Cheon Sajin's rescue from Gwanggahungsa. So yeah, Ye Shiho got caught with them, and the room panics, but the answer is colder. The target's isolated somewhere else, conveniently hidden, deep in Cheonma Construction's warehouse, sitting in an orchard like bad business, miles from Seoul. Because subtlety clearly died with the department budget, and the real hit? Lee Heyman already exiled Cheon Sejong there, grossly unbothered, so now Ye Shiho is asked to rescue him, like this is a luxury favor. Meanwhile, Heyman still hasn't settled his shares, and she's hunting the stash, which leaves her begging CEO Yoon for help, while everybody else sweats, because if Yoon moves, Cheon Sejong supposedly surrenders everything. How generous. And with the trap closing, the room acts like this disaster is smooth. Lee Hammond's warehouse is already understaffed, and the trap smells cheap. The black-haired strategist coolly maps the concrete layout, every hidden route, every weakness. He explains that locking the building seals the target inside, which is almost insulting. Then he pushes the obvious conclusion, that Cheon Sejong is basically a caged hostage. The room stays silent while he weighs the timing, because patience is apparently the whole game. Even he admits it could be a trap, but hesitates only long enough to think. Hwang Jin-hak, meanwhile, looks like he already lost the argument and the pride. Nobody can tell whether he was fooled or complicit, which is frankly his problem. He finally begs the CEO for help, sounding desperate enough to trip over himself. The answer stays cold. Just wait, I'm thinking, and everybody else is sweating. The room hangs on her smug bait logic, and it's almost insulting, because locking the place from outside means the target's trapped inside, which makes the whole just laugh it off act look embarrassingly weak. Then the CEO gets dragged into it, like some caged hostage prize, while the black-haired boss coolly buys 2 days for the rescue, claiming he needs that same window to ready his own men, and the sweating woman practically thanks him, desperate to stay useful, as his quiet grin says, he's already 3 moves ahead. Then his eyes drop to the paper, like the trap is confirmed. And outside, that orchard backdrop makes the whole scheme feel deceptively peaceful. Inside the blazing yard, the crew waits like laborers before a disaster, until the hard-hat woman orders the machine moved out, all swagger and no subtlety. Then the challenge gets uglier, with Yoon Sung-tae offered up for a one-on-one beatdown, but the blonde manager counters with a true sword, and suddenly the room quiets, while the others relax too early. Acting brave like that ever saved anyone, because his expression stays colder than the floor, and his answer is pure dominance. Even the smug onlookers feel the pressure collapse as his eyes sharpen. Then the room freezes at the call, realizing the next move is already in motion. Sion keeps ringing again, because apparently peace is just a cruel joke. Under the orchard sky, the hideout sits quiet, looking almost innocent, until a dropped cigarette hits the floor and says otherwise, because someone is already panicking over Sion, and that fear leaks fast. While the blonde manager shrugs off tomorrow's checkup and keeps moving, casually mocking the idea that chasing money should have produced anything better, then one bowed nobody gets dismissed with a single cold, efficient okay, as the rich-looking woman starts fumbling about urgency and missing timing, and he answers with that bored, terrifying calm, cigarette still dangling, since tomorrow is the real battlefield, so hell vanish and return later. Her face says it all. The trap is set, and she just noticed. The room opens on pure panic, and she's already cornered against the metal wall, apologizing through tears, while the smug command to sit down lands like a verdict. Then the tension spikes again as she folds inward, shaking under every accusation, because the watcher already knew they'd been surveilling her, and casually confirms it. So now the stupid little director text message looks like a live wire, while she insists it meant nothing, just a weak check-in from someone scared, until the polished woman finally drops the real name, and the table turns colder, revealing that Aram was really Xian all along, which is adorable for everyone involved, and the startled reaction barely starts before the trap tightens around her face, leaving only that haunted whisper of Xian, like the verdict already arrived. The smug woman sets the goodbye trap, and nobody escapes polite cruelty, because she starts dissecting the girl's fate like it's office gossip with teeth, while the other woman freezes, acting offended, as if ignorance ever helped, and that single sweat drop says the whole room already knows she's trapped. Then the mansion breathes in, and Miss Arellum gets her summons, with the butler calmly delivering the warning like disaster dressed as manners, while below, Swa's helpful messages are really a surveillance ambush, because the masked girl is already shaking, staring at the floral evidence, and Mom's voice turns the phone into a courtroom, asking who the recipient was, so the final reveal lands hard, because they were absolutely trying to report them. A spy app on her phone, and the whole scam starts looking filthy, while the masked girl freezes, sweating through that floral disguise. Then heels click in, and the smug trap gets a warning. Because those steps belong to a predator, not a rescuer, the ambush snaps shut, and the victim gets folded like paper, so now the room demands one answer, like innocence ever mattered, and the blonde finally blurts out a fake work friend's name, which only makes the hunter grin, because substitutes are easy. She closes in with that nasty little smile, squeezing the truth out, and the hand on her wrist says nobody here is getting away. Inside this nightmare room, the blonde realizes her body has been hijacked, and the black-clad woman answers with pure contempt, like this was predictable, because she clearly knows the drill, bending panic into some smug protocol, then leans in close, calmly insisting the manual comes before mercy. Outside, rain hammers the building, as the trap keeps tightening, and the victim folds on the floor, while the predator stays annoyingly composed. Then comes the genius detective theory, suicide note nonsense, served with confidence, only for the blonde to stare back, confused, sweating, completely outmatched, before the threat turns filthy, making the timid target flinch hard, and the writing hand keeps moving, because escape already lost this round. The cap-wearing guy shuts down the wall of nonsense, totally over it, and the blonde collapses into pleading, which is honestly pathetic, because the threat escalates instantly, turning this into a filthy pressure trap, while her face twists into tears, and yeah, the confidence evaporates. Then the rope in her hand says everything. One bad move from disaster, as she panics about mom and brother, dragging family into the humiliation, before a vicious blow snaps the room's balance, sending the whole scene sideways, and her legs buckle hard, like the universe finally got bored, right when the brother's phone lights up, calmly interrupting the meltdown, leaving her crying into the dark, completely trapped and thoroughly outplayed. The phone screams through the silence, dragging in Yahello's brother, and the call dies just as the room starts getting uglier, while the hooded intruder hangs there, looking like a cheap horror prop, and the blonde woman is cornered, asking for anything worth stealing. Then the truth slips out. She was told to write a suicide note, which explains the mess, the repeated drawings, and the lovely little breakdown, as the hooded bastard shrugs it off and keeps pushing for the goods, because the ringing phone means reinforcements may come too late. But Yahello already has the note, the calm, and the last laugh, leaving everyone else frozen at the door, trapped in their own stupidity. A body hangs above the notebook, and the room feels already buried. Under that brutal light, the interrogation turns almost laughably civilized, because the blonde's fear is written all over her face, while the smug woman casually links her, Arumi, and the same guy. That little reveal hits harder than her sweat, and the panic spikes. Then the trap logic gets exposed. Since a suicide note was the whole setup, and the cheap horror prop keeps probing for SOS nonsense, like help is still coming, which is adorable in a room this doomed, but the blonde's expression says she already understands the cruel punchline. Yahello has the note, the calm, and the last laugh. That smug look says she already knows the answer, and enjoys it. The blonde insists hell show up, clinging to certainty like a crutch. Then the woman twists the knife, asking if Head even survive. She leans back like a villain financing the whole disaster. Now everyone's staring at the manager, because he's apparently the monster here. She admires that confidence, mocking it as the funniest part. The room goes quiet, because certainty is starting to look expensive. She explains the thrill comes when that certainty finally shatters. The blonde's face hardens, realizing she's been cornered the whole time. And of course, she coolly says to wait a few days. Campus life looks calm from above, but the whole building feels staged already. Then that black-haired manager answers the phone like bad news is beneath him. His stare stays dead calm, which is exactly why everybody should be nervous, because the messages start piling up, and somebody clearly wants an answer now. After class, the supervisor wraps things up, dropping responsibility like it's homework, while the suspicious brunette slips out, carrying that awkward little secret with her. Then comes the fee demand. And wow, what a brave crisis to fake. She snaps back that nothing was received. As if denial fixes paperwork, the door slams behind her, and the hallway suddenly feels way too exposed, so she keeps walking anyway, toward the next awkward disaster. Inside Starlux, the brunette gets ambushed by pure, polished suspicion, while the black-haired man stays ice calm, making her feel already cornered. The cafe itself looks harmless, which is hilarious, because the pressure isn't, and her sharp denial just screams. Yes, this question has haunted her before. Then he drops the real target. He wants more about Cian, and the brunette's panic practically leaks through her face. Because silence. Now he's not asking casually. He's peeling back an old memory. demanding who was stalking her. Like this is some cute little tea chat, her eyes widen at the implication. Because the wrong answer could expose everything, and he keeps pushing until even the window feels like it's judging her. A harmless cafe backdrop, yet the pressure's already sitting at that table, and the brunette's stiff denial practically admits the question hit a nerve. Because the black-haired guy isn't fishing casually, he wants Sion's hidden side, so her confused panic gives away way more than any answer ever could. Then he drops the real grenade, implying another familiar face was involved, and suddenly her I don't know act looks embarrassingly fragile, while he keeps leaning in, turning the whole conversation into a trap, until even the table feels cornered by that exposed hand and silence, because he knows she wants to talk, but fear has her gagged, and his final order lands like a blade. Let go. A hand clamps down fast, and the whole cafe mood turns hostage. The warning comes out loud, but the panic underneath is louder, obviously. Chairs scrape in the heat as Ye Shiho keeps the pressure on. The cornered woman snaps back with a threat, which is adorable, really. Her face gives everything away, because fear never lies as cleanly. Then Shiho drops the real bomb, and the room goes stupid, quiet. He keeps holding her there, calm as a surgeon, while she folds. Then he warns that another Sion could die again, casually horrifying everyone. Her stunned silence says it all, while his expression stays annoyingly cold. Across the table, the conversation settles into a trap nobody can escape. Back in the cafe, the same table chaos has everyone whispering again. The brown-haired girl admits someone's been trailing her, which is terrifyingly casual. From across the table, the black-haired guy stays icy, forcing honesty. Her panic slips through anyway, because fear always leaks before pride does. Then his warning lands hard, and her face goes instantly blank. He keeps the pressure on, calm and surgical, while she starts folding. The silence turns ugly, as if the room itself knows the answer. She finally stalls, and he barely reacts, because He's already seen the pattern. Flashback narration cuts in, naming Yoon Song-tae and that cursed bar. Under the neon sign, his crew gathers, looking dangerous right before disappointment hits. The bar goes dead quiet as the black-haired boss finally arrives, and the room stiffens, while the sweating host fumbles a welcome, already knowing this visit is bad news. Then the command drops on the whole place, ordering everyone to line up, because subtlety is dead, and the crew snaps into position under that pressure, looking useful for once by pure fear, except the blonde woman and her companion, who stand there like trapped gossip in formal wear, until the black-haired man closes the distance and starts tearing through her excuses, and she cracks instantly. Because panic always leaks out before pride can save it, then his stare turns colder, exposing the whole fake act like cheap stage makeup, as he grips her face and makes the accusation impossible to dodge. And her last protest lands weak, because he already caught the lie. Inside the bar, Ye Shiho's stare crushes the blonde's confidence, and hard, he cuts the room's noise with one cold order, turning heads. Her panic spikes immediately, because the lie is already collapsing. The older authority steps in, pretending composure, while the pressure sharpens. Then the couple gets lined up, looking awkwardly exposed under judgment. Ye Shiho closes in, and her face says everything he needed. She blurts out confusion, trying to wriggle free from his grip. He answers with that smug, surgical calm, basically saying she's sloppy. The blonde snaps back, shocked by how fast her cover is gone. Then the room erupts as he drags her forward. Game over. The room is already cracking open, and the three women freeze under the pressure, while the brunette looks like her cover is collapsing in real time. The short-haired woman stays rigid, because subtlety clearly left the building already, and the tension hangs there like a bad joke nobody's laughing at. Then Ye Shiho drops the nightmare and names the thing nobody wants repeated, so the blonde's little protest lands with all the strength of wet tissue, because he calmly pushes past it, demanding the truth behind the cover story, and the brunette finally admits they were moving her for a prettier purpose, meaning the whole somewhere better excuse was just polished garbage, while he stares through the lie, already knowing this rescue was a scam. Yoon Sang-tae's filthy little supply chain finally gets dragged into daylight, and the blonde hears the scandal, while the brunette's confidence evaporates instantly, because the old family photo suddenly proves Xian wasn't just a rumor, and that blank stare says he already knew this story was rotten. Then the obvious question lands, whether someone's been tailing her, and her panicked answer basically admits she has no exit plan. School's over, he says, and now the library excuse starts sounding fragile, so he warns that 2 hours is the only safe window left. Then Gangneung surfaces, dragging the funeral memory back into the conversation, while the office war room waits, calm on top, predatory underneath. The headbanded instructor pops in, already refusing the lesson, and that's classy, while the exhausted boss hides behind his desk, passing the job like a coward, because apparently leadership here means nap first, competence never, then bark orders, and the poor guy caves, smiling through sweat as if this circus is normal. When the door shifts, everyone suddenly remembers manners, and the hallway gets tense. The boss keeps lounging to the beat of some absurd phone call soundtrack. Then the side-eye says he has finally caught on to the bluff, and the whole room tightens when the caller is unmasked as the instructor, that smug little "it's me," lands like a hammer, proving has been watching, so the panic spikes, and the room realizes the joke was never on him. Highway signs point towards Seoul as the night trip starts looking cursed, and the bullet taxi tears forward, turning every lane into a blur. The rear passenger starts whining for more speed, because subtlety died young, while the driver reminds him this rocket already cheats death for a living. Still, the passenger offers absurd money, acting rich enough to buy physics, and the driver answers with one brutal burst of acceleration, which honestly drops the whole crew at Hannon University, where the next headache is waiting. Inside, the copier hums while a woman works the office like nothing's wrong. Then a hooded intruder hangs in the library, killing the mood instantly, and the black hoodie listener just keeps reading, smug as the room collapses. In the library, paranoia finally starts chewing through her nerves. She clutches the books like evidence, while silence gets louder. Every shelf feels wrong, so leaving suddenly sounds almost reasonable. Yet even her own thoughts keep dragging her toward retreat. Outside, the campus turns theatrical, with masked men framing the exit. Their presence says everything, and none of it says safety. She freezes, caught between fleeing and the very obvious ambush. Then the smug little nightmare closes in, and panic wins. One glance from the crowd is enough to crack her composure, and just like that, the safe walk turns into a trap. Campus lights glare down while the masked creep orders her onward, then leans in with threats so filthy they kill the mood instantly, because this smug roadside clown already knows her nerves are shot, and he even drags up that bandaged guy, just to twist the knife, leaving the poor girl frozen, sweat and fear doing all the talking, as her body locks up and every escape route turns imaginary, until the van side opens and the crew starts hauling her in, while she begs through the gag, sounding way less brave now, and the fake confidence around her finally starts cracking under pressure, because one cold command is all it takes, drive, and the nightmare rolls on. The van slides into the lot like trouble finally found parking, and the driver's face says he already hates this job, while the boss keeps barking orders, desperate to look dangerous. But the whole crew inside is sweating, because that bluff is collapsing fast. Then Yahello steps in, all cold confidence and zero patience. As the idiots ask whether he even noticed the girl being shoved in, he does, and the door swings open like their dignity just got evicted. One smug thug even mocks the situation, clinging to fake superiority, until Shiho proves he brought actual weapons, not cosplay menace. And suddenly the whole van feels a lot smaller for everybody else. Under the streetlight, the Bat crew tries looking lethal, badly, and one smug clown laughs at the weapon like that changes anything, but Shiho's profile stays ice cold, already done entertaining their nonsense. Then his hand closes around the hilt, and their swagger starts dying. The first thug barks in panic, realizing this isn't borrowed muscle, because the blade tears through his confidence before it tears anything else. The second idiot gets carved up next, still too slow to understand, while the ringleader stares in total disbelief, sweating through his bravado. Then the last face twists apart, blood and terror replacing cocky talk, and just like that, the whole crew remembers who brought the real danger. Steel-backed thugs close in, but the blonde keeps his balance, unchanged. Then one swing turns their confidence brittle, and their breathing expensive. The next blade cut lands clean, and the room forgets bravado. Another body folds under the speed, while panic starts spreading. The ringleader's smug little performance collapses into pure disbelief, because the dark-haired man isn't posturing, has executing a lesson. One boot plants near the wreckage, and the street goes silent. Then the blonde answers the call, staring past the shattered car, while the phone flashes Park Tail, dragging fresh trouble into Seoul. And now even the bullies know this wasn't a bluff, just a funeral. Under the lantern glow, the park looks calm, which is hilarious, because the man beside Sua instantly spots the setup and refuses the babysitter act. He promises tomorrow's results, as if delay itself were mercy. Cute. Yet the blonde stays wrapped around Hwang Jin-hak, making that punk's ownership look desperate. Then the bluff cracks, because Yahello starts laughing at the whole performance. He points out the obvious. Tomorrow changes nothing, so why drag anyone along? The smug tension evaporates, and suddenly the so-called power player sounds expensive and doomed. Yahello keeps pressing, making the accomplice question whether silence now means criminal liability. Hwang Jin-hak freezes under the arm lock, realizing this isn't negotiation, it's exposure, and the room learns the worst kind of truth. He's laughing because the trap already snapped. Under that tired stare, Ye Shiho keeps the bluff looking cheap, while Hwang Jin-hak sits there mugging like he still matters. Seriously, then the black-haired guy cuts in, calm as a knife, saying tomorrow won't save anyone. And that's the whole joke, because Ye Shiho apologizes with that dead-eyed grace, then nails the kidnapping comparison, dragging Sion's mess into daylight, and Hwang's face finally sours as the logic starts bleeding through. So the black-haired listener names the girl without blinking, Sujong, which lands like a clean verdict, not a conversation, and just like that, the two Sion's problem gets buried. At dusk, the black-haired listener corners Ye Shiho, poking at sisterly protection, and the silence hangs there, because bluffing always sounds smarter before it dies. Then he twists the knife, saying this should be for Sujong's sake, not for some ghost named Xian, and wow, that revision hits like a verdict. Ye Shiho barely blinks, asking what happens if tomorrow still changes nothing, while the answer comes back smugly, like time itself is just another errand. He even laughs, asking for a few more days, as if mercy is scheduled, but Ye Shiho's stare says the deal is already rotten and overpriced. The quiet onlooker notices that rare smile, and instantly remembers the old version, because warmth used to live there, before he buried it and turned solid. Long ago, the room already felt cursed, and Ye Shiho calmly mocked the idiot's promise to change, because people never do, while the black-haired man kept watching, making the whole sunset look suspicious. Then Hwang Jin-hak snarled about the fog, proving his brain was still decoration, but the black-haired man twisted the knife, turning grief into a verdict, and Hwang's face froze, because even his bluff sounded pathetic now. The boy still smiled, talking stars and futures like he owned the sky, until Du Kyung-gu answered with one clean hit, ending the swagger instantly, leaving the black-haired man shaken, sweat on his cheek, confidence finally cracking, and Hwang, of course, doubled down with threats, because humiliation loves company. Under the sunset haze, that black-haired menace looked calm enough to lie. Then the fog talk got mocked, and Hwang's bluff started collapsing fast. Across the city skyline, the pressure kept climbing like bad omen weather, while someone upstairs lounged with a phone, sounding bored with everybody's drama, because the meeting point was packed, and the setup was already locked. When the order dropped to bring both in, the room finally stiffened. 3 figures walked in, and the smug faces outside suddenly lost color. Then the timeline flipped, with today chosen, and Hwang left blinking stupidly. Du Kyung-gu's stare said enough, because sweat beats swagger every time. Ye Shiho smirked, mocking the rush, and pushed the archangel out sooner. She stammers agreement, while his smug little grin already smells like trouble. Then that black-haired menace sits back, looking bored in the skyline glow, because her excuse unravels fast, and his calm just gets meaner, with the whole room listening as he calls her out like trash. The pressure spikes when he says she's been spilling times and locations, and his hands on her shoulders make the lie feel embarrassingly cheap. So when he accuses her outright, she freezes, suddenly realizing the trap, while she blurts confusion, and he leans in like a prosecutor with receipts. Then the aura snaps, and her face drains as he tightens the noose. By the end, Hwang is left folded up, crushed under Ye Shiho's mercy. Ye Shiho's calm lands like a blade, and Hwang already looks doomed, because the room catches him begging loyalty, which is adorable, honestly. But Ye Shiho stays unconvinced, letting that excuse rot in the air, while Hwang's nerves explode and his face finally gives up the act. Then the outsider calls the bluff, pointing out every sloppy lie, and the whole confrontation turns into a public humiliation tour, as Ye Shiho moves in with surgical speed and zero patience for drama, leaving Hwang choking on panic, blood, and the worst possible regret, until the hit drops him hard, proving confidence means nothing here. By the end, Hwang is folded up, crushed under Ye Shiho's mercy. With the spies gone, tonight's takeover stays deliciously invisible, and Hwang Jin-hak just lies there, bleeding out his last bravado, while Ye Shiho turns the blade like this humiliation was scheduled, then drives it home, because subtlety clearly died with Hwang's dignity. The poor idiot folds under the pressure, proving confidence is cosplay, and Ye Shiho calls it an exciting night, which is rude but fair. Outside, the convoy finally rolls, headlights carving the dark open. Inside the car, the mission gets relayed through a phone call. Then comes the smug confirmation that they're heading out now, and the whole operation flashes forward, straight into tomorrow's takeover. The convoy slips through the night, headlights cutting the silence cleanly, while more cars stack behind it, because subtlety is apparently optional. and the destination sits there like a quiet green tomb, waiting, where workers shuffle around the yard, pretending this isn't a setup. Then the sharp-faced woman confirms everything is ready, smugly enough, as the blue-suited man asks about the traps, because Paranoia finally found a job. Tomorrow's plan lands hard. Trap them here and let Shiho finish Yun Song-tai, so the bruised suit collapses into confusion, like confidence was rent, and the blonde just stares back, asking what now, with one cold eyebrow, because his bluff got called, and that's always funnier on the receiving end. The convoy tears through the dark, and the whole road feels rigged already, because the first fools arrive at the site looking brave and disposable, while the cars keep rolling in, as if bad decisions have a schedule. Then the ponytailed boss starts grinning, making this ambush look professionally petty, and the goateed strategist just stares, realizing the trap is finally awake, as the getaway lead keeps smiling, because apparently chaos came with a driver. Then a boot lands hard, and Jinhak's dignity goes flat on impact. Shiho stands there like a landlord of violence. While the others panic, Hwang Jinhak still tries to glare, but that look gets laughed off, because Shiho's smile says the same thing. You were done before this started. Under the night sky, the first strike lands, and the ambush instantly looks amateur. Jinhak eats the kick, then hits the ground, like his ego finally got permission. The onlookers freeze, because his usual intimidation just got publicly deleted. Shiho's grin says he picked up the target earlier, alone and inconveniently unarmed. The woman behind him panics, realizing this isn't a normal pickup at all. He keeps smirking about overnight delivery, like chaos is now a customer service perk. Meanwhile, the crew looks wrecked, exhausted, and wildly outnumbered by reality. Those feet in the dark close in, and the air gets expensive fast. The lead thug starts barking orders, demanding total submission like he owns fear. But Shiho just stands there smiling, already holding the whole room hostage. The whole night tilts sideways as the dark-suited figure pauses, sensing trouble, and then Kyonggu enters the frame, fists up, cool as poison, while the smug trash talk keeps going, until his name gets tossed in. And suddenly Hwang Jinhak realizes this isn't the pickup he imagined, because Kyonggu just smirks down on him, absolutely not impressed, and Hwang Jinhak starts panicking, swearing he meant to defect later, but that little excuse dies instantly under the silent, murderous stare, because Kyonggu is flat out not interested in his pathetic bargain, leaving Hwang Jinhak frozen, sweating, and looking painfully disposable. So the pleading finally comes out, with his dignity handing itself over. In the dark, Shiho keeps the pressure razor clean, smugly promising the fingers will do. Hwang Jinhak stares back, instantly losing composure, like the joke just bit him. Then the hand gets seized, and his little bluff starts snapping apart fast. Kyonggu answers with brutal speed, turning the whole body into a warning. Hwang's mouth gets stuffed with panic, his bargain collapsing under that cold grip. Blood sprays, and the room learns how ugly humiliation looks in real time. Meanwhile, the bystanders freeze, because this isn't a negotiation anymore. It's a terrified woman realizing the predator has already picked her next. Kyonggu keeps Shiho untouched, ordering the crowd to stop staring, because the real opponent is the monster standing right in front of them. Night settles over the yard as Kyonggu grins, calling Hwang a cocky little brat. Then the blur hits, and Hwang's smugness gets ripped apart instantly. A clean strike folds his confidence, leaving him looking painfully outclassed. With the next blow, Hwang's body folds and the bragging starts sounding pathetic. Kyonggu keeps pressing, reminding him to focus while the fight slips away. Even the hand grab turns desperate, because the gap in skill is brutal. Hwang finally yelps, realizing this little brat is the nightmare here. Kyonggu stares down at him, calm as ever, utterly unbothered. Hwang can barely breathe now, and that's before the final punishment lands. The whole thing screams one lesson. Cockiness dies fast when Shiho is involved. Hwang Jinhak realizes the impossible, because Shiho's grip is already slipping. Then the cocky bastard spirals, wishing for death and fantasy afterlives. His body folds under the next hit, and bravado turns to pure embarrassment. Shiho stays icy, pressing him harder while the gap gets grotesque. One desperate grab later, Hwang is already losing his legs and dignity. Then comes the clean counter, and Hwang gets launched like cheap trash. Up close, that smug stare finally cracks, blood and panic taking over. Even the air feels heavier, as Shiho keeps advancing without mercy. Hwang's face says it all now. He picked the wrong monster to challenge. And just like that, the so-called threat gets erased with effortless contempt. The room goes silent, because Shiho just noticed the joke ending, and Hwang Jinhak's confidence is already folding under the first clean hit, but the blonde keeps inviting more. like humiliation is a personal hobby. While Huang stares up, sweating through the fact he misread everything, then Ye Shiho smiles and promises absolutely nothing merciful, just control. And the next exchange lands so hard it wipes Huang's posture clean. Now the challenger is begging nobody to interfere, suddenly brave in retreat, while Ye Shiho keeps that cold stare, practically asking where Shiho is. Huang lunges anyway, and gets punished mid-step like cheap street trash, leaving him shattered on the floor, with dignity murdered on impact. The night opens on Ye Shiho's murderous calm, with trouble already trembling. Huang's panic spikes as he realizes the easy target came armed with teeth. Then the first clean body shot lands, and his arrogance folds instantly. Ye Shiho keeps pressure on the skull, pinning him like a bad decision. The room detonates into impacts, and Huang's confidence gets picked apart. His face says it all now, pure shock, because bluster was never a skill. Ye Shiho twists in close, and the retreating tough guy gets exposed. That smug nowhere-to-run energy turns hilarious when the counter lands. Huang gets blasted backward, limbs failing, dignity evaporating on contact, and the final hit leaves him wrecked, still pretending he had a chance. The first strike lands clean, and Huang's tough guy act starts cracking. Ye Shiho follows through with scary speed, burying the second hit, then grabs the idiot by the head, turning swagger into panic. A vicious kick folds the whole smug performance, real embarrassing stuff. His eyes widen hard, because confidence just got deleted. The next blow whips through with enough force to launch him, and he crashes down like a lesson nobody paid for. While the cocky fool somehow still thinks this was a fair fight, Ye Shiho stands over the wreck, making the whole room feel small. And now even Huang gets it. He never had a chance. Under the night sky, Ye Shiho claims this is his own fight. Huang Jinhak mockingly questions that confidence, and instantly sounds doomed. Shiho cuts off any teamwork nonsense, treating Shiho like dead weight. Then he smirks like the answer is obvious, because his path never needed backup. Huang finally cracks, screaming as the first real hit lands clean. Shiho keeps the pressure absurdly tight, boxing him into pure panic. Huang's stunned, thoughts get uglier, realizing age and speed both betrayed him. Shiho's eye narrows, and that tiny glance says, everything changed. Another strike crashes through, dropping the swagger into the floorboards. By the end, Huang is wrecked, while Shiho stands there owning the night. The room freezes, as everyone realizes his timing just got nastier. Years back, this guy was apparently nobody, just the back-in-the-day type. Then the first punch lands, and Huang's proud title starts evaporating. He keeps swinging, but the gap is humiliatingly obvious now. Experience, not speed, is doing the killing here, and Huang knows it. The blonde's expression barely changes, because panic is for amateurs. He lets the weak hits happen, then casually decides to stop playing. The smile says it all. Those were baby punches, and that mercy ends now. Huang explodes in one last scream, only to get folded harder. By the end, the loser is wrecked, and Ye Shiho owns the night. The room is already ruined, and Ye Shiho still looks disgustingly calm, while Huang Jinhak folds under the pressure, proving bravado was his only talent. Every sloppy counter lands like a confession, because experience is humiliating him, and Ye Shiho even smirks, treating Huang's struggle like a warm-up joke. Then the real strike comes, snapping Huang's hope apart in one clean motion. Huang tries to rise again, but the gap is now embarrassingly obvious. Another brutal blow drops him flat, and the crowd gets the message fast. This isn't a fight anymore. It's a public execution of his ego. With Huang sprawled out cold, Ye Shiho stands untouched, almost bored. Yeah, it's over. And the arrogant loser just got deleted. The last stagger hangs in the dark, and Huang's pride finally cracks. Ye Shiho leans in with that smug little grin, because apparently pain is tutorial material. The woman watching goes pale as the counterattack keeps coming, and panic starts climbing. Then Huang gets folded again, because yes, this nightmare does, in fact, have sequels. Another crushing hit sends him down hard, turning his whole leadership speech into compost. The crowd reads the message instantly, and their laughter dies on contact with reality. Huang sprawls ruined and gasping while Ye Shiho stays clean, almost insultingly relaxed. He still mumbles about continuing, which is adorable considering the floor has already claimed him. But the bruised fool can barely lift his head, and the smile on Ye Shiho says everything. This was never a fight, just a slow public funeral for Huang's ego. Under that neon glare, Ye Shiho's calm already feels insultingly expensive, while the room watches a polished manager masquerade as a harmless visitor, and that smug little rest now lands like a victory lap, Jianwu. Huang's face gets carved up again, because dignity clearly hates repeat customers. Then the blonde's mocking glance says the laughter in this room is over, as Huang tries to salvage pride with excuses, which is adorable and useless. The black-haired watcher finally reacts, because this mess stopped being a joke, while Huang still insists he won't fold, despite looking medically borrowed. But Ye Shiho just stands there, hands in pockets, ending the bluff, and Huang's final stumble proves this was a public execution of ego. The panic starts here, with her begging him to stop, already cornered, because Huang is getting dragged down again, and that face says surrender. Then Ye Shiho just looms there, calm enough to make terror look foolish. While Huang keeps coughing excuses, proving bravado dies embarrassingly fast, the stare tightens, and now even his rage looks professionally broken, because Ye Shiho's silence says everything, and none of it is mercy. Around them, the room freezes, as the blonde's public execution keeps rolling. Then the scene cuts to that lineup, where the new manager owns the glare, and that polished profile makes the whole room look instantly underqualified. By the end, even the bowing figure feels like reality collecting debts. A woman steadies the shaken man, while tension clings to the room. Then a ruined hand hangs low, dripping proof his confidence already bled out. Outside under moonlight, Ye Shiho's crew stands over the wreckage like verdicts, and the crying boss is reduced to kneeling trash, still begging for dignity, because the black-haired strategist casually wonders where the knife guy vanished, while the furious woman erupts, apparently shocked that bravado can backfire, but the smug bastard keeps mocking her bold act, enjoying the humiliation, until she snaps that he can kill her too, and means it. Then Ye Shiho coolly toys with execution, treating murder like scheduling, and even her glare says she needs training, not mercy. Under that moonlit wreckage, Ye Shiho starts the cleanup like a verdict, and the boss answers with a pathetic yes, which is adorable, honestly, because the flames behind them keep chewing up pride, territory, and excuses, while the motel scene shifts to daytime normalcy, as if nothing exploded, and Ye Shiho wakes, looking annoyingly relaxed, like sleep is his flex. Then he opens those sharp eyes, still smug enough to weaponize a pillow. The room jumps, Huang Jinhak panics, and suddenly the tough guy routine cracks, because even awake, Ye Shiho keeps the upper hand with lazy confidence. Then the cocky survivor gets mocked for napping through the whole disaster, and Ye Shiho finishes by acting more rested than anyone has a right to be. The roommate gets cocky, mocking Ye Shiho for sleeping on streets, but the blonde just smirks like this whole lecture is beneath him. Then the awkward question about Sua lands, and the room instantly tightens, because someone smugly claims her rescue is handled, courtesy of the Kendo crowd, which sends the blonde toward the bathroom with that deadpan, end-of-the-world calm, while the teacher mutters not to worry, already sounding completely outplayed. Ye Shiho spins back with a lazy okay, and the man practically short-circuits, because this resting legend sits there like he owns the entire scene. Then comes the sigh, the remote, and the miserable admission that nobody knows. And suddenly the news hits. The orchard fire spread before help ever mattered. In the bathroom doorway, Ye Shiho's entrance hits like a silent jump scare, and the boss blurts panic while realizing the calm menace already walked in, because this black-clad kid is the same legend everyone keeps underestimating, now standing over the city like Seoul itself got promoted for once. Cup in hand, Park Pyong-chan treats the whole disaster like a casual lunch break. Then someone asks if they should just watch this mess unfold. And yes, apparently that's the plan, because the real problem is director Jung Pyong-wook's protection, so nobody moves, leaving the room to admit the attack is already under their noses now, and even then, the smug voices insist nobody can touch him that easily. Not with Do-hyun backing him, which is corporate speak for good luck, losers. Jung Pyong-wook's office sits spotless, and that's exactly the problem, because even Chonma's caught in the mess now, no one's laughing, while the smug, purple-suited guy starts measuring Representative Yoon's entire operation, and casually claims the damage is settled, offering more tribute like a joke, which gets corrected into dividends, because apparently crime now needs accounting. Then the book nerd in black keeps preaching Do-hyun's rules like gospel, but the room is already realizing the power's gotten way too big, so the purple suit just shrugs, apologizes, and plays innocent, yet even he admits Representative Yoon has skill, which is adorable, and the final bow says it all. Challenge him, then get flattened. The purple suit starts judging this whole operation from the window, already smug. Then the next threat lands hard, and his confidence stops looking so cute. Outside, smoke hangs over the ruined site, proving somebody got embarrassingly flattened. Kim Gunwoo calls out the madness, and the power shift suddenly feels illegal. The purple suit shrugs off the damage, acting like tributes are just paperwork. He tries to reframe the whole mess as connections with a woman named Rai. Then he gets corrected again, because even crime apparently needs a laptop. The explanation keeps getting thinner, and his face says he knows it. Those icy eyes lock in on the answer, and somebody is about to pay. Meanwhile, the B-Club Situation Room waits like the next disaster's office. Her stare alone feels like the room just signed its own confession, and the recording setup screams this mess was planned, not accidental, while the so-called mastermind sprawls in defeat, looking tragically underpaid. Then the woman calmly confirms the departure date. Like bureaucracy with fangs, Kim Gunwoo immediately calls the whole setup ridiculous, and honestly, fair, because the route is secret, the hideout's in Incheon Chinatown for now, and the purple-suited clown even jokes he can pin blame on Jukpung Ho, before he admits the date is sealed by Utah's side. Somehow, so the woman locks in the final order, keeping everyone else conveniently clueless, and just like that, the next disaster gets dressed up as business. Hanjin University rises under a clean sky, pretending no chaos ever happens here, while students drift through campus, oblivious to the business storm building underneath. Then one confused newcomer freezes, because this place already feels suspiciously crowded, and nearby, a black-clad stranger gets whispered about like he's criminally attractive. That's Du Kyung-gu, the quiet menace making everyone else look painfully amateur. Cut to Starbucks, where Ye Shiho tests a laptop like a man buying trouble, but the hidden woman keeps the secret route locked in. Incheon bound, and Kim Gunwoo instantly calls the whole setup absurd, which, honestly, it is, because even he can see the pressure shifting, and Ye Shiho's face hardens, while Du Kyung-gu stands off to the side, making the whole room go silent. Ye Shiho casually shuts it down, acting far too calm for this mess, then pretends everyone's fine, which is adorable considering the tension cooking underneath. Behind him, that restricted doorway screams trouble, like rules ever stopped anyone, while the dark-haired woman checks her phone with CEO-level menace and zero patience. Then Rie finally enters the chat, and suddenly the secret contact becomes real. She explains the reconfirmation request, because apparently protocol is now a luxury, and the room immediately panics, since only Rie could pull this stunt, so the woman orders the old desk jockey aside, and nobody argues. Fingers hammer the keys, as the whole operation starts moving in ugly silence, and that smug smile says this nothing just became everybody's problem. So this is not Rie, just a dead ringer causing instant paranoia, and the sorry act lands right as the code gets nuked. Now every Rie contact is treated like a red alert execution order, so the manual gets twisted into evacuation nonsense, 3 months flat, while the woman's phone buzzes and the whole room stiffens. Lovely, because the next voice confirms the country return call, no theatrics, and Yoon Song-tae's takeover suddenly sounds annoyingly believable, with Pyongwook admitting the man's capable, which is corporate poison. Then the meeting point locks in at H Hotel Sky Lounge, and that elegantly dressed enforcer arrives, looking rich enough to ruin lives. Inside this hotel lounge, the first arrival is already radiating pure, expensive trouble, while the hidden woman lounges behind sunglasses, treating chaos like her personal hobby. Then the room is told Yoon Sang-tae is the real name behind this takeover, and the poor suit beside him looks shocked, like competence finally showed up uninvited, because the elegant boss only smirks, offering a seat like she owns gravity. Then she casually drops the truth that the meeting is about the real boss, which makes the black-haired man bristle, suddenly offended by being labeled counterfeit, as she questions whether he doubts her just for being a woman, and the whole stacked room of power players keeps getting smaller under her stare, until the man in black finally goes silent, realizing he's not the one steering. The glamorous mediator sets the table, cool as ice, and already sizing everyone up. Across from her sits the rattled suit, looking like failure learned to wear a tie. She needles his ego, calling out his amateur setup, while the room stays silent. Then she casually hints that skipping middlemen is fine, if he can survive her. Now the black-haired boss starts flexing his conquest, bragging over Jung Pyong-wook's scraps. She barely reacts, just sipping calmly, because obviously this meeting is already hers. His grand proposal leans on Hyuk-soo, and imported muscle, like desperation with spreadsheets. She acknowledges the rise, then drops the cold catch, because power always comes with caveats. Even that arrogant stare wavers, and the whole table feels the pressure tighten. Her final point lands hard, overseas help will be needed, and that's the problem. She drops CEO Yoon's name, and the room tightens up instantly. Hwang Jin-hak tries to scoff, but that confidence is already leaking. The report says a blade wielder is targeting him, which is embarrassing enough. Then Ye Shiho gets named, proving the problem escaped their clean little trap. They ask where he vanished, and nobody has a decent answer, of course. The next test sounds routine, until the woman shrugs it off completely. Then comes the real punchline. She wants him managing Club Zeus. The club sits in Suwon, pulling serious cash, So this is no joke. He repeats the obvious, as if running a club is beneath him. She smiles through the smugness, because Zeus is really a pharmacy. The room freezes under that tiny exclamation, because trouble just walked in, and the message is clear. Run the club yourself, then scrape up cash. Like buying black market guns is some cute little side hustle. Seriously, so he questions the whole setup, and she casually targets Yahello, dropping the real joke. She already sent him a useful little gift, and now she wants them taming Zeus together, as if that's romantic. Except Zeus sits in Suwon, hiding a pharmacy behind the cash machine, which explains because once Yahello gets pinned down, the next stop is panic, and her terrified stare says even now, she still has no clue. In this rotten little hideout, panic has a name, and it stinks. The trapped woman realizes too late this whole Suwon setup was bait. Across town, Zeus rises in Suwon, hiding Vice behind neon polish. Yahello arrives looking too calm, which is always bad news. The club entrance bows for him, because even thugs understand hierarchy. Inside, a ridiculous army waits, but his confidence barely flickers. Then Choi Woo-min steps in, acting like this circus has standards. Yahello keeps it blunt, poking the boss for answers. Instead of posturing, he sits back like this business is already handled. And now he wants the rules explained, which is adorable. Sure, first off, the club chief starts laying down the Zeus rules. Then the narration widens out, and Do-hyun's empire looks disgusting. His reach covers neighboring zones, while Suwon stays stubbornly out. Foreign crews have moved in too, because Seoul is basically Rent-a-Thug Central. Zeus in Suwon now joins the same filthy distribution chain, naturally. So the rookie asks if B Club is connected, and the answer dodges neatly. Kaohsiung Guest House in Incheon enters next, tied into Red Wind's funding. Even the name Kawatomi Gumi gets a reaction, which is hilarious ignorance. Because yes, they're Yakuza, laundering through entertainment and legal fronts, and every profit trail still bends back to Do-hyun's cut. So they're not involved in drugs, just playing cleaner than expected. And that's the answer the second-in-command heard, already suspicious as hell, because this whole place is tiny on the outside, but deceptive inside, and the slick-looking visitor keeps pressing, trying to map the power structure, which is hilarious, since he already got shoved out of Suwon, and still claims he was trained in Hyuksu, now under B Club, meaning this isn't about fighting, it's about reading the board, and proving whether he can actually manage people, not just posture. While the room realizes the real test was never territory at all, it was whether the kid could survive the business of power. Lee Ha-min recoils at the leak, suddenly seeing the traps, teeth, while the basement corridor sits silent, cheap, and uglier than the bluffing. The captive girl folds under pressure, looking like a bad investment already, and Lee Ha-min leans in, demanding how anyone found this place. Because the hidden club intel means somebody's been selling secrets beautifully, the answer comes with that smug little pause, as if whales were obvious. Then the killer logic drops. Blue, black, red, all just hierarchy colors, and the boss immediately panics. Because her precious labels mean nothing, the explanation turns nastier still. This is only a quality test. So the room learns the hard way. Power always charges admission. Inside this grim little holding room, the mysterious woman is already boiling with suspicion. And that wall switch only proves somebody built this place for secrets, because when she demands answers, the hidden cameras basically confess the setup, while the room itself screams one thing. This was never a normal meeting. Then Lee Ha-min steps into focus, CEO glare locked and merciless, and suddenly, the whole conversation turns into corporate trial by humiliation. No shortcuts allowed. She wants to know who built this circus, and who profits from it, but the cameras, speakers, and smug silence answer with pure cowardice, because the two options are just slave labor or information extraction, classy, and Lee Ha-min realizes this bunker runs on pressure, not trust. A cold camera and speaker frame this room like a lab, not shelter, and the mention of drugs lands hard, because denial here feels adorable. While the CEO in red coldly warns that comfort means nothing here, the girl collapses into hope, banking on her brother to rescue her, but the confidence cracks fast, because that rescue sounds far less immediate, and the whole room keeps recording her fear like corporate entertainment. As Lee Ha-min digs for the real intel behind the drug business, the surveillance grid watches every move, proving this meeting is a trap, and the smug operator leans in, acting like domination counts as policy, because apparently, this bunker's whole strategy is just pressure and humiliation. She coldly reduces the whole nation to leverage, politics, and war, and then the scene snaps to a cafe, where the manager's trap starts brewing, with the black-clad executive already typing like this is a boardroom ambush, while the nervous student gets asked for his laptop, and honestly, that's rude, because the poor kid looks like he just discovered disaster has a casual voice, and the manager explains he needs instant replies or this conversation stalls, then admits the connection can wait days, which is corporate comedy at its finest, until the boy finally realizes someone's life is on the line here. So the manager answers with that icy little yes, as if pressure is teamwork, and the student gives up his grades without blinking, because saving lives beats pride. The manager stays maddeningly calm, warning the student to handle it carefully, then takes the laptop, promising replacements like money solves everything, only to hit him with that absurdly casual question, and the kid goes silent, because once Cash enters the chat, the whole room turns painfully corporate, and suddenly the black-clad manager is outside, looking like trouble in a suit. When the driver hurries him along, as if this mystery ride has a deadline, the awkward question becomes the car instead, because apparently it was borrowed, and the driver mentions the dead orchard victims like their business contacts, which finally gets a flat yes from the manager, cool as ever. Then he checks the phone, ready to crush the next move. A roster pops up, and the whole room starts playing business roulette, while the black-clad manager sits there, smugly unreadable as ever. Then the camera cuts to Seoyang's glass tower, all shiny power and hidden rot, and the chairman's office sign basically screams who gets to ruin lives here. Inside, the executives gather like they own destiny, though their faces already look rented, as the slick-haired kingpin quietly recalculates the room. Pretending this is normal, then the juniors demand everyone respect rank, because apparently ego needs seating charts, but the manager flips the script, turning their little hierarchy stunt into an order, and that makes the standing men freeze, suddenly remembering power is contagious, because in this office, one calm bastard just became the loudest threat. The mess just got uglier, and Jungwoo's turf looks far nastier, while Zeus rises in Suwon, because apparently criminal franchises now need branch offices, but the jurisdiction excuse lands like a joke, so everyone starts sweating, since Yoon Sang-ta's control could still swallow Suwon whole, if he bothers, and that name alone makes the room pause, because nobody laughs at him. Then the drugs come up again, and the office starts smelling like a trap, with the answer landing flat. Yes, the line was bait all along, meant to expose where the cash and poison were really flowing from, and the whole investigation finally points at Suwon Zeus as the clone, proving this club runs like the line, just with better suits. Outside Do-hyun's reach, the first clue lands, and everyone starts sweating, because the calm guy's face says this jurisdiction excuse is pure comedy. Then suspicion turns ugly, as the line might be bait for Zeus. Even the slightest reaction matters now, because that reveal changes everything, and Yoon Sang-ta's money trail through Zeus suddenly sounds very real, so the board shifts fast, with power surging, and Zeus getting sealed first. Next comes the practical question, whether that means moving against Zeus now, but the answer redirects upward, since Jung Pyong-wook needs justification first. That's why Yoon Sang-tae waits in the background, while orders stay delegated, and the final acknowledgement is brutal, because the chairman's approval still rules. Now the suit asks about Yoon Sang-tae's mess, and the room stiffens, because handled already only means someone got buried with style, while one unknown remains, and even the calm guy folds under the pressure, like the joke finally landed. So the obvious question becomes whether backup makes that nobody worth fearing, which sends the answer toward Do Kyung-gu, quietly sharpening the whole atmosphere, and his plane probably sounds like a verdict, not encouragement, because a Kendo champ with that kind of instinct already screams unfair advantage, so the next move becomes tracking him down, while Jonghwa gets dragged into it, and the chairman's response locks the plan in. Business as usual, of course, with the doors opening on more muscle, because hierarchy always loves a grand entrance. In the sleek office silence, one smug suit gets humbled mid-thought, because the plan is to parade him publicly, then let Do-hyun bury him, and the whole scheme gets uglier once drugs turn cleanup into fake heroics, with Yoon Sang-tae framed as the ghost behind this embarrassingly tidy mess, while the delegation ships out over bright water, pretending this is business, and the shoreline turns into a battlefield of scattered riders and silent panic, as another impact screams across the sea, splashing confidence straight into bankruptcy. Then a lone diver drops beneath the surface, chasing the runaway problem, while the suited figure sinks deeper, looking less like a threat now, more like cargo, and the whole coastline waits, because the real verdict is still swimming somewhere below. The sea finally spits out the intruder, and the plan starts smelling expensive, because the shoreline is already littered with the aftermath of that slick exchange. Then the helmeted mystery confirms the switch worked, like this was all routine. As the mask comes off and the smug little secret stops pretending to be subtle, Yuta Shinsuke gets exposed as the illegal entry, and wow, what a surprise. While the trail leads straight into Incheon's Ace Adult Arcade, naturally, where the gamblers sit under neon lies, while the real pressure watches from behind, and two black-clad operators stay so calm, it almost looks rehearsed, until one of them finally lands on the room with a cold arrival, leaving Yuta's narrowed stare to promise this mess is far from over. Inside the cramped room, Ye Shiho stands like trouble already solved. While Mukchangwa greets him smugly, bragging about relocation rumors, Ye Shiho answers with that same icy manager face, no waste, and Muk conveniently switches languages, pretending etiquette makes him clever, because apparently the real rule is keep Yuta hidden, not respected. Then the message hardens. Ye Shiho can speak, but only through him. Muk starts flattering the Kendo legend, as if nostalgia earns safety, and Ye Shiho just accepts the briefing, calm as a loaded blade, before Muk bows out to let the boss-sized pressure keep watching, leaving the sliding door behind them like the whole setup was bait. Inside the quiet room, the whole setup already smells suspiciously planned, with Ye Shiho's black outfit and laptop sitting like a decoy. Then the bluff lands hard, calling it a ninja disguise, and mocking how the outfit itself would expose Mr. Yuta, because secrecy apparently means dressing him in something obvious, not invisible. While Ye Shiho coolly promises a better setup and a real sword, the scene cuts to Japan's Kabukicho, where trouble always arrives first, and the warning hits. Someone's already been cut down there, leaving the next frame drenched in bodies, smoke, and pure bad timing, while the power players keep walking through the aftermath like landlords of chaos. Kabukicho is already drenched in blood, smoke, and terrible timing, and the cops walk in yelling like that helps anyone hear, because the killer is no mystery, just Yuta Shinsuke under absurd scrutiny, as the court calls his sword strike lethal, yet legally defensible, since he dropped one gangster and let civilians slip out alive, so the verdict practically pats itself on the back for mercy, meaning Yuta's not touching real steel again, just some wooden substitute, though even that sounds pricey, because apparently one blade still scares everyone, while the supervisor coolly orders footage on the opponent, like this is homework, and the next move is simple. Check the laptop, then brace for fallout. The room sits dead quiet, lit only by laptop glow and bad intentions, while the helmeted Kendo monster keeps carving through suits like they're tissue, and the onlooker clocks the style, realizing this isn't amateur hour, because every strike lands with humiliating precision, making the attacker look ridiculous. Meanwhile, the legend gets bigger. Archipelago champion, international winner, basically a walking problem, so the blonde manager calmly decides head, make a perfect match. Naturally, no panic, just that eerie pause before the room realizes who's next. Then the phone buzzes, pulling him out of the violence like casual paperwork, and the voice on the line starts tossing out that outrageous two-man test, so he coolly asks if this really needs him, because of course it does. The call lands, and Ye Shiho flatly refuses the bait, because this manager already smells a setup, not a request. Outside, the building broods like a cage for illegal business, while the suited escorts trail inside, pretending this isn't shady. Then the hiding order comes through. Laptop only, no exposure, and the room admits progress is crawling, which is adorable, because the enemy is stalling, maybe even building a task force, but Ye Shiho promises the fallout won't touch the boss. Still, the warning misses the point, and the kid calls him teacher, which is exactly when the room realizes who's really leading. The vault at Chionma is sealed, and the sword problem, naturally, stays locked outside, so the blonde manager refuses the obvious fix, not even a practice blade, then shrugs off the old weapon too, like leaving Gangnam was just housekeeping, while the scarred boss laughs off screen, pretending panic is a personality trait, but the blonde one reminds him police already sniffed around after the exit, and the headquarters camera story is basically, something moved, footage died, convenient chaos. Meanwhile, the dark-suited officials keep circling the building like it owes them money, and the office rumor mill swears the missing kid vanished after gangster threats, which sends one furious suit-hunting answers, while the room questions the accusation, because suspicion is easy. But proving it? That's where these clowns start sweating. Everyone's hyping the Kendo champ like he's some untouchable legend, then immediately panicking over a missing real sword and its impact, because evidence matters when gangsters, funerals, and burned homes enter the chat, and the office vultures demand proof, only to hear the fire theory collapse, while the so-called suspect gets recast as a threatened victim, not a criminal, leaving the building exterior looking innocent, which is adorable in hindsight, since nobody wants to buy that weak story, not even the sharp-haired skeptic, who cuts through the excuses and reminds everyone his channel has local pull, so the Kendo bragging lands like empty noise, despite all that confidence. And now the whole place feels like police paperwork waiting to explode. Yi Shiho's call lands first, and the whole board instantly tilts, because Huang Jinhok's confidence evaporates, leaving only panic and wet confusion, while the beige shirt strategist starts bragging about reinforcements like that means anything, but the black-haired skeptic just stares through him, unimpressed by the theatrics. Then the room flips as help turns into revenge, and a comeback gets packaged, with Kendo backup suddenly sounding less heroic and more like organized overkill, yet the sword user behind them promises protection, making threats look embarrassingly small, and the once bold manager can only sit there, blinking through the humiliation, while outside, the getaway car waits like the calm before another ugly mess, and inside that car, the boys joke like detectives, already tracking Zhonghua. Even the tough guy in front looks done, asking what this circus is. Meanwhile, the car chatter turns huge numbers into a flimsy flex. Seriously, one skeptic immediately points at Suan, because desperation loves terrible shortcuts. Outside, the apartment block glows like a trap already paid for. Inside, the brooding strategist barely moves, but the laptop says enough. He reads the silence and suspects a setup, because genius apparently still exists. Then the offer comes. Backup will show, as if that fixes everything. The calm enforcer only scratches his head, making the whole threat look tiny. But he refuses the easy rescue, fearing a teacher getting dragged into scandal. So he shuts the door on help, and the revenge plan keeps breathing. The hooded newcomer studies the cap, already smelling trouble, and the hallway opens like a bad omen. Nobody bothered to stop. He slips the hood lower, deciding a real sword beats cosplay, while the nightlife crowd outside turns the city into perfect camouflage. Then the lonely figure stands dead center, looking annoyingly untouchable, as two suited men frame him like bodyguards for a funeral. One glance from the room's heavy hitters says the pressure's real, because somebody's car is waiting below, conveniently and suspiciously ready. Inside the vehicle, silence hangs over the passengers like guilt, and the phone finally rings, handing the mastermind his next move. The phone buzzes in that dead silent car, and the real hunt starts. Inside, the new manager sits like trouble, all calm eyes and hidden steel. Outside, the route logs read like a lazy confession, not a disguise. The hooded lookout finally clocks the target, and smugness curdles fast. Chianma construction rises next, because corporate monsters love a dramatic stage. At the glass doors, the hooded visitor keeps his face buried under shadows. Every lock on the entrance checks out, which is adorable for a criminal. He studies the keypad like it personally insulted him, then leans closer. Even the alarm question sounds desperate now, like he already knows the answer. Then the voice lands. Mr. Ye Shiho, and the disguise is over. The hooded visitor cuts through the night like trouble already hired, and two suited watchers trail behind him, looking far less confident now, because he sizes them up, decides they are harmless, and keeps moving, while they try the classic we're friendly act, which is adorable. Then his silence sharpens, because the building just became the real problem, and one escort casually explains how empty Yoon Sang-tae's territory feels, thanks to neglect, so the other finally gets cornered as the blade pressure shuts him up, before the visitor grabs a sword and demands to know what this joke is. Then the door system finally gets acknowledged, as if it mattered now, and that locked keypad gets pressed anyway, because subtlety already died. The keypad chirps in the dead quiet, and the locked entrance finally gives, when a smug voice invites the visitor in, like this was ever optional, but the hooded newcomer just keeps that cold, unreadable silence. As the lobby opens up and three suited lackeys drift into view, then the challenge lands. Show your value, or stop wasting everyone's time, and the reply is, pure disrespect. Save the questions for later, because now it's 2 against 1, and even they notice the math, except he flat out refuses, making their little intimidation routine look pathetic. So one man reaches for support under his coat, already sweating the outcome, and the blade comes out next, because subtlety clearly got fired. Under that hood, Ye Shiho clocks the lobby, calm as a loaded trap, and the smug little welcome smile already says nobody here scares him, because this test is really just him deciding how hard to embarrass them, so he orders the suit up, deadpan, while the entrance suddenly feels tiny. Then he smirks and rolls straight into the start, like this is checkout time, and the first strike lands, turning the lobby into a blur of panic. As the whole ceiling rattles with impact and Jinhok's confidence evaporates, next comes the desperate counter, a flashy weapon swing that still misses dignity. But Ye Shiho catches the blade, casually stopping the tantrum with one hand, and the follow-up crushes everything, leaving Jinhok flattened and humiliated. The hooded intruder already has the staff raised, and the room tightens. Then the first impact snaps through Jinhak's attack, like failure arriving on schedule, while Ye Shiho keeps the pressure absurdly clean, turning defense into disrespect, and Jinhak's own men start realizing both fighters are moving faster than panic, because this was never a real test for the intruder, just a humiliation setup. His counter gets checked instantly. As the hooded kid proves real combat looks ugly, the crowd's whisper shifts from disbelief to dread, since agility is basically cheating. Then he slips inside the weapon line, making a straight charge look painfully obvious, and with one cruel opening left on purpose, the finish is already written. So Jinhak finally screams, while his dignity gets folded up and buried. Ye Shiho's grip tightens, and the whole room feels that smug little omen, because under the hood, that calm stare already knows Jinhak is doomed. The first block lands dead clean, and his staff line turns ridiculous. Then the second crack sends sparks flying, like arrogance getting audited. Jinhak's face finally hits reality, and wow, he hates the invoice, but Ye Shiho keeps it surgical, slipping past the blade like it's paperwork. Another opening vanishes instantly, and the hooded kid never even rushes. He just stands there, cool as frost. While the pressure gets uglier, Jinhak's stare goes hollow, because being read this easily is embarrassing, and that last swing? It's already over before he even finishes breathing. Ye Shiho's hooded entrance already screams trouble, and the staff looks ready, but Jinhak's smug excuse collapses fast when that skill gap turns monstrous, because the so-called test was never a fight, just an arrogant trap with timing, and Ye Shiho slips through Suraj like the technique was embarrassing paperwork. Jinhak keeps talking tough, then instantly gets audited by raw precision, while the others watch, realizing he was completely boxed in the whole time. His confidence finally faceplants into confusion, and that grin goes extinct. Then Ye Shiho coolly demands an explanation, forcing everyone to swallow pride. The phone comes out, the real name starts mattering, and the room tightens, because the next big player is coming soon, and somebody finally says talk to him. The company lobby glows like a clean trap, and the new arrival pulls up anyway, because that black car stops cold and the driver's door opens with quiet menace, while the suited watcher outside already looks like he knows this room is cooked, and Jinhak's face says it all, his smugness rotting into panic on sight. Inside, the weapon rests like a punchline, waiting for somebody to pretend control. Then the elevator or exit gives way to the next entrance, all polished pressure, as Ye Shiho steps in, calm enough to make cocky men feel underdressed, and the black-suited boss lowers his head, suddenly far less brave than before, with the others crowding behind him, every gangster posture turning into corporate obedience, because even the praise sounds shaky now, like everyone finally knows who won. The room's already cooked, and that hooded newcomer brings the silence, not fear. Then Ha Zhonghua steps in, polished enough to make everyone feel underdressed. Ye Shiho answers with his name, looking annoyingly untouchable as usual. Ha Zhonghua offers a detour, pretending this little talk deserves privacy. How noble. Ye Shiho cuts the theatrics and claims he came for the sword here, so they move past the gates, with the whole entourage suddenly acting obedient. Even Jinhak's crew can only trail behind, watching their dignity evaporate. The elevator dings at B1, like the building itself is tired of them, and the crowd files in behind Ye Shiho, who still looks completely unfazed. Then the vault door waits ahead, because this conversation was really a transfer. They've watched Yoon Sangtae for ages, and Seoul's top dogs know why, so the hooded kid's gangster question lands like bait, almost cute, but the suit man sniffs arrogance and refuses that denial nonsense, because the chairman's will says punishment comes, just not through clean law. Yoon Sangtae, Gold Trading's action captain, sat under Doohyun's 16, while the hooded observer asks if this shadow game has been watched. Then the answer turns to Orchard Fire, where everyone allegedly burned, and the suit man confirms Yoon Sangtae killed them, then vanished. That disappearance reeks of a day-before move, not some random accident, and now they expect Yoon Sangtae back stronger, with no easy capture. The sealed vault already screams trouble, and these suits know it. Then the cap-shadowed operator taps in, treating security like a cheap joke, while the sword-bearing silent type stands there, making the whole room inhale fear, and the door finally opens, exposing a cluttered hideout full of awkward secrets. Ye Shiho moves next, cool as ever, casually grabbing the blade handle, because the black-suited handler wants the conversation, not theatrics, and keeps pressing forward, so the tension just gets dumber when he asks for a reason, and that reason lands cleanly as revenge, which is somehow the least surprising answer, with Ye Shiho staring like he's already built the whole plan, before the proposal drops, because Yoon Sangtae's security is layered, obviously. Inside the hush, Ye Shiho demands Yoon Song-tae's location, ice cold, and the handler coolly dares him to break in alone, smug as ever. Ye Shiho answers with silence, because subtlety is apparently for amateurs. Then here's the polite little upgrade: bribe the nearby cops too, plus neutralize Yoon Sang-tae's planted officers, because of course it's messy. While the handler explains this is all cover for a quiet revenge disposal, and Ye Shiho catches the con, realizing he's the frontman, not the boss, yet admits he was planning revenge and death anyway, so fine. After that, the suit insists no police involvement, since bribed cops love chaos, and the room ends on that ominous pause, like a deal already bleeding. He sees through the setup instantly, which somehow makes him more valuable, so the handler tests his revenge hunger, and Ye Shiho stays maddeningly calm, then asks how long prep takes, because apparently patience is his favorite insult, and when the answer lands at a week, he just files it away. Before the hooded assassin presents the sword like this is a normal Tuesday, then finally reveals that he is the one holding the blade, not the leash, leaving the tough guy speechless, which is honestly the most useful thing he's done. While the floor-level silence stretches, heavy enough to crush bad decisions, and the black-clad swordsman stands there like a warning sign with legs, as everyone realizes the real problem just walked into the room. No doubt, the suited man leans in, pitching desperation like it's leverage. The hooded fighter answers with steel, treating authority like a joke. Even the mask of confidence cracks, because the kid is skilled. Not at all. He shuts that smugness down without blinking. A week becomes the deadline, and the whole room quietly swallows it. Then he demands contact details, coldly collecting leverage before anyone escapes. The cap-wearing observer studies the phone thief like a live blade. Good offense, he concludes, as if the answer is disappointingly obvious. Hwang Jin-hak just stares, realizing fear finally picked a winner, and the room keeps trembling, because the real threat already arrived. Offense? Cute. But this hooded kid is already rewriting the whole room, and that smug director starts praising the damage, which is hilarious because he still looks rattled. Then the black-suited authority admits both fighters are dangerous, so nobody gets to feel special, while the hooded newcomer dismisses his own tame reputation and keeps that scary calm. The question shifts to the next problem, and even the phone-reading strategist pauses, because the answer lands like a knife. Someone finally understands the kid's real value. Hwang Jin-hak just freezes there, watching his pride get buried in real time. As the calculation settles in, saving him looks inconvenient, not impossible, just expensive, and outside, the cap-wearing blade stands at the entrance like bad news with legs, until the last interruption hits, dragging the whole power game back into motion. The shutdown gets interrupted again, because Ye Shiho remembers one last detail, and of course it's the bag. Since even his parking lot exit feels surgical, so the cap-wearing courier quietly stashes the oversized case away. Like subtlety matters now, then he jokes about old movies, mocking the idea that swords should be hidden in car trunks, which is exactly when he invites a future rematch. Acting like he didn't just flex on everyone, Ye Shiho answers with effortless calm, accepting the ride without looking remotely impressed. While the hooded blade gets labeled as Yoon Song-tae's people, shocking absolutely no one, and Ye Shiho explains that if they recognize him, the cops will be scripted into the trap. The hooded one wonders about the police, and the smug answer is basically, yes, hit them first. Then Ye Shiho casually asks for one more favor, because apparently the chaos wasn't enough. Tomorrow's funeral for Do Gyungu just got thrown onto the table, and the ride request lands right after. With Ye Shiho pricing condolences like a transaction, the reply is priceless, because he wants maximum sympathy and minimum responsibility. Then the hooded courier gets curious, and Ye Shiho teases him with another favor, revealing Hwang Soo-jong, once Sion at a Gen bar, like this is some casual side quest, which naturally sparks suspicion. But Ye Shiho keeps it cool and asks for her identity. Then he drops the truth, calling her his sister, as if that explains everything, and the courier finally gets it, realizing this whole detour was never random, while Ye Shiho stays smug, because family threads always turn into leverage, and the two men sit in that blue-lit tension, already heading toward the next mess. The surname twist lands hard, and the bluff is already cracking wide open, because the hooded courier hears maybe, then clocks the obvious family bait, which is priceless, since Ye Shiho just tossed in a sister-sized complication, and the mystery girl's waiting status suddenly sounds way less random, as the courier accepts it, while still side-eyeing every convenient detail. Then Shiho shifts gears, asks for a pause, and taps his phone, because now the real favor drops. Sua needs protection near Hanjin University, and the old bar connection only makes the shady surveillance look messier. By the time police paperwork enters, The cop already hates the division mix-up, but even here, the off-screen hierarchy still smells bigger than this room. Internal affairs hits like a brick, and Hwang Jin-hak instantly panics. While a police convoy rolls in, proving this mess got official fast, the maroon-suited manager answers coldly, already smelling cheap blame. Then he leans back with that smug calm, pretending this is normal, until the call turns hostile, and the accusation lands like poison, because someone supposedly dragged him into internal affairs. How convenient. Now his expression cracks, realizing the situation is way uglier, as Hwang starts blustering about using another name to survive, but the maroon-suited caller refuses to fold, forcing everyone to think, and even the cops can tell this circus is headed somewhere nastier. Inside the call, Hez already demanding answers, sounding way too entitled. Meanwhile, a street-side nobody gets the cold, silent treatment, naturally. Then the accusation hits, and suddenly even his confidence starts sweating. He tries covering it with lawyer-sounding excuses, like that ever helps. But the real problem is simpler. His name is already getting dragged. So he promises cash, relocation, and a cute little past Suwon detour. That offer lands badly, because panic makes every lie sound expensive. Still, he orders patience and sends the blame elsewhere. Very classy. Then the whole setup rattles, as the phone tumbles across the car, and just like that, his smug little empire starts tapping out. Even the room starts doubting Young Pyung-wook, because arrogance loves humiliation. Then the black-haired man's stare tightens, and the pressure gets ugly fast. Below him, the suit crowd freezes as someone lands far too easily, while the suited boss stands there looking shocked, like competence offended him. Now the suspicion shifts to Ha Jonghwa, because this smell runs deeper, and the maroon-suited loudmouth tries to rebrand panic as strategy, adorable, but the glare says the bluff is collapsing, one ugly beat at a time. That tiny finger tap lands like a death knell for his credibility, because the whole accusation finally snaps shut around his smug face. And with Do-hyun's faction rising, the board flips hard in silence. Autumn opens over the half-finished site, pretty scenery hiding ugly business, while 3 black cars roll in like trouble with a budget, and the maroon-suited loudmouth starts posturing, as if confidence buys respect, but the black-haired handler answers with a bag, not patience. Then the boss turns away with his entourage, pretending this mess was normal, leaving the path swallowed by leaves, sunlight, and one very expensive exit. Inside the skeleton floors, a quiet figure watches the cleanup from above, and the maroon suit keeps walking, clutching the payment like a defeated errand boy, until the green-jacketed man snaps back, asking the price with suspicion, only to hear the invoice, 200 million, cash, plus the phone. The handler orders a phone cleanup, because one bad check ruins everything. Behind that calm face, the whole operation already feels dangerously exposed. The green jacket fires back, reminding him his own life is on the line too. Then the maroon suit starts bluffing, only to get hit with Do-hyun. A smug little pause later, the answer turns colder than his confidence ever was. He argues this is just a conglomerate problem, not some tiny street mess. And the logic gets sharper, because anyone targeting him must have planned long ago. So now the real question is the police, and nobody gets to dodge it. The maroon suit admits they will probably fire him and bury the scandal, conveniently, so he plays innocent, tosses out a decoy, and protects the crypto stash. The maroon suit sneers at the panic, already acting like this was his exit plan. Then he twists the knife, implying the cover-up job is dead and done. The green jacket fires back, mocking the price like pocket change. Honestly, that only makes the smug bastard extend the deal, as if money fixes betrayal. Across the floor, the green jacket demands cash, because apparently survival has a fee, but the maroon suit just grins and shifts blame to the air, ridiculously calm. He claims a contractor collapsed, so he simply seized the collateral. Neat little villain math. Naturally, the green jacket calls that nonsense, because wow, what a paper-thin excuse. Then the bag opens and the hidden stash peeks out. So that's the collateral trick, and now the green jacket is left staring, realizing this clown really did move the money. Inside this property, the maroon-suited snake boasts about 0 CCTV and easy murder, then doubles down, treating every trespasser like disposable meat for the scenery, calling the whole place a suicide hotspot, because subtlety clearly died here, which makes the green jacket freeze, realizing the deal is already rigged, but the smug bastard just keeps grinning, like extortion is a hobby, until the green jacket finally explodes, hurling outrage instead of any real leverage, and that earns him an instant rope lesson, beautifully efficient and humiliating, with the maroon suit calmly branding the whole mess as cop shame, then dragging the broken man across the floor like unpaid luggage, and, leaving the poor fool choking on rage, pain, and a terrible bargain. The rumor lands like a noose, turning Hans's suicide into a loaded weapon, and the green jacket thinks today's the day, right before the rope answers back, because this whole setup is a trap, with the maroon suit smiling through the extortion, while the suspended target gets yanked into humiliation, proving courage has awful timing, and the suit-wearing bastard keeps dragging him around, acting like this is corporate discipline, not murder by proxy, because apparently shame now comes with a leash and delivery fee, until the rooftop tension snaps, and the blonde manager leaves everyone staring upward, as the furious brat hurls insults, desperate to matter in a rigged conversation, but the truth cuts cleaner, pointing straight at Yoon Sang-tae and the staged suicide. Then the real sting arrives. Yuta wants Ye Shiho, and nobody's laughing anymore. Deep in a plush room, the mysterious girl is already fed up, and yes, absurdly enough, they handed him a real sword. So now she's calling the whole stunt childish while the whole room pretends this is normal. Her face tightens with pure secondhand embarrassment, because even villains have standards and this circus missed them. Then she finally snaps the real order into place, targeting Yoon Sang-tae first, naturally, and just like that, Ye Shiho becomes the name everyone has to obey. Her irritation turns venomous, as she mocks the clumsy extortionists taking Hyuksus money with zero manners. Then she dismisses the tantrum like a bored queen, because arguing with idiots is apparently beneath her, while elsewhere the hidden player gets the next instruction: start with Ye Shiho and get everything ready. The laptop glow and silent apartment make it obvious this call is business, not courtesy, and by the end, the black-haired watcher sits there as Dingo lands like a threat. A silent notification cracks the room open, and Trouble finally starts breathing. Outside, the apartment block glows like a trap, with nobody sleeping peacefully. Inside, the hidden operator keeps typing, because subtlety clearly died years ago, then his fingers keep moving, feeding the screen. While the whole plan tightens, the alarm hits hard, and even his face admits the call got serious, because his brother is supposedly coming, which is usually bad news for everyone. The host on-screen drops the spy act, smugly revealing they know the target, and the guest fires back, demanding the reason for this awkward little ambush. Then the host spells it out, betting against rescue, and naming Yoon Sang-tae. By the end, the message is brutal. They know everything, and he is trapped. Deep in a sealed warehouse, the host smugly says she's trapped, ticking, then tightens the rules, forcing a solo rescue and threatening her death, which only makes the hooded operator stare harder, like this mess was expected, because the whole operation kicks off now. All drama and zero mercy, and the countdown slams to 2 hours. How generous for a kidnapping, while the getaway route opens and a long-haired runner bolts into the night. As taxis crawl below, the target is already being funneled like cargo. Then a black hooded courier steps out, carrying himself like the rules owe him. With a car blocking the road, the pressure spikes and everyone feels it. And just like that, the hunt begins, because this trap was built to humiliate. The hooded kid gets warned to disappear for a week, and wow, friendly advice, but his face says he already knew this warning was never friendly. Inside the car, one smug suit babbles excuses while the passenger side broods, and the driver's smug little nap of confidence suddenly looks painfully premature, because the caller swears it was only a casual drive, not surveillance. Then the laptop flashes the hostage timer, proving this nonsense was planned. The hooded runner studies the screen, cold as ice and twice as annoyed, as the passenger finally admits the move means somebody wants final settlement, and the window side strategist spells it out like a bored accountant. Yep, this whole ride is a trap, and everyone knows it now. In the car, a goateed suit coolly predicts the girl is just bait, while the hooded listener stays silent, already smelling the ambush beneath it all, and the name Sion hangs in the air as the mystery girl appears. But the real sting lands when the brunette in uniform becomes the comparison, because one smug passenger starts projecting his sister onto her, pathetically sentimental, and the hooded kid gives him that dead, unreadable pause. Classic Doom math. Then the setup gets spelled out plainly. No girl. Only shady ambushers waiting. Yet he still chooses to go, because maybe she is truly there, so the older man orders him in. Like the trap needs babysitting, and inside the packed car, everybody finally understands this ride is rotten. Under the car's glow, the hooded kid waits like trouble already found him, and the suited driver says they'll talk on the road, naturally, so the white sedan rolls out fast, like nobody here trusts peace, while the driver pretends teamwork will save the girl, adorable, but the older man shuts that fantasy down, calling the scheme stupid, because going alone is exactly how heroes become convenient casualties, and the warning gets sharper. If she is missing, the danger multiplies, meaning their enemies could be baiting him toward his weakest point. The kid stays silent, staring ahead like he already accepted the bill, and the driver smugly finishes. Ignore them, or they'll adapt and crush him. Inside the sedan, the whole mood snaps tight around one small, ugly detail. The video suggests nobody planned to kill her, which is almost reassuring, until the passenger calmly points out the solo mission idea is still ridiculous, and the hooded kid finally reacts, proving even he can smell the trap, because the bearded strategist keeps talking like sacrifice is just office math, while the kid's glare hardens, realizing the rescue plan has a price, and that price lands on Yoon Sang-tae's name, lurking like a curse, as the white sedan tears through the city, carrying everyone's bad decisions. The kid asks why anyone would pull this stunt, and gets nothing gentle, because Do-hyun wants leverage, not the man himself, which is terrifying. The strategist spits out Yoon Sang-tae's name, warning reckless moves let them vanish again, and the hooded kid coolly asks for a favor, already smelling the trap. In the sedan, he agrees once, then starts probing for the real angle, because if Sujong is missing, rescuing her later suddenly sounds less heroic, and a lot more like chasing her straight into Yoon Sang-tae's hands, which narrows his stare. While the driver keeps that smug, business tone, then the kid finally caves and accepts the mission. Because apparently this circus has paperwork, as the white sedan tears through the night toward the mountains like bad luck with headlights, while the warning gets even uglier, since going alone is still a ridiculous solo act, and the answer comes back cold. If he comes alone, they will crush him alone. 30 minutes is the whole game now, and he even has extraction backup, while the stoic swordsman answers like this is routine, because obviously, upstairs, the woman in purple runs the operation like a boardroom ambush, and reminds everyone. Yuta already framed this mess 10 minutes earlier, then calmly asks what to do, because waiting at the point is cheaper than heroics, but the answer gets nastier fast, since Yoon Sang-tae still needs Yuta, and even that wooden sword may not be enough, which is hilarious, so the trap gets set at the lonely warehouse. All quiet menace and bad intentions, as the hoodie-clad kid already squares up, reading the danger before it bites, and the masked intruder lurking nearby, proves this little rescue is anything but clean. Moonlit silence hangs over the warehouse lot, and tension starts breathing. A suited guard rises from the shadows, looking painfully smug. That confidence evaporates fast, because this place already feels wrong, and the masked intruder nearby proves tonight is no casual visit. Then the words land. That one's not Yi Shiho, obviously. The hooded lookout demands answers, while the doorway stays stubbornly silent. Now even the skeptics start whining, as if asking helps anything. Fine, then check inside, because hesitation only flatters the enemy. The blade man answers by promising a takedown, dripping pure menace. So the copycat's exposed, and the real trap finally tightens. The whole night reeks of danger, and that goateed boss looks ice cold, while his knife game kicks off like arrogance finally found a blade, because even he knows knives lose the instant a longsword enters. Obviously, and the masked nuisance nearby only proves this easy job is already dying. That isolated road leaves everyone exposed, like a bad plan wearing headlights, so the car talk gets ugly, with one guy checking the fight's progress, while the other smugly bets Jonghwa will survive, as if gravity negotiates. Then comes the dumb question about fame, and the rookie sounds almost scared, but the answer lands hard. This guy is treated like a god, because anyone that absurdly strong carries presence, and everybody feels it. Inside the car, they already know Jonghwa's monster status, and it's annoying, because the bald little praise fest keeps hailing him like a saint, absurdly enough, while the backseat rookie listens to all that worship and gets curious. Then the roadside goes quiet, and the whole outing starts smelling like trouble. A brick wall and night sky flash by as the ambush finally announces itself, with a masked swordsman slamming in so hard the car ride instantly regrets existing. His eyes narrow like he's already solved the matchup, and that's bad news, because one clean landing sends the whole yard into, oh, so he's serious mode. Then he sizes up the footwork and decides legs are the first thing to crush, while the driver realizes the world is bigger, and that sword was no joke. He finally admits the mistake, and the blade starts talking instead. The masked intruder lunges in, turning confidence into instant panic. Even Jin Hawk's stare cracks here, because that opening got embarrassing. The swordsman clears low, then answers with a brutal cross-cut. He keeps pressing forward, legs aimed like they owe him money. Then the suited fighter drops in, casually ruining the ambush momentum. A clean strike sends the attacker reeling, and the swagger evaporates. Someone still thinks they landed it, which is adorable. But the counter comes back harder, and the masked guy gets folded. That face says it all, This fight already belongs to the calm one. Night drops over the yard, and the masked ambusher finally feels the chill, because those opening knife slashes get answered by a cleaner, meaner counter. Then the suited fighter keeps advancing, turning swagger into expensive regret, and the opponent's face practically screams that the whole rush was a joke, since the attack gets stuffed again, leaving the intruder scrambling for dignity, while the masked man watches the pressure build, eyes narrowing with panic. Then the feet start flying, each step landing like a mocked-up victory lap. Above the battered lot, the battlefield looks tiny and completely one-sided, as the calm, black-suited man decides the target is too skilled for comfort, and the masked intruder finally admits he should have brought a real sword. Under moonlight, Yahello and the masked intruder square off, all style and no mercy. The night hangs over the yard, while the hidden fighter studies the terrain like a gambler. Du Kyunggu's stare says enough. This isn't a rookie trick, and the blade means business. Hwang Jinha keeps calculating, already feeling the humiliation before the next mistake lands. The masked intruder narrows in on every detail, realizing this opponent isn't some stray extra. Even the ground becomes part of the lecture, because every loose stone can ruin swagger. Yahello's speed turns the whole setup into a cruel practical joke on overconfidence. Experience handles ugly terrain just fine, so the advantage starts tilting toward the calm veteran. But the masked fighter still trusts reach and timing, clinging to one last desperate excuse. Then the cold truth hits hard. A real sword would have ended this far earlier. The masked swordmaster looks absurdly calm, yet every skill screams elite, while the suited dagger fighter wonders if Hisu could survive this nightmare, because closing distance means gambling on feints, and that gamble feels personal, except the mask in front of him reads every trick like cheap theater, so he starts treating this as a patience contest, not a flashy brawl, and that confidence crackles harder than the blade, which is honestly rude. Under the moonlight, both men stand frozen, measuring the next ugly mistake, as the car blazes through the tunnel, dragging the backup team closer. Inside, the company men sit like bored sharks, waiting on Yuta's verdict, while the caller casually admits the fight is dragging longer than planned. So now it's just two Kendo monsters, and naturally this drag was inevitable. While their backup car crawls through the night like a funeral procession, the caller admits the delay, sounding way too calm for this mess, and the nervous passenger starts begging to check, because patience is clearly dead. Then the stop hits, and everyone inside realizes the wait was never safe, because the name Shiho lands in the car, and that changes the mood instantly. So the order shifts to moving out, not sitting around like decorative hostages, since even their stamina should be wrecked now, no matter how talented they are, and the doors fly open beside the road, like the whole operation just got serious, with the dark building ahead swallowing them up, the next mistake waiting inside. The ambush explodes in the yard, and the masked swordman's entrance wrecks confidence, because every grab, block, and slash gets checked by brutal reflexes, while the goateed suit fighter studies him like a problem that deserves pain, and the other suited watcher just stares, realizing bravado was never the answer. Then the calm voice claims everything is still on schedule, which is adorable, since the masked intruder keeps carving through angles like he owns the night. The knife man presses harder, but gets dragged into a speed mismatch he cannot read, and that smug little confidence finally cracks when the exchange turns one-sided, so the attacker goes airborne in pure chaos, while the courtyard looks finished, because the duel is no longer a contest, just a public humiliation. The first clash lands hard, and the seaside yard instantly wakes up. The masked intruder answers in pure speed, bullying the knife man backward. Blades fly loose as the gap widens, and confidence starts dying fast. Even that stubborn suit fighter gets folded, his guard shattered by precision. The masked killer keeps advancing, turning the whole exchange into a joke. Another knife is drawn, but the pressure only gets more humiliating. He still tries trading blows, though the other side is clearly superior. Panic hits at last, and the masked eyes scream disbelief through the hood. Then the final taunt hangs there, daring him to come closer. The knife man thought he could play classy with steel, and that aged beautifully badly, until the masked intruder's stare cut through the panic he was hiding. Then a boot hit the ground, and his whole rhythm got wrecked instantly, because the swordsman stayed light, sliding through the space like an insult, while the suit fighter grabbed a hilt and still looked one mistake from collapse. But the blade hand barely mattered when that grip kept getting bullied. One clean slash sent the poor guy twisting backward, guard and pride both shattered, and even his eyes said it. This was no duel, just a public execution. As the knife went flying, the masked monster kept advancing, utterly unbothered. Finally, the suit man realizes the nightmare standing in front of him, and the masked intruder's stare says the joke's already over. Unfortunately, an opening appears, so the confident little dagger game gets exposed, and suddenly his body's on display. Like a charity donation nobody wanted, the blade slips loose, which is hilarious for a guy acting tactical. Then one vicious cut answers his arrogance with blood and humiliation. His eye goes feral, because getting outplayed this badly hurts, while the masked fighter stays low, cool, and disgustingly in control. And just like that, the whole duel tilts toward a cleanup period. The masked intruder's stare turns icy, and the whole ambush starts bleeding confidence. One clean impact shatters the blade game, leaving swagger scattered in the dirt. Then the blood-soaked hand hangs there, proof the tough guy act was nonsense. The suited boss realizes too late he's already burned through his best move. Even his face says, "What is this?" Because the answer is humiliation. Outside, the rest of his crew stands useless under the moonlight, looking decorative, while the masked killer stays composed, reading their fear like an open invoice. His ruined arm drops at his side, and the tension gets embarrassingly one-sided. Now the fight belongs to the intruder, and the cleanup is basically inevitable. The suited boss freezes mid-dress, and that hidden knife says trouble. Somebody finally recognizes Ha Zhonghua, and the confidence starts sweating. The room goes quiet, because nobody enjoys being read that easily. Ha Zhonghua answers with smug menace, acting like he owns the night. Then the masked intruder stays calm, gripping the blade with nasty control. Even the tough guy watching him starts doubting his own eyesight. Ha Zhonghua presses harder, convinced this outsider must be connected, but the intruder's glare says he's already miles ahead of the script. Around them, the suit-clad crew spreads out like decorative failure. Then the masked fighter crushes the chase, and panic finally spills. The arrogant suit sneers at the stranger's accent, already regretting it. Then the blade-wielding boss warns him his failure will be paid for later, because the masked killer stays icy, eyes narrowed like a loaded trap. While the surrounding goons realize this easy job is turning embarrassing, the suited crew bunches up, but their confidence starts evaporating fast, and one polished hand lowers a sword with terrifying, surgical calm, as the fighter admits the last clash drained him, forcing a choice. So he decides to keep swinging anyway. Refusing to look weak now, the next exchange explodes, and the confident crowd folds into panic, leaving the intruder standing over them, with the night already lost. The first blade rushes in, but the intruder still steals the opening. Another polished attack collapses, and the suit crowd's pride starts leaking out. He twists through the pressure, landing a brutal counter like it's routine. The next charge goes airborne, and suddenly the plan looks pathetic. One goon folds with a scream, proving toughness was just expensive cosplay. The others freeze, sweating under the moon, realizing this is getting ugly. Even the front man's confidence cracks, staring up like he saw a ghost. The masked killer stays unreadable, while panic spreads through the whole crew. Then comes the verdict. They're watching moves he never even bothered using before. And that finally tells them the night is over, embarrassingly, completely. The smug talk lands badly, because Ha Zhonghua is clearly the real monster here. Behind him, the black-suited blade-bearer stands like a funeral notice, unreadable and cold. The panicked order hits next, and Huang Jinhak embarrasses himself by sounding desperate. Even his own men hesitate, sweating under moonlight like courage just got repossessed. Then Do-hyun crashes the mood, and the whole crew realizes their plan was fantasy. The suit wall bows under his pressure, while the front man looks smaller by the second. A knife flashes up, but the counter comes first, precise and merciless as ever. Blood sprays as the attack gets shut down, proving these guys picked the wrong night. Every surrounding body locks in place, staring at the wreckage of their own arrogance. And with the screaming peak hitting, the ambush is finished, humiliatingly and completely. Huang Jinhak's stare cracks first, and that brave act is already dying. As his suit men fold under Du Kyung-goo's brutal, effortless cleanup, then the pressure flips hard, because Do-hyun makes their whole ambush look childish, and the knife game turns ugly fast, with bodies meeting steel and regret. While one poor suit starts screaming like dignity got evicted overnight, the others freeze in moonlight, sweating through their expensive confidence, because every polished shoe in that camp is now stepping on disaster, and even the bystanders can't believe this circus was supposed to win. When the panicked leader finally asks what in hell is happening, Do-hyun smiles and casually ruins the escape route too. That smug bluff is already cracking, because the truth is the only exit, and the goateed strategist calmly starts naming the real targets instead, while the yes-men behind him rush to obey like perfect corporate extras, because the whole crew is now ordered to drag everyone to headquarters. Then Do-hyun steps in and makes the mob look embarrassingly amateur, as the suited runner bolts off anyway, only to get lost instantly, and the others realize the warning was bait, not a mistake. With the forest swallowing their pride while panic keeps climbing higher, So the leader splashes into the stream, stunned that nobody is there. And the last expression says it all. Somebody lied. Beautifully. The boss is already wrecked in the van, bleeding confidence with his skull. Outside, the black-hooded swordsman waits like bad news under moonlit silence. Then panic hits, because that smug little face finally realizes the problem. The riverbank is empty, and his grand plan just got humiliated. So he splashes into the water, chasing the runner-up act he lost. But Do Kyung-gu stays planted, blade low, making fear look professional, and the shouted warning turns into a desperate comedy of bad timing, because the next slash sends the wannabe hunter flipping through the current. Blood sprays under the moon, and his brave expression melts into regret. Then the final slam drops him, proving arrogance is still free entertainment. The river stays black and restless, like it's hiding somebody's humiliation. Do Kyung-gu stands there, blade ready, looking annoyingly unbothered. Hwang Jin-hak's grand chase collapses as the water turns against him. Even his allies look rattled, because the trap has already broken. Do Kyung-gu keeps that sword low, soaking in the silence. Nearby suits freeze, pretending this disaster is still under control. Hwang Jin-hak finally clocks the gap, and his confidence leaks out. The warning lands late, while Do Kyung-gu stays coldly composed. Blood and river spray wreck the wannabe hunter's face further. Then the final blow says it all. Arrogance getting buried again. He just blinked at the mess, like reality finally hit back, while the sword stayed planted in the water, mocking everybody nearby, and the suits behind him went silent, because their little ambush had already collapsed before they could even finish looking important. One of them admitted they found no ninja, no target, nothing, just an empty decoy, which is hilarious when you act this smug. Then the lead suit only muttered, clearly thinking the whole thing had gone sideways. As the night turned into a complete humiliation, the broken hunter started sweating at the stare coming his way, and the final verdict landed hard. He was nowhere near equal. The masked swordsman reads the wooden blade like a joke, and a trap. Under that moonlit silence, he is already wondering what Hisu needs, while the suits hiss about Ye Shiho's rudeness, as if manners could save them from looking ridiculous after that humiliating collapse. Then one voice insists he matters for Hisu, so sacrificing him would be dumb, and the order gets obeyed without any bravado. Elsewhere, the tie is straightened, because the next player just arrived. The black SUV rolls in like bad news wearing factory paint. Inside, the dark-haired woman stays composed, which is adorable considering this whole operation is circling the drain before anyone can blink. Yuta already crashed hard, and the shoulder injury made it uglier, which has the car quietly recalculating that disaster, because apparently surprise is free, and now the driver admits the target never even appeared, with everyone else missing. So the only sensible guess is Ha Jonghwa, dragging Do-hyun into the mess, while the plan shifts toward B-Club and Yoon Sang-tae. Naturally, because business people love chaos, and suddenly Do-hyun looks smarter than expected, expanding distribution at a ridiculous pace. So the crew starts wondering if this unknown S-class could actually be useful, but the red light and that tense silence scream trouble, even for them, because now the target might be an unknown S-class, which is almost insulting, and the final warning lands hard. Don't rush, keep watching those cameras. They've already wired Club Zeus with 540 cameras, sneaky as hell, but the live feed's delayed, so the trap still needs a little patience. Fine then. The plan stays ugly. Lure them in and force Yoon Sang-tae versus Ya Shiho, while the cleanup crew records every fight and farms assassins like collectibles. Then the car talks shift to the market, and the next move gets uglier. Zeus suddenly becomes disposable, because a new pharmacy route matters more, apparently, and with Yoon Sang-tae gone, the twins get moved fast. No mercy. Even the tires scream as the vehicle bolts, like trouble hates waiting, and the driver stays annoyingly calm. Asking for deadlines like this is paperwork, because inside Zeus, every camera now watches the chaos like a paid audience. Zeus looms below while one suit surveys the wreckage, smugly above it all, and the purple-suited boss calls for speed, as if humiliation needs scheduling, because his cigarette and our patience both burn faster than his ego. Then he boasts the cops vanished, demoted, or transferred, neat little cleanup work, while the crowd of black suits stares, finally realizing this room has teeth, and the next move sounds absurdly rushed, all in just a few days. But the cigar drops, because somebody targeting him clearly woke up late, and the onlookers tense as his answer lands like a quiet threat, since cracking his defenses means they're coming straight at him, no detours, and that smug confidence? Yeah, it just became a liability. He's not the type to sit around waiting, and that alone rattles the room. So he drops the first deadline, 3 days to get fully armed. Then he starts naming the next targets, with Jong Pyung-wook on the list. And beyond him, because apparently this man enjoys making panic feel personal, he swears the Dohyun group is next, like the whole clan is already expired. The crowd of suits freezes, suddenly realizing this isn't posturing anymore. Under the spotlight, the seated bald boss looks less like authority, more like collateral. The black-suited aggressor finishes the warning, neat, cold, and humiliatingly confident. Above the chair, the countdown hangs like a joke, nobody dares laugh at. And just like that, the room gets its answer, they're already on the clock. The interrogation starts cold, and the poor bastard already looks cooked. Plan B arrives fast, with the camera still staring like a snitch. He panics, hurling insults, while the room politely ignores his dignity. Then the monitor cuts in, and his whole escape fantasy collapses. The feeds widen, exposing the hostage lineup, and the ugly little setup. Dohyun stays perfectly composed, because of course he's the one enjoying this. Across the screens, the suits sit there like expensive furniture, helpless. The black-haired operator keeps talking business, turning panic into procedure. He names the next targets, and suddenly the hierarchy stops pretending. Even the room's loudest man can only stare, because the clock's already won. Seong Jae-hee mocks the interrogation, already insulting their precious little setup, while the blindfolded room gimmick and silence are supposed to break him, but he immediately questions the trick, refusing to panic, which is annoying. Then the operator explains the cruel routine, and even the mosquito idea sounds absurd, so Jae-hee half laughs, half folds, admitting that yes, this is awful, but the real punchline is the favor request, because saving Jung-woo created debt, and now that debt gets cashed in, with Yae Shiho dragged into the mess, courtesy of Chief Secretary Ha Jong-hwa, who wants that asset kept. Even Jae-hee pauses there, because nobody likes being reminded they are cornered, and the room finally caves, begging to talk before the whole bluff collapses. Fast work, huh, because the setup already smells ridiculously rushed, while the waiting room stays silent, with a laptop glowing like bad news. Then the hallway door gives way, and the visitor finally steps in, followed by a lazy button press, as if this intrusion deserves applause, and the smug host walks in grinning, already selling trouble as convenience. Then the door opens wider, exposing the calmer kid who refuses to flinch, while the visitor jokes around with beer talk, trying to sound friendly, but the real message lands hard. Everything's done, and shoes are everywhere, so the kid just keeps packing, because apparently dignity is optional here, and by the end, they're seated face to face, both pretending this isn't a trap. A smug messenger drops the update, acting like disaster has two flavors, but the calm kid just asks which flavor hurts less, because genius apparently gets weekends. Then comes the boast that police interference is gone, so Yoon Sang-tae is next, with Club Zeus and Suwon suddenly treated like a cleanup job, not a warning, while the black-haired visitor finally cools down, his eyes saying this is bait, and the reply lands flat. No contact since that day, no rescue ferry arriving, which somehow leads straight into Club B, where they dug deeper into the old lure case, and the name finally clicks, because Club B is where VIP girls get funneled, not that the locals knew the whole setup, just the headline and the rot, and beneath all that glitter, K Entertainment answers to Yoon Sang-tae. In that sterile room, the black-haired broker casually asks about sourcing, while the answer dumps director Yu's fire story, and the corpse trail behind it. That fake frontman gets exposed next, as the sister's name finally enters the mess, because Yae Shion likely vanished through Club B, and Yoon Sang-tae's shadow stays loud. Then comes the bitter joke. If that man hadn't died, the truth would have been cleaner, but the silent black-haired observer only stares, already treating the whole thing like bait. Club B is allegedly relocating now, so the whole operation is temporarily paused, and Yoon Sang-tae's movements suddenly look sloppy, which never happens by accident. Even the question lands sharper after that, because the pattern feels too deliberate, as his forces gather like war's already coming, and everyone else looks late. Inside the cramped room, that first silence already feels like a loaded ambush, because leaving him alone would only invite a revenge-hungry comeback soon, and the answer is pure underworld logic. Take him out first. While the black-haired observer smirks, treating the whole thing like bait, then comes the warning that Yoon Sang-tae will hit his peak, meaning the next fight would be uglier, faster, and way less fair, so the calm guy reaches for his drink like this is paperwork, only to pause as something in the hallway suddenly feels off, because even the splash of spilled liquor can't hide his disbelief, and now the tough talker is staring down a disaster he didn't expect. Inside the sterile lounge, the short-haired fixer starts selling trust like it's effortless, while the man across from him sits loose, unimpressed, and annoyingly calm. Then comes the pitch. This guy is safe to talk to freely, and the other side answers by asking for the full ugly details, which is fair, because the long-haired advisor finally shows up, all polish and quiet menace, as the chairman's office rumor turns into a warning about elite training, with everyone realizing a foreign master entered Korea speaking Japanese, naturally dramatic, and the smug explanation lands harder than a punch, because Do-hyun's people were intensifying, yet the advisor still reminds them the real opponent already won, which is just rude, and if that hadn't happened, nobody could honestly say how bad it would have gotten. That first jab lands ugly, dragging the late mother into the leverage game, and the room answers with silence, because nobody wants that smoke, until the long-haired advisor smirks, treating the outrage like routine paperwork, while coolly confirming the injured man is sidelined, but dangerous later. Then he casually doubles down, saying Ye Shiho was already reported, and the aquarium backdrop makes the whole strategy feel absurdly civilized, before the B-Club problem gets labeled a shutdown, yet still unclear, which is adorable, because that means someone's already watching the place. So the next order is brutal simplicity. Hit Yoon Sang-tae first, and reroute everything there. Then the warning snaps shut, touch one target, and the whole net lights up. So that's a yes, and the smug bastard barely blinks, while the long-haired advisor acts like this disaster is paperwork, because the goateed strategist keeps measuring danger with that tired stare, then asks if the B-Club girl needs a clean rescue, and the gray-shirt operator basically confirms the instructors can be mobilized, which makes the whole room eye the serious-looking visitor next, as he coolly says hell help from another location, convenient as ever, and the answer lands with enough confidence to silence the doubters, because if anything happens to Shiho, retaliation comes hard, while the room laughs nervously, already realizing the net is tightening. The gray-shirt operator is back at the laptop, and everybody notices, because his team swore they'd lost contact, which is adorable now. The goateed skeptic leans in, demanding the real status, and gets it. The call was delayed until everything was ready, naturally, like a pro. Then the operator drops the encryption key, acting like this is casual. When the dark-suited investigator asks where he got it, he answers through a dead woman. Her wounds were fatal anyway. So the whole moral lecture collapses, and the code only changes by pattern, meaning this nightmare has rules. Next, he checks the location, and the answer points straight to Suwon, which leaves the tough guy repeating it like the name just slapped him. 30 minutes earlier, Zeus was already sealed shut, looking innocent, but inside, the venue had become a fortress of corporate tension, and the suited crowd stood packed tight, all pretending this was normal, until the purple-suited boss demanded everyone be assembled, like he owned gravity. Then the grim front man coolly confirmed the total headcount was 174, while the room behind him stretched into a sea of black suits. The long-haired strategist barely blinked, because panic is for amateurs. Then came the real number, around 150 main unit members standing by in Seoul, so the plan shifted first through Jong Pyong-wook, then toward Jo Yokang, and the final call landed at 2 a.m., because villains love calendars. The whole room snaps to attention, because even the suits know who's in charge. The caller freezes, then swallows the silence like a cheap apology. Outside, a car waits under neon, ready for another midnight disaster. By 2 a.m., the rescue plan is rolling, ugly and desperate as expected. The apartment block glows ahead, where the women are being moved around. Inside, the calm operator keeps the laptop open, looking annoyingly unbothered. Then the door opens on Ye Shiho, and the room's confidence evaporates. The team scrambles to follow, because going alone suddenly sounds stupid. The top guy stares at his phone, realizing the situation just mutated. And down on the street, the hidden player watches the whole joke collapse. The dockside warning lands first, and the van load looks nasty, desperate, and illegal. Then the caller mentions Hwang Sujung, making the whole setup sound even uglier, but the reply stays annoyingly calm, because apparently this mess might solve itself. Inside that calm, the black-haired watcher just absorbs the update without blinking, and the other man instantly curses the situation. Still expecting backup to save face, the newest face in the room remains ice-cold, which is honestly more terrifying, while the older caller narrows the field, measuring everyone like disposable pieces. Then comes the blunt acknowledgement, and even the arrogant crowd finally twitches. The calm operator answers like this is routine, as if panic is for amateurs. And outside, the harbor sits packed with boats, waiting for the next ugly move. The harbor glows cold tonight, as black vans flood the seawall below, and the convoy rolls in like it owns the dockside. Naturally, then the sharp-suited coordinator steps out, already acting important, while the waiting crowd forms around him, all nerves and counterfeit authority, because there are 12 of them, not exactly a subtle invasion, which means one fishing boat was never going to cover this clown show. And the smug answer lands harder, mocking the cramped, desperate setup, since keeping them alive is apparently the genius plan now, while the dockside audience freezes, watching the bluff rot in real time, and the red-suited woman keeps staring, as if this mess is beneath her. Under the midnight sky, Lee Ha-man already reads this mess like corporate dirt, while the convoy boss surveys the dock, acting important in a 12-man clown parade, and the cigarette man's smug stare says nobody here understands the map because this lost parking lot is apparently far beyond their precious little business route. Then the same trash talker notices more outsiders, calling them flies like he owns night, yet his face barely moves, which is hilarious considering the ambush is already slipping. Outside Zeus Club, the streets choke with vans, proving this transfer was never subtle. Inside the president room, the operation keeps tightening like a trap with paperwork, while the black-haired operator in the office stays unnervingly calm, watching every illegal move, and the vest-wearing coordinator finally turns, sealing this takeover with cold authority. The harbor boss says everything's nearly ready, and the smug panic begins, while Seoul's lower branch finishes preparations, because apparently this mess needs paperwork. The long-haired operator accepts the praise, then gets told to stand by, and the suited listener answers like obedience is easy, which is adorable. Then the room asks about Choi Woo-in, only to learn he's absent, because the black-haired woman already framed the target and sword as the real problem, while the goateed skeptic keeps shredding their escape math, enjoying the collapse, and the doorway figure proves the harbor transfer still thinks it owns daylight. Inside the car, the sharp-eyed woman keeps watching the takeover, like cold royalty, as the whole plan hums forward, one bad decision away from exploding. The call drags in, and nobody's picking up, because panic loves bad timing. The driver wonders if Hyuk-soo bailed, which is never a flattering look, but the answer is brutal. He was simply late, and still passed anyway. So the promised backup never arrives, turning that grand support speech into comedy. Outside, the suited escort line holds formation, trying to look important, yet the goateed skeptic keeps shredding their escape math, enjoying every crack. Then the blade man stands there like daylight belongs to him, absurdly confident, until even he realizes that sword is real, and that's awkward. The commander in front still demands identity, but the pressure's already flipped, and the whole harbor play keeps rolling toward disaster, smiling through the collapse. Midnight transfer duty starts off ominous, with one escort easing the car open, while the convoy speeds through rain, pretending this is a clean little business errand. Then panic cracks the radio chain, as one suit orders everyone after him, because the promised backup is still missing, and that excuse is getting expensive. Ahead, the frontline swordsman keeps advancing with absurd confidence, like he's untouchable, until the next impact makes that swagger collapse into a very unprofessional scream. The whole escort wall freezes, and the supposedly fearless commander suddenly wants answers, but the answer is obvious. They gambled on numbers and got outclassed anyway. Now even the proud frontman starts sweating, realizing the blade is real, and this little harbor operation is already sinking, still trying to look official. Yi Shiho's stare tightens, and even the knight starts sweating for him, while the convoy rolls in clean and confident, pretending this circus is punctual. The escort line stalls hard, because that backup miracle is still embarrassingly absent, and the front swordsman keeps posing like a legend, right before reality taps him. That smug face says, enough. This whole operation is already losing its footing. Then the crowd's boots lock up, all those suits suddenly remembering fear exists. The commander and his people glare ahead, but the mood screams total damage control, because the wooden staves rise like a cheap battlefield crown, not a rescue plan, and the so-called front line gets boxed in, standing there like unpaid extras, until Ye Shiho's expression says it plain. This fake takeover is cooked. The boardroom finally snaps into motion, and the stiff-faced commander opens the push. Outside, the wooden staff line answers with one collective panic, because backup is still missing. Overhead, the tower looms like corporate theater, while everyone pretends this mess is controlled. Inside the office, the manager sits icy calm, reading the room like it owes him money. Then the clock keeps ticking, and the whole operation starts sounding embarrassingly desperate. The phone call crackles with orders, as fingers hammer the keypad like salvation might answer. On the other end, the chairman gets acknowledged, which is polite code for total pressure. The acting chairman's demand lands hard, dragging the second security team into the chaos. Nobody even bothers pretending this is routine anymore, because the plan is obviously burning. So the suit-clad runner accepts the mission and heads out before the lie collapses. Chief of Security Jang Dongwook steps in, and suddenly the room gets serious. While the Zeus president room door seals shut like corporate theater with better lighting, and that purple-suited operator glides in, looking annoyingly sure of himself, because He's already barking evacuation orders, like chaos somehow counts as planning. The black-haired underling complains about timing, proving rich people panic very theatrically. Then the order changes fast. Leave now, strike at 2, and bait Do-hyun. So Seoul gets the fake-out treatment, with the real target conveniently misdirected, while the purple-suited leader coolly predicts hesitation, as if arrogance were strategy, and the escort teams scatter through the lot, trying to look composed, failing badly, until the car side erupts in panic, because the whole transfer is already wobbling. A black convoy cuts through the night, looking almost professional, but the parked white sedan already makes the whole setup feel exposed. More cars slide into formation, and the streets suddenly feel bought and owned, except the traffic flow is fake, because somebody is clearly herding panic. Inside the lead car, the restrained caller spots trouble and stays annoyingly calm, while the white sedan rolls forward, proving the route is still live. The passenger side stays tense, with everyone pretending this mess is controlled. Then the rear view catches the pressure closing in, and the mood goes icy. A curt reply reaches the chief, carrying the name of the operations messenger, and Do Sungwon finally reports in, because the game is officially on. The driver coolly promises Hell arrive in 5 minutes, because panic is for amateurs, but the reply hits harder. Yoon Sang-tae already slipped away, which is just great, so the team freezes the convoy, refusing to spark chaos outside and expose the whole circus. Then the finger taps the phone with surgical confidence, as the route keeps crawling forward, and the update lands like a punch. Yoon Sang-tae is moving faster than expected, while the passenger shrugs off blame and redirects the whole mess into a longer night. Above the road, the signal flips red to green, and the route mutates on command. Below that, the car keeps slicing through Seoul, dragging panic behind it like luggage. Then the harbor erupts in shouted alerts, because someone just spotted the hidden intruder, and the suited swordsman stands his ground, suddenly looking a lot less unstoppable. The harbor battlefield is already a wreck, kendo sticks flashing through smoke and panic, and one pathetic spectator finally admits the steel-swinging chaos looks absurdly cool, while the fallen crew lies scattered, proving bravado means nothing against real pressure. Then Hwang Jin-hak opens his mouth and instantly reminds everyone he is losing hard, because Do Kyung-gu answers with brutal timing, turning one opening into a collapse, and the masked attackers suddenly realize this isn't a brawl, it's a massacre, as the bamboo staff snaps through guards, dropping another overconfident fool in silence. The remaining fighters flinch when the strikes keep landing, clean and merciless. Now Hwang Jin-hak is sweating buckets, staring back like a man who knows the whole ambush is finished, and his dignity dies right beside him. The dockside ambush already feels cursed, with bodies strewn everywhere and pride sinking fast. Then Hwang Jin-hak tries to rally the mess, and instantly looks even more desperate, because Do Kyung-gu answers with cold timing, carving up the opening like it was nothing, and the attackers finally realize this isn't a fight. It's a public execution, as one more fool gets dropped by a staff strike, proving bravado is bargain bin trash. The survivors freeze when the blows keep landing. Clean, brutal, and way too confident. Meanwhile, Hwang Jin-hak is sweating through his dignity, clutching panic like a life raft, while Do Kyung-gu just stands there, making the whole squad look ridiculously underqualified, and the remaining crew can only stare as the collapse spreads across the harbor, because the ambush is dead now, and so is Hwang Jin-hak's last shred of swagger. The harbor chokes their route, and Hwang Jin-hak starts barking panic, while his crew fans out, trying to look brave before sinking anyway, but the boats are already moving, cold and orderly, like a funeral convoy, and Hwang finally plays the tough guy, pretending one-on-one would save him. Then Do Kyung-gu answers with that smug instructor aura, promising a lesson, as the flotilla keeps gliding forward, completely unmoved by the bluster, because the harbor's too narrow, so they try to force a blockade, except the men on deck are already breaking, dropping their weapons in pride, and Do keeps standing there like the final boss of humiliation, while the rest fold, so Hwang scrambles for reinforcements, because swagger alone never stopped a massacre. Yi Shiho's glare cuts through the night, and even the boat feels nervous. Then the harbor steel starts ringing, while the two swordsmen trade pride and metal. Do Kyung-gu keeps that cold instructor energy, making Hwang look painfully average, and Hwang finally screams for help, proving toughness was always just costume. Below, the convoy keeps sliding forward, neat as a funeral parade, because panic is inefficient. One smug observer decides nobody aboard can handle boats, which is adorable. So the desperate crew begs to open the hatch, hoping embarrassment counts as strategy, but the answer stays icy and simple, because nobody's buying their fake urgency. Then, the deck crackles as the hatch opens, exposing the trapped mess inside. And the claustrophobic one demands out, pretending sea air will somehow save dignity. Out on the seaworthy ambush, one bucket hat goon mocks the normal-looking one, but the long-haired woman just smirks, promising work like it's a joke. Then the bucket hat guy's confidence gets punctured, fast, and ugly, because the hatch opens and the crew starts begging to release her, only for the maroon-suited woman to rise through the chaos, untouched. Her face says this whole disaster is beneath her, honestly, while the bald lookout gets shut down with a cold, "Not you" verdict, and she answers the ocean breeze like a queen reclaiming territory, standing bare and fearless on deck. She turns the whole boat theatrical, then even her own sweat says it. This smug little rescue is finished. 7 aboard, helmsman included, and the whole transfer already looks doomed, while the maroon-suited woman stands there like panic is beneath her species, and she casually needles the deck, forcing the others to check themselves, because the bucket hat guy and the bald lookout suddenly forget their confidence as the ship keeps moving, mocking their little rescue fantasy into the sea, with the black-haired operator at the wheel, staying cold and in control, while another man lies wrecked on deck, proof the ambush already failed. Then the earbud-wearing caller starts asking where Yahello is, so smoothly, and gets told he's already en route, because one ship has sailed. The horizon answers with silence, and that smug plan syncs with it. From the wheel, the black-haired caller spots the target at last, smug as ever, then immediately pretends boarding is just a tiny detail, because confidence is cheaper than planning. Out on the deck, the crew spots the intruder, and instantly forgets their brave little act, while the maroon-suited woman storms past them, turning panic into a public embarrassment, and the bucket hat lookout starts squawking, which is adorable for a man already losing control, as the captain floors the boat, and the masked intruder slams the line apart without effort, sending the vessel lurching sideways, with the sea basically laughing at their rescue fantasy. The bucket hat man then stares back in horror, finally realizing the joke is on him, because the caller already has the exit route. And this mess is running on his timing, while the boat keeps cutting through the dark, dragging their dignity under with every wave. The boat raid opens in chaos, and their brave act starts collapsing, as the bucket hat lookout freezes, with panic already chewing through the crew, while the intruder plants his warning, and the deck's confidence evaporates, because even the hostage plan turns pathetic, when rescue is reduced to begging, and the maroon-suited woman walks in, dragging dignity behind her by the collar, while the crew asks for time, as if disaster ever waits politely. Then the sea answers with impact, and their little operation gets folded, leaving the cockpit prince wrecked. Whining about a hostage like that helps, but the masked menace just smirks, making his sleep look better than theirs, because he is more than enough, and these clowns never had a chance. Under Western Group's banner, the sea stays dark, but trouble is already stepping in. Dongwook's name lands like a threat, and the chief secretary keeps the pressure businesslike. Mong Suyan gets dragged into the mess, because apparently panic needs paperwork too. Then the intruder arrives, and their precious rescue scheme starts looking embarrassingly fragile. The masked man owns the deck now, calm as ever, while everyone else plays terrified extras. The bucket-hatted tough guy demands identity, which is cute considering the obvious mismatch. Yuta answers with icy arrogance, basically announcing he is the problem they cannot handle. That confidence evaporates fast, and the crew's swagger leaks out with the seawater. He mocks them as outsiders, then casually turns interrogation into his new hunting license. And just like that, the big shot talk collapses into helpless whining, as usual. Under the night sea, a hostage threat lands first, making panic feel official. Then the first challenge comes back, dumbfounded. Realizing the situation already turned sour, the woman's rage spikes hard, begging for murder like that fixes incompetence, while the masked intruder casually points, as if selecting his next embarrassment, and instead of flinching, Yuta smirks, praising their boldness with pure mockery, before he coolly names Hisu, as if everyone else is just background noise. Then his blade flashes, and the first attacker gets folded instantly, pathetically, leaving the bald boss staring at blood and realizing he picked the wrong night, as the woman gets slammed aside, her own knife turning her bravado into screaming, and the crew's big shot menace collapses into helpless whining, exactly as expected. The bald boss gets checked hard, with the maroon suit turning swagger into panic, and the crew already sounds ridiculous, staring at her like she summoned chaos by accident, because the masked intruder owns the deck now, casually erasing their entire rush, while that smug grin says he's enjoying their fear more than the fight itself. Then he lifts a hand like this is all beneath him, and the jokes get crueler, as the first attacker gets folded and tossed away, just another expensive mistake, leaving the remaining crew frozen, drenched, and suddenly very aware of how cooked they are, while the intruder keeps carving through them, making their plan look embarrassingly amateur, and the maroon-suited woman's knife play collapses into pure screaming. No dignity left, so the whole operation sinks into chaos, exactly where his pressure wanted it. Yuta folds the first fool instantly, and the deck loses its swagger. The boat crew scatters as bodies drop, splashes replacing their confidence, and even the onlookers admit he is disgustingly familiar, dangerously efficient, while the remaining men stand there sweating. Realizing this rescue already failed, the smug leader finally stares straight at him, all bravado evaporating, because his knife and threats meet nothing but that dead calm. Then the panicked woman begs for permission to finish the bastard, but the answer is a cold refusal, like she is already irrelevant, and that single no lands harder than any punch, turning them silent, as Yuta blurs forward again, and the whole operation keeps collapsing. That tiny stare says the smug rescue crew just noticed their nightmare, and the boat erupts as their first defender gets folded instantly, but Yuta stands there like gravity itself, killing their courage, while the sea swallows another man and the whole plan cracks. Now the bucket hat loudmouth crawls out swinging a scythe, already sweating, yet Yuta answers with one threat so cold it empties him, then he slips past the blade, leaving the idiot flailing in place, as the leader finally mutters surrender through clenched pride, trying hard, but Yuta keeps advancing, and the desperate bastard swings at nothing, because the scythe is already gone, and so is their dignity. Yuta's fist erases the first fool's confidence, like it was never there, while the crew hangs over the deck, realizing gravity now has a favorite, and the boat's panic keeps spilling everywhere, because their plan is collapsing, as the so-called tough guy finally stares back, suddenly looking very mortal. Then even the rival admits this monster fights like some smug ghost, which is adorable, considering he already lost before finishing that thought. So the next grab misses, and the handoff turns into pure comedy, with backup finally stepping out, trying to sound in control. Bless them, but Yuta's open palm says this rescue party is already cooked, and the girl's terrified face proves the whole operation got embarrassed. Night settles over the harbor, and the transfer boat looks doomed already. Then the first clash lands, shredding Hwang Jin-hak's confidence on contact, and even he has to admit the masked fighter is disgustingly skilled, which is rich, since bravado never saved anybody from humiliation anyway, because Du Kyunggu's sword logic is nothing like ordinary Kendo, and Hwang's furious cry only makes him look more desperate, not dangerous. While the blade keeps carving gaps through his defense with surgical cruelty, the stunned rival finally sees the pressure changing, and it's ugly, so the last grab collapses into another one-sided loss for the crew, and the whole boat realizes the rescue never belonged to them. Steel rings out, as Du Kyunggu catches the first desperate swing cleanly. Then the field opens, and his opponent freezes like a cheap extra. Even the cocky tough guy starts whining about having a real sword, which is adorable, considering he brought that embarrassment to a blade fight. Du Kyunggu just tightens his grip, and the pressure turns filthy. One glance later, Hwang Jin-hak is already realizing he chose wrong. The crew swarms in, but that only makes the humiliation more public. Their neat little formation collapses around the silent swordsman's counter. Hwang finally screams, because confidence expires fast when reality bites, and the whole rescue plan snaps apart, proving the boat was never theirs. The dockside blade clash starts ugly, and Du Kyunggu owns the angle, while the masked crew's confidence leaks out with every pathetic swing they throw. Even the ground looks ready to betray them, as his footwork stays perfect, and Hwang Jin-hak finally realizes, wow, numbers do not equal talent. The suited boss tries the classic intimidation routine, except it lands flat, because begging 10 masters for mercy is not strategy, it is humiliation. Then the blade specialist admits the embarrassing truth. A real sword changes everything, but wooden weapons only made the gap look even more insulting under pressure. The crew rushes in anyway, and the formation immediately turns into a mess, so the warning finally hits them. Real steel is coming, and panic wins. The steel clash hits first, and the convoy realizes somebody's blade is already here, while the suited riders freeze up, because confidence looks hilarious without backup. Then the sword meets resistance, and that brave little blockade starts failing fast, with one more swing forcing the goateed enforcer to sweat through his smug act, because the real problem isn't numbers, it's that the masked monster already owns the road, and the helmeted scouts finally notice the trucks, cars, and bikes closing in behind them, which explains the panic over missing keys, since everybody just forgot the exit plan, as Seoul stretches ahead, glittering like nothing's wrong, while this disaster rolls inland, and the whole motorcade keeps crawling forward, boxed in by pressure and bad decisions, until the city skyline swallows them, proving this transfer is already dead. Team 1 gets orders to seal the company entrance, while the rest peel off, and the driver already senses trouble. Because this road feels criminally staged, Seoul's night skyline looms ahead as construction barriers turn the lane into a joke. Then the first suit realizes it's basically a DUI checkpoint without police, except the only flashing lights are hostile headlights and a truck blockade, with one vehicle after another stacking up, until the whole convoy starts suffocating, and now the road is jammed with cars, buses, and nowhere to run. So the rear men panic, staring at the mess like nobody thought past go, as the city watches silently, making this escape look embarrassingly dead on arrival, and the leader's face says it all. He knows the trap already won. That look says the trap finally hit, and nobody's feeling clever now, because the panic bubble is doing most of the talking, embarrassingly enough, while the suit army stands packed tight, already losing its swagger. Under the Western Group banner, the whole operation starts looking expensive and stupid. Then the chief of security gets named, and the room turns colder, with Jang Dongwook smoking like this mess is beneath his attention, as the convoy of suits keeps staring, trapped in collective regret, and every face in that lineup says the same thing: absolute disaster, while the cigarette hangs there like a mockery of their confidence, until the blade drops cleanly, and the pressure snaps into silence. The floor hits first, and the whole room feels that arrival. A suited smoke break follows, because confidence apparently needs nicotine. One stare alone cracks the swagger, and arrogance starts sweating. Then the question lands. Where did Yoon Song-tae vanish to? Hwang Jin-hak tries to sound tough, but panic leaks through. He reasons himself safe, because numbers are his favorite delusion, and he reminds everyone they came prepared, which is hilarious now. Except the crew was rushed, barely 20 strong, already outmatched. Still, he keeps pretending fear is optional, as if that helps. Then he laughs at the crowd and calls their numbers protection. That smug good job energy lands, and the room keeps tightening. Then the order drops, and the first rush looks painfully desperate. Suit-clad goons swarm in, acting brave while carrying pure anxiety. But their screaming charge is already embarrassing itself on arrival. The commander sends the guard unit forward, pretending control still exists. Blade after blade flashes, and the whole formation gets erased. One cigarette falls as the boss stands untouched, because of course he does. Now the survivors are frozen, realizing the cleanup just became a massacre. Even the sharp-eyed straggler starts sweating, which is honestly overdue. Then the next howl goes up, and panic officially owns them. The ambush opens with a slick strike, and confidence instantly starts bleeding. Then another suited fool folds, proving bravado dies faster than paperwork here. Their so-called commander still pushes forward, because denial apparently has seniority, but the whole formation gets erased. One humiliating knockdown after another. Even the boss's cigarette energy is ruined, as his men panic around him. Now the survivors stare at the wreckage, realizing this cleanup was a joke. The sharp-eyed straggler is sweating too, which honestly took long enough. Then the pressure shifts again, and the next charge turns desperate. More bodies crash down, while the suits keep pretending this is salvageable. At this rate, their glorious ambush is just a public funeral. Hwang Jin-hak's confidence gets erased the second that grip lands, and his whole face says the ambush already forgot its job. Then Do Kyung-gu answers with a clean hit, while the arrogant suit learns pain has better seniority than him. Even the heavy-set pressure behind them starts looking embarrassingly nervous, because the man in front keeps standing there like this is routine. Another rush collapses, and the slick talk from the back turns useless, as that smug challenger finally realizes he picked the wrong nightmare. Do Kyung-gu lowers the blade with terrifying calm, proving the hype real. And the rest of the ambush just becomes expensive floor decoration. The whole room tightens up, because Do Kyung-gu is already ending the joke, and Hwang Jin-hak's first slash gets erased, like cheap theater. Then another desperate swing crashes wide, while Do Kyung-gu barely even flinches, which makes the smug backup voice sound smaller by the second, embarrassingly enough, because this is the moment the loudmouth gets told to shut up, and the blade answer comes down with terrifying precision, folding the attack in half, leaving Hwang Jin-hak staring like confidence itself just got mugged, while the warning to not get cocky lands harder than any insult. Then the grip reverses, and the ambush suddenly belongs to the calmer monster. So Hwang Jin-hak's face says it all. He finally understands who got outclassed. That scream hits hard, because Hwang Jin-hak is already losing face, while Do Kyung-gu stays cold, looking annoyingly unfazed. Naturally, then the blade answer lands, and the smug rush gets folded, so the rooftop chaos feels tiny beneath that airborne pressure, with Kyung-gu planting himself like the whole city is his. Yahello just smokes through it, acting like the new boss, while Hwang Jin-hak's confidence evaporates faster than his backup excuses, because even the apartment towers look like a trap now, and the convoy below proves this entire operation is overextended, which explains why the bald loser is already worrying about Jung Pyung-wook. The convoy crawls through midnight towers, and the silence feels criminal already, until the bald goon catches a tiny warning and instantly starts unraveling, because the street below is packed with armed suits, turning safe into a joke, and his panicked stare says even these nameless creeps know they're boxed in, while Ye Shiho just smirks like this disaster is beneath manager-level pay. Inside the car, Hwang Jin-hak's confidence leaks out with every new shadow. Cutting back to the office, the suit boss had already ordered the next move, and the button press answers like a servant, proving hierarchy still runs here, but the colder voice later reminds them he is not sleeping on their nonsense. So the whole mess gets tossed back on them, exactly where it belongs. The suit side starts passing blame, leaving director Jung Pyung-wook dangling alone, and even the phone line sounds awkward, like nobody wants this mess, because Yoon Song-tae is moving now, aiming straight for Do-hyun, with the threat spelled out plainly, while the car interior stays ice cold. Then the order drops to wipe them all out. Real classy leadership, which only makes the bald fool howl, begging for a one-on-one, but Ye Shiho claps back, mocking that hospital visits are apparently addictive, and now the swagger cracks, because fame never meant real strength, while the feet keep stepping forward, like the whole trap is tightening, and the poor guy realizes too late he picked a fight he can't own. Confident in fists, he mocks the blade, acting brave by comparison, but the comeback lands colder, daring that fool to keep entertaining, and then the room erupts with a howl, pure panic in disguise, because the bald tough guy suddenly wants a fair one-on-one, only to get roasted for visiting hospitals like it is a hobby, while Ye Shiho stays smug, proving fame is not the same as power, and the would-be bruiser keeps pressing forward, now visibly unraveling, because every step turns the trap tighter, and his courage thinner, until his face says it all, he backed the wrong legend, and now he is begging for just a little more mercy. The whole block erupts with that ugly panic, and Hwang Jin-hak finally cracks, because even his glare can't hide how badly Ye Shiho has rattled him. Then he reaches for a fair fight like that would save his pride, and Ye Shiho answers with pure smugness, treating the plea like a joke. Now the bald brute realizes, with one miserable twitch, he picked the wrong monster, while Ye Shiho keeps pressing, cool as smoke, promising a real class gap. Then the first impact lands, and Jin-hak's confidence gets folded in half. His face splits open in the mess, proving bravado bleeds just like everything else, and the follow-up barrage keeps hammering him backward, faster than his excuses, until everyone watching is left staring at the wreckage, silently embarrassed for him. Blood streaks the windshield, and the whole ambush starts looking expensive. That bald wreck is already folding, still pretending he chose this disaster. The sharp-eyed striker stays ice cold, because panic is for amateurs. Then the pavement announces trouble, and the old thug's luck gets worse. A brutal kick folds him sideways, turning swagger into a medical report. Blood sprays everywhere, proving bravado leaks fast when reality steps in. Inside the car, Ryu Huisu is declared handled, which is hilarious. But Yoon Song-tae still hasn't shown, so the smugness gets awkward. The hooded driver barely reacts, already knowing the chase is rigged. Then the report lands. None of the planted locations caught him. The black-haired strategist stays ice cold, already smelling trouble on the route, while that warning bubble pops up, and suddenly nobody in Club Zeus relaxes, because if he's still inside, then this whole escape plan is already rotting. And there's the back entrance, where some poor sap keeps pretending he's in control, until the lock gives way, proving security is just expensive decoration here. Then the door swings open, and the hallway feels instantly smaller, meaner, and doomed. Inside, the suited blade guy finally gets a good look at who's coming, and his face says everything, because confidence leaves faster than rent money, while the storage room gets torn apart, bottles and crates exposing the panic, and that smug security chief still clutches his weapon, now guarding pure embarrassment. Deep in the boiler room maze, Ye Shiho looks absurdly unbothered, while Hwang Jin-hak is already sweating like his ego got mugged, and the maroon-suited liar appears, acting like he owns the doorway, except one look at Ye Shiho leaves him blinking through panic, because the mask drops fast when accusations hit, and nobody backs him, as Do Kyung-gu answers with icy resolve about defending the last stronghold, and the hallway suddenly feels smaller, like the ambush is collapsing. Then Ye Shiho sweetens the humiliation, dangling a deal like bait, while casually pointing Hwang toward the back gate, as if escape is simple, but the final smug question proves nobody here is getting out clean. The steel door takes a hit, and the whole corridor wakes up screaming, because the black-haired handler wants it opened, fast, which is never a great sign. Then the blade answer flashes into view. A tiny reminder this club brought back up, and the Zeus sign looms overhead, like the place itself is smug about disaster, while requests for metal pipes expose how badly these geniuses misjudged the room. The suited brute's grip tightens, but he still looks like a man buying seconds. Then the pipe fight flips ugly, and the bald captain gets folded by momentum, as the masked fighter turns savage, leaving everyone else dressed for a funeral, while the crowd below freezes, realizing this isn't an ambush anymore. It's a collapse, and the survivors just stare, because bragging got them nowhere except embarrassment. The club doors groan open, and suddenly that smug little ambush looks fragile, while the front man panics, begging his crew to keep together for once, but the entrance keeps buckling, exposing how badly they misread this place, as Club Zeus flashes overhead, practically laughing at their collapsing bravado. The bald enforcer challenges the lone exit plan, sounding brave right up front, yet the braided swordsman answers with pressure so calm it feels insulting, and the enemy's confidence leaks out fast, because stalling now is all he has, until the manager steps in with a replacement jacket, acting annoyingly composed, then casually frames it as a birthday gift from director Ha Jong-hwa, which is hilarious, because even their humiliation is being handled with style. He opens by mocking revenge like it needs style points, not just results, and the suit gets thanked back, because even emergencies somehow need manners, while the entrance still groans, exposing how badly they misread this fortress, as the lone guard stands there like a billboard for bad odds and worse decisions. Then the sword is answered with steady pressure, and the cocky bluff starts dying, because the long-haired manager keeps every move elegant, annoying, and brutally calculated, leaving the enemy's confidence in pieces, right alongside whatever pride he brought here, while Ha Jong-hwa gets dragged into the spotlight and coldly gets crossed off, and the manager shrugs off the mess, calling that replacement a birthday gift. Do-hyun still won't flinch, because trash like that never shakes real power. Inside the dark briefing, the first challenge lands like a jealous tantrum, and the reply is pure mockery, because wanting in is not the same as deserving it. Then the room goes quiet, as the guarded man refuses to waste breath on nonsense, while the wannabe emperor keeps ranting about worlds, empires, and his precious right to dream, but the Secretary General only sits there, unimpressed, like ego ever won a war, and the answer comes back clean and cold. Yes, it's possible, which rattles the other side just enough to ask what the hell that means. So Do-hyun makes it simple. He wants no part in the world they built, because that blood-soaked kingdom of worship and crawling deserves to be torn down. Even the back row chatter admits it. Do-hyun is still terrifyingly the same. No, Do-hyun gave him freedom, and that bought real legitimacy. The smug veteran laughs, but the whole worldview is already cracking. One brutal strike later, the ambush crew looks embarrassingly fragile. Yet the tie-wearing operator stays cold, pretending this disaster is planned. Then the swordsman raises the blade, and the air turns murderous. Rain pounds the club exterior. Like the universe is officially done with them, the masked intruder exposes their front line, and suddenly nobody's brave. Still, the dark-haired negotiator offers an exit, generous as a trap. The goateed skeptic blocks the blame game, demanding proof instead, and that lone glare says the real opponent is still somewhere else. Ye Shiho's name drops like a grenade, and everyone freezes in disbelief, because the suit-clad broker wagers everything on beating him first, conveniently, while Ha Jong-hwa stands there like this circus is beneath him, and the room instantly understands that promise was never meant kindly. His reputation lands harder now, one of the country's top 3 fighters, with whispers claiming Shiho might outrank even that ridiculous legend, so the blonde man only sharpens the trap, treating victory like leverage, and the whole deal devolves into murder math, dressed up as business. Then the stubborn challenger doubles down, trusting Ha Jong-hwa's loyalty, leaving the suited enforcer to stalk the hall, all pressure and bad news. The room is drowning in red panic, with bodies scattered everywhere, and the smug crew finally looks cooked, while one lone suited bastard stands in the spotlight, and everyone nearby realizes that's trouble. Their brilliant counterplay is to swarm him from 3 angles, because apparently panic counts as strategy, but the first swing lands clean, and that overconfident plan collapses into pure humiliation. Then the blade drops like a warning from hell, and the squad starts feeling very disposable, except the masked man barely flinches, already looking like he knows this circus is over, so the terrified bald leader begins counting out attacks, hoping numbers can fix cowardice, and of course it fails, because the black-haired monster keeps moving like the rules are optional. Then he offers a deal to the cornered holdout, which is adorable considering the corpse pile, while the chained gunman sits outside, waiting for the next disaster to walk in. Yeshiho cuts the room's noise short, demanding everyone talk, and Hwang Jin-hak answers with another pathetic rush, just as expected. But Do Kyung-gus eyes stay razor calm, already reading the collapse. Then his blade comes down, and the confidence in that squad evaporates. Jin-hak's face twists in shock, because fear finally outruns his ego. While Yeshiho keeps carving through them, like the rules were optional, the blade specialist rises cleanly, and the bald clown starts praying. But the next strike lands anyway, dropping another thug with brutal ease. Then Jin-hak swings back in blind panic, still somehow losing harder, and that final scream says it all. This ambush is finished. Club Zeus is getting carved open, and the first slash already split Hwang Jin-hak's pride, while Do Kyung-gu stays ice calm, turning that whole ambush into red mist. The bald bastard's confidence collapses next, because panic always arrives late, and Yeshiho keeps slicing through the chaos, treating their assault like practice. Then the room finally realizes the manager isn't some joke, but a verdict. Hwang Jin-hak groans like a man discovering consequences, which is always adorable. Do Kyung-gu barely reacts, because he already knew this fight was finished, and Yeshiho mocks the carnage, asking why they're so dramatic about murder. His eyes sharpen in that cold little stare, the kind that ruins egos. Then he casually offers an alliance, while dragging out the sister and mother grudge. Between them and him, the whole room feels one bad breath away, because the next swing already belongs to Yeshiho, not the idiot's posturing. One of them has to die, and nobody here looks thrilled about volunteering. The bald bastard's death wish collapses fast, which is honestly overdue, while the black-haired swordsman stays icy, as if this massacre is paperwork. Then the family excuse gets weaponized, and the afterlife line lands like a knife. The security chief just stares, completely unbothered, because panic is for amateurs, and the chain-whipping manager keeps dragging the room toward a cleaner execution. The suited swordman still stands there pretending dignity exists. Adorable, really, but the ceiling wide open says it all. This operation is already buried. The whole room freezes as Yeshiho's chain starts singing through the air, while Do Kyung-gu watches like this cleanup is barely worth remembering. Hwang Jin-hak finally cracks under the pressure, which is almost poetic, because his grand intimidation act collapses into one last pathetic scream, and then Yeshiho closes the distance, blade poised like bad news. So the bald clown keeps shouting for help, as if that helps anything. But the chain whips around again, turning his confidence into confetti, while Do Kyung-gu stays stone-faced, judging everyone's pathetic survival instincts, and the final strike lands so clean it practically insults the victim, leaving only silence, blood, and another very avoidable humiliation. The pressure cooker is already boiling, and Yeshiho owns the room, as his chain whips through the air, making Hwang Jin-hak look painfully average. The bald thug's weapon gets snatched away, and his dignity goes with it, while Do Kyung-gu stays ice-cold, watching this disaster like a disappointed judge. Then the so-called intimidator starts flailing, suddenly begging the universe for mercy, and Yeshiho answers with another brutal rush, because subtlety is for amateurs. The chain snaps tighter, Hwang Jin-hak's face twists, and panic finally wins, while the blade specialist keeps that unreadable stare, basically saying nice try, until the last strike sends the poor guy reeling, completely outclassed and exposed, leaving only stunned silence, because that reaction speed just murdered his whole ego. In the pink haze, Yeshiho gives everyone that annoying, unreadable manager stare, then he plants his sword perfectly, like Humble has never lived here, and his footwork snaps forward, turning the whole room into a graveyard, while Do Kyung-gu watches that clean blade line with zero emotion, because Hwang Jin-hak is already cracking, his bravado folding into pure panic, and Yeshiho keeps pressing the chain-driven strike, smooth as disrespect, as the bald thug gets launched backward, dignity included, obviously, leaving Do Kyung-gu half hidden behind the blade, still disgustingly calm, while the last follow-up cuts through the air and Hwang Jin-hak stares upward, completely exposed now, because that reaction speed just murdered his ego. Hwang Jin-hak realizes Kusarigama experience matters, and that's already bad for him. Do Kyung-gu stays dead calm, blade centered like a bad omen. Yeshiho reads the defense in one glance, then starts getting disrespectful. The first slash snaps through, leaving Hwang's confidence in pieces. Follow-up blows send him reeling, because dignity left the chat already. He starts panicking over how nobody should figure this out so fast. A brutal kick crashes in, and the bald thug folds even harder. Yeshiho stands over the wreckage, all elegance and zero mercy. Hwang Jin-hak can only choke out a helpless groan now. So yeah, first time luck is off the table. This one has real experience. Yeshiho sets the tone, smugly demanding the boy's real skill, and Hwang Jinhak instantly realizes he has been read, painfully, while Du Kyunggu keeps the blade steady, as if tricks are adorable, because Ye Shiho swears nobody survives by bluffing him twice. Then the bald thug hears the sickle lesson coming, and regrets everything. Ye Shiho treats this as amateur hour, not a first-time miracle, while Hwang's panic spikes, proving confidence can leak out of a face, because Ye Shiho dismisses the weapon debate like it's kindergarten logic, and Du Kyunggu stands miles above them, icy, unreadable, untouchable, so the final cut lands with brutal proof, experience just embarrassed arrogance. The bloodstained suit says enough. This room already ate somebody alive, and Hwang Jinhak finally meets the kind of opponent he cannot bluff, because Ye Shiho leans in with that smug, veteran disgust, turning fear into theater. While the sickle swings past like a lesson in why panic is expensive, then the bald fool gets clipped, and his whole arrogance collapses on contact, as Ye Shiho's grin basically announces amateur hour is officially over. Beyond the mess, Zeus President Room waits like another polished trap, where the sealed route and that boxy handoff screams somebody's plans are still moving. Meanwhile, the black-haired operator keeps his cool, already one call ahead, and the purple-blazered woman follows, because control is apparently her favorite game. Ye Shiho stands there like failure just got personally audited by him. That cold stare says the loser already spent all his dignity. Then the sickle flashes, and Hwang's confidence gets deleted instantly, which is hilarious, because bravado always looks smaller when it's bleeding. Now the weapon is on the floor, and so is his pride, while Ye Shiho keeps that bored, veteran smile like this was paperwork. Elsewhere, the chain web trap proves blocking blades is the whole game, and the masked swordsman answers with precision, not panic, because those reflexes make a straight strike feel downright impossible, so the only play left is sealing the blade and praying. The whole arena shifts into chain sword chaos, and the trap finally breathes. Then the blade specialist answers with brutal timing, turning swagger into a lesson, because blocking the chains means nothing when the counter still lands clean, and the bald punk learns, again, that confidence is not armor, while the dark-haired swordsman stays eerily calm, reading every useless twitch, so the whining about never facing a real wielder sounds almost tragic, as the challenger realizes his hesitation is basically a suicide note, and that smug warning about focus hits like a death sentence, because one bad opening here means losing more than a fight, and the blade specialist is already closing in to finish it. Then it'll come to you, and the showdown turns personal, because that sickle drops in like a promise, not a threat, while the bald clown keeps getting carved up, still learning nothing, and his face says he finally noticed how hopeless this looks, since Ye Shiho keeps the pressure clean, cold, and humiliating, as the chained blade snaps back with ugly confidence, then fails, while Du Kyunggu just watches, calm as a verdict already signed, and the enemy's footing collapses, because hesitation is basically suicide, so that smug, tough guy routine gets shredded into pure panic, leaving only Ye Shiho standing, ready to finish the lesson. Ye Shiho's blade hangs in the smoke, and the whole arena feels cooked. Hwang Jinhak gets the command to rush, looking heroic in his own head. Then the chain snags hard, and his momentum dies like a bad joke. The blade specialist answers with brutal control, pinning the idiot mid-swing. That smug got you energy lands badly, because the trap was reversed. Du Kyunggu stays cold and distant, watching the disaster with verdict-level calm. The chained weapon scrapes uselessly, while the bald clown's confidence keeps evaporating. Ye Shiho keeps the pressure perfect, and the enemy's footing completely collapses. Another desperate strike gets checked instantly, making the whole attack look pathetic. By the end, even the toughest face here realizes he blocked himself instead. They dragged the fight onto wood, and the trap suddenly looked obvious, because the chained blade hit first, then got laughed off instantly. The whole exchange snaps open, while the rope weapon starts failing. And those chained hands? Absolutely gorgeous when they're being helplessly controlled. Du Kyunggu stands there like a verdict, reading every panic twitch. As the opponent realizes too late has been boxed in by patience, the grip stays tight, but the sword line is already dead, so the desperate counter lands nowhere, just a stylish way to lose, and the bald clown's face says it all. Pure disbelief in high definition, because the only thing getting dragged now is his dignity. The pressure snaps back as Hwang Jinhak's bluff meets cold steel, and that stunned little huh says everything. He finally noticed the grave mistake, because even his raised hand can't stop the blade from deciding his future. While Du Kyunggu watches like a judge, calm enough to make panic look pathetic, then the suit drops him hard, and the red spray just decorates the humiliation, with the bald clown flattened below, proving toughness without skill is just cosplay. Cut to Soyang's tower, where the corporate war keeps pretending it's civilized, and inside the conference room, The hierarchy flexes like it pays rent there. Every hand and glance says the same thing. Someone's next move is already timed, especially once that wrist check lands. Because deadlines hit harder than threats. The conference room swings open, and the whole room braces for trouble, because Jang Dongwook is named, while Seo Yeran arrives looking annoyingly untouchable, and some poor suit is already bent over, like authority hit him first. Then the report drops. 105 thugs bagged, 70. 3 surrendered, the rest panic. Jang Dongwook smirks from his chair, acting like this circus was always his idea, as the doors still loom behind him, sealing the losers outside the grown-up table. Seo Yeran gets identified too, and suddenly Seo Yang's office crew feels very official, while the bowed man confirms every remaining crewman and hostage was cleaned up, and even the surviving women were rescued, because the villains failed at everything, leaving Hisu headed to Suwon, where director Ha Jonghwa waits like the next problem. Director Young Pyung-wook gets named first, and the boardroom already smells trouble, as the last bowing suit gets dragged into corporate shame, nice and tidy. 105 thugs are bagged, 73 surrender, and panic handles the rest. Jang Dongwook lounges through it all, acting like this mess was his masterpiece. Then Seo Ye-ran gets officially stamped in, making Soyang's side look annoyingly polished, while the cleanup report confirms every crewman, hostage, and survivor got swept up, because even the rescued women made it out, leaving the villains with nothing. Wow. And now the whole operation pivots, straight towards Suwon and Ha Jonghwa, who waits like the next corporate boss fight, minus the part where anyone asked, because this boardroom circus just traded one embarrassment for another. A dead corridor waits ahead, quietly daring the next poor soul, and the swordman beneath the curtain finally makes his entrance, annoyingly calm. Every exit is sealed, so Panic gets to do the math now, while the company stooge reports it like a triumph, which is adorable. Then the heavy doors become a group project, and Ye Shiho watches. The only open route leads straight to Ha Jonghwa, because of course it does. So the blade wielder advances, dragging all that silent pressure behind him, and one crack in the door flashes a face that already looks finished. He steps in like the problem everyone pretended would solve itself, because this whole mess is now headed for one ugly corporate funeral. Ye Shiho's grin hangs over the room like a warning no one earned. Then the loudest guy in the building eats instant humiliation, which is poetic, because even the sword boys are getting shoved around by that pressure, and the only path left points straight at Ha Jonghwa, naturally. So Du Kyung-gu steps in, carrying silence like it pays rent, while the balcony-sized ego behind him starts looking permanently cracked. Now the suited exit leads into a dressing room, because subtleties died, and the chairman inside suddenly looks like he picked the wrong nightmare. Across the office, the empty workstation says everyone else already lost. Then one careless hand hits the switch, and the whole trap wakes up. The room sits dead silent, all vanity and waiting. Then Ye Shiho's stare cuts through it, because Panic is for amateurs, and Du Kyung-gu answers with pure pressure, turning hesitation into a bad joke, while Hwang Jin-ha keeps collapsing into the floor, heroically losing his dignity again. The path is blocked, and the opposition suddenly discovers consequences, so Ye Shiho leans in, making that coward excuse look even weaker. Then the sword complaint comes out, dripping with desperation and zero self-awareness, but the answer is colder than fair, because this was never a fair fight. Punishment lands anyway, clean and merciless, with everyone else reduced to decor, and the real punchline is simple. Ye Shiho was never the one being cornered. The room cracks open with laughter, and Ye Shiho owns the humiliation. Then that same smug face narrows, because the joke has teeth, and he drops the real problem. A shell-hiding, country-swallowing power, with women, secrets, and dead sisters proving this mess was never small, so the other side blinks, sounding shocked, like that helps anyone now, while Ye Shiho calmly pokes the conspiracy, daring them to deny it, because killing a shell never makes the real machine disappear, and he turns the bargain into survival, offering his life for answers, ignoring the bigger picture entirely, since his priorities are beautifully selfish, until even the opposition stalls. Staring at the hand that refused fear, Ye Shiho's patience finally snaps, and the revenge line turns icy. Then the blade answer lands clean, because bragging only lasts 1 second. Du Kyung-gu's stare cuts through the room, all quiet menace and zero mercy, while Ye Shiho tilts his head, already bored of amateur intimidation, and he escalates the threat, mocking rank like it means anything now. Before the sword flashes through the chaos, turning confidence into expensive confetti, Du Kyung-gu barely reacts, which is honestly worse for everyone involved, because that slash hits like a verdict, and the room instantly understands. Ye Shiho keeps that smug calm, one eye fixed on the next idiot. As the last challenge arrives, begging to get sliced like a giveaway. He thinks the trap is cheap, and the room smells like regret. Then Ye Shiho casually warns that a sword means instant disaster, while Du Kyunggu answers with that dead-eyed calm of his, and the blade finally bites. Proving bravado is expensive here, Ye Shiho snaps into motion, because now the joke's over. He carves through the opening, leaving the counterattack in ruins, then keeps pressing forward, all while the room loses its nerve. His hand catches the hilt, locking the clash into control. Du Kyunggu's shock says everything. The ambush just got exposed, and Ye Shiho finishes the exchange like he owns the floor. The room hangs under that ugly sunset tension, and Ye Shiho looks utterly unfazed. Then his blade flashes out, so fast the air practically whines, while Du Kyunggu's dead-eyed confidence starts cracking in real time, because bravado dies cheap when the counterstrike hits first, and the ambush crowd watches their whole plan get shredded as Ye Shiho steals the hilt, turning chaos into control, leaving Du Kyunggu staring like he just met the bill for arrogance, while the slash keeps carving through the opposition's momentum, and the newly revealed manager stands there like he owns the floor, finishing with that smug little reminder that fairness only appears when you're losing. The arena goes silent, and Du Kyunggu's smugness starts leaking out fast, because Ye Shiho drops in like a bad invoice, all precision and zero mercy. That first slash catches the ambush confidence clean off its face, and the bald bruiser just stands there, realizing intimidation is not a talent, while Du Kyunggu gets tagged again, looking less like a fighter, more like a lesson, as Ye Shiho keeps carving through the line, calm enough to make it insulting. The helpless crowd finally hears the manager's attitude, basically calling the loser nobody, and the swordsman in front bends under the pressure, still clutching his blade, because Shiho already has the next move mapped out, bleeding stamina before the finish. Then the final strike lands, proving fairness only shows up when arrogance is dying. That first slash tears the ambush confidence clean off its smug face, and the bald brute learns intimidation is not exactly a skill, while Du Kyunggu just freezes there, looking more exposed than dangerous, as Ye Shiho keeps carving forward, calm enough to make it insulting. The loser's little threats collapse, and nobody's buying that tough guy act, because the sword gets checked, the floor gets claimed, and pride cracks. Then Shiho's next movement lands like a tax on arrogance, brutal, sending the front line folding hard, with embarrassment doing most of the damage. His expression finally says it all. The fight is already over, and the last strike makes fairness look very late to the party. Steel flashes through the floor, and the whole ambush starts bleeding confidence, while the loudmouth thug keeps screaming murder, which is adorable from a loser, but Ye Shiho barely blinks, like this chaos is beneath his salary, and Du Kyunggu's face says it all. The elite plan is slipping, because the fight is over, and the floor belongs to Shiho now. Then Hwang Jin-hak gets folded harder, with dignity exiting first, as the blade specialist keeps pressing, turning panic into public humiliation, and even the wounded glare admits it. No clean hit was ever coming. The rattled stare locks in, finally understanding who got hunted here, and the last strike leaves arrogance shattered, right on schedule. Ye Shiho stands there like a boss while the ambush already starts dying, and Hwang Jin-hak folds into the floor, all menace gone, all dignity missing, because Du Kyunggu's setup is collapsing, with the battlefield suddenly belonging to Shiho, while that clean little strike lands and his smug plan gets embarrassingly sliced. Then the blade specialist keeps reading the opening, and the threat looks breakable. With one glance, Shiho makes the whole room understand who is really hunted, and Du Kyunggu's guarded stare tightens, realizing this was never his ambush, as Hwang Jin-hak stays wrecked, the kind of opponent who loses before the fight, while Shiho keeps that lazy, ruthless composure, like humiliation is just overtime, and the final beat says it all. Arrogance is done, and Shiho owns the room. The hallway detonates with pressure, and Shiho meets the charge head-on, his eyes widening only because the ambush was already laughably doomed. Then the blade answer snaps back, and Du Kyunggu's certainty starts bleeding out, because even his cleanest opening gets erased before it can feel heroic. While Hwang Jin-hak stays wrecked, the kind of loser fear already buried, Shiho just holds that cold suit and sickle calm, like humiliation is a hobby, and the arrogant little challenge gets mocked with one disgustingly confident glance. As the broken sword suddenly looks useless, almost embarrassing in his hand, the smirk says it all. This isn't a standoff anymore. It's a funeral, and the room finally learns who hunts, and who gets hunted. The clash detonates, and the whole room freezes under that murderous shockwave, as Du Kyunggu's opening gets erased, his ambush already looking pathetic, while Hwang Jin-hak keeps folding, fear doing the work his weapon can't, and Ye Shiho just stands there in suit and sickle calm, annoyingly untouchable, making the broken blade feel like a joke nobody laughed at fast enough. When Kyunggu finally realizes, Shiho read the whole setup from the start. Because the man who once cleared every round in 20 seconds hates wasting motion, so every counter lands with casual cruelty, like humiliation is part of the routine, and the loser on the other side can only stare, wide-eyed and wrecked, because a broken sword in Shiho's hand still hurts like absolute hell. Ye Shiho steps in like a final boss, suit pristine, sickle glinting, pure menace, and Hwang Jin-hak's whole ambush keeps folding, because fear is doing his job now. The smoke clears to reveal Du Kyunggu, stuck in that ugly moment of realizing, Shiho already read the setup, and wasteful motion is apparently for amateurs, so the man who cleared every round in 20 seconds just stands there, disgustingly calm, while Kyunggu catches the blood, the damage, and the joke he became, and Jin-hak's face turns into a full-on disaster, all intimidation, no spine, because Shiho's counter comes out so clean it looks insultingly effortless, leaving the ambusher howling on the floor, finally learning respect the painful way, and that broken sword? Yeah, in Shiho's hands, it still ruins lives. Shiho's blade flashes first, and the ambush instantly starts looking amateur. Du Kyunggu chokes on blood, realizing the rescue fantasy already died. Hwang Jin-hak, now panicking, can barely beg before the pain answers. Shiho keeps that same disgustingly calm stare, turning fear into comedy. Then the voice of victory lands, because this is exactly what he wanted. The next cut is pure punishment, slicing through arrogance like cheap paper. Kyunggu collapses under the pressure, his tough guy act leaking everywhere. Shiho's red eye says enough, no mercy, no drama, just results. The floor gets one more broken suit, while the legend stands untouched. And just like that, the man who cleared 20 seconds goes to see his mother. Blood, steel, and a death grip set the tone, because Shiho is already here. Then the late arrival lands, casually claiming he showed up for Siyun, typical shameless timing. The blade comes down next, and that smug punishment speech starts sounding real stupid. Even the wall switch gets pressed like this is housekeeping, not a slaughter scene. Behind him, the room is wrecked, every arrogant plan already lying in pieces. Shiho's dead-eyed stare keeps the whole joke going, while panic spreads fast. The other suits freeze up, realizing their ambush was just expensive cosplay. Then comes the name check, with Inbyam dragged into the mess as witness. The handcuffs say it all, because the tough guy act is officially over now, and the last insult lands. He asks if Shiho's the police, not the victim. Under that cap, Hwang Jin-hak spits out some pathetic excuse, and the blade answer lands clean, turning swagger into noise. With blood on his hands, the whole ambush suddenly looks expensive. Then comes the death sentence speech, like anyone here still matters, yet the battered kid just flashes that infuriating little smile, so the same loser panics and demands to know why he's smirking, while the room keeps collapsing, furniture and pride both in shambles, leaving the suited victim bleeding out, still somehow calm enough to grin, as the serious man watches, reading this disaster like a report, and that smug little thank you lands harder than any swing. The green-hooded kid shrugs off the lecture, acting annoyingly untouchable, while the vest-wearing fixer calmly drops the ominous little catch. No surprise there, because hundreds of hidden cameras were already spying on Club B, and the whole fight archive was sitting on a server, waiting to embarrass someone. Then Lee Ha-min enters the boardroom math like she owns the building, because most of Young Pyung-wook's territory was apparently hers all along, which makes the board count look messy, with Han Joo-hyuk suddenly in the frame, and the extra director slot feels suspicious, the kind of detail that ruins smug plans, before Kim Min-gyu gets named as the guy who reached for power and lost, leaving him in retreat while the sky itself looks more respectable than his career. On the rooftop, the masked kid treats every move like an assassination attempt, and the hooded rival just parrots the accusation with zero shame, because illegal rules made everybody suddenly brave, which is adorable and dumb. Then the operation gets a facelift, as the line is renamed, while the hooded man casually asks if that tiny detail even matters, and the vested spokesman shrugs, yes, names matter, obviously, genius. Before the blade flashes and the hooded punk learns silence has teeth, because Zeus is the new banner, and he's not impressed, especially when someone starts comparing this setup to Suwon's Zeus, as the whole boardroom-sized mess keeps smelling like a takeover disguised as business. Lee Jung-woo gets the first cold red, and everybody's already being watched. That warning lands like a flex, because subtlety clearly died here. 1 year later, the special custody facility looks even less welcoming. The hooded guard at the door is already sweating through his bravado. Yeah, this is the kind of face that screams problems are incoming. Then Yuta Shinsuke shows up, and the whole hallway gets quieter. The special class label says enough, like that's supposed to help them. At the scanner, the hooded man tries acting official, almost tragically. Yeshiho's visiting request drops in, and the power shift gets obvious. The door opens, and Yuta walks in like the place belongs to him. 1 year later, the special custody gate already reeks of bad decisions, as the scanner orders a face check and purpose declaration. Very dramatic, sure. Then Yeshiho's request lands, and the whole checkpoint suddenly remembers fear, because the special class label sounds impressive until real pressure walks in. Inside, the hooded guard drags him forward, pretending this isn't a disaster, while the armed escort line keeps formation, like obedience can hide panic, and the close-up on that guard says everything. Rattled eyes. Zero authority. So they march beside the wall, one leading, one gliding, both very aware, until the guide promises direction, as if this place still has control, and the corridor answers with that heavy silence, the usual prelude to humiliation. Highest risk level means nothing when Yeshiho finally arrives, and the checkpoint suddenly remembers fear, because the label was never the scary part. The hooded escort keeps moving him forward, while the armed line clings to fake confidence, and the gate blocks everything, with the guard calmly pretending this isn't a disaster. Then the barrier seal flashes red, proving somebody up top already expected trouble, and that tiny light basically laughs at everyone's confidence, because control is already slipping. Inside the cell, the chained prisoner stands like a forgotten warning, his dead-eyed silence doing more damage than most people's entire personalities. Then Yeshiho's return lands, and the guard nearly chokes on his own nerves. While the stare says it all, this reunion is about to get ugly. The escort finally delivers Yeshiho, and his reputation hits like a warning shot. The hooded middleman goes silent, because even he knows this is bad news. Then the paperwork says the victim is already dead, which is hilarious if you enjoy sabotage. So the only option left is a new identity, and wow, what a graceful criminal plan. Behind those bars, the chained prisoner questions why he's being remade, and the answer is pure garbage authority, a kill code plus mission leash, because apparently he is supposed to murder people now. Casual as office paperwork, Yeshiho doesn't blink, just agrees this life is punishment already. Then the old trauma gets dragged out, with revenge once fueling his knife, and the cold verdict lands. He won't die peacefully, and won't live peacefully. Punishment? Huh. And Yeshiho takes that brand like expected garbage, while the hooded escort pretends panic is just another work memo, because law can't reach every dirty corner, and he knows it. So this little transfer gets sold as world-saving discipline. How noble. Then Yeshiho wonders why this one corpse got singled out, and the answer is business-class cruelty, not mercy. Obviously, since his file says he is dead, yet the system keeps smiling. Asking for a favor now sounds ridiculous. But the chain stays tight. The hooded man still frames it like procedure, as if that helps, and Yeshiho just stares, already sentenced to a life of spite. A snowy street frames the shop, while Sujeong becomes the first awkward concern. Inside, the smiling barista serves a latte like this place isn't fate's joke. Then comes the reminder. She survived, opened a cafe, and kept moving. From the car, the visitor watches the shop, already measuring his visit. Yeshiho sits there, cool as ever, because subtlety is apparently optional. He casually asks to see her, and the excuse is pure business-grade nonsense. The door chimes, the whole room brightens, and the timing turns suspiciously neat. She welcomes him with that polished cafe smile, treating danger like a regular order. He says Hez only here on an errand, which somehow sounds even more loaded. And just like that, the errand becomes a reunion nobody gets to ignore. At the cafe counter, she immediately demands who sent him, and wow, subtlety died young, because the quick delivery is just a box. Ridiculously ordinary for this kind of tension. Then the package opens, and her expression snaps from polite to properly suspicious, revealing a delayed compensation note for Sujeong, which lands like a badly timed insult, as the stunned girl realizes this isn't random at all, just dangerously personal, because somewhere else, the phone went missing, and now the whole errand feels sabotaged. He apologizes with that calm, polished tone that somehow makes the situation worse, while the note gets shoved closer, repeating Sujeong's name like a deliberate provocation, and even the paper itself starts looking like a trap, not a peace offering, until she finally snaps at him for dodging her name, and he keeps pretending not to care. At the coffee shop, her face hardens after opening the suspicious note, and the quiet counter suddenly feels like the start of a bad omen. Then she's already outside, legs moving fast, because petty errands just turned personal. Through the winter streets she clutches the paper, chasing answers with rising dread, and the moment she checks the apron, that fake normalcy starts looking insulting. so the tears hit hard. Because the message clearly wasn't meant to comfort anybody, she keeps crying anyway, squeezing the note like it might confess something, while the voice above the traffic stacks family names, graves, and inheritance like a threat, and then the real punch lands. Ha, Zhenghua is the name behind all this.